Chapter 1. The Grudge of Annihilation, Unforgivable. I actually dreamed of that mysterious bronze hall again. Chen slowly opened his eyes. As he moved slightly, the iron chains binding his limbs clanked loudly. The sound of metal clashing echoed clearly in the dim, damp dungeon. It's been half a year, and I'm still not dead. Chen's face was pale as paper, his breath weak, and his cracked, pale lips moved to make a dry, hoarse sound. Suddenly, footsteps came from the entrance of the dungeon. Chen looked up in the dim light. He could vaguely see a man and a woman entering the dungeon. Seeing the two, an uncontrollable hatred surged in Chen's eyes that he was the young master of the Su family in Qingfeng City. His downfall to this miserable state was all thanks to these two and the people behind them. Qingtai walked to within 10 feet of Chen, looking at him with eyes full of hatred, feeling exceptionally pleased, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Chen, you really surprised me. It's been half a year, and you're still hanging on. Qingtai, what has happened to my Su family? Are they alive or dead? Chen stared at Qingtai and asked. You're on the brink of death, yet you still care about others' safety. Since you want to know, they'll tell you. Your old servant, old Mo, couldn't withstand the torture and died 3 months ago. I chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. Your personal guard has had his cultivation destroyed, all his bones broken, and he suffered for half a month in the mass grave before taking his last breath. As for your cousin Su Ling, she was quite a beauty, but her temperament was too fierce. I hadn't had my fun with her yet, and she chose to commit suicide. What a pity. As Qingtai spoke, he enjoyed watching Chen's face contort in agony. Chen painfully closed his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably, and 2 streams of blood tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Seeing Chen's twisted face, Qingtai laughed heartily. Chen, back when our family was being chased, it was thanks to you that we found refuge. Haha, without you, where would our family be today? Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bloodshot, exuding an incredibly violent aura. Ignoring the chains binding him, he lunged forward like a beast, but stopped abruptly half a meter away from Qingtai. The chains taut. Qingtai, I swear as long as I don't die, I will kill you all. Chen's expression was ferocious as he roared like a wild beast. Qingtai seemed startled by Chen's sudden outburst and instinctively took a half-step back. Once he regained his composure, he kicked Chen in the chest, sending him crashing against the dungeon wall. Chen nearly passed out. Qin Jing, who had remained silent since entering the dungeon, slightly furrowed her brows, glanced at Qingtai, and said discontentedly, Be gentler. Do you want to kill him? The goo worm egg in his chest is about to hatch. If he dies now, it would be a waste. Qingtai replied, Wasn't I just startled by him? It was a reflex. But it's fine. Chen has a worthless life, he won't die that easily. Saying this, he walked up to Chen, his gaze fervently fixed on Chen's chest. Chen's chest was already rotting, a beating heart was faintly visible. And embedded within the heart was a thumb-sized black worm egg. The black worm egg had grown roots resembling black tendrils, which had burrowed into Chen's heart, continuously draining his blood. Chen, you truly deserve to be called the greatest genius of Qingfeng City. Your vitality is indeed strong. The goo worm hatched from your heart's blood will at least reach the peak of the first stage. You're such a good person. Even before you die, you're helping me hatch a goo worm with limitless potential. Since you're about to die anyway, let me tell you a secret before you go. A year ago, your father Su Zhan entered the mountains to look for gathering spirit grass for you. But he ended up dying there, but he didn't die at the hands of a beast, but at the hands of my master. However, your father's corpse ultimately fell into a beast's belly. Qingtai laughed triumphantly. Qin Jing took out a dark red pill and forcefully made Chen swallow it. This is a life-burning pill. After taking it, you can burn your life potential to stimulate your internal energy, ensuring the goo worm's successful hatching. Chen, you only have 3 days left to live because the goo worm will hatch after 3 days. After saying this, Qin Jing and Qingtai turned and left the dungeon. Chen looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 2 gradually receding figures, and his hatred reached its peak. Hate. He hated his own powerlessness. He couldn't protect his family, that he hated his own softness, that he took in a bunch of ungrateful people, that he hated his own lack of discernment, that he trusted a thief. He hated even more that he had a marriage contract with Qin Qingru, the sister of Qingtai and Qin Jing. His hatred for Qin grew surpassed that for Qin Tai and Qin Jing. That day, the Qin family joined forces with outsiders to ambush the Su family. Under the escort of the clan elders, he was about to break through the encirclement when Qin Gru appeared and blocked their way. The usually fragile Qin Gru displayed astonishing strength. The self-proclaimed genius was utterly defeated in one move at her hands. "You're too weak to be my husband." Qin Gru left this remark. Then she turned and attacked the other Su family members, the third elder, the fifth elder, Su Feng, Su Feng. One by one, the clan members fell under Qin Gru's sword. He misjudged a thief. Their deaths were insignificant, but the other members of the Su family shouldn't pay the price for his mistakes. In a daze, Su Chen opened his eyes. He saw a magnificent and mysterious hall. The hall floated in endless void, surrounded by darkness. There was no wind or sound. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Only the hall emitted a soft light, like a star in the endless void. The entire hall was cast from bronze, exuding chaotic energy, with rules swirling around it. The bronze hall was covered in scars from blades and spears. One corner of the hall was missing. The cut surface was flat and smooth, as if it had been sliced off by a sharp blade. I actually came here again. I've had countless dreams like this over the past 6 months. This dream feels too real. Just as Su Chen was about to close his eyes and force himself to wake up, with a creak, the hall doors unexpectedly opened. He had had this dream more than once, but in previous dreams, he could never open the hall doors, no matter what method he tried. Anyway, it's just a dream. Even if there's danger in the hall, I want to die. Su Chen suddenly let out a bitter laugh. If I were to die here, it would be a relief. With that thought, Su Chen strode into the hall. The moment he stepped into the hall, a strong light pierced his eyes, causing Su Chen to instinctively close them. When he opened his eyes again, the strong light had vanished, and his vision was filled with ancient, simple statues. The statues appear to be made of ordinary material, dull and gray, devoid of color. The features of the statues were shrouded in various colored rays of light. He couldn't see them clearly. The statues had different forms. There were sword emperors holding divine swords, monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms, emperors wearing crowns, compassionate Buddhas, and divine emperors battling heaven and earth. As Su Chen curiously examined these statues, a stream of soul energy was released from the statues. Finally, someone has entered the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. Surprisingly, it's a mortal body. The talent is too poor. I can sense that his vitality is very weak. He is about to die. He is dead, and we do not know how many more epochs we must wait here. Are you really going to watch him dissipate? Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. He does not deserve to inherit my legacy. A domineering voice suddenly rang out. This emperor has been trapped here for I don't know how many years, and I have long had enough. If you do not save him, I will come to save him, and just take this opportunity to free myself. The bronze hall shook violently. Crack! The statue, resembling a demon god, cracked open. Boom! The huge statue exploded. A ball of black light shot towards Su Chen like lightning. Su Chen had no time to evade. Chapter 2. The Emperor's Legacy. Devouring the Heavenly Emperor's Art. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, then immediately covered his head with his hands. His expression twisted. In pain, a beast-like roar escaped his throat. He did not know how much time had passed. Slowly, the twisted and pained expression on Su Chen's face began to calm, and he gasped heavily. The Heavenly Emperor's Hall. The Devouring Emperor. The Emperor's Legacy. The Devouring Heavenly Emperor's Art. An emperor-level technique. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Then, he licked his dry lips. There's hope. Qin Tai. Qin Jing. I said I would annihilate your entire family. His tone was chilling. Killing intent surged in his eyes. By the way, can I still enter the Heavenly Emperor's Hall? He focused his mind. Closing his eyes slightly, he faintly sensed a bronze hall suspended in the endless void. He had a connection with the Heavenly Emperor's Hall. As long as he wanted, his mind could enter the Heavenly Emperor's Hall at any time. My physical body cannot enter. Is it because the Heavenly Emperor's Hall is too far away from me? Or is it because my current strength is too low to bring my physical body along? The Devouring Heavenly Emperor's Art is an emperor-level technique that can forcibly devour and refine all things in the world. It is an extremely domineering technique. I not only obtained the cultivation method of the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art, but also gained insights from the Devouring Emperor regarding this technique, similar to enlightenment. With the Devouring Emperor's understanding of the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art, I could save a lot of time and directly start practicing. Su Chen's face showed excitement. Let's try the effects of the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art first. He murmured softly. The next moment, Su Chen forcibly took a breath. The insights from the Devouring Emperor regarding the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art immediately surged into his mind like a tide. After a moment, Su Chen's eyes gradually brightened. With a thought, the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art began to operate. Emperor-level technique, devouring and refining all energy for his own use. In this world, techniques are classified from low to high as yellow, Xin, earth, heaven. Each level is further divided into 3 small stages: low, medium, and high. The Town Clan technique of the Su family in Qingfeng City is merely a high-level yellow technique, the true fire art. Compared to the true fire art, the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art is simply trash. In the true martial continent, heaven-level techniques are extremely rare, and emperor-level techniques exist only in legends. The Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art has a total of 9 layers. When cultivated to the 9th layer, even the rules of heaven and earth can be devoured. Its power is indescribable. Through the insights of the Devouring Emperor regarding the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art, Su Chen quickly mastered the 1st layer. Once the Devouring Heavenly Emperor's art began to operate, a terrifying suction force immediately emanated from within Su Chen. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the dungeon was crazily gathering towards him at that moment. The goo insect egg, rooted in his heart, rapidly shriveled under the influence of the devouring power. Crack! The goo insect egg instantly turned to powder. What surprised Su Chen was that the medicinal power of the life-burning pill within him was also being devoured and refined, transforming into pure spiritual power, flooding into his exhausted Qi Dantian as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously poured in. Su Chen's cultivation was recovering at an astonishing speed. 3 days passed in a flash. A terrifying devouring power suddenly erupted in the dungeon. The spiritual energy in the dungeon was instantly devoured empty by Su Chen. Outside the dungeon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered under the influence of the devouring power. Eventually, a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual energy formed, frantically pouring into the dungeon. Sister, look! Qin Tai, who was walking towards the dungeon, was captivated by the change above the dungeon, pointing at the vortex of spiritual energy above, astonished and delighted. The spiritual energy is gathering. Could this commotion be? The goo insect is about to emerge. The commotion is quite loud. The master once said that when the goo king emerges, there will be an unusual sound of a spiritual energy vortex. Even if it is not a beast king-level goo insect, this goo insect has extraordinary potential. Refining it into my life goo insect, I can easily become a Qi condensation realm warrior. Su Chen's blood is indeed extraordinary. Let's go. Enter the dungeon and refine the goo insect. Qin Jing and Qin Tai were extremely excited. The two quickened their pace, eagerly rushing into the dungeon. They quickly arrived at the end of the dungeon. Su Chen heard the footsteps and slowly raised his head, his cold gaze fixed on the 2 figures rushing towards him. Su Chen, you're actually not dead? Qin Tai's footsteps suddenly halted, staring at Su Chen in shock. Then he laughed. If you can't die like this, your life is really cheap. Ha ha ha. Just right. Wait for you to recover for a while, and continue to use your blood to cultivate goo insects. Qin Jing's eyes lit up. This method is not bad. Su Chen slowly said, you 2 siblings are really vicious. Vicious? Qin Tai took pride in it, laughing loudly. In the martial arts world, it is survival of the fittest. Su Chen, you have fallen to this point. Do not blame heaven and earth. If you want to blame yourself for being too naive. Su Chen calmly nodded. I've learned a lesson. I will remember your words. Qin Tai was taken aback. Su Chen's reaction was completely unexpected to him. Qin Jing reminded, elder brother, stop wasting time. Hurry and refine the goo insect. Qin Tai came back to his senses, nodded, then stepped forward, looking at Su Chen's chest. What astonished him was that Su Chen's chest, which had been rotten, had now completely healed. He stared blankly, then shouted, Su Chen, where is my goo insect? Where did you hide my goo insect? Su Chen coldly glanced at Qin Tai, then suddenly opened his mouth to suck, and a vortex of spiritual energy above the dungeon was actually swallowed into his stomach. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet it soon. Su Chen grinned maliciously, grasping the iron chain with both hands and pulling hard. With a crack, the iron chain snapped. Qin Jing and Qin Tai were shocked. The two instinctively stepped back. You know fear, huh? Su Chen shook his limbs. Then, with a cold expression, he walked towards the two. Su Chen Yu, how are you? Qin Tai retreated in fear. Suddenly, Qin Tai waved his hand. Whoosh! A point of black light shot towards Su Chen like lightning. The speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the black light was less than 3 inches from Su Chen's forehead. Just as the black light was about to hit Su Chen's forehead, a powerful devouring force suddenly emanated from Su Chen's forehead. The black light became ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, stopping 3 inches from Su Chen's forehead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp sound rang out. That black light was actually a black goo insect the size of a thumb, struggling violently at this moment. The cold smile on Qin Tai's face froze. He had thought that a surprise attack would catch Su Chen off guard, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to injure Su Chen, but the goo insect was also restrained by him. Under Qin Tai's terrified gaze, Su Chen reached out and grabbed the goo insect. Witchcraft, the side path. The devouring power erupted. The goo insect struggled violently, letting out a sharp scream. After a breath, with a crack, the goo insect turned to powder and dissipated. With the goo insect killed, Qin Tai suffered a backlash, letting out a scream, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face extremely pale. You can die too. Su Chen stepped forward, his 5 fingers spread wide, and a terrifying shili emanated from his palm, causing Qin Tai's body to uncontrollably fly towards Su Chen. Bang! A large hand grabbed Qin Tai by the neck. Qin Tai's eyes widened in fear as he hurriedly begged for mercy. No, Su Chen, don't kill me. I realize I was wrong. Su Chen's gaze was indifferent, as if he were looking at a dead man. In the next moment, the heavenly devouring emperor technique activated, and Qin Tai immediately let out a shrill scream. What terrified him was that the essence, blood, and spiritual energy within his body surged uncontrollably into Su Chen's palm. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tai's body had already withered and shriveled. In the end, he became a desiccated corpse. Su Chen's aura became even more profound. Qin Jing, you can't escape. Looking at the stumbling and panicked Qin Jing, Su Chen said coldly. Su Chen, how dare you? How dare you kill my brother? You are dead. You are definitely dead. As Qin Jing fled, she swore in her heart. She wanted Su Chen to suffer a fate worse than death. The light brightened. She finally escaped from the dungeon. Her heart couldn't help but relax. Miss, what's the matter that has you so flustered? A group of guards arrived upon hearing the commotion, and the captain of the guard asked with concern. Su Chen has escaped. Quickly, kill him. No, capture him. I want to cripple his cultivation and sever his limbs, letting him suffer a fate worse than death. Seeing the guards, Qin Jing regained her composure and coldly said, What? No way, it's Su Chen. He actually escaped? The guards were all taken aback. In the next moment, they heard footsteps coming from the dungeon. Looking up, they saw a figure slowly walking out of the dimly lit dungeon. That figure was one they knew all too well. It was their former young master, Su Chen. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to escape, but I'm sorry. Don't worry, my knife is very quick. The speaker was a scar guard with his hand on the hilt of his knife, grinning maliciously as he looked at Su Chen. With a clang, the knife was drawn. Bang! The scarred guard stomped his right foot hard and lunged forward, his battle knife slicing through the air with a chilling sound, ruthlessly striking towards Su Chen, who had just stepped out of the dungeon. Su Chen looked up at the incoming battle knife. His right hand clenched into a fist. With a furious punch, he struck out. Boom! Sparks flew. The scarred guard's expression changed drastically as the long knife flew out of his hand, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. The spinning long knife pierced the wall with a whoosh, sending stone debris flying. The scar guard, meanwhile, crashed headfirst into the stone wall, his head bursting, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. The scarred guard twitched a few times before falling still. Everyone's eyes widened. They were engulfed in shock. Chapter 3. No one can save you today. Everyone was stunned, unable to react for a moment. What happened? Yang Hui is dead? How could this be? As people regained their senses and looked at the lifeless scarred guard, they gasped in shock. Qin Jing's bravado vanished. Her red lips pressed tightly together as she quietly stepped back. The captain of the guard, Li Shan, frowned, his expression serious. He was a peak practitioner at the 7th level of Qi training at the same realm as Su Chen. At this moment, he sensed an incredibly strong feeling of danger from Su Chen. Su Chen's cold, knife-like gaze swept over the retreating Qin Jing before turning to the group of guards. And he said coldly, "Qin Jing must die today. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. Arrogant. Take him down." Captain Li Shan's eyes sharpened as he drew his long knife and pointed it at Su Chen. One of the guards closest to Su Chen charged forward with a sneer. "Su Chen, the Su family has been destroyed. You are no longer the young master of the Su family. Now you're just a stray dog. Ha, take this punch." With a surge of spiritual power, he swung his fist at Su Chen, aiming to smash his face to bits. The punch came without mercy, the wind from it lifting a lock of Su Chen's hair, revealing his cold eyes. "You were once a guard of the Su family, and it was the resources provided by my family that allowed you to reach your current level. Now, you dare to act against me? You are guilty beyond redemption." Su Chen spoke coldly. The moment his words fell, he raised his hand, palm facing forward, to meet the roaring fist. Bang! The fist and palm collided, the force of the impact wreaking havoc. The guard's punch was blocked, and as he prepared to retract his fist for another attack, his expression suddenly changed. His fist was firmly attached to Su Chen's palm. Su Chen grinned savagely. In the next moment, an astonishing devouring power erupted from his palm. "No, don't!" The guard cried out in despair. The others looked on in fear, their faces pale. The guard's body rapidly shriveled, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a withered corpse, devoid of life. Monster sorcery. A guard in a yellow shirt took a fearful step back, his voice trembling. Captain Li Shan's expression changed as well. Gritting his teeth, he said sternly, "Su Chen has fallen into the devil's path. Everyone attack together. Kill him. Eliminate this threat to the people." With that, he leaped into the air, spiritual power surging into his battle knife, and then he slashed down at Su Chen. The long knife sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound. Seeing Li Shan attack, the other guards drew their weapons and rushed towards Su Chen. All these guards were above the 4th level of Qi training, and Captain Li Shan was at the peak of the 7th level. A dozen of them surged forward, and under their chaotic assault, even an 8th level practitioner would have to retreat. However, facing the onslaught, Su Chen remained calm and said coldly, "A bunch of ants." He stomped hard on the ground. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the earth exploded. Dirt flew everywhere. Beneath Su Chen's feet, a pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared. The guards rushing toward him stumbled, swaying and feeling their blood boil. Li Shan quickly steadied himself, gripping his knife tightly, and continued to slash at Su Chen. Stubborn. Su Chen sidestepped Li Shan's attack, his right hand forming a blade shape as he slashed diagonally at Li Shan's chest. Puffed. Blood sprayed. It was as if Li Shan's chest had been struck by a sharp blade, flesh exploding and revealing a terrifying wound that reached his heart. With a scream, Li Shan's body flew backward like a kite with a severed string. Bang! A loud crash echoed, dust billowing as Li Shan crashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit in the blue stone surface. At the bottom of the pit, Li Shan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Su Chen, stuttering, You are? At the condensing Qi stage, the ranks of martial practitioners from low to high are Qi training, condensing Qi, true Qi, controlling Qi, creating Qi, transforming Qi, Qi Si, and sage. Condensing Qi? Not yet, but after devouring you, I should be close, Su Chen murmured to himself. Li Shan's breath ceased just moments after asking that question. Su Chen looked at the other guards. These people were once the guards of the Su family. But after Qin Tai and his son colluded with outsiders to destroy the Su family, they had unhesitatingly sided with Qin Tai. Betrayers of their master must die. Ungratefulness must be punished. So, these people are not worth mourning. With this thought, Su Chen stomped the ground again. A loud boom resounding as chunks of stone flew out. Puffed, 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 puffed. The stones, sharp as arrows, ruthlessly pierced the guards' chests, foreheads, throats, and other vital areas. A dozen guards died in an instant. Su Chen surveyed the corpses on the ground and opened his mouth to inhale, releasing a devouring force. Moments later, the dozen corpses had turned into desiccated bodies. Not bad. I'm at the 8th level of Qi training now. Su Chen smiled in satisfaction. Then he looked at the fleeing figure in a panic, a cold smile on his face. Qin Jing, run faster. Today, I want to see who can stop me from killing you. Who dares to stop me? Su Chen wore a playful smile akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Qin Jing must die today. Before her death, he wanted to make her utterly despairing. Tout en despair. With a movement of his feet, Su Chen immediately pursued her, staying 10 meters behind Qin Jing. Qin Jing glanced back, and upon seeing Su Chen chasing her, her face turned pale with fear. She called out for help while fleeing. Soon, another team of guards rushed over in response to her cries. Qin Jing gave a command and continued to flee without looking back. She knew this team of guards couldn't stop Su Chen. Indeed, after she ran a short distance, a series of screams erupted behind her. The screams lasted less than 3 breaths before abruptly stopping. Her heart trembled violently. 3 breaths. In less than 3 breaths, an entire team had been wiped out. She knew what this meant. Her master was out, and now the only one who could save her was her senior brother. Even her father, Qin Wei, was probably no match for Su Chen. Run, don't stop, keep running. Su Chen had devoured that team of guards, his aura growing stronger. His figure appeared like a ghost, just 10 meters behind Qin Jing, coldly urging her on. Swish! He raised his hand and flicked it, sending a sharp sword flying out. With a whoosh, Qin Jing's right arm was severed. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Jing screamed in pain. She endured the agony and stumbled forward, not daring to stop or slow down, for the killer behind her was getting closer. Father, save me, save me. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Qin Jing. Upon recognizing the person, she was both surprised and delighted, urgently calling for help. Yinga, Yuao. Seeing Qin Jing, who had lost an arm, Qin Wei's expression changed drastically. Father, it's Su Chen. He hurt me, and my elder brother was killed by Su Chen. What? My son. Qin Wei's face was filled with sorrow, and then he looked at Su Chen behind Qin Jing, his killing intent soaring, and he said in a stern voice, You stray dog, today I will skin you alive. A powerful spiritual force surged forth, gathering in his right palm. An intangible gray spirit energy surged upwards, enveloping the entire right hand, ultimately forming a beast's claw. It was the wolf's hand, a high-level yellow-grade martial art. The head of the family actually unleashed the wolf's hand. It seemed he was truly angry. Su Chen was doomed. Indeed, the head of the family was a 9th-level Qi practitioner, wielding the powerful wolf's hand. How could Su Chen possibly survive? The guards who rushed over, upon witnessing this scene, all gasped, their eyes revealing awe for the strong. At that moment, everyone believed Su Chen was undoubtedly dead. Only Qin Jing felt uneasy in her heart. She quietly retreated behind the crowd. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Qin Wei leaped forward, his body shooting towards Su Chen like an arrow. Death! The gray wolf's hand swept down with a terrifying aura, aiming to grasp Su Chen fiercely. Everyone held their breath, fixated on this scene. They could almost envision Su Chen's tragic death. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The wolf's claw, carrying immense spiritual power, suddenly froze just 3 inches away from Su Chen's chest. This was because Su Chen's right hand had, at some point, firmly grasped Qin Wei's wrist, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. Upon seeing this, the crowd's pupils involuntarily constricted. It should be known that Qin Wei was a 9th-level Qi practitioner, and the wolf's hand was a high-level yellow-grade martial art. A strike that was supposed to be unstoppable and instantaneously kill Su Chen was easily blocked. How is that possible? The crowd was filled with shock. Chapter 4. Killing enemies by climbing the ranks. Qin Wei's grim smile froze on his face, replaced by a look of astonishment. Before he could react, Su Chen seized Qin Wei's wrist and squeezed hard. With a crack, Qin Wei's wrist was crushed. Agonizing pain surged through him. Qin Wei screamed in pain. Stop! Su Chen, please stop. Don't make a mistake. Quickly save the master. The guards reacted, each one eager to protect their master, drawing their swords to attack Su Chen. However, it was too late. As they drew their swords, Su Chen had already activated the Devouring Emperor art, and the powerful devouring force surged through his arm, frantically consuming Qin Wei's spiritual power and vitality. Qin Wei struggled desperately, but under the domineering devouring of the Devouring Emperor art, his struggles were powerless and futile. In an instant, Qin Wei's tall body had shrunk significantly. The guards had never witnessed such a strange scene. They all stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with terror. Su Chen let out a comfortable breath. With a casual flick of his hand, he flung the now desiccated corpse of Qin Wei away. The guards retreated in fear. He looked up at the guards, who had halted in horror, and spoke with a calm tone laced with endless coldness. You were all once the guards of the Su family. When Qin Wei and his son rebelled and schemed to seize my family's assets, you did not show loyalty. Now that the traitors have been punished, you still do not repent and draw your swords against me. Since that is the case, you have no need to live in this world. All of you can die. As his voice fell, the guards were horrified to find that their spiritual power was uncontrollably beginning to drain. They retreated in panic, but the spiritual power continued to dissipate. Some turned to flee, but in that instant of turning, they were shot dead by a flying stone. Soon, all the guards turned into lifeless corpses. Now, who can save you? Su Chen walked towards the already collapsed Qin Jing, step by step. Su Chen, you have already killed my brother and father. For the sake of my sister, please spare my life. Qin Jing had collapsed, begging Su Chen for mercy. Su Chen's eyes glinted coldly. Your sister? If you hadn't mentioned her, I might have almost forgotten about her. Where is she? With such a commotion, why don't I see her? My sister is already a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, so that's it. No wonder I can't see her. She must have entered the Flowing Cloud sect using the Su family's entry token. The Flowing Cloud sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan Kingdom. To recruit talented disciples from various forces, the Flowing Cloud sect distributes an uncertain number of entry tokens to various families and cities every 3 years. With the token, one can enter the Flowing Cloud sect. The Su family had an entry token prepared for Su Chen, but it ended up benefiting Qin Qingru. Su Chen, please. I beg you, don't kill me. Just don't kill me. I could do anything for you. Don't you like my sister? I'm not inferior to her in looks. If you want, I can become your woman. Qin Jing crawled towards Su Chen like a dog, offering herself to survive. Seeing Qin Jing's charming face, Su Chen was unmoved. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, and he raised his hand to slay her. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came. A figure in a gray robe rushed in. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Jing's face showed wild joy as she shouted for help. Senior brother, save me. The newcomer was Qin Jing's senior brother, one of the culprits responsible for the destruction of the Su family. As she cried for help, she stumbled towards him. No one can save you. Su Chen grasped his hand, and a long sword was drawn to him. With a flick of his wrist, the sword sliced through the air. The sword was like lightning. Puff! The long sword pierced through Qin Jing's back and outer chest. With a single strike, it pierced her heart. Qin Jing's movements suddenly froze. She looked down at the sword protruding from her chest. Her lips moved, but ultimately, she fell into a pool of blood, unwilling to accept her fate. The gray-robed man's face darkened at the sight of Qin Jing's tragic death. Not only did you survive, but you also escaped from the dungeon, and your strength has increased. It seems you have some ability, but you are too foolish. The gray-robed man raised his hand and shot a black light towards Su Chen, aiming to kill him. Su Chen's not dit daifun. He flicked his finger, and a surge of energy shot out, striking the incoming black light. With a puff, the black light exploded, splattering dark green liquid everywhere. It turned out that the black light was a kind of goo worm. The gray-robed man's pupils constricted slightly. What exactly happened to Su Chen? A person who should have died not only escaped from the dungeon, but also significantly increased in strength. Regardless of what happened to you, you will undoubtedly die today. He was extremely confident, believing that no matter how much Su Chen's strength improved, he was not his opponent. As he thought, a buzzing sound came from his sleeves, and a swarm of goo worms rushed out, covering Su Chen. The art of witchcraft and goo, a trivial skill, is not worth mentioning. Su Chen expressed his disdain for the witchcraft technique. He raised his right hand and gently clapped forward. Boom! a massive wave of spiritual power surged out, intertwining in midair to form a giant hand of spiritual power, which then slammed down violently. Crack, crack, crack! Before the giant hand landed, the ground was already cracking under the powerful aura. Boom! The earth collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Puff, 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 puff! The swarm of goo worms that came flooding and was completely crushed to pieces under the assault of the giant hand of spiritual power, not leaving a single one behind. Impossible! The gray-robed man was both shocked and furious, his face filled with disbelief. He was a condensation Chi realm martial artist, and the goo worms he nurtured were all at least late-stage first rank. Hundreds of goo worms charging together, let alone a mere Chi refining realm martial artist. Even another condensation Chi realm martial artist would have to retreat. But Su Chen, you, what about me? Su Chen was too lazy to waste words and struck out again with the palm. The giant hand of spiritual power reappeared, this time targeting the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man's complexion changed drastically, revealing a look of despair. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. A massive pit appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the pit, the gray-robed man was covered in blood, his breath weak and on the brink of death, heavily injured. Where's your master? Su Chen walked over to the gray-robed man, looking down at him and asking. There were two outsiders who helped Qin Wei and his son destroy the Su family. One was the heavily injured gray-robed man before him, and the other was the master he mentioned. Cough, cough. Kid, if you want to know the whereabouts of my master, I'll tell you. My master went to Shura Town, 300 miles away. The gray-robed man unexpectedly revealed his master's whereabouts without any hesitation, for reasons unknown. As the last word fell, the gray-robed man had already breathed his last. Shura Town? Why would he go to Shura Town? What happened there? Chapter 5. The Butcher with Bloodied Hands. Shahi Town is quite large, with a population of 100,000, its streets crisscrossing and buildings standing tall, bustling with pedestrians and thriving commerce. Su Chen traveled through the night and was already hungry. In the end, he stopped in front of an inn called Xian Ku, Immortal Guest. The waiter, seeing him, quickly approached with a bow. Young master, are you here to eat or to stay? To eat. After saying that, he strode into the inn. The inn had 3 floors. The first floor was the main hall, with more than a dozen tables, and at that moment, there were surprisingly 7 or 8 tables occupied by diners, all martial artists. The second floor had private rooms, and the third floor was for VIPs, requiring a certain status to enter. Young master, first floor or second floor? The waiter asked with a smile. First floor. Su Chen walked straight to a table at the corner. What would you like to eat? Just bring me a few of your signature dishes. Su Chen said as he pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. Please wait a moment. The waiter left with a beaming smile. Su Chen drank his tea, watching a group of diners at a nearby table settle their bill and leave. He frowned and said to himself, since I entered Shahi Town, I've already seen dozens of hurried martial artists. Could it be that something unusual is happening here? At that moment, a group of people walked in. Su Chen looked up. There were 7 in total, 5 men and 2 women. After entering the inn, they did not stop and directly headed for the second floor. Once their figures disappeared at the staircase, Su Chen vaguely heard diners at several tables whispering to each other. They're disciples of Luyan's sect. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly that even the disciples of Luyan's sect have come. Not just Luyan's sect. I've heard that disciples from Tianjin Manor have also arrived. This is getting more interesting. The Water Mansion has emerged, and it's bound to be another bloody storm. Indeed, something is happening. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He listened for a while longer and finally understood. In Shahi Town, 30 miles to the west, there's a sandy river. A month ago, the river's water began to behave strangely, gathering spiritual energy, and a water mansion emerged from the river. After the news spread, countless martial artists flocked here, leading to today's situation. Qin Jing's master must also have come for the water mansion. Shahi Town is too large. With a population of 100,000, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I just need to guard the entrance to the water mansion. After finishing his meal, Su Chen was about to get up and leave when a man with a long knife and a menacing scar on his face strode in. The scarred man's aura was overwhelming, exuding an oppressive bloody scent, as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses. As soon as he entered the inn, The once bustling hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The scarred man coldly scanned the crowd with his eyes and then walked straight up to the second floor. What a strong, killing intent. Who is this person? A diner asked in a low voice. It's him. Who exactly is he? He is the notorious butcher on the wanted list, the butcher with bloodied hands. The butcher with bloodied hands, it's really him. The butcher with bloodied hands had once slaughtered an entire village of 1,000 people overnight. His methods so cruel that they struck fear into the hearts of many. It is said that a disciple from Lu Yun's sect pursued the butcher for 1,000 miles but still couldn't catch him. We're doomed. Let's go. There are disciples from Lu Yun's sect upstairs. If the butcher clashes with them, we will definitely suffer collateral damage. The expressions of the diners changed drastically, and they all stood up, preparing to leave. But at that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from upstairs. Butcher with bloodied hands, you kill innocents indiscriminately. Today, my brothers, and I will rid the world of you. Prepare to die. 7 small fish want to kill me? The butcher with bloodied hands scoffed disdainfully. Looking at your clothes, you should be disciples of Lu Yun's sect. Unfortunately, you will fall here today. In the next moment, a terrifying clash erupted upstairs. Powerful shockwaves swept in all directions. The tables and chairs on the second floor were shattered, and some diners who couldn't escape in time were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Crying out in agony, "Run!" The diners on the first floor turned pale. They scrambled to flee the place. Chen didn't want to stir up trouble and followed the crowd out of the inn to watch the excitement. Boom! The windows on the second floor of the inn exploded. Wood chips flew everywhere. Several figures leaped down. After the 7 disciples of Lu Yun's sect landed, they immediately surrounded the butcher with bloodied hands. Butcher with bloodied hands, this is your grave. You can't escape. A disciple in green pointed his sword at the butcher with confidence. Unaware of your own mortality, the butcher with bloodied hands' expression turned cold. Boom! The ground beneath the butcher suddenly cracked open. The sky seemed to collapse. The onlookers felt as if a dragon was turning over, unable to stand firm. The 7 disciples surrounding the butcher also felt the impact, their spiritual energy in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the butcher lunged forward like a bloodthirsty tiger, his fist like a fierce wind, and with a bang, he struck the green-clad youth. The youth hastily swung his sword. Bang! Their fist and sword collided, producing a sound like metal clashing. D. The butcher with bloodied hands let out a low roar, his fist bursting forth, knocking the long sword aside, and directly hitting the green-clad youth's chest with a powerful blow. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. The green-clad youth coughed up blood and flew backward. The remaining 6 disciples of Lu Yun's sect turned pale. In the blink of an eye, the strongest among them, the green-clad youth, had been defeated. The youth landed on the ground, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. He stared at the butcher with bloodied hands, both shocked and furious. You, how despicable. You actually hid your cultivation. Chapter 6. Unarmed breaking the blade, kill. Haha, I broke through to the chi condensation realm a month ago. Blame your bad luck. The bloodhand butcher laughed triumphantly. The remaining 6 people's expressions changed again. The bloodhand butcher actually broke through. While they were stunned, the bloodhand butcher struck again. And with 2 loud bangs, 2 figures were sent flying in disarray. Once the remaining 4 reacted, they joined forces to surround and kill the bloodhand butcher. Even with 7 people working together, they couldn't take down the bloodhand butcher. Now, with only 4, they were no match for him. After a dozen moves, the bloodhand butcher kicked 1 person away and slapped another to death. Only 2 remained, filled with fear, and they fled in different directions. But after just a few steps, they were caught by the bloodhand butcher, who ruthlessly struck them down on the spot. The scene fell into silence. Countless spectators were filled with trepidation. How audacious! The bloodhand butcher dared to kill disciples of the sect. Didn't he fear the wrath of the Lu Yun sect? Killing 1 is murder. Killing 2 is still murder. Haha, you 7 can all die. The bloodhand butcher had gone insane, stepping forward to deliver finishing blows. 7 were dead, 6 were gone. Only the young man in green remained. The young man in green looked at the approaching bloodhand butcher, feeling fear as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Whoosh! He gritted his teeth against his injuries, flipped over, and leaped toward the distant crowd. A severely injured body wanting to escape? The bloodhand butcher mocked. The young man in green rushed close to the crowd, reaching out his hand to grab someone and throw them toward the Bloodhand Butcher. Thud! The Bloodhand Butcher struck out with his palm, and the person flying through the air exploded, dying on the spot. The young man in green extended his hand toward the crowd. To survive, he actually used the life of an innocent person to stop the Bloodhand Butcher, and the person he reached for was none other than Chen. To save himself, he harmed the innocent. Is this the behavior of a sect disciple? Chen felt a surge of anger. Kid, I'm sorry, but if you can die for me, it's still an honorable death. The young man in green didn't stop, and just as he was about to grab Chen, slap, Chen seized his wrist in the young man's astonished expression. The young man in green was dumbfounded. An honorable death? You think you deserve that? Get lost. Chen forcefully swung the wrist of the young man in green, sending him flying dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The young man in green crashed in the wall like a meteor, the terrifying impact causing the brick wall to collapse, burying him within, his life or death unknown. The retreating crowd stared in shock. They looked at Chen with uncertainty. Chen appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, yet he had repelled a disciple of the Lu Yun sect with a single move. The young man in green, though injured, was not to be underestimated. The rapidly approaching Bloodhand Butcher showed a look of surprise, then coldly scrutinized Chen. Kid, are you also a disciple of the sect? The Bloodhand Butcher asked coldly. No. The Bloodhand Butcher asked again. Are you here to kill me? No. Chen's expression remained unchanged. The Bloodhand Butcher began to dismiss him. Since he wasn't here to fight, then leave. Chen turned to leave. However, at that very moment, a murderous intent suddenly appeared on the Bloodhand Butcher's face, and bloody spiritual energy surged in his right hand. He punched towards Chen's back, aiming for a fatal blow. Ha! I've acted recklessly throughout my life, burning, killing, and plundering, but what I love most is torturing geniuses. Kid, you're unlucky to have encountered me, die. The Bloodhand Butcher laughed maniacally. In the next moment, his fist pierced directly through Chen's back. The Bloodhand Butcher's smile froze. Chen's figure slowly dissipated, turning out to be an afterimage. I've been prepared for your trick. Chen appeared 10 meters behind the Bloodhand Butcher, sneering. The Bloodhand Butcher turned abruptly, his expression serious as he stared at Chen. You've got some skill. It seems I underestimated you. He licked his lips, his killing intent palpable. But you're really stupid for not taking the chance to escape. Do you want to learn from that group of Lu Yun sect waste and take my head? You really don't know how to write the word death. The killing intent from the Bloodhand Butcher surged forward. Chen's expression remained calm as he said lightly, Your hands are stained with blood. Many disciples of the sect have died at your hands, and you must have accumulated a lot of spirit stones, right? The Bloodhand Butcher frowned slightly. Chen's calm face and indifferent tone made him feel a hint of crisis, as if something life-threatening was about to happen. But this thought was soon dismissed. How could it be? A mere 16 or 17-year-old boy, even if he were a disciple of the sect, could not match up to him. The 7 disciples of Lu Yun's sect were living examples. With this in mind, the Bloodhand Butcher suppressed his unease, grinned, and said, You really talk too much, Die? As his words fell, he suddenly gripped his hand tightly, and a blood-red long knife appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, the blood-red long knife, wrapped in brilliant blade energy, slashed down towards Chen. Under the shadow of the blade energy, Chen slowly raised his right hand. Seeking death, the Bloodhand Butcher sneered. The spectators shook their heads. A flesh-and-blood body could not clash with a divine weapon. They almost envisioned a bloody scene of severed limbs flying everywhere. Some people couldn't bear to watch and close their eyes. The next moment, the knife and hand collided. The anticipated bloody scene of severed limbs did not occur. Clang! Sparks flew. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Then, crack! The blood-red long knife suddenly broke in two under the gaze of countless eyes. A half section of the blade flew out and was caught by a large hand, which then swung it fiercely. Thud! The blade sliced through the Bloodhand Butcher's neck, cutting through skin and tearing the trachea, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Clatter! The half-blade fell to the ground, and the Bloodhand Butcher fearfully clutched his neck. But this action was undoubtedly futile. Scalding blood dripped through his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of soil was stained red. You! Who are you? The dead do not need to know so much. Su Chen exerted force with his wrist. The half-blade flew out, and with a soft hiss, he severed the blood-hand butcher's head. The onlookers gaped dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly. One moment, they were lamenting Su Chen's impending gruesome death, and the next, the blood-hand butcher was already a headless corpse, dead beyond recovery. To kill the blood-hand butcher in such a short exchange, what kind of strength was that? More importantly, the one who killed the blood-hand butcher was a mere 16 or 17-year-old boy. This child, at such a young age, possessed the strength to slay the blood-hand butcher. His future achievements were limitless, a scarred warrior said softly. Another warrior asserted, such a genius must be a disciple of the sect. Only the 5 major sects could cultivate such a prodigy. I wonder which sect he hails from. No matter which sect's disciple it is, they are not someone we can provoke. While the crowd discussed, Su Chen had already walked to the blood-hand butcher's corpse and removed the ring from the blood-hand butcher's right hand. The black ring radiated a hint of spiritual energy. The ring was not an ordinary item, but a storage spirit ring that could contain vast amounts of items. The blood-hand butcher's lifetime savings were all within this storage spirit ring, and now they belonged to him. After scavenging the blood-hand butcher's belongings, Su Chen looked at the corpses of the Lu Yun sect disciples. The resources of sect disciples were extremely rich. Although he didn't kill them, if he were to loot their resources, it would undoubtedly bring him unnecessary trouble. After a moment's thought, Su Chen walked towards the corpse of the Flowing Cloud sect disciple and looted everything clean. Having killed the blood-handed butcher, he considered it a form of revenge for them and felt justified in taking some resources as a reward. However, when he approached the rubble, he discovered that the young man in green had already disappeared, likely having slipped away while he was battling the blood-handed butcher. Indeed, he had held back in that previous strike and spared the young man. As the crowd continued to grow, Su Chen knew it was not wise to linger. So he turned and stepped into the crowd, disappearing in a few flashes. Chapter 7, Black-Scaled Python, Shua Town. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and Su Chen sat on the bed, with 10 storage spirit rings placed in front of him. 6 of the storage rings came from disciples of the Luyan sect, 1 from the Bloodhand Butcher, 1 from a disciple of the Tiandao sect, and the remaining 2 came from the elder brothers of Qin Tai and Qin Jing. He had checked all of them. Although the resources in each storage ring were not many, when combined, they were quite substantial. 12, 304 spirit stones, 17 low-grade yellow-tier spirit pills, 7 low-grade yellow-tier spirit herbs, 1 mid-grade yellow-tier spirit herb. Su Chen's breathing became slightly rapid. My cultivation level is still only at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Relying on the power of the Devouring Emperor's art, I am not afraid of martial artists at the 1st and 2nd layers of Qi condensation, but against martial artists above the 3rd layer of Qi condensation, I am definitely not their opponent. The Water Mansion has opened, and countless martial artists are flocking here. My current strength is clearly insufficient, and I am at a disadvantage. Su Chen looked at the spirit stones, spirit pills, and spirit herbs scattered all over the floor. With a thought, he silently operated the Devouring Emperor's art. Shua Town, west, 30 miles away. The river suddenly stirred. Countless people gathered by the riverbank. Suddenly the ground shook. Several ferocious cracks appeared at the riverbed. The river water surged back. The water level quickly dropped. A water mansion gradually came into view for everyone. Countless scorching gazes were fixated on this scene. The water mansion has appeared. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Charge! Ha, I got there first." In an instant, countless figures rushed out, madly charging towards the water mansion. Boom! The river water suddenly exploded. A gigantic monster snake swept up a wave of demonic energy and surged out of the water. Hiss! The giant snake opened its bloody maw, and a martial artist at the forefront, unable to evade, was directly swallowed whole. The giant snake swung its tail, creating a huge wave and with several loud bangs. Several figures were swept away, then exploded in mid-air, turning into a mist of blood. The sudden change caused those behind to halt in their tracks. They looked up, gazing at the 10-zhong-long giant snake, whose head was as large as a millstone, feeling a chill run down their spines. With a mere gesture, it could kill several people. This demonic snake was no ordinary creature. A late-stage second-tier demonic beast, the black-scaled python. Among those present were many well-informed individuals, and someone recognized the species of the giant snake at a glance. It was a late-stage second-tier demonic beast, the black-scaled python. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically, and they all began to retreat. A late-stage, second-tier demonic beast has combat power comparable to that of human martial artists at the 7th and 8th layers of Qi condensation. Most of the people present were at the Qi refinement stage, with only a few at the Qi condensation stage. And not a single person had the ability to kill the black-scaled python. Fortunately, the black-scaled python did not take the initiative to attack, as if it were guarding the water mansion. The crowd on the shore breathed a sigh of relief. But another problem arose. The prerequisite for entering the water mansion was to kill the black-scaled python. Even if the people present joined forces to kill the black-scaled python, the human side would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Realizing this, the crowd did not act rashly. They were waiting for more experts to arrive. Then they would join forces to kill the python. Time slowly passed. The news of the water mansion's appearance spread rapidly. In the end, Chen finished his cultivation. Looking at the resources that had been completely consumed in front of him, Chen frowned. 12, 304 spirit stones, 17 low-grade yellow-tier spirit pills, 7 low-grade yellow-tier spirit herbs, 1 mid-grade yellow-tier spirit herb. Enough resources for a 9th layer Qi refinement martial artist to break through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Yet it only allowed me to break through to the 1st layer of Qi condensation. The Devouring Emperor's art is indeed overbearing, and the spiritual power it cultivates is also extremely powerful. But each breakthrough requires an astronomical number of spirit stones, 10 times, or even dozens of times more than others. Chen got out of bed. After washing up, he stepped outside and found that there were very few pedestrians on the street. He stopped a passerby and, after questioning, learned that the water mansion had appeared. With the water mansion's emergence, Qin Jing's master must have already gone there. Chen immediately set off. So many people. Looking at the crowd that filled the riverbank to the brim, Chen couldn't help but gasp. There are just too many people. A rough count showed there were at least 10,000. Among these 10,000, finding a target would be extremely difficult. The water mansion had already manifested, but the reason people could not enter was primarily because of it, right? Chen's gaze landed on the 10-zhang-long black-scaled python. He was now at the 1st layer of Qi condensation and in front of a demonic beast like the black-scaled python, which was comparable to late-stage Qi condensation. He was still insignificant. With the black-scaled python guarding the water mansion, it would not be easy to enter, and to kill it would require at least late-stage Qi condensation martial artists. Otherwise, relying solely on a group of Qi refinement martial artists would certainly lead to heavy casualties. Just as he finished speaking, the crowd in the east suddenly became restless. A group of disciples from the Tiandao mountain manor surrounded a young man in purple, making their way towards the water mansion. At the same time, there were movements in 3 other directions of the crowd. Unexpectedly, the emergence of the water mansion had stirred up the inner disciples of the Tiandao mountain manor, Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong had recently broken through to the 8th layer of Qi condensation, ranking among the top 30 inner disciples of the Tiandao mountain manor. With his intervention, the black-scaled python would be nothing to fear. Look over there, the inner disciple of the Luyun sect, Zhao Yi. He is also here. The person beside Zhao Yi looked pale, as if recovering from a serious illness. I recognize him. Yesterday, he was almost killed by the Bloodhen Butcher. If it weren't for a young man who suddenly intervened and killed the Bloodhen Butcher, he would probably be dead by now. Du Xiaoqiu from the Du family. One of the 8 great families has also come, and Tang Xiaodian from the Tang family, another of the 8 great families, is here too. Xiao Tong from the Tiandao mountain manor, Zhao Yi from the Luyun sect, Du Xiaoqiu from the Du family, and Tang Xiaodian from the Tang family, TSK. I really didn't expect that the emergence of the water mansion would attract these 4. Judging by the scale of the water mansion, its owner must have been at least a true Qi realm martial artist in life. True Qi realm martial artists are revered as true beings, and even a casual cultivator would have amassed a significant fortune in their lifetime. Moreover, given the scale of this water mansion. Its owner is clearly not an ordinary true Qi realm. It is not surprising that the treasures left behind by a true being would attract the covetous eyes of Xiao Tong and the others. With Xiao Tong and the others around, we have no chance of getting the important treasures in the water mansion. We can only follow behind them and drink some soup. Treasures are meant for those with fate. Being strong does not necessarily mean having a connection to the treasures. People gathered in pairs, whispering and discussing among themselves. Su Chen's gaze lingered on Xiao Tong and the others for a while. Although the strength of these four was formidable, individually they were still no match for the black-scaled python. However, if the four joined forces, the black-scaled python would surely meet its demise. The four approached from different directions and finally met on the riverbank. Everyone was growing impatient. To avoid wasting time, let's all attack together. Xiao Tong was the first to speak. That works. The other three had no objections and nodded in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the four set their sights like lightning on the black-scaled python hovering in front of the water mansion. Attack! With a loud shout, Zhao, the disciple of the Luyan sect, suddenly burst forth, the ground beneath him exploding as he shot towards the black-scaled python like a meteor. The other three were also quick to act, almost simultaneously charging out, their bodies enveloped in surging spiritual power, attacking the black-scaled python like spears and swords. Chapter 8. Medium-grade spiritual liquid boom. Boom, boom. The four people and one python instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The collision of spiritual power unleashed terrifying waves, stirring up large amounts of river water and even causing mud and sand from the riverbed to splash up. Although the four didn't cooperate perfectly, they had the advantage in numbers, and the black-scaled python struggled against them, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Its massive body was covered in exploding scales, with wounds all over, and blood dyed the river red. The injured black-scaled python awakened its ferocity, risking further injury to inflict considerable damage on Xiao Tong and the others. While the four weren't on the brink of death, they still sustained minor injuries. Don't let the severely injured black-scaled python escape. Block its retreat. Xiao Tong shouted loudly. Zhao, he followed up, kill it, and we'll split the materials. The second-tier high-level monster, the black-scaled python, was worth a lot. Whether it was the python's muscles, skin, or demon core, they were all priceless. If the four split it, they could end up with a considerable profit. The four spread out in different directions, blocking the python's retreat and leaving it with no way to escape. Just as the black-scaled python was about to be killed by their combined efforts, someone in the crowd on the shore shouted, "Everyone, together! Let's kill the python and claim the reward." At this, the crowd became restless, and over 1,000 people couldn't contain their impulses, rushing toward the black-scaled python. The charge of 1,000 people instantly disrupted the formation of Xiao Tong and the others, causing chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black-scaled python turned and crashed through the water gate, its tail swinging as it rushed into the water mansion. Seeing the black-scaled python disappear into the water mansion, Xiao Tong and the others' faces darkened with anger, wishing they could kill the 1,000-strong army that had charged in. But that would undoubtedly be a foolish act. Even if they could kill the army together, it would provoke the wrath of the crowd, and then tens of thousands would come for them, leaving them with no chance of survival. The water gate is open. Let's go. Xiao Tong, a disciple of Tianjian Mountain Manor, suppressed his anger and waved to the others. A group of people surged into the water mansion. We're going in too, Zhao Yi from Luyan sect said, unwilling to fall behind. Go. Follow me in. Du Xiaoqiu and Tang Xiaotian led their respective families closely behind. Once the four major sect's disciples entered the mansion, the remaining crowd had no more reservations, rushing in eagerly. Swish, 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 swish. Figures poured into the water mansion like locusts, some even attacking the martial artists in front of them to get ahead. In an instant, spiritual power surged and blood flowed. Many fell at the entrance of the water mansion. Su Chen's eyes gleamed as he searched for his target, but most had already entered, and he still couldn't find that person. Qin Jing's master was the one who killed Su Chen's family's elder, and Su Chen had a strong impression of him. He would definitely recognize him if he passed by. As over 90% had entered, he still couldn't see that face he loathed. What's going on? Am I being deceived? Realizing he might have been tricked, Su Chen's expression turned grim. I can't wait any longer. I need to go into the water mansion too. With a move, Su Chen followed the crowd into the water mansion. Inside, the light was dim and visibility was somewhat obstructed. Su Chen looked ahead and saw hundreds of corpses lying in the great hall, with blood staining the ground. On both sides of the hall were 7 or 8 stone chambers, their doors broken open by brute force, and the treasures inside had almost been looted. Though some remnants remained, some martial artists were still fighting over those remnants, injuring each other in the process. Su Chen glanced at them, but had no intention of getting involved. He looked deeper into the hall, where several passages led further into the water mansion. Without hesitation, he chose the third passage on the left based on his instinct. The passage was littered with corpses. Some martial artists were seriously injured and moaning in pain. Su Chen noticed some were specifically hunting down those fatally wounded to rob them, while others were looting corpses, and some even teamed up to hunt down others. The treasures in the water mansion were limited, and the most valuable items were only accessible to a select few. Those with impure intentions began to target others, kill them, loot their treasures. The number of martial artists entering the water mansion was over 10,000, and even if each had only 30 to 50 spirit stones, it would amount to a staggering number. Realizing this, Su Chen's expression became serious as he watched the martial artists moving through the passage, becoming more vigilant. Sounds of fighting came from ahead, 3 people attacking one. Soon, the surrounded individual was brutally killed by the 3. After looting the dead person's belongings, the 3 turned their malicious gazes towards Su Chen. Hand over your storage ring, or die, the short man said sharply without wasting words. As he spoke, the 3 quietly closed in on Su Chen. If he didn't recognize the situation, they would show no hesitation in attacking. They had done this more than once, and at least 10 people had died at their hands since entering the water mansion. Su Chen looked at the advancing trio and coldly uttered 2 words, seeking death. Bang, bang, bang. With a wave of his hand, he struck 3 palms in quick succession. The terrifying force surged like a hurricane and thunder, sending the 3 flying against the stone wall of the passage, causing the wall to crack and their bones to shatter simultaneously. The once arrogant trio lay lifeless, their bones broken. After casually killing the 3, Su Chen clenched his fist, and a pulling force emanated from his palm. In the next moment, 3 storage rings appeared in his hand. A trace of spiritual power was injected into the rings, and a faint smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. These 3 storage rings contained quite a few spirit stones, clearly indicating they had killed many people. But now all of that was his. In the distance, those with ulterior motives who witnessed Su Chen effortlessly kill the 3 turned pale with fear, quickly retreating and no longer daring to target him. Feeling the gazes that had been watching him retract, Su Chen strode deeper into the passage. This time, he hadn't gone far when he heard intense fighting sounds again. Hurrying a few steps, Su Chen discovered the fighting was coming from Stone Chamber. Duzhong, I clearly saw this gourd first. Since we are both from the 8 great families, let me have it, and I owe you a favor. How about that? Tang Mo said loudly. Huh. Duzhong spat. Tang Mo, what is your favor worth? This gourd contains medium-grade spiritual liquid, which is priceless. Do you think I'm a fool, just because you said so? It seems there's nothing to talk about. Tang Mo said coldly. Duzhong stepped forward. At the same time, the disciples from both Tang Mo and Duzhong's families drew their weapons. Tension filled the stone chamber. Just as both sides were about to erupt into a deadly conflict, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the stone chamber. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out. Tang Mo coldly urged without even glancing at the person outside. But the footsteps not only didn't fade away, they grew closer. Finally, a figure appeared at the entrance of the stone chamber. Seeing that the person outside ignored his warning, Tang Mo's eyes flashed with coldness as he turned to see it was a young man, and since he wasn't a sect disciple, he felt no need to be cautious. Get lost. He gritted his teeth and waved dismissively. Su Chen paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the jade gourd in Tang Mo's hand. Was that gourd filled with medium-grade spiritual liquid? The value of the spiritual liquid in a gourd is no less than 100,000 spirit stones. No wonder the disciples of the Tang and Du families are willing to fight to the death for it. Good advice is hard to give to those who are doomed. Kid, I've given you 2 chances, but you didn't know how to cherish them. Tang Mo's heart was filled with killing intent. Kill him. A disciple from the Tang family stepped forward and drew his sword, slashing at Su Chen. Tapter bang. Crack. The long knife met resistance and broke into two pieces. The Tang family disciple who swung the knife at Su Chen trembled, looking down to see half of the blade had pierced his chest. He actually died under his own weapon. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the man slowly fell to the ground, filled with unwillingness. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that an unremarkable young man would dare to kill someone from the Tang family. His expression turned cold, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Kill him. With a command, the Tang family disciples drew their swords and rushed towards Su Chen from all directions. Although the majority of the Tang family disciples were at the qi condensation stage and were numerous, they posed little threat to Su Chen. Su Chen's body swayed and disappeared from his original position, all the incoming attacks missing their target. Almost simultaneously, Su Chen stealthily appeared in front of one person, and under their astonished gaze, he formed a fist seal and punched straight out. Crack! The head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpse swayed and fell straight to the ground. In one exchange, he killed another person. The action was clean and swift, without any hesitation. Bang! Poof! Spiritual energy surged into his right leg, and with a fierce kick, a qi condensation first-level warrior's waist exploded into a cloud of blood mist, their body flying out uncontrollably like a paper kite with a severed string. At this moment, Su Chen was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. In just a breath, 3 of the Tang family disciples were dead, and 2 were injured. Tang Mo, seeing Su Chen like a god of death, felt a twitch in his eyelids. Du Zhong, this person is troublesome. You and I should join forces to kill him, and then we can split the spiritual liquid. What do you think? Realizing Su Chen's threat, Tang Mo actually wanted to ally with Du Zhong. However, Du Zhong wore a cold smile at this moment, refusing Tang Mo's proposal. This person has no enmity with my Du family. Why should I join forces with you? You. Tang Mo was furious. He glared at Du Zhong and then drew his long knife. With a surge of spiritual energy, he swung out, the sharp blade cutting through the air with a piercing sound, intending to cleave Su Chen in two. A hoarse roar erupted from his mouth. Poof! Su Chen executed a hand chop, severing a person's neck, and with a light step, he nimbly dodged the descending blade. The qi condensation 3rd level is nothing like this, Su Chen said lightly. After speaking, a dark spiritual energy surged from both his hands as he slapped towards Tang Mo, who countered with a knife. The blade sharp and bursting with brilliant energy, fiercely slashing towards Su Chen's palm. Bang! The palm and blade met, producing a deep sound. Just as Tang Mo tried to withdraw his knife, his expression suddenly changed. In his perception, the long knife was firmly glued to Su Chen's palm, making it impossible for him to retract it. He secretly thought it was bad and prepared to abandon the knife and retreat, only to be horrified to discover a terrifying suction force emanating from the knife handle, firmly gripping his right hand, and under that suction, his internal spiritual energy uncontrollably surged into the knife handle. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. In just a breath, a third of his internal spiritual energy disappeared. If this continued, he would eventually be devoured until nothing remained. Hand over the spiritual liquid, and I will spare your life, Su Chen said indifferently. Tang Mo's expression changed several times, and finally, he flicked his left hand, throwing the jade gourd to Du Zhong. Du Zhong never expected that Tang Mo would easily hand over the spiritual liquid to him. After receiving the jade gourd, he felt somewhat unreal. The jade gourd, which had almost led to a life-and-death struggle, was so easily in his hands. But in the next moment, Du Zhong's expression changed, because Su Chen had abandoned Tang Mo and was coming for him. Su Chen's speed was fast, and before Du Zhong could react, he was already in front of him. You dare! The spiritual liquid that was in his grasp would not be given up easily. Du Zhong roared angrily and threw a punch at Su Chen's face. Su Chen did not dodge or evade and exchange a punch with him. Bang! Du Zhong was hit hard, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his body was blasted away like a cannonball. The jade gourd also slipped from his hands. Su Chen, quick-eyed and quick-handed, caught the jade gourd and stored it in his storage ring. Then in a flash, his figure disappeared from the stone chamber. Du Zhong got up from the ground and, seeing that Su Chen had already left, his face turned ashen with anger. After exiting the stone chamber, Su Chen continued to sprint deeper into the water mansion. 10 minutes later, Su Chen saw another stone chamber. As he approached, he was surprised to find that the stone door was made of an unusual material, a rare Qingling stone. Qingling stone, in terms of hardness, is comparable to metal, and it has excellent spiritual conductivity, typically used for arranging formations. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen exclaimed in delight, "There is a seal on the stone door, and it is intact and undamaged, which means the treasures inside the stone chamber are preserved and have not been plundered." Su Chen was overjoyed. There must be good things hidden in the stone chamber. He formed a fist seal and, unable to contain his excitement, punched the stone door with all his might, intending to break it with brute force. Boom! With a full-powered punch, the force was strong enough to shatter a huge stone the size of a millstone. However, when this punch struck the stone door did not budge at all. Not only did it not shake the stone door in the slightest, but Su Chen was also pushed back a step by the rebound force, his internal energy surging. The seal is too strong. No wonder it remains intact. It seems that before me, it wasn't that no one discovered this stone chamber, but that those who did couldn't break the seal and had to leave in pain. With this thought, Su Chen was not discouraged but rather more excited. The stronger the seal, the more precious the treasures inside the stone chamber must be. Boom, 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 boom. He circulated his spiritual energy and unleashed several punches in succession, causing the air to erupt with explosive sounds. But the stone door remained unmoved. Cough! Su Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood. The seal on the stone door not only possessed terrifying defensive capabilities, but also had a troublesome rebound effect that would reflect the attacks back. This means that the stronger Su Chen's attack, the more terrifying the rebound force he would suffer. This seal, I'm afraid only a true Qi realm expert could break it. Su Chen Faowen Tai Li. If brute force cannot break it, and he doesn't know how to break formations, does that mean he has to give up? Wait, let's try this method. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen extended his right hand, pressing his palm against the stone door. The next moment, he activated the Devouring Emperor art. A terrifying devouring force radiated from his palm. The seal on the stone door, having endured for who knows how many years, could still operate, but how much energy remained? As long as he devoured the energy of the seal, causing it to lose its energy supply, the seal would naturally break without attack. Chapter 10, Spirit Stones, Fire Crystals, and Spiritual Herbs. The pure energy remaining in the seal was gradually devoured by Su Chen. As time passed, Su Chen's aura grew stronger. His cultivation level gradually ascended from the early stage of the Qi condensation realm to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak. Feeling the rapid improvement in his cultivation, Su Chen was overjoyed, as this had saved him at least several thousand spirit stones. The energy from the seal far exceeded his expectations. Even if there were no gains behind the stone door, he felt it was worth the trip. Crack! With a barely noticeable sound emanating from within his body, Su Chen took another step forward and broke through to the second level of the Qi condensation realm. It wasn't over yet. From the early stage of the second level, to the mid-stage, to the late stage, as the amount of devoured energy increased, Su Chen felt a sense of unease instead of joy, because he sensed that the energy from the seal seemed to be endless. Why? This didn't make sense. The reason for the emergence of the water mansion was because the energy sustaining it had been exhausted. Yet the stone door seal was clearly connected to a vast energy pool that was inexhaustible. With such a massive energy pool, the water mansion shouldn't be emerging at this time. Just as Su Chen furrowed his brows in thought, the stone door suddenly trembled violently. Following that, the seal rapidly weakened. What was happening? Had the seal's energy been exhausted? Su Chen was both surprised and delighted. He exerted force in his palm, pushed hard, and with a creaking sound, the stone door was slowly pushed open by Su Chen, losing the support of the seal. Casting aside his doubts, Su Chen stepped inside. This was a stone chamber measuring about 100 square meters, with the walls covered in fist-sized sunstones. In the center of the chamber stood a large bronze cauldron, over 2 meters tall, engraved with countless runes. In front of the bronze cauldron, there were 2 large boxes and 1 small box. Chen held his breath, walked over, and opened the first large box on the left. The box was filled with neatly cut spirit stones, compared to low-grade spirit stones. The stones in the box were more translucent and emitted a purer spiritual energy. Gulp. Chen swallowed hard. Mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones in the box were indeed mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: low, mid, high, and extreme. Low-grade spirit stones are the worst, while extreme-grade spirit stones are the best. 1 mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones, but no one would do that. At this moment, the large box in front of Chen contained at least 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which would be equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. What a concept! Among the tens of thousands of warriors entering the Water Mansion this time, their combined spirit stones probably didn't even amount to 1 million. Quickly storing both the box and the spirit stones, Chen extended his slightly trembling hand and opened the second large box. The moment the box opened, a wave of heat rushed out. The temperature in the stone chamber noticeably rose a few degrees. The box was filled with fiery red crystals. Fire crystals? Chen was astonished again after seeing what was in the box. Fire crystals are a type of fire attribute crystal, an essential material for alchemists during alchemy. Fire crystals also have grades, and the ones in the box were mid-grade, worth even more than mid-grade spirit stones. Chen, feeling parched, stored the second large box. Finally, his gaze fell on the third box. Compared to the first 2 boxes, this one was noticeably smaller. Creak. The box slowly opened. Chen couldn't help but gasp. Mid-level spiritual herbs, 9-tailed sunflower. Low-level spiritual herb, life extension fruit. Low-level spiritual herb, life force flower. Mid-level spiritual herb. A total of 17 spiritual herbs, all of which were spiritual herbs, worth their weight in gold. Spirit stones, fire crystals, spiritual herbs. The master of the Water Mansion truly had a grand fortune. An ordinary true Qi realm warrior's entire wealth might not even be worth 1/10 of this. The master of the Water Mansion must have had a cultivation level beyond the true Qi realm when he was alive. Approaching the bronze cauldron, Chen reached out to touch it, and his expression changed. The cauldron still had residual warmth. He carefully examined the cauldron. It was a spiritual artifact. This was a spiritual artifact. Chen's face revealed ecstatic joy. Did the master of the Water Mansion use this spiritual artifact cauldron for alchemy? After who knows how many years, the cauldron still retained some warmth. So, had the medicine inside been completed or failed? Chen opened the lid of the cauldron and looked inside. At the bottom of the cauldron lay 3 glistening red pills. There were indeed pills. Holding the pills in his palm, Chen examined them closely. The next moment, he almost blurted out 3 transformation life extension pill, a low-grade earth tier pill. The 3 transformation life extension pill, when taken by a warrior, can extend their lifespan by 3 decades, which is 180 years. Worth its weight in gold. Truly worth its weight in gold. Such precious spiritual pills cannot be bought even with spirit stones. Chen stared eagerly at the 3 brightly colored 3 transformation life extension pills. He had previously been forced to take the life-consuming pill, which depleted his lifespan, although inheriting the legacy of the Devouring Emperor had compensated for some of that lifespan. He was still a loss. Now, with the 3 transformation life extension pill, he could not only completely make up for the loss caused by the life-consuming pill, but also greatly extend his lifespan. Opening his mouth, he tossed one of the 3 transformation life extension pills into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering. The warm medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps. Someone was approaching. Chen waved his hand, stored the cauldron, then rushed out of the stone chamber without looking back. As soon as Chen left, a group of people arrived. We are late. This stone chamber has been completely ransacked. Let's go to the next stone chamber. Just as this group was about to leave, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared at the entrance of the stone chamber, blocking their path. Hand over the Thunderfire Cauldron and the 3 transformation life extension pills, and I will spare you, the black-robed person said coldly. What Thunderfire Cauldron? What? 3 transformation, life extension pills. Stop acting mysterious. Get out of the way, or don't blame us for being rude. The group in the stone chamber showed no fear and shouted loudly. Stubborn. The black-robed person raised a hand. Black mist surged, enveloping the entire stone chamber. Screams echoed as the black mist dissipated. The stone chamber was now littered with several corpses lying haphazardly. Under the gaze of the black-robed person, the corpses on the ground began to shrivel up gradually, and eventually, their flesh and blood disappeared, turning into skeletons. The blood-refining great formation had begun to operate, and those who died in the water mansion would be refined by the formation. There were at least 10,000 warriors who entered the water mansion. Although the majority were Chi Condensation Realm warriors, refining them would also awaken the slumbering blood protectors. The Thunderfire Cauldron and 3 transformation life extension pills were temporarily lost. But as long as that person did not leave the water mansion, they would eventually return to my hands, the black-robed person murmured. The battle on the other side should be starting soon. This time it was truly worth it. Su Chen raced through the corridor. He didn't linger much along the way, as most of the stone chambers behind had already been abandoned and were not worth searching. Thus, after about a quarter of an hour of running at full speed, the seemingly endless corridor finally revealed an exit. The sounds of chatter, scolding, and commotion converged into a river of noise, rushing in. Su Chen slowed down and stepped out of the passage. Outside the passage was a massive hall capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, surrounded by a dozen passages. This hall was the core area of the water mansion. All the warriors who entered the water mansion, as long as they were alive, would eventually gather here. Chapter 11. Spiritual Artifacts in the Great Hall. There were many figures, but compared to the total number of people who entered the water mansion, they were significantly fewer. Among the missing, a small portion had yet to arrive, but more had likely already become cold corpses. Among the crowd, Xiao Tong and the other 3 top experts were the most special. No one dared to approach within 10 meters of where they stood. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the white light shield hovering in the center of the hall. Within that white light shield floated 7 weapons: a knife, a sword, a spear, a shield, armor, a hammer, and a bow. The 7 weapons quietly hovered in midair, emanating a heart-pounding aura. Spiritual artifacts. As he gazed at the 7 weapons in the air, Su Chen's pupils involuntarily contracted. All 7 of these weapons were actually spiritual artifacts. The master of this place was definitely not a Chi transformation realm martial artist. Su Chen's suspicions were further confirmed. In the Taishan Kingdom, the number of spiritual artifacts was limited. Even low-grade spiritual artifacts could cause Chi transformation realm martial artists to fight until they were bloodied. Yet here, 7 appeared all at once. Plus, with the spiritual artifact cauldron he had obtained not long ago, there were actually 8 spiritual artifacts in this water mansion. A fierce battle was bound to ensue. Su Chen glanced around and found that everyone present wore a greedy expression as they stared at the 7 spiritual artifacts in the air. A single general's success demands countless bones. Among the tens of thousands who entered the water mansion, perhaps fewer than 1 in 10 would make it out alive. Knowing that the hope of seizing the spiritual artifacts was slim, no one voluntarily withdrew. Su Chen asked himself, if he encountered such a tremendous opportunity, he would not be willing to retreat. For the sake of the spiritual artifacts, risking his life was worth it. His gaze passed over the 7 spiritual artifacts and finally locked onto the spiritual sword. The sword, king of all weapons. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword light chills 19 continents. His favorite weapon was the sword. He yearned for the carefree life of roaming the world with a sword. In addition to his love for long swords, his determination to seize the spiritual sword was primarily because, in his perception, the spiritual sword was of the highest quality among the 7 artifacts. As Su Chen focused on the spiritual sword, he suddenly felt several malicious gazes directed at him. Following the hostile glances, he saw Tang Mo, Du Chong, and a young man in green from the Luyan sect. Tang Mo whispered a few words in Tang Xiaotian's ear, and the next moment, Tang Xiaotian's sharp gaze shot towards Su Chen like a blade. At the same time, Du Xiaoqiu from the Du family and Zhao Yi from the Luyan sect also cast unfriendly looks at Su Chen. Su Chen was no match for anyone of Tang Xiaotian, Du Xiaoqiu, or Zhao Yi, and now all three had set their sights on him. Su Jian Inwali Guset. Sensing the danger, he discreetly began to back away. "Kid, hand over the item, and you might live." Du Chong shouted loudly, worried that Su Chun, in his desperation, would damage the spiritual liquid. This kid killed someone from the Tang family. "Du Xiaoqiu, how about you give me face and let me handle him?" Tang Xiaotian said to Du Xiaoqiu. Du Xiaoqiu already knew that Su Chan possessed this spiritual liquid, which was extremely important to him. So he wouldn't just hand it over. "I can let you handle him, but the things on him must belong to me." "No way." Tang Xiaotian immediately rejected, saying, "He killed and robbed. The items should naturally return to their rightful owner." Zhao Yi also spoke up at this moment. "Gentlemen, you need not argue any further. This person colluded with the Bloodhand Butcher to kill my Lu Yun sect disciples. His life is mine." Su Chun, who had retreated to the exit of the Great Hall, widened his eyes upon hearing this. He would not take the blame. It was truly laughable to say he colluded with the Bloodhand Butcher to kill Lu Yun sect disciples. On that day, it was clearly the disciples of the Lu Yun sect who attacked the Bloodhand Butcher and were ultimately killed. He pointed at the young man in green who had narrowly escaped death that day and said, "This person, in order to save himself, actually used an innocent person's life to buy time against the Bloodhand Butcher. His luck was unfortunate. He chose me. And would I let myself be manipulated? I showed mercy because you were a disciple of the Lu Yun sect, and afterward, I killed the Bloodhand Butcher. By all accounts, I should have saved your life. How can you now turn around and repay kindness with malice?" Su Chan coldly stared at the young man in green. Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. What Su Chan said was entirely different from what the young man in green had told him. "Humph." Zhao Yi snorted coldly. "Nonsense. Even if I am wrong today, I will be wrong to the end." Zhao Yi was worried that Su Chan would speak again, so he pressed forward, wanting to attack Su Chan. Seeing this, Tang Xiaotian and Du Xiaoqiu also lost their composure. Whether Su Chan lived or died, or who he died at the hands of, they didn't care. What they cared about was the ownership of the spiritual liquid. In an instant, all three of them charged towards Su Chan. The crowd in the hall cast sympathetic glances at Su Chan upon witnessing this scene. Someone who had been paying attention to the white light shield in the center of the hall suddenly exclaimed, "The seal is disappearing." This exclamation caught everyone's attention. Tang Xiaotian and the others, who were about to attack Su Chan, also turned their heads to look up. Sure enough, the white light shield was rapidly fading. Once the shield completely vanished, it would be time to compete for the spiritual artifacts. Compared to the spiritual artifacts, the value of the spiritual liquid would diminish greatly. The three of them immediately halted their attack on Su Chan to seize the spiritual artifacts first. Under the watchful eyes of countless scorching, greedy gazes, the white light shield rapidly dimmed, swaying precariously as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became strange, silent and filled with mutual vigilance. Suddenly, a figure shot up into the sky. Boom! A fist struck the wobbling white light shield, and with a crack, the shield exploded, scattering light like rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 spiritual artifacts, impacted by the explosion, shot towards all corners of the Great Hall. The hall fell silent for a moment. Boom! Terrifying waves of spiritual power instantly shattered the silence within the hall, and everyone's faces turned wild with frenzy as they leaped up to grab the flying spiritual artifacts. Some tried to block the spiritual artifacts, only to be torn apart by them with a series of sickening sounds. Blood splattered everywhere. Upon seeing this, the crowd gained a clear understanding of the power of the spiritual artifacts. Their eyes grew even hotter with greed. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd leaped into the air, they began to fight fiercely over the spiritual artifacts. Figures fell one after another like wheat. Tang Xiaotian had his eyes on the spiritual spear. Although the people contesting the spear with him were far weaker, they still possessed cultivation levels around the 5th or 6th level of Qi transformation, and they managed to hold him back for a while. Zhao Yi's attempt to seize the spiritual shield was also not smooth, as he was besieged by a crowd. Du Xiaoqiu was after the spiritual knife. While no one was his match, the sheer number of people made it difficult for him. Xiao Tong aimed for the spiritual sword. With the cooperation of the Tianjian Mountain Villa disciples, He was on the verge of success when suddenly a powerful expert burst forth. This person was at the 8th level of Qi transformation. Although he was a loose cultivator, his combat power was astonishing. Even Xiao Tong found it challenging to defeat him in a short time. The 4 top experts maintained their tacit understanding, each vying for their desired spiritual artifacts. But none had an easy time. The competition for the other 3 spiritual artifacts was also intense. Su Chen had originally planned to retreat and avoid the spotlight, but unexpectedly, when the white light shield shattered, Du Xiaoqiu and the others were busy fighting over the spiritual artifacts and had no time to pay attention to him. To his surprise, when the white light shield exploded, the spiritual armor shot towards him. Su Chen would not miss this opportunity. Without thinking, he reached out to grab the approaching spiritual armor. Having witnessed others perish under the impact of the spiritual artifacts, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. He enveloped his outstretched right hand with a layer of spiritual power. Kid, stop, daring to covet the spiritual artifact, seeking death. The crowd following closely behind the spiritual artifact yelled fiercely when they saw Su Chen attempting to collect the spiritual armor. Su Chen's movements would not be disturbed by outsiders. The hand that reached out not only did not retract, but instead firmly grasped the spiritual armor. Chapter 12. Struggle Buzz. The moment Su Chen grasped the spirit armor, a terrifying resistance suddenly erupted from it, almost shaking off Su Chen's large hand. Fortunately, Su Chen was well prepared. This grab used all his strength. Buzzing. Although the spirit armor did not struggle against Su Chen's palm, its continuous writhing made Su Chen's right hand go numb. Kid, quickly let go of the spirit armor, or don't blame me for being ruthless. At the same time, Su Chen grabbed the spirit armor. A middle-aged man at the 4th level of Qi condensation had already rushed forward, glaring at him with a fierce gaze. Su Chen's right hand, gripping the spirit armor, had already split open at the base, blood seeping out. Stubborn. D. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of giving up the spirit armor, the middle-aged man no longer hesitated. The knife in his hand carried a sharp blade aura as he fiercely slashed towards Su Chen's face. Whoosh! Su Chen's toes touched the ground, and his figure retreated like lightning, perfectly dodging the middle-aged man's strike. But more people had already arrived. Before he could catch his breath, dozens of attacks from all directions were closing in on him. Su Chen struggled to suppress the spirit armor's writhing while awkwardly dodging everyone's attacks. More and more people surged forward. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. The violent struggle of the spirit armor made it hard for him to focus on fighting. Just a mere piece of spirit equipment, and it does not submit to me? Su Chen operated the Devouring Emperor technique to suppress the spirit armor. As soon as the Devouring Emperor technique was activated, the spirit armor that had been struggling violently suddenly calmed down unexpectedly. Blood flowing from his hand slowly seeped into the spirit armor. Huh? Su Chen stared at the spirit armor in surprise. At that moment, he actually resonated with the spirit armor, the minds of man and armor connecting as one. The spirit armor recognized its master. Su Chen was overjoyed. Without the spirit armor's restraint, he could unleash all his power, making it much easier to deal with the attack from all directions. After dodging another wave of attacks, Su Chen directly donned the armor. Xianlei spirit armor. Su Chen looked at the spirit armor on his body and saw 4 ancient and imposing characters on the protective heart area. Xianlei spirit armor, a low-grade spirit equipment. The Xianlei spirit armor has recognized me as its master. Do you still want to fight for it? Wearing the spirit armor, Su Chen felt more confident. The surrounding people had bloodshot eyes, and instead of stopping, their attacks became even more terrifying. They wished they could turn Su Chen into dust. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen did not dodge or evade, allowing the attacks to strike him, the tremendous impact causing him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing his stance, he laughed heartily because, despite taking several attacks, he was not injured at all. Although the destructive power of those attacks was not great, it was enough to prove the terrifying defense of the spirit armor. The people fighting for the spirit armor, seeing its astonishing defensive power, could no longer contain the greed on their faces. Driven by greed, one by one, they crazily charged at Su Chen. Coming again? Then don't blame me for being impolite. A fierce look flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he dodged most of the attacks. Stepping forward to kill a man in front of him, his right hand forming a blade as he slashed diagonally at the man's neck. Puffed. Half of the man's neck was directly severed. Blood gushed forth. Bang! He caught the long knife that was slashing down, gripping it tightly with a crack. The long knife broke, half of the blade accidentally stabbing into the eye socket of the knife-wielding man. Whoosh whoosh! Two long knives slashed towards him. Su Chen avoided the vital spots, allowing the long knives to cut into his body, only to hear the clang of metal and sparks flying. Su Chen stepped forward forcefully, smashing his shoulder into a man's chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of broken ribs echoed. The man he struck was a martial artist at the 3rd level of Qi condensation. His chest caved in, and his body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into several others, the sounds of bones breaking and screams mingling together. Relying on the spirit armor's astonishing defensive power, Su Chen charged directly into the crowd, snatching a long knife, and with a fierce swing, two heads flew high into the air with a plop. A whip kick followed. Puffed. A martial artist at the Qi training stage was actually split in half at the waist. Su Chen killed several people in succession, intimidating those around him. And for a moment, no one dared to approach. Don't be afraid. Everyone work together. We can definitely kill this kid. Seeing that the crowd was afraid to come forward, the middle-aged man shouted loudly. Su Chen coldly glanced at the speaker, who was the first to attack him, a martial artist at the 4th level of Qi condensation. Seeking death. Su Chen's toes tapped, and he soared into the air, swinging the long knife down with the force of a falling mountain, too fast for anyone to react. The middle-aged man could only raise his long knife to block in front of him. Clang! Sparks flew. Crack! After a sound of metal clashing, there was a sound of metal breaking. The knife in the middle-aged man's hand was directly severed. Puffed. The dull sound of the blade, tearing flesh, echoed. After breaking the middle-aged man's long knife, Su Chen's remaining force did not diminish, and he struck down from above, cleaving him in two, his organs spilling everywhere. Who else dares to stop me? Su Chen asked coldly, filled with rage. Those who met his gaze all trembled in fear and retreated. A mere 2nd level of Qi condensation dares to be arrogant. Kid, today I'll let you know that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. A scarred martial artist at the 6th level of Qi condensation stepped out from the crowd. Su Chen's expression darkened at the sight, feeling the situation was tricky. He took a deep breath. With a thought, he took out a low-grade spirit herb and swallowed it. The Devouring Emperor technique then operated, frantically refining the herb's medicinal power. His aura, which had slightly dropped due to the battle, instantly surged to its peak. And it wasn't over yet, as the medicinal power continued to be refined. His cultivation finally climbed to the pinnacle of the 2nd level of Qi condensation. The scar martial artist felt Su Chen's increasing aura, and his expression changed slightly. The next moment, he suddenly lunged forward, raising his hand to unleash several palm strikes. The palm winds were powerful, stirring the air to form a large handprint that pressed down towards Su Chen. The large handprint, heavy and forceful, was so powerful that even steel could be imprinted. Su Chen looked at the descending handprint and did not dodge or evade. Seeking death, the scarred martial artist sneered. The spirit armor allowed Su Chen to ignore the attacks of Qi training stage martial artists. But using it as a shield to block his attack was akin to a fool's dream. He could almost envision Su Chen being flattened into a pulp by the handprint. But the outcome would ultimately leave him greatly disappointed. Su Chen suddenly opened his mouth, and a terrifying devouring power emanated from it. At that moment, his mouth resembled a black hole capable of swallowing everything. Under the horrified gaze of the scar martial artist, Su Chen actually swallowed the large handprint hole. Moreover, he was completely unscathed. Not only was he unharmed, but after swallowing the large handprint, his cultivation advanced further, stepping into the 3rd level of Qi condensation. Thank you for the gift. To express my gratitude, I'll borrow your head. While the scar martial artist was still in shock, Su Chen swung his knife down with tremendous force. This strike was as fast as lightning. With the force of a thunderbolt, the scarred martial artist hurriedly dodged, and with a plop, a 3-inch-long cut appeared on his chest. Su Chen thought it was a pity that he did not kill the scarred man with a single strike. But it didn't matter. The outcome was already decided. It was just a matter of hacking a few more times. Su Chen held the knife with one hand, slashing diagonally. One strike was blocked, then another, followed by a second, third, fourth. Each strike was faster than the last. Each strike was stronger. Each strike was lethal. The scarred martial artist was filled with dread because he found it extremely difficult to face Su Chen's attacks. You should know that he is at the 6th level of the condensation realm, while Su Chen has just broken through to the 3rd level of the condensation realm. What a monster! The 7th strike. Su Chen shouted loudly, and the knife in his hand rubbed against the air, producing a sound like firecrackers. Finally, bang! Crack! The long knife was ultimately just made of ordinary iron, and after several consecutive clashes, it could no longer bear the burden and broke with a sound. The scarred warrior felt a surge of joy in his heart, but before the joy could spread, he caught a glimpse of shadow flashing by from the corner of his eye. Immediately after, a puff sound echoed, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. As the pain surged, the power within him seemed to recede like a tide. He looked down and saw a large hand emerging from his body, holding a beating heart within it. Chapter 13, Unarmed Killing Poof. A large hand squeezed hard. The heart shattered into pieces. The scarred warrior also felt a darkness engulf him, plunging into an endless void. Alone, he had killed a 6th-layer Chi condensation realm warrior, demonstrating enough strength that few in the Great Hall could suppress Su Chen. The people around him retreated in fear, not daring to approach. No one dared to attack Su Chen again. Seeing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his gaze to the other 6 battlefields. The shield, hammer, and bow already had their owners, and those who had obtained the spiritual weapons were still caught in the siege of the crowd. The sword, saber, and spear were still contested by many. Su Chen's original target was the spiritual sword. Although he had unexpectedly obtained the spiritual armor, he had not given up on seizing the spiritual sword. Xiao Tong, a disciple of the heavenly sword manner, and his competitor were fighting fiercely over the ownership of the spiritual sword. Both were at the 8th layer of Chi condensation realm, and as the battle began, the others could not interfere. Approaching recklessly would lead to disaster. The two unleashed true fire, and the fighting grew increasingly brutal, both stained with blood. Su Chen closely monitored the changes in the battle. He did not rashly join the fray. Boom! Xiao Tong and his opponent clashed again. The astonishing energy wave swept across, causing some Chi condensation warriors to stumble and become dizzy. The spiritual sword they were fighting over was also affected by the aftershock, spinning out of the battlefield. Seeing this, Su Chen knew the opportunity had come, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and rushed out, quickly approaching the spiritual sword that radiated sharp sword energy. Kid, seeking death. The two warriors, caught up in their battle, were furious to see Su Chen trying to seize the spiritual sword. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 fierce streams of spiritual power shot towards Su Chen. Oof. Feeling the impending streams of spiritual power, Su Chen coldly snorted, disregarding them and reaching out to grasp the spiritual sword. Foolish, Xiao Tong coldly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. What did he see? Su Chen had raised the spiritual sword, and the sword showed no signs of resistance. Why? Why didn't the spiritual sword resist? Was it refined? Impossible. He instinctively shook his head in denial. The spiritual sword slashed down. The sword energy surged. The 2 streams of spiritual power that shot out were met by the sword energy, rapidly melting and dissipating like first snow under the blazing sun. Kid, quickly hand over the spiritual sword. Xiao Tang's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. To possess 2 spiritual weapons alone, kid, your appetite is too big. Aren't you afraid of choking? The rogue cultivator Yang Wang, who had been fighting Xiao Tong, coldly snorted. As he spoke, the 2 of them moved in sync, advancing towards Su Chen from left and right. You and I fought to the death for a spiritual sword, and in the end, a kid picked up the bargain. The rogue cultivator Yang Guang smiled wryly and shook his head, then turned to Xiao Tong and said, "The spiritual sword belongs to you, and the spiritual armor to me. How about that?" The The tone of his speech completely regarded Su Chen as a dead man. Sure. Xiao Ting nodded in agreement. Su Chen, expressionless, reminded, Gentlemen, the Xianlei spiritual armor and the Qing Qi sword are still in my hands. Is it not a bit disrespectful to privately allocate my spiritual weapons in front of me? Respect? Yang Guang sneered, saying, The weak do not deserve respect. Xiao Tong said, Hand over the spiritual armor and the spiritual sword, and I promise I will let you leave alive. Su Chen shrugged and said, It seems there is nothing to discuss. Without spiritual weapons, he would definitely not be a match for the two, but now that he possessed two spiritual weapons, his combat power had surged. He was not without the strength to fight back. It seems you are refusing my good intentions. Xiao Tong shook his head. The next moment, he swung his right hand, and the sword in his hand erupted with brilliant sword energy under the support of spiritual power, tearing through the air with an extreme speed towards Su Chen in a diagonal slash. This sword's power was so strong that even Yang Guang, who was also at the 8th layer of Qi condensation realm, could only avoid its edge. Just in time, facing Xiao Tong's full-powered sword, Su Chen was not afraid but rather pleased, letting out a loud shout as the spiritual power surged within him, the Qing Qi sword resonating with a clang, producing a sword chant. He stepped forward, the Qing Qi sword drawing a blue trajectory in the air producing a sharp friction sound, and then directly collided with that brilliant sword energy. Boom! A loud noise erupted at the point of collision. The brilliant sword energy shattered, transforming into a rain of tiny swords that scattered and splashed everywhere. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The rain of swords fell to the ground, sending stone chips flying, creating thumb-sized pits. Seeing that his full-powered sword could not do anything to Su Chen, Xiao Tong's pupils slightly contracted, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. You have some strength. Take my second sword and give it a try. As spiritual power surged, Xiao Tong unleashed his second sword with all his might. Don't mention the second sword. Even the third, fourth, fifth swords. I will still take them all, Su Chen said while waving his sword to defend. While dealing with Xiao Tong, he also had to split a bit of his mind to be wary of Yang Guang, who was watching closely from the side. Xiao Tong and Yang Guang had their own pride and looked down on teaming up against him. However, there was no guarantee that Yang Guang would suddenly attack him, especially since it concerned spiritual weapons. It was better to be cautious. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Su Chen said, he successfully deflected Xiao Tong's second sword, third sword. Xiao Tong's attacks became faster and sharper with each strike. However, Su Chen managed to resolve them all. With no success in defeating Su Chen, Xiao Tong's face was losing its composure, and other battlefields had started to conclude, with some seizing spiritual weapons and trying to take the second one based on the power of the spiritual weapon. If Du Xiaoqiu, Tang Xiaotian, and Zhao Yi resolved their respective opponents and came with spiritual weapons, Su Chen's spiritual sword and spiritual armor would be out of reach, no longer able to wait. You and I will join forces and combine our strengths to kill him, Xiao Tong said to Yang Guang. Okay, Yang Guang replied succinctly, directly joining the battle. With the two top experts teaming up, Su Chen's situation suddenly became precarious. However, relying on the astonishing defensive power of the Xianlei spiritual armor, he was not in immediate danger to his life. Bang, 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 bang. The three engaged in close combat, unleashing overwhelming spiritual power. As the battle stalemated, Su Chen was injured, with 2 sword wounds on his arm and 3 on his calf. Although there were no visible external injuries on his chest protected by the spiritual armor, his internal organs had sustained damage from repeated attacks. Xiao Tong and Yang Guang were not doing well either. With old and new injuries, they looked no better than Su Chen from the outside. Su Chen initially wanted to escape the battlefield, but he noticed that Xiao Tong and Yang Guang's attacks were gradually losing momentum. After continuous battles, even though Xiao Tong and Yang Guang were both at the 8th layer of Qi condensation realm, their spiritual power was also running low at this moment. Once their spiritual power was exhausted, they would pose no threat to him. Realizing this, Su Chen abandoned the thought of fleeing. Clang! Another collision. Su Chen grunted, his figure staggering backward. His breath fell. Ha ha ha, kid, you finally can't hold on anymore. Xiao Tong laughed triumphantly, as if he could see through Su Chen, saying, "You probably have less than 1/10 of your spiritual power left, right?" Yang Guang also laughed, saying, "Without spiritual power, let us see what you can use to fight us." Su Chen swayed his steps, appearing to be exhausted of spiritual power, but he forced himself to retort, "Both of your spiritual powers are probably running low too, right?" Yang Guang's expression changed slightly. "Killing you is enough." He sneered and pounced forward. His right hand curved into a claw, reaching for Su Chen's throat. Considering the need to conserve spiritual energy, he did not use his full strength for this strike. Watching Yang Guang leap towards him, a trace of mockery flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Immediately, he unleashed his full power, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into the Qing Chi sword like a flood breaking through a dam. With a furious shout, the Qing Chi sword unleashed a sword energy over 10 feet long, directly engulfing Yang Guang. Chapter 14. The Master of the Water Mansion is not dead. Boom. The ground was slashed open with a menacing crack, and Yang Guang, who had come quickly, was sent flying back even faster, like a withered leaf in the wind, spitting blood as he fell. Bang! After flying 7 or 8 meters, he crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the bricks and stones apart. Poof! Yang Guang spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood flowed out, his breath began to drop sharply, and his gaze became vacant. Xiao Tong abruptly stopped. Looking at the lifeless Yang Guang, a chill surged in his heart. Yang Guang was dead. The fatal wound was a terrifying sword injury that sliced him almost in half from the top of his head down. Yang Guang was dead, killed by his own carelessness. He thought Su Chen had exhausted his spiritual power and, in his last strike, intended to conserve his power, not using his full strength, thus giving Su Chen an opportunity. You didn't exhaust your spiritual power?" Xiao Tong stared at Su Chen, filled with suspicion. Throughout the battle, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual power, and Su Chen was only at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Logically, his spiritual power should have run out by now. But the sword that killed Yang Guang showed no signs of Su Chen exhausting his spiritual power. "Just now, that was my last bit of spiritual power. Now my spiritual power is depleted, and I don't even have the strength to hold my sword," Su Chen replied, looking weak and unsteady. If it were before Yang Guang's death, Xiao Tong might have believed him, but now "Do you think I will believe your nonsense?" Xiao Tong said with a cold laugh. Seeing that he couldn't deceive Xiao Tong, Su Chen countered, "You have less than 30% of your spiritual power left, right? Next, I can outlast you." Thanks to the terrifying devouring and refining ability of the Devouring Emperor's art, Su Chen didn't have to worry about exhausting his spiritual power. While fighting, he operated the Devouring Emperor's art, keeping his spiritual power above the safety line throughout the battle. At that moment, a sound of something cutting through the air came. Swish! Swish, swish! The battles in the other 5 locations had ended, and the 5 who had obtained the spiritual weapons were rushing towards Su Chen's direction. At this moment, all 7 spiritual weapons had found their owners. Su Chen had 2 for himself. The other 5 were obtained by Du Xiaoqiu, Zhao Yi, Tang Xiaotian, the gray-robed old man, and the red-clothed beauty. Seeing Su Chen monopolizing 2 spiritual weapons, Du Xiaoqiu and the others were taken aback. They then looked at Xiao Tong with strange expressions. Xiao Tong, an inner disciple of the Tianjian Villa, had not obtained a single spiritual weapon. This result was unexpected. Even more surprising was Su Chen's monopolization of 2 spiritual weapons. Du Xiaoqiu sized up Su Chen and thought, "I misjudged him. Kid, you must have hidden your true cultivation." The others realized this as well. The gray-robed old man's greedy gaze shifted between the 2 spiritual weapons Su Chen possessed, and he suddenly said, "You can obtain 2 spiritual weapons, which means your strength has gained our recognition. However, hoarding 2 spiritual weapons alone might be a bit greedy. How about this? You voluntarily hand over 1 spiritual weapon? Hand it over to whom?" Su Chen asked mockingly. The gray-robed old man grinned. "I, an old fool, am willing to temporarily take care of 1 spiritual weapon for you, young friend." Su Chen coldly retorted, "Old man, you really have thick skin." Du Xiaoqiu looked at Zhao Yi and Tang Xiaotian and suggested, "There are a total of 7 spiritual weapons. Zhao Yi, Tang Xiaotian, let's team up to kill them all." Afterward, each of us will take 2 spiritual weapons, and we can sell the remaining 1 for spirit stones, then split the spirit stones evenly. What do you think of my proposal?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The gray-robed old man, who had been plotting against Su Chen just a moment ago, lost all traces of a smile, replaced by seriousness and tension. The red-clothed beauty quietly stepped back. Xiao Tang's face turned ashen. Du Xiaoqiu only invited Tang Xiaotian and Zhao Yi to team up, completely ignoring him. The 3 who obtained the spiritual weapons had already left him far behind in strength, and now he had no qualification to ally with them. "This proposal is good. I agree." Zhao Yi was the first to nod in agreement. Tang Xiaotian smiled and said, "I have no objections." The alliance was formed. Swish! The gray-robed old man turned and fled without hesitation. He was only at the 7th level of qi condensation, capable of fighting against an 8th level warrior with a spiritual weapon, but against Tang Xiaotian and the others, he had no chance of winning. The red-clothed beauty also did not hesitate, almost simultaneously turning to flee with the gray-robed old man. Su Chen initially had the thought to continue fighting, but seeing the gray-robed old man and the red-clothed beauty flee, he was left with no choice but to escape. However, before he could act, a loud crashing sound of heavy objects falling echoed through the passage leading out of the water mansion. The earth trembled slightly in response. What's going on? Everyone had the same question in their minds. The next moment, they got the answer. The red-clothed beauty and the gray-robed old man returned from the passage. Giant stones had blocked the passage. The red-clothed beauty and the gray-robed old man spoke simultaneously. They had taken different passages, but the result was the same. Du Xiaoqiu's expression changed slightly as he instructed the Du family disciples, "Go check if the other passages are also blocked by giant stones." The Du family disciples each entered a passage. Shortly after, they all returned. The result they provided was astonishingly consistent. All the passages were blocked by giant stones. Everyone's expression changed drastically. An uneasy emotion enveloped them all. "Look, corpses. The blood from the corpses is rapidly draining." A voice filled with terror suddenly rang out. People looked down at the corpses beneath their feet. Sure enough, the corpses were becoming shriveled and withered, eventually turning into stark white skeletons. Witnessing the corpses turn into dry bones in just a few breaths, the people in the hall felt their scalps tingle and their bodies go cold. What is happening? Could it be that the master of the water mansion is not dead? Did we intrude rashly and anger him? This place is not suitable for staying. Quickly, smash the giant stones blocking the way. Yes, smash the giant stones. It won't work. The giant stones have been carved with formations and cannot be smashed. Fear spread among the crowd. The crowd became chaotic. Some wanted to leave, but despite their various attempts, they could not break through the blocking stones. "Brother, this water mansion is strange. What should we do?" The disciples of Tianjin Villa gathered around Xiaotong. The Du family disciples, Tang family disciples, and the Luyun sect disciples all came together. When faced with an unknown danger, humans instinctively huddle together for warmth. "Everyone, don't panic." Du Xiaoqiu looked at the chaotic crowd and shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, a muffled sound of a blade cutting through flesh suddenly rang out. Du Xiaoqiu's body trembled. He looked down and saw a sharp sword piercing through his chest. He turned his head sharply, slapping the person behind him away, and shouted in disbelief, "Du Chong, are you crazy? Why did you sneak attack me?" The one who attacked him was actually Du Chong, a fellow disciple of the Du family. Caught completely off guard, he suffered a fatal blow from his own family member. The sword pierced through his heart from behind and exited through his chest. Before he could get a response, Du Xiaoqiu had already breathed his last. At the same time, chaos erupted in the hall. Tang Xiaotian was approached closely by a fellow disciple from the Tang family, who then beheaded him with a single stroke. Xiaotong had his right hand severed by his most trusted junior brother. Zhao, he was struck in the chest by a palm from a fellow disciple, causing internal damage to all his organs. In this sudden turmoil, 2 of the 4 young masters died and 2 were injured. Chapter 15. Blood Guardian. This sudden turn of events made Su Chen's pupils shrink involuntarily. Why? Why did Du Chong and the others suddenly attack their own people? No, these people are out of their minds. They are being controlled. As two of the four young masters died and two were injured, chaos suddenly erupted in the Great Hall. Some people were fine just a moment ago, but the next moment they went insane and attacked those nearby. Puff! Su Chen swung his sword, and a martial artist charging at him was severed in half. But at that moment, rumble! The Great Hall suddenly shook. Deep within the hall, a massive stone door slowly rose. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood rushed toward them. Su Chen looked towards the sound. Through the slowly opening stone door, he vaguely saw a huge blood pool. In the blood pool, the blood was boiling, and in the center sat a corpse wrapped in skin and bones. That must be the master of the Water Mansion. Seeing this, Su Chen understood everything. The Water Mansion was a trap. They, the martial artists who entered the Water Mansion, had fallen into someone else's scheme and become nourishment for another's revival. We cannot let the master of the Water Mansion revive. Otherwise, we will all perish here. The old man in gray shouted. The next moment, the old man in gray and the beautiful woman in red charged towards the blood pool. Su Chen agreed with the old man's reasoning and rushed towards the blood pool without hesitation, aiming to kill the master of the Water Mansion before he could revive. But things would not develop so smoothly. Just as the old man in gray and the beautiful woman in red were about to plunge into the blood pool, a low howling sound suddenly echoed. A massive python tail, sweeping with terrifying force, struck towards them. Bang! Bang! Although the old man in gray and the beautiful woman in red had spiritual artifacts in hand, they were still knocked back repeatedly. Splash! Blood splashed everywhere. A thick python slowly crawled out of the blood. It was the Black Spirit Python. The Black Spirit Python, which had almost been killed by the four young masters, had escaped into the Water Mansion, not only recovering from its injuries, but also becoming even more terrifying. Now, the Black Spirit Python was probably not something the four young masters could handle even if they teamed up without using spiritual artifacts. Su Chen was shocked. The aura of the Black Spirit Python was too powerful. On its head, which was as big as a small vat, two large lumps had formed, indicating it was about to break through. It was a peak-level second-tier demon beast. Su Chen's heart sank to the bottom. The exit of the Water Mansion was sealed, and with two of the four young masters dead and two injured, who could stand against the Black Spirit Python now? Coo. It's too late to react now. A strange laughter suddenly rang out. A thin old man in a black robe walked slowly out from the stone chamber where the blood pool was located. Anyone who enters here will become nourishment for the revival of the Blood Guardian. Seeing the man in the black robe, Su Chen's pupils narrowed sharply. It was him, Qin Jing's master. A strong killing intent surged from the depths of his heart like a tide. Who are you? The old man in gray asked. The dead did not need to know so much. With a wave of his hand, the man in the black robe shot out a black beam of light. The speed of the black light was so fast that it was difficult to catch its trajectory with the naked eye. Puff! The old man's chest was pierced by the black light. You can die too. The man in the black robe looked at the beautiful woman in red, raised his hand, and shot out another black beam. Puff! The beautiful woman in red followed in the footsteps of the old man in gray. All of you. With a wave of his hand, the man in the black robe killed the two great masters without hesitation. He then shook his sleeve, and a gray mist surged out. Upon closer inspection, the gray mist was composed of countless goo worms. Wherever the mist went, the martial artists, still resisting, let out piercing screams, their bodies instantly turning into white bones, creating a terrifying scene. With a low roar, Su Chen's inner spiritual power erupted. With a crack, the bricks beneath his feet exploded, and he shot towards the man in the black robe like a cannonball. The grudge of killing my father and exterminating my clan is an eternal enmity. Moreover, at this moment, I am in a perilous situation. I must fight to the death. I've noticed you for a long time. You are quite a talented genius and would make a good subordinate. The man in the black robe did not recognize Su Chen. After half a year, Su Chen's appearance and aura had changed dramatically. It was reasonable that the man in the black robe did not recognize him. The man in the black robe did not intend to kill Su Chen. He planned to control him to serve his purposes. His withered face was filled with a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen was directly blasted away by a terrifying force. Puff! The mist made of goo worms took the opportunity to invade Su Chen's mind. Su Chen let out a scream. He covered his head and rolled on the ground. Not long after, Su Chen stopped struggling, his eyes glazed over, already controlled by the man in the black robe. Having controlled Su Chen, the man in the black robe smiled in satisfaction and then looked at Xiao Tong and Zhao Yi. You two are also not bad and qualify to become my subordinates. As he spoke, the man in the black robe waved his hand, and the mist made of goo worms enveloped the two, and after a few breaths, they were also controlled. Master, Su Chen and the others stepped forward respectfully to the man in the black robe. I am the eldest disciple of the Goo Guardian of the Blood God cult. From today on, you are my subordinates, obey my orders, and guard the revival of the Blood Guardian here. The man in the black robe said, Yes, master. The three nodded. The man in the black robe laughed proudly. The blood of thousands of people, although it cannot restore the Blood Guardian to peak condition, it will not be a problem for him to awaken from slumber. Soon, in the Great Hall, only those controlled by the man in the black robe remained, including Su Chen and the other three, totaling less than 10 people. The rest had all perished tragically, their blood flowing into the blood pool, becoming nourishment for the revival of the Blood Guardian. All of Su Chen's storage rings and spiritual artifacts were taken back by the Blood Guardian. By the riverbank, a woman in a red dress floated down. 80 years ago, the Blood Guardian of the Blood God cult killed innocents rampantly in the Taishang Kingdom, committing heinous murders. The 5 major sects joined forces to heavily injure the Blood Guardian, but he ultimately escaped. The last known location of the Blood Guardian was near Shurha town. Recently, a water mansion has emerged on the Shurha River, and the sect suspects this may be related to the Blood Guardian, so they sent me to investigate. Looking at the water mansion that was gradually sinking to the bottom, the woman frowned slightly. She had already found out that when the water mansion opened, an army of tens of thousands entered, but 3 days had passed, and not a single person who entered the water mansion had come out. I have come a step too late. Whether this water mansion is related to the Blood Guardian, I will find out. The woman's gaze suddenly sharpened. With her jade-white hands forming a seal, she gently pushed forward. A streak of spiritual power howled out. Boom! The river water exploded. The spiritual power struck heavily against the door of the water mansion. Dong! The bronze door trembled violently. The man in the black robe, guarding the blood pool, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone is attacking the water mansion, he said in a deep voice. Dong dong dong. The woman in the red dress continued to attack, causing the water mansion to tremble incessantly. You all guard the Blood Guardian here. I'll go take a look. After giving a brief command, the man in the black robe vanished from his spot. Along with him left the black spirit python. Shortly after the man in the black robe departed, he returned heavily injured. He stumbled to the edge of the blood pool and pleaded for help from the Blood Guardian in the center of the pool. Blood Guardian, it's bad. A woman at the true chi level has come, and I am no match for her. Although the man in the black robe was powerful, he was ultimately only at the half-step true chi realm and was far from being a match for the woman in the red dress. In just one exchange, he was sent flying, spitting blood. If it weren't for the black spirit python blocking the woman, he probably wouldn't have made it back. Useless. The skeleton sitting cross-legged in the center of the blood pool suddenly opened his eyes. Useless disciple. The man in the black robe crawled on the ground. Although he was the eldest disciple of the Goo Protector, he still had to be cautious in front of the Blood Protector, who was known for his bloodthirsty nature, and did not dare to act recklessly. The Blood Protector stood up from the blood pool. It has been a long time since I enjoyed the blood of someone in the true chi realm. Chapter 16. Escape from the water mansion once the Blood Guardian left. The man in black could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. The woman in the red dress was too powerful. With just one strike, she had severely injured him. Fortunately, the Blood Guardian had awakened. Otherwise, this operation would have truly ended in failure. With the Blood Guardian taking action, that woman would undoubtedly die. He took out a healing potion and began to treat his injuries. Meanwhile, Su Chen, guarding the blood pool, slightly tilted his head and glanced at the Blood Guardian. Seeing that the other party was focused on healing after taking the potion, he moved his mind and activated the Devouring Emperor Sutra, and the screams of the dying insects echoed in his mind. Once the insects died, he would be free from the control of the man in black. If it were before, the man in black would have noticed his movements immediately. But now, all of his attention was on healing. Su Chen approached the man in black without making a sound, silently gathering strength. When he was less than 10 meters away from the man in black, his power had reached its peak. Just then, the man in black suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chen approaching, he was momentarily stunned, then realized he had lost his connection with Chen and was horrified. Kill! Chen, seeing the man in black suddenly awake, no longer hid his intentions. He shouted and leaped forward like a leopard, unleashing the spiritual power he had accumulated for a long time. You dare to devour your master. The man in black's eyes turned cold as he disregarded his injuries, urging his spiritual power into his right arm. With a low roar, his right arm shot out straight like a spear. Boom! The two fists collided violently. Spiritual power erupted. The ground cracked inch by inch, and blood from the pool surged up. Both of them were thrown backward. The man in black was already severely injured, with only a fraction of his power remaining. Now, in a desperate clash with Chen, he immediately felt his internal injuries worsen. During the backward flight, his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In contrast, Chen landed without any pause, springing up like a leopard again. He had to kill the man in black in one go. The man in black was severely injured, with barely any combat strength left, but he could control others. If he was given a chance to breathe, it would be Chen who would die. Kill! Chen roared, slamming into the man in black's embrace. With a crack, the bones in the man in black's chest shattered. Bang! Chen and the man in black crashed into the blood pool, sending blood splashing several meters high. Waves of blood crashing against the pool walls. A figure shot up from the blood. It was Chen. Looking back at the man in black, he was struggling in the blood, letting out a dying scream. A dagger was stabbed into the area of his heart. The dagger was merely made of ordinary fine iron, carried by Chen, and since it was not a spiritual weapon, the man in black had not taken it away. At the moment Chen and the man in black fell into the blood pool, he had pulled out the dagger, and, at the moment the man in black couldn't dodge, plunged it deep into his heart. The man in black's heart was pierced by the dagger, suffering a fatal injury. But he didn't die immediately, his eyes revealing disbelief. He could not believe he was dying at the hands of an ant in the Qi refinement realm. He was unwilling. He also regretted it. Regretted not having killed Chen. Chen looked down at the man in black, who was gasping for breath, and coldly said, "Do you still remember me? You haven't forgotten the hatred of killing my father and exterminating my clan, have you?" He squatted down, bringing his face close to the man in black, gritting his teeth and saying, "My name is Chen, the young master of the Su family in Qingfeng City. I came specifically to kill you." The man in black's eyes widened. Regret spread in his heart. It turned out he had two chances to kill Chen. Chen gripped the dagger in the man in black's chest and twisted it fiercely, causing the man in black to die completely. At the moment the man in black died, Zhao Yi and the others who had been controlled by the insect screamed and fainted. Seeing the man in black completely lifeless, Chen let out a sigh of relief, and a wave of joy surged in his heart at avenging his great hatred. The vengeance for his father's death had been repaid. Now, his only remaining enemy was Qin Qingru. He needed to leave quickly. However, before leaving, he wanted to collect some interest. Chen quickly bent down and took off the man in black's storage ring. The man in black was dead, and the spiritual power imprint automatically disappeared. With a thought, a stream of spiritual power surged into the storage ring. Wow, there really is a lot of stuff. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chen was still shocked by the contents of the storage ring. The tens of thousands of troops that entered the water mansion were almost completely wiped out, and their possessions had nearly all gone to the man in black. Along with the treasures in the water mansion, spiritual stones, spiritual weapons, spiritual medicines, fire crystals. The resources were staggering. Chen was ecstatic. After putting away the storage ring, he did not rush to leave. He looked around the blood pool, licking his lips. Boom! A terrifying, devouring power erupted from his body. The blood transformed into pure energy, continuously pouring into him. Outside the water mansion, boom, boom, boom. The loud sounds echoed endlessly. Spiritual power surged. The river flowed backward. The ground cracked. The battle between the blood guardian and the woman in the red dress had reached a fever pitch. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that I just woke up from my slumber and my injuries haven't healed, and my combat strength is barely 1/10, I would have killed you long ago. The Blood Guardian roared angrily at the woman in the red dress. The remnants of the Blood God cult, 80 years ago, let you escape punishment by a stroke of luck and barely survive to this day. But you haven't changed your ways to restore your cultivation. You deceive and kill ordinary warriors. Today is your day of death. The woman in red's voice was cold, showing no fear of the Blood Guardian. The Blood Guardian shouted angrily, "Girl, when I was dominating the Taishan kingdom, your parents were still breastfeeding. You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off?" Hearing the Blood Guardian call her girl, the woman in red's pretty face was covered with frost. And with a sharp rebuke, the two clashed again. Time passed bit by bit. The battle between the woman in red and the Blood Guardian continued. At the entrance of the water mansion, a head suddenly popped out. It was Chen. He looked at the two fighting in the distance, and his gaze fell on the corpse of the black python at the entrance of the water mansion. The black python had been killed by the woman in red, and its corpse was left behind, unclaimed, which happened to benefit Chen. With a wave of his hand, he collected the black python's corpse, and Chen smiled with satisfaction. Then his figure flashed, and he dashed away into the distance. This place was not suitable for long stays. The battle between the woman in red and the Blood Guardian was too intense, and it was not something he, a mere 4th-level Qi refinement warrior, could intervene in. Yes, he had broken through again. Using the energy in the blood pool, he had advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement. The Blood Guardian, who was engaged in a fierce battle, noticed Chen coming out of the water mansion. What made him furious was that Chen dared to take advantage of his battle, and, while he was unable to free himself, took away the corpse of the black python, then escaped. In his entire life, he had only benefited from others, and this was the first time he had been taken advantage of. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, wishing he could smash Chen's head. However, at this moment, his fight with the woman in red had reached a critical point, and he could not afford to divert his attention to kill Chen. Chen ran away without looking back. He did not dare to stop, fearing that if the Blood Guardian defeated the woman in red and returned to the water mansion, he would discover that he not only killed the man in black, plundered his wealth, but also destroyed the blood pool. In his fury, he would stop at nothing to hunt him down. After running for several dozen miles without a break, as night gradually fell, Chen was exhausted and sat down on the cold ground, gasping for breath. Haha, what a thrill, truly thrilling. Chen lay on the ground, gazing at the bright moon, reminiscing about the events of his journey to the water mansion, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The trip to the water mansion, though dangerous, ultimately ended without incident. He had become the biggest winner, not only killing the man in the black robe and avenging his father's death, but also acquiring incredible wealth. That said, it really was perilous. Had it not been for the woman in the red dress, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He wondered how the woman in the red dress was doing. In her battle against the Blood Guardian, who emerged victorious, the woman in the red dress had saved Chen's life. Recalling the scene of her fighting the Blood Guardian before he left, he couldn't help but worry about her. If the woman in the red dress won, then justice triumphed over evil, which would be the best outcome. But what if the woman in the red dress lost? Chen didn't understand why he suddenly felt concerned about her situation. After all, she was his savior. If it weren't for her, he would still be under the control of the man in the black robe. Chen found a reason for himself. After resting for a while to regain some strength, he stood up, stepped into the moonlight, and continued forward. He was still not out of danger. He couldn't stop. He needed to keep moving. But as he walked, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Chapter 17. The beauty of the mortal world under the moonlight. Chen's eyes gradually widened. He stared unblinkingly at the big tree ahead. There, a woman in a long dress leaned against the tree, her eyes slightly closed, as if she had fallen asleep against the tree. However, under the moonlight, her pale face revealed that she was not merely asleep, but had fainted due to severe injuries. Gulp! Chen swallowed hard. Whatever he thought of came true. This woman was none other than the woman in the red dress who had fought against the Blood Guardian. It seemed that the woman in red was seriously injured. Upon seeing her, Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he faced a dilemma. To save her, or not to save her? If he saved her, who could guarantee that once the woman in red recovered from her injuries, she wouldn't covet his treasures and turn against him? The resources he possessed were so abundant that even true Qi realm martial artists would envy him. If he didn't save her, the woman in red would likely die from her injuries or be found by the Blood Guardian, becoming nourishment for his recovery. Well, forget it. You saved my life once, so consider this a repayment. Su Chen walked over, squatted down, and picked up the woman in red. His hands inevitably brushed against her skin, soft, smooth, and utterly wonderful. Su Chen's heart stirred. He looked down at the exquisite, three-dimensional oval face in his arms, feeling a surge of heat. He suddenly bit his tongue, the sharp pain bringing him back to clarity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fire in his heart. He wanted to slap himself. What time was it that he could still entertain such thoughts? Carrying the woman in red, he ran desperately toward the distance. He ran until he was completely exhausted. Having covered a distance of about 70 to 80 miles from the Water Mansion's emergence point, before he finally felt at ease and put the woman down. Exhausted, he unknowingly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The sun was already overhead. He tilted his head to look in the direction of the woman in red. To his surprise, she was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was puzzled, a cold metallic sensation suddenly touched his neck. Su Chen's heart sank. "Don't move." A voice, soft yet cold, echoed in his ear. Su Chen didn't dare to move, as his life was now in the other person's hands. Following the sound, he saw a slightly pale, beautiful face. It was the woman in red. "There's no need to be so serious. I'm your savior." Su Chen swallowed nervously and said cautiously. The woman in red stared at Su Chen, evaluating him, but did not retract her dagger. "You are the one who escaped from the Water Mansion?" Yes. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, relieved that she had attacked the Water Mansion that day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so easily. The woman in red continued to question, "What about the others?" "As far as I know, there were over 10,000 martial artists who entered the Water Mansion, yet only you escaped. What happened to the others? Are they dead or alive?" Could you put down the dagger first?" Su Chen said cautiously. The woman tightened her wrist, and the dagger cut into Su Chen's skin, causing him to shiver. He hurriedly replied, "They died. Everyone else is dead." Their blood was drained and gathered into a blood pool. As he spoke, Su Chen suddenly looked behind the woman in red, his expression changing. Seeing this, the woman instinctively turned to look behind her, but there was nothing there. "This is bad," she thought to herself, sensing something was off. Boom! Clang! Just as the woman in red realized she had been tricked, Su Chen decisively struck, knocking the dagger away. Filled with anger, he swung a punch toward the woman's head. But midway, he changed direction and struck her shoulder instead. Bang! The woman in red was sent flying. After landing, a trace of blood seeped from her pale lips, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Su Chen leaped up, looking at the unconscious woman in red, filled with righteous indignation, and shouted, "You really don't know what's good for you. I saved your life, and you repay kindness with enmity. I want to kill you. I'll just leave you here to fend for yourself." After saying this, Su Chen patted his backside and left without looking back. This time, he was genuinely angry. He had risked his life to escape with the woman in red, and upon waking, he was threatened with a dagger. If he hadn't been clever enough to turn the tables, who could guarantee that the woman in red wouldn't have turned against him? The more Su Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. After walking 7 or 8 miles along the mountain path without looking back, he suddenly cursed under his breath and turned back. Su Chen continued on with the woman in red on his back. Half an hour later, he found a cave and set her down. He stroked his chin, carefully examining the woman in red. Gradually, a sense of astonishment filled Su Chen's heart. The woman in red was too beautiful. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, even surpassing the so-called #1 beauty of Qingfeng City, Qin Qingru. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her features exquisitely three-dimensional, her body curvaceous, and her aura cold and noble. All 4 aspects combined made her a stunning beauty. Su Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the woman in red's proud chest before awkwardly moving downwards, finally landing 3 inches below her chest. There, a hideous knife wound marred her beauty. The wound extended downwards, reaching her lower abdomen, long and deep, with flesh torn open, revealing glimpses of white bone. Her clothes were soaked in blood. Perhaps due to the rough journey, blood had begun to seep from the wound again. Su Chen frowned. The woman in red's injuries were too severe. If not treated, allowing the blood to flow out could endanger her life. Her injuries were grave, and healing would require a considerable amount of spiritual medicine. Su-chan looked at the storage ring on the woman's right hand. Forget it. The woman's cultivation was far beyond his. Since she was not dead yet, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring hadn't dissipated. Even if he took the storage ring, he couldn't open it for a while. It seemed he could only use my spiritual medicine. Su-chan begrudgingly took out a low-grade, mysterious spiritual medicine from his storage ring. He tore the woman's clothing, exposing the gruesome wound. After examining the wound closely, Su-chen's brows furrowed slightly. The wound had turned black and showed signs of festering. What was going on? Was it poisoned? Hopefully, the spiritual medicine would be effective. He crushed the spiritual medicine, letting the juice drip onto the wound, and didn't discard the leftover residue, applying it to the wound little by little. During the process of applying the medicine, his fingers inevitably made contact with the woman's skin. Su-chan used all his willpower to finally complete the task. Puff, puff, puff. He panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Applying medicine to the woman was even more exhausting than battling an opponent. I'm exhausted. Being a good person is hard. I even had to spend a low-grade, mysterious spiritual medicine. Su-chan felt reluctant. His gaze roamed over the woman, finally resting on her neck, where there was a teardrop-shaped green necklace. This necklace is nice. Let it be my reward for saving you. Su-chen's eyes were sharp as he recognized that this necklace was no ordinary item. Chapter 18. Blood poison. Su-chan suddenly yanked off the necklace and held it in his hand, playing with it seriously. This necklace was indeed extraordinary. Holding it made him calm and focused with no distracting thoughts, and his mind felt clearer. Even his thinking seemed to be a bit quicker. He was both surprised and delighted. He had stumbled upon a treasure. This was actually an auxiliary type of spiritual artifact. Even though it was an auxiliary type, its value surpassed that of ordinary attack and defense artifacts. Just as Su-chan was admiring the necklace, the woman in the red dress groaned in pain, her eyelids fluttering before slowly opening her eyes. Su-chan quickly tucked the necklace away and jumped back a distance, looking at the woman in the red dress with caution. She was a master capable of battling the Blood Guardian. Although she was injured now, there was no telling if she might take a risk and strike back, leaving him without even a chance to cry. To be safe, he decided to keep his distance from this dangerous woman. After the woman in the red dress regained consciousness and saw Su-chan again, she didn't shout or threaten him. Instead, she surprisingly remained silent. She looked down at her torn clothes, her brows slightly furrowing, but upon seeing the spiritual medicine at her wound, her brows relaxed. Did you save me? The woman in the red dress asked knowingly. Yes, I saved you. Su-chan faci. That's useless, the woman in the red dress said inexplicably. Su-chan was baffled and didn't understand her meaning. The woman explained, when the Blood Guardian injured me, he injected blood poison in my body. Unless the blood poison is resolved, my wounds will never heal, and ordinary spiritual medicine cannot resolve blood poison. Hearing this, Su-chen's face showed a look of conflict as he stammered, How about I suck the blood poison out of your body with my mouth? The woman in the red dress looked at Su-chan in surprise. Su-chan quickly waved his hands, saying, I was joking, don't take it seriously. At that moment, he really wanted to slap himself. Why was he risking so much for a stranger? To suck it out with his mouth? How could he even think of that? Cough, cough. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress began to cough. Puffed. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. The woman's complexion grew even paler. Su-chan was alarmed. Are you okay? He stepped forward, wanting to help her, but took a step back instead. He still feared the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress took off her storage ring and said to Su-chan, Thank you for saving my life. This time, I'm afraid I won't make it. I have something to ask you to do for me, and once it's done, consider it a token of gratitude. Before Su-chan could speak, the woman continued, Please go to the Qingling sect and convey a message to the sect. The Blood Guardian of the Blood God cult has emerged. Are you really going to die? Su-chan felt a sudden discomfort in his heart upon hearing that the woman in the red dress was about to die. The blood poison has already spread to my heart. After hesitating for a moment, Su-chan said, I might be able to save you. The woman in the red dress didn't believe him. If she was helpless, How could a mere chi condensation realm martial artist like Su Chen do anything? Su Chen tried to persuade her, saying, since you're going to die anyway, why not let me give it a try? The woman in the red dress didn't expect Su Chen to be so stubborn. She sighed, thinking she still needed something from him. So, since he wanted to try, let him try. What are you going to do? The woman in the red dress asked. Don't worry, I value my life. I won't suck the poison out with my mouth, Su Chen said with a smile. Then he took a few steps forward, squatted in front of the woman, and, catching her off guard, pressed his right palm tightly against her chest. What are you doing? The woman in the red dress thought Su Chen was trying to take advantage of her, her brows raised in anger. Don't talk, Su Chen shouted loudly. In the next moment, a devouring force surged from his palm. The expression on the woman's face froze. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Chen. She could clearly feel the blood poison in her body being rapidly drawn out by Su Chen. How'd he do that? The Devouring Emperor technique can devour and refine all things in the world. Blood poison is also a form of energy and can naturally be devoured and refined. Su Chen operated the Devouring Emperor technique with all his might, crazily devouring the blood poison in the woman's body, and soon, the blood poison was completely consumed. The blood poison was carefully refined and condensed by the blood guardian. Every drop contained terrifying energy. After Su Chen devoured and refined the blood poison in the woman's body, his cultivation unexpectedly advanced a bit, breaking through from the early stage of the 4th level of chi condensation to the mid-stage of the 4th level, which was an unexpected joy. As he devoured the last trace of blood poison, Su Chen intentionally bit his tongue, and with a puff he spat out fresh blood. The blood was black, emitting a foul odor. Seeing Su Chen spitting out blood, the woman in the red dress was alarmed and asked anxiously, Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Chen feigned weakness. After saying that, he collapsed into the woman's arms, his head conveniently resting against her chest. Su Chen could swear to the heavens that he really didn't do it on purpose. He wasn't a lecherous person. He just wanted to put on a show. After all, he could easily draw out the blood poison and then act as if nothing had happened. As long as the woman in the red dress wasn't foolish, she would surely notice his uniqueness. He didn't want to expose the secret of the Devouring Emperor technique. The woman in the red dress was flustered and confused, and she didn't immediately push Su Chen away. Su Chen's head rubbed against her gentle bosom for a few breaths, then reluctantly pulled away. He raised his head and pretended to be weak, saying, I've transferred the blood poison from your body to mine, but you don't need to worry about me. I've already expelled the blood poison. As he spoke, he pointed to a puddle of black blood on the ground that was emitting a foul odor. Thank you. Without the invasion of blood poison, the woman in the red dress looked much better, and her speech regained some strength. Don't thank me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have already died in the water mansion. Su Chen waved his hand. After saying that, he pointed to the woman's tattered clothes and said, I had to tear your clothes to apply the medicine earlier. I'll go out now. You take this opportunity to change into a clean set of clothes. Su Chen walked out of the cave. The woman in the red dress looked at her torn clothes and couldn't help but recall the scene of Su Chen drawing out the blood poison and then collapsing into her arms. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, and even her snow-white skin was tinged with a light pink. Chapter 19. Qingling's sect outside the cave, a campfire was lit. Su Chen took out the corpse of the black spirit python from his storage ring, cut a piece of snake meat, washed it clean with water, and skewered it on a branch, placing it over the fire. Suddenly, footsteps came from inside the cave. Following that, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Su Chen turned his head to see a woman in a red dress walking gracefully towards him. This woman seemed to have a particular fondness for red dresses. The original red dress was already damaged, and upon his suggestion, she changed into a new one, yet it was still red. The woman in the red dress sat down opposite Su Chen, staring at the half-cooked snake meat over the campfire, and smiled. You have quite a daring spirit. To dare steal the corpse of the black spirit python. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. To be fair, the black spirit python was slain by the woman in red, and it should have been her trophy. Now, facing her, he felt the embarrassment of being caught stealing. I was just taking it openly, Su Chen defended himself. The woman in red smiled without saying anything. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. My name is Su Chen, a casual cultivator. What about you? Su Yun, the woman in red replied, looking at Su Chen with surprise before smiling again. After a few simple exchanges, the two fell into silence, their eyes fixed on the snake meat that was turning over the campfire. The snake meat had been grilled to a golden brown on both sides. After sprinkling a pinch of salt, the aroma became even more enticing. The meat of the black spirit python was already one of the top-grade ingredients. Simply grilling it and adding a pinch of salt made its taste comparable to mountain delicacies and seafood. The enticing smell of the meat wafted through the air. Su Yin seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Unable to resist the temptation, she secretly swallowed a bit of saliva. Su Chen's hearing was remarkably sharp. He heard her swallow and turned his head, looking at her with a half-smile. Su Yun's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away in a haughty manner. It wasn't until Su Chen handed her the grilled snake meat that she put aside her modesty, tore off a piece of meat, and began to chew it slowly. The blood guardian had not died. He had awakened from his slumber. Although his strength had not returned to its peak, it could be anticipated that the Taishan kingdom would not be peaceful from now on. Su Yin began to take the initiative to chat, but her expression gradually became serious towards the end. You need to be careful in the future. It's best to join a sect for protection. Su Chen nodded. The Blood Guardian seems to be a protector of the Blood God cult. Is the Blood God cult very powerful? I've never heard of it before. Su Chen recalled that on that day, the man in the black robe claimed to be from the Blood God cult. So he seized the opportunity to ask Su Yun about the Blood God cult. Su Yun's voice was low. The Blood God cult is an extremely terrifying force. At its peak, its influence spanned dozens of major domains and hundreds of minor domains, showing a trend of sweeping through Qingzhou. Countless forces were annihilated, and billions of lives were slaughtered. Finally, 6,000 years ago, countless forces united and, after years of effort, finally eradicated the Blood God cult. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. The Blood God cult at its peak spanned over a dozen major domains and hundreds of minor domains. Its power was indeed terrifying. One must know that the Taishan kingdom was just an inconspicuous one among countless countries in the desolate domain. And the desolate domain was merely a minor domain. The 5 major sects of the Taishan kingdom would probably not even be considered ants in the eyes of the Blood God cult. Such a powerful force. Even if it was destroyed, the remnants would not be to be underestimated. A centipede dies but never falls, he thought. Once targeted by the remnants of the Blood God cult, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. Su Yin reassured him, you don't need to worry. Although the Blood God cult 6,000 years ago was very strong, it has been continuously suppressed by various forces, and its influence has been shrinking. Today, the remnants of the Blood God cult no longer dare to easily show themselves. They are hiding in the dark and do not dare to act openly against you. Moreover, I fought against that Blood Guardian, and his injuries are not light. He won't be able to act against you for a while. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had killed a man in the black robe and destroyed the blood pool used by the Blood Guardian to heal, so the latter would definitely not let him go. Fortunately, he had been injured by Su Yun and would not be able to act against him in the short term. After finishing the grilled snake meat, Su Chen stretched, walked to one side, and sat down cross-legged on the ground, preparing to begin his cultivation. You're a casual cultivator, right? Su Yin suddenly asked. Su Chen was puzzled as to why Su Yin would ask this question and looked at her in surprise, but he eventually nodded. Are you interested in joining the Qingling sect? The Qingling sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan kingdom. The 5 major sects of the Taishan kingdom are Tianjin Mountain Manor, Luoyuan sect, Yusho sect, Hongye sect, and Qingling sect. Su Chen said, the Qingling sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan kingdom, so of course I want to join. However, the Qingling sect's recruitment has ended, and the next recruitment will be in 2 years. Upon hearing that Su Chen wanted to join the Qingling sect, Su Yun smiled slightly, but did not continue the conversation. Seeing that Su Yun had fallen silent, Su Chen did not seek to continue talking, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. After finishing his cultivation, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and stood up to look around, but he did not see Su Yun's figure. He walked back into the cave, but still did not see her trace. However, he found 2 letters and a token in the cave. Su Chen picked them up. One letter was addressed to him. The other was a recommendation letter. The token was made of bronze, with a delicate character Yun engraved in the center. Looking at the two letters and the token in his hand, Su Chen seemed to remember something. He opened the letter left for him by Su Yun and began to read. Sure enough, Su Yun had gone back. The blood poison in her body had been cleared. Although her injuries looked serious, they were no longer a major issue for a true Qi martial artist. She needed to promptly relay the news of the Blood Guardian's reappearance back to the sect, which was why she left without saying goodbye, hoping that Su Chen would not blame her. At the end of the letter, she mentioned inviting Su Chen to join the Qingling sect. With the recommendation letter and her token in hand, Su Chen would be accepted as a disciple of the Qingling sect as an exception. Joining the Qingling sect was a good choice. Qin Qingru was already a disciple of the Luoyuan sect. If he killed her, the Luoyuan sect behind her would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he needed either to become strong enough to make the Luoyuan sect wary or to have a power of the same level behind him. Joining the Qingling sect would provide him with a sect as a backing, allowing him to not fear retaliation from the Luoyuan sect. With the support of the sect, he could also grow rapidly. He was eager to kill Qin Qingru, but since she was in the Luoyuan sect, he was currently too weak. Attacking the Luoyuan sect would be tantamount to seeking death. Now, Qin Qingru should have already learned about the deaths of Qin Jing and the others. Based on his understanding of her, she would not easily descend the mountain now. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly in frustration. He really felt unwilling. But feeling unwilling would not help. He could only let her survive for a while. Once he grew strong enough to not fear the Luoyuan sect, even if she hid in the Luoyuan sect, she would still find it hard to escape death. What he needed to do now was to join the Qingling sect and then use the resources and power of the sect to raise his strength as quickly as possible. After making his decision, Su Chen was about to set off for the Qingling sect, but suddenly thought of something. That's right. He took out the necklace from his storage ring and said she didn't notice the necklace was missing. This necklace was a good item, an auxiliary spiritual tool, and he couldn't waste it. Saying this, he put the necklace around his neck. Instantly, his mind became clear, his thoughts sharp, and even the slight feeling of fatigue vanished in an instant. A good item. The Qingling sect is located in the west of the Taishang Empire, over 1,000 miles away from where Su Chen was. The roads were unfamiliar. Su Chen set off the next day, traveling overnight. He walked for 3 days before finally reaching the influence of the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect was built on a towering peak over 1,000 feet high, named Qingling Mountain. The mountain was steep, with layers of peaks rising one after another, imposing and filled with spiritual energy. Looking up at the 1,000-foot spiritual mountain, Su Chen felt a sense of longing. He stayed overnight at an inn at the foot of the mountain. The next morning, after a night of rest, all the fatigue from continuous travel had completely faded away, and his spirit was back to its peak. After finishing his grooming, Su Chen touched his stomach and felt a bit hungry. It had been a long time since he had a grand meal. Fortunately, there were many hotels at the foot of Qingling sect, so he decided to satisfy his hunger before heading up the mountain. With ample resources, Su Chen specifically chose the largest and most luxurious restaurant, the Xianlai Grand Hotel. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Su Chen ordered a table full of wine and dishes, enjoying his meal immensely. The ingredients used by Xianlai Grand Hotel were very meticulous. Each dish was made with monster meat. For example, the dish Su Chen was currently eating was made with the meat of a wood spirit rabbit. The wood spirit rabbit is a low-level first-tier monster with low attack power, but its meat is tender and juicy, making it one of the favorite delicacies on the table of martial artists. Because of its tenderness and juiciness, the value of the wood spirit rabbit has been rising, and its worth can even surpass some first-tier intermediate monsters. The table full of delicacies cost Su Chen a total of 86 spirit stones. Spending 86 spirit stones on a meal would cause even a Qi condensation realm martial artist to feel a pinch in their wallet, but for the wealthy Su Chen, it was without any psychological burden. Guest, this is your last dish, the celestial dog eating the sun. Please enjoy. After placing the dish down, the waiter respectfully exited the private room and closed the door. However, in that instant of closing the door, a hint of envy was hard to conceal in his eyes. Being able to enjoy such a feast, this young man's family background must be extraordinary. After the waiter closed the private room door and went down to the 1st floor, He suddenly saw two men and a woman entering the restaurant. Upon recognizing their faces, the waiter's expression immediately became flattering. "Young Master Su, what brings you here? Please, come in." The waiter flattered the young man at the front. "No more nonsense. Give me a private room and bring me the best food and drinks." The young Master Su mentioned by the waiter was an 18 or 19-year-old youth, fair-skinned and handsome, but with an air of arrogance, looking at others with a sidelong glance, full of disdain and very arrogant. The waiter, however, appeared to be used to such behavior. "What are you dawdling for? Lead the way." Seeing the waiter frozen in place, young Master Su frowned and scolded. "Young Master Su, I'm sorry, but the private rooms are all full." The waiter forced a smile that was more painful than crying. Chapter 20: The Dispute Over the Private Room. Su Yu was furious. "What? The private room is full? Are you kidding me? I'm in a good mood today, bringing my junior brothers and sisters to eat, and you tell me the private room is full? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" "No, it's not like that. Young Master Su, the private room is really full. How about you compromise and have your meal in the lobby on the first floor?" The waiter spoke nervously. Su Yu glared. "You want me to eat in the lobby on the first floor? I see you're really trying to make things difficult for me. If I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, do you believe I will smash this restaurant?" Seeing that Su Yu was genuinely angry, the hotel manager knew that if he didn't go out, Su Yu really would smash the restaurant. He quickly walked out with a smile. "Young Master Su, please calm down. The waiter is just being thoughtless. Don't be angry with him. It's not worth it. I'll clear out a private room for you right away. Just wait a moment." After saying this, he took the waiter aside. "Senior brother, Su really has a lot of influence. The moment you get angry, even the manager has to come out to apologize," said a young man accompanying Su Yu. The girl beside Su Yu added, "Senior brother Su is naturally extraordinary. Not to mention a small restaurant. Even the elders of our Qingling sect have to give senior brother Su some face." With their flattery, Su Yu felt elated and refreshed. On the other side, the hotel manager pulled the waiter aside and quietly asked a few questions, then went up to the third floor. He opened a private room and rubbed his hands with a smile. "Young master, I'm really sorry to disturb your meal, but there's something I need to discuss with you. I hope you can give up this private room for the guests outside, and we'll reduce your meal cost by half." The hotel manager initially wanted to offer Su Chen a full discount, but after seeing the table full of dishes he ordered, he quickly changed it to half off. Su Chen was enjoying his meal when he was suddenly interrupted and asked to give up the private room, which instantly displeased him. He coldly replied, "I have plenty of spirit stones. I don't need your little discount." Seeing Su Chen's strong attitude, the hotel manager's smile froze slightly. He knew he was in the wrong, but young Master Su was waiting outside, leaving him with no choice. He finally gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Su is waiting outside to dine. I hope you can be understanding." The hotel manager brought up Su Yu, hoping Su Chen would back down. "Are you threatening me?" Su Chen put down his chopsticks and looked coldly at the manager. Feeling the cold air coming from Su Chen, the manager shivered. He began to regret his decision. He had previously called the waiter to inquire about the situation of the guests in the various private rooms and thought Su Chen would be the easiest to deal with. However, he never expected that this seemingly young boy would give him a sense of deadly pressure with just one glance. This was a boy he couldn't afford to provoke. Su Yu and the others were growing impatient and walked over, complaining, "Manager, is it done yet?" The manager quickly turned around and smiled. "Young Master Su, just wait a moment, just wait a little longer." "Wait? How long do you want me to wait?" Su Yu glared. As he spoke, he pushed the manager aside, glancing at Su Chen and saying rudely, "If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, or I'll take action myself." Su Chen sized up Su Yu and coldly snorted, "You don't have the ability to do that." Su Yu, angered by being looked down upon by someone younger than himself, shouted, "You brat, what did you just say? Do you know who I am?" Su Chen ziplit gan li. "I don't know who you are, but I do know that when others are dining, the only animal that makes loud noises outside is a dog." Su Yu was furious. "You dare insult me? You're finished." Su Chen stood up, his gaze coldly fixed on Su Yu, clearly ready to fight at any moment. The girl beside Su Yu shook her head, thinking that this person clearly had never heard of Su Yu's name, showing he was of low status. And now he was provoking Su Yu, which would surely lead to his suffering. The hotel manager, sensed the situation was turning bad. He wasn't worried about Su Chen's life or death. He was afraid that if a fight broke out in the restaurant, it would be reduced to ruins in no time. This young Master Su, is an inner disciple of the Qingling sect and a direct descendant of the Su family, one of the 8 great families. You can't afford to provoke him. Take my advice and immediately give up the private room and apologize to young Master Su, or the consequences will be beyond what you can handle, the hotel manager said immediately. His words implied that Su Yu was not someone to be provoked, and without an apology, the consequences would be severe. Su Chen remained unmoved. He had fought and even killed several descendants of the Tang and Su families, and he didn't mind teaching the Su family a lesson. Manager, get out of my way. This is none of your business. I will compensate for any damages afterward. The manager revealed his identity, but Su Chen still wouldn't budge. Su Yu was thoroughly enraged now and prepared to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The boys and girls beside Su Yu stepped back, looking at Su Chen with pity. Su Yu took a step forward, his aura exploding in an instant. A vast amount of spiritual power surged from his body, rising into the air, creating an astonishing momentum that shook the tables and chairs violently, causing teacups to shatter. Su Chen stood still, calmly watching Su Yu. To outsiders, he appeared to be stunned by Su Yu's aura, frozen in place. You ignorant brat, don't blame me for what happens next. The hotel manager thought to himself. Kid, next time you come out, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be offended. Gathering spiritual power in his right hand, Su Yu clenched his fist, making a creaking sound as the air was compressed. The next moment, he punched forward, aiming directly at Su Chen's face. Boom! Before the punch even landed, the force it generated caused the entire restaurant to begin shaking. The hotel manager and the boys and girls accompanying Su Yu couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The gust of wind swept through, cracking the floor beneath, and the tables and chairs in the private room were torn apart, with chips flying everywhere. Whoosh! A figure was sent flying out, crashing against the wall of the restaurant with a loud thud, and the sound of cracking filled the air as the wall was marked with cracks. If I had known this would happen, why did I bother in the first place? The hotel manager sighed. He opened his eyes and was stunned. How could this ignorant brat still be standing there, apparently unharmed? Where is young Master Su? He looked towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in shock. Young Master Su was plastered against the cracked wall like a painting. Young Master, are you okay? The hotel manager rushed over, looking panicked. If anything happened to Su Yu in his restaurant, he would be in deep trouble. Don't touch me, it hurts, it hurts. The hotel manager and the boys and girls who came with Su Yu rushed to help him. But as soon as they touched him, he winced in pain. Su Chen shook his head. He had held back. Otherwise, Su Yu would have been dead. Now he had only injured him, giving him a small lesson. It was better to be low-key in life. Being too arrogant could lead to an unexpected demise. Under the fearful gaze of the hotel manager, Su Chen left behind the spirit stones for his meal and walked towards the exit. Why you can't just leave after breaking so many things? The hotel manager called out pitifully. Su Chen pointed at Su Yu, indicating to claim compensation from him. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. The conflict with Su Yu was just a minor episode for Su Chen. He forgot about it as soon as he left the restaurant. Time to get back to business. Su Chen ascended Qingling Mountain after taking the recommendation letter and the token left by Su Yun. Chapter 21. Inner sect disciple. The Qingling sect does not allow outsiders to approach. As Su Chen approached the mountain gate, he was stopped by the guards responsible for watching it. I am Su Chen. Here is my recommendation letter and token. Su Chen was not angry at being blocked. He respectfully took out the recommendation letter and the token. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the guard did not dare to be negligent. For only the inner sect elders and the sect master had the authority to recommend disciples to join the sect. This meant that this seemingly young boy had a significant figure standing behind him, at least an inner sect elder, someone not to be offended by an outer sect disciple. Taking the recommendation letter and token from Su Chen, the guard glanced at them, noticing the character engraved at the center of the token. Elder Su Yun. This person was actually recommended by Elder Su Yun. The guard's eyes could not hide his astonishment. Su Yun, the youngest inner sect elder of the Qingling sect, had limitless potential for the future. Brother, please enter, the guard said respectfully as he returned the recommendation letter and token to Su Chen. The drastic change in the guard's attitude surprised Su Chen. It seemed that Su Yun held a significant position in the Qingling sect. He thought to himself. Under the personal guidance of the guard, Su Chun entered a grand hall where an old man awaited him. The old man had a restrained aura, appearing like an ordinary person, yet Su Chun did not dare to underestimate him, as he felt a strong threat emanating from the old man. Su Chun handed the recommendation letter and token to the old man, who glanced at them and asked indifferently, name, age, cultivation level. Su Chun honestly replied in order. Su Chun, 17, 4th level of Qi condensation. Not bad. The old man gave a fair evaluation. Then he took out a notebook and made some notes. Now you are an intersect disciple of the Qingling sect. Here is your intersect disciple attire, token, and key to your residence. The old man put away the notebook and handed Su Chen a package from under the counter. After receiving the package and leaving the hall, Su Chen smiled. From today on, he was a disciple of the Qingling sect. Meanwhile, Su Yu was being helped up the mountain by 2 people. All disciples who saw Su Yu's disheveled appearance were astonished. For Su Yu had relied on his extraordinary background and the fact that he had an intersect elder aunt to act arrogantly in the Qingling sect, bullying many people. And it was rare to see him in such a sorry state. Feeling the gloating looks from the surrounding disciples, Su Yu was furious. Brother, should we go find Elder Su? She cares for you the most. If she knows you've been bullied, she will definitely stand up for you, suggested a youth supporting Su Yu. Su Yu angrily replied, only you could come up with such a stupid idea. If my aunt finds out that I've been bullied by someone younger than me, the first one to get beaten will definitely be me. The youth was reprimanded by Su Yu and did not dare to speak, but after supporting Su Yu for a while, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and pointed at a young man in front of them, saying urgently, brother, look quickly. Is that the guy who hurt you? Following the direction the youth pointed, Su Yu saw Su Chun just walking out of the hall. It's him. Su Yu gritted his teeth. Su Chun also spotted Su Yu and the 2 others. Feeling good, he smiled slightly at them before turning to leave. What does he mean? Is he provoking me? This is truly too much. Su Yu's face turned ashen with anger. If it weren't for his injuries rendering him unable to move freely, he would have wanted to rush up and teach the other a lesson. Li Ji, go tell Xiao Gong that he has been wanting the 1,000-tailed spirit flower for me, right? Tell him that as long as he helps me teach that arrogant little brat a lesson, the 1,000-tailed spirit flower is all his. Su Yu could not swallow this humiliation. He absolutely wanted to find someone to teach Su Chen a lesson. Li Ji, the youth next to Su Yu, looked worried. Brother, Xiao Gong is a madman. He is heavy-handed. Su dues norted coldly. As long as no one dies, it's fine. Hurry up and go. Yes, I'll go right now. Li Ji replied and dashed off. What? You're not lying to me? Su Yu is really willing to give me the 1,000-tailed spirit flower? A burly young man turned around, surprised and delighted as he stared at Li Ji. This person was Xiao Gong. Li Ji emphasized. Brother said, the 1,000-tailed spirit flower can be given to you, but the premise is that you must help him deal with someone. Who? Xiao Gong frowned slightly. Li Ji said, no need to worry. From my observations, that person's cultivation level is at most the 6th level of Qi condensation. He is definitely not your opponent. Otherwise, Brother Su wouldn't spend a fortune to ask you to act. Xiao Gong's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he declared, it's a deal. Break a leg or break an arm. What? Li Ji was puzzled. Xiao Gong's tone was sinister. I'm asking, should I break one of his legs or one of his arms, or should I break both his hands and feet? Li Ji hesitated and finally said, Brother Su said as long as it doesn't lead to death, it's fine. Xiao Gong replied, in that case, I'll just let him lie in bed for a year or so. Su Chun, following the number on the key, exerted a lot of effort to find his residence, which was a courtyard of 200 square meters. The courtyard was built halfway up the mountain, and the surrounding courtyards were temporarily unoccupied, making it quiet. The courtyard had a well and a medicinal field. Though small, it was fully equipped. Thinking about how he would spend a long time in this courtyard, Su Chen calmed down and cleaned the yard from inside to outside. Looking at the spotless courtyard, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He still needed some daily necessities. Locking the door, he went out. After buying the items, Su Chen did not linger outside and headed back to his residence. From a distance, he saw that the door to his courtyard was broken, with wooden debris scattered all over the ground. Frowning at the sight, Su Chen stepped into the courtyard. only to see a burly young man sitting arrogantly on the stone platform. This scene made Su Chen's pupils constrict. The room belonged to each disciple as private property, and he did not expect someone to break in while he was away, sitting there waiting for him to return. The visitor was not here with good intentions. Su Chen's tone turned icy. If I remember correctly, the sect has regulations against entering another disciple's courtyard without permission. You broke in without my knowledge, and I can regard you as an enemy and kill you here. He did not know the person before him, so there was no question of offending him. But at this moment, the other party was clearly not here with good intentions and must have been instigated by someone. I know very well that I haven't harmed the owner of the courtyard. It's just a matter of compensating some spirit stones. Xiao Gung pointed at the broken door and said, "It's just a door. Will one spirit stone be enough for you?" Saying this, he tossed a spirit stone at Su Chen. Su Chen sidestepped to avoid the thrown spirit stone. "You're not welcome here. Please leave," Su Chen said coldly, starting to drive the intruder away. Xiao Gung said, "I can leave, but you need to come with me." "No time." Su Chen directly refused. Xiao Gung raised an eyebrow at Su Chen's audacity to refuse, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He slapped his palm down. Boom! The stone table shattered into pieces. "You can refuse, but don't regret it," Xiao Gung threatened. Two cold lights shot out from Su Chen's eyes. As a newcomer to the Qingling sect, he did not want to cause trouble, but there were always fools who overestimated themselves and wanted to step on him. He coldly glanced at Xiao Gung and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Xiao Gung asked. Su Chen did not look back. "Aren't you the one who wanted me to go with you? Lead the way." In the Qingling sect, disciples within the sect were not allowed to kill each other. If there were unresolved grudges, they could compete on stage. The arena is divided into life and death arenas and ordinary competition arenas. As the name suggests, in the life and death arena, one's life and death are determined on the stage, and killing a fellow disciple in the life and death arena will not be pursued by the sect. In contrast, the ordinary competition arena is mainly for sparring, where the fights are meant to be controlled and will not endanger lives. How bold! Xiao Gung revealed a smile of triumph from his scheme. Chapter 22. Arena Battle. The two of them arrived at the entrance of a canyon, named Wind and Cloud Canyon. The Qingling sect's arena is set up within the canyon. Standing outside the canyon, Su Chen could already hear the noisy sounds coming from within. There were quite a number of people inside the canyon. Along the way, he had seen very few people. It turned out they were all inside Wind and Cloud Canyon. What? Scared? Seeing Su Chen standing outside the canyon, hesitating to enter, Xiao Gung thought Su Chen was afraid at the critical moment and thus provoked him. "Put away your little tricks. Since I'm here, I won't back down." Su Chen scoffed at Xiao Gung's provocation. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into Wind and Cloud Canyon. The moment he entered the canyon, a wave of noise surged towards him like a tide. It was too loud. There were also a lot of people. Countless individuals surrounded the arena, cheering for the two sides that were fighting. There were many arenas in Wind and Cloud Canyon, but there were even more people sparring, except for the life and death arena, which was empty. All other general arenas were currently occupied by sparring matches. "Two junior brothers, sorry to interrupt. May I borrow the arena for a use? You have no objections, right?" Xiao Gung jumped onto the arena and spoke to the two people who were sparring. The two combatants, suddenly interrupted, looked furious, but when they saw Xiao Gung, their anger vanished instantly. Xiao Gung was not someone they could afford to offend. They exchanged glances and then jumped off the arena wisely. Xiao Gung had considerable fame among the inner disciples, and as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he attracted a lot of attention. Look at Xiao Gung. He's actually on stage. Today was truly a good day. I wonder who is sparring with Xiao Gung. There are not many qualified to spar with him in the inner sect. I guess it should be Zhao Li, Feng Che, or Yuan, one of the three. The crowd buzzed with discussion. "Senior brother, Xiao Gung has taken the stage." Li Ji pointed at Xiao Gung on the arena and said to Su Yu. Su Yu perked up, following Li Ji's finger and looking over. Indeed, he saw Xiao Gung. But at that moment, there was only Xiao Gung on the arena. Where's that kid? He wouldn't dare to accept Xiao Gung's challenge, would he? Su Yu said anxiously. Just as his words fell, a figure leaped onto the arena. That person could only be Su Chen. Ha! The kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky actually accepted Xiao Gung's challenge. Ha ha! Su Yu laughed. At the same time, those watching Xiao Gung in Wind and Cloud Canyon were all puzzled. Who is that person? He looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. I haven't seen him either, but anyone who can spar with Xiao Gong must be extraordinary. The crowd was filled with discussions. Some believed Su Chen was acting low-key, but his strength should be good. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to take the stage against Xiao Gong. Seeing Su Chen on stage, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Gong's face. The spirit medicine is in hand. Even if that kid regrets it now, it's too late. Kid, your strength is vastly different from mine. You might as well cut off an arm yourself. Otherwise, if I really have to make a move, it won't just be an arm you'll lose. Xiao Gong said arrogantly. Su Chen looked at Xiao Gong, who threatened to make him cut off an arm, his expression gradually turning cold. Make your move, he said calmly. Su Chen's indifferent tone angered Xiao Gong. It seems you want to give up until you hit the Yellow River. Although killing is not allowed in general arenas, breaking your limbs, even with the elders present, won't be a big deal. Stop the nonsense. Make your move. Su Chen coldly interrupted Xiao Gong's rambling. Xiao Gong's expression froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, very well. Phantom Shadow Technique." With a low shout, Xiao Gong's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. The Phantom Shadow Technique, a high-level yellow-grade martial art, when practiced to perfection, allows one to move like a phantom, fast to the point of being nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye, making it difficult to defend against. Xiao Gong was at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. In terms of strength, he could rank among the top 100 in the inner sect. His knife techniques were the most formidable, and it was unexpected that his body techniques were also so impressive. That guy's expression is calm. Does he really have skills, or is he just putting on an act? There is no question. He must be pretending, trying to create a mystery. The calmer he appears now, the more miserable he'll be later. The crowd saw Xiao Gong utilizing the Phantom Shadow Step and erupted in exclamations, with many voices disparaging Su Chen. Su Yu looked at Xiao Gong's unpredictable movements with a smile on his face, feeling he hadn't chosen the wrong person. He never thought Xiao Gong wouldn't be Su Chen's match. At the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm, he probably wouldn't last even a single move against Xiao Gong. No one in the crowd believed Su Chen could win. Perhaps only he himself had confidence. He stood in the center of the arena, his body straight like a spear, piercing towards the sky. Whoosh! A breeze brushed past. A shadow flashed by from the corner of his eye. The next moment, a strong wind rushed from behind. A fist, filled with rich spiritual power, suddenly appeared, targeting Su Chen's vital spot. Got it. A smile appeared on Xiao Gong's face. Bang! But just as his words fell, his forward-moving fist was suddenly blocked. He looked up in shock to see that Su Chen had somehow turned around, his right hand raised, fingers tightly grasping his fist. A look of astonishment flickered across his face. He actually blocked it. Su Chen suddenly stepped forward, his right shoulder slamming into Xiao Gong's chest. Xiao Gong's expression changed, raising his hand to protect his chest. Boom! The spiritual power exploded between Su Chen's right shoulder and Xiao Gong's chest. The force erupted instantly. Xiao Gong let out a muffled grunt and was sent flying backward. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment. Countless people widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene on the stage. How could this be? Senior brother Xiao Gong is actually at a disadvantage. That person looks unfamiliar. Who is he? I know him. His name is Su Chen. He just joined the sect yesterday. Su Chen. He just joined the sect yesterday. Doesn't that mean he is a newcomer? The disciples in Wind and Cloud Canyon all gasped in shock, especially after hearing that Su Chen had only recently joined the sect. Everyone became even more agitated. Xiao Gong steadied himself, listening to the waves of exclamations around the arena, his expression gradually darkening. Kid, so your name is Su Chen. However, don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. He grasped his hand, and a battle knife appeared in it. Whoosh! Su Chen took the initiative. The sound of breaking air echoed as he launched a punch wrapped in spiritual power towards Xiao Gong. Xiao Gong sneered, with a shake of his right hand. The battle knife in his hand sliced towards Su Chen's fist with incredible force. Clang! The moment the fist and knife collided, a powerful burst of energy howled out, causing the battle knife to ring out with a clang, shaking violently. Xiao Gong's right hand holding the battle knife felt slightly numb, and the cold smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by seriousness. He hadn't expected Su Chen to possess such terrifying strength, nearly causing him to lose grip on the battle knife. Wind and thunder slash. Xiao Gong shouted fiercely. With his cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, he had not gained any advantage after 2 exchanges with Su Chen. The blade energy surged. A large blade aura, about a foot long, formed instantly and then slashed down towards Su Chen with the force of wind and thunder. Wind and thunder slash, a low-level mysterious grade martial art, was one of Xiao Gong's trump cards. He had once killed several opponents of the same level with this move. If I'm not mistaken, Su Chen should only be at the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm. What a monster! He actually forced Xiao Gong to use the wind and thunder slash. After today's battle, regardless of victory or defeat, Su Chen's name will be known. Su Chen had no time to listen to the crowd's discussions. He formed a fist with his seal, and the black spiritual power surged on the edge of his fist, not dodging or evading. He hurled a punch towards the massive blade aura that was coming down. Seeking death, Xiao Gong sneered. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Su Chen struck the blade aura with a punch, and with a loud bang, the thick blade aura shattered in response. After breaking through Xiao Gong's trump card, Su Chen's momentum surged as he stepped forward, his right fist shooting out straight like a javelin. Bang! Xiao Gong's body shook, and he took a step back. Xiao Gong's expression grew increasingly grim, dark as water. At this moment, the countless spectators around the arena were stunned into silence, each one dumbfounded. Su Chen was actually overpowering Xiao Gong. How could this be? Su Chen had the upper hand, while senior brother Xiao Gong was at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, 2 small realms higher than Su Chen. Su Chen's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Invincible at the same level, he was already a genius. Battling across levels, he was a genius among geniuses. Fighting across 2 small realms and firmly suppressing his opponent could only be attributed to a prodigy. A prodigy? Su Jian. Su Yu was even more shocked. He stared intently at the 2 fighting on stage, waves of turmoil surging in his heart. Xiao Gong was not Su Chen's opponent. No way. How could this be possible? He couldn't understand. How could Xiao Gong, who was 2 small realms higher than Su Chen, be overwhelmed by him? Su Chen, you forced my hand, Xiao Gong shouted furiously. Chapter 23. The broken sword. Suddenly, silver-white lightning appeared on the battle blade. The Thunder Punishment Blade. The Thunder Punishment Blade is Xiao Gong's strongest trump card. He didn't want to reveal it so early, but to defeat Su Chen, he couldn't care less. Seeing Xiao Gong unleash the Thunder Punishment Blade, Su Chen sensed a hint of danger and withdrew without hesitation. Haha, Su Chen. Let us see what you use to block my Thunder Punishment Blade. Xiao Gong laughed triumphantly, thinking Su Chen was retreating out of fear and wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Thunder surged, and the battle blade fell like lightning. Su Chen's speed was ultimately a step too slow, engulfed by the thunder. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The stone-piled arena cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Dust and smoke rose suddenly, shrouding the entire arena. What happened? Is Su Chen dead or alive? Xiao Gong's strike was too powerful. The arena was utterly destroyed, and Su Chen was likely in grave danger. What a pity. Yes, speaking of it, Su Chen is also a genius, but he is too unaware of his own limitations, daring to challenge Xiao Gong on stage. If he dies now, he has no one to blame. The crowd looked at the dust-covered arena, whispering and discussing among themselves. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought Su Chen was in serious trouble, a figure suddenly burst out of the dust, charging straight at Xiao Gong. Xiao Gong's pupils constricted. He saw clearly that the rushing figure was indeed Su Chen, and he was completely unharmed. How is this possible? He gasped in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. Su Chen lunged in front of Xiao Gong, unleashing a long-prepared punch with the momentum of his charge, striking like lightning. Xiao Gong hurriedly crossed his blade in front of his chest. Clang! Xiao Gong's arm went numb from the impact, and he was forced to retreat uncontrollably. Clang! Su Chen stepped forward and threw another punch. Xiao Gong desperately tried to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Su Chen swung his fists, one punch after another, continuously hitting the blade. At first, Xiao Gong could barely hold on, but soon his arms became numb and lost feeling. Finally, with another loud bang, The battle blade flew from his hands. Su Chen's right leg surged with spiritual power, and with a whoosh, he delivered a fierce whip kick to Xiao Gung's waist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiao Gung's waist erupted in a cloud of blood mist, and he screamed as he uncontrollably flew backward. Amid the crowd's gasps, Xiao Gung flew off the stage and crashed hard onto the ground. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. They stared in shock at the scene, momentarily unable to react. On this day, Su Chen's name would be remembered by everyone. Those present would not forget this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old boy who easily defeated the well-known Xiao Gung from the inner sect. After a moment, the crowd finally reacted from their shock. Gasp! Am I dreaming? Xiao Gung actually lost to Su Chen. Su Chen seems to be quite young, defeating Xiao Gung. This kid is not simple at all. Xiao Gung used his strongest move and still wasn't a match for Su Chen. Just how strong is Su Chen? Does he really only have the cultivation of the 4th level of Qi gathering? Is it possible he's hiding his cultivation? That's a possibility. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. A new star is about to rise in our inner sect. It's a pity that he has only been in the sect for a short time. In the inner sect competition 3 months later, he might not make it into the top 30. At his age, not making it into the top 30 is quite normal. Breaking into the top 100 would put him on the radar of the sect's upper echelons. Yes, once the sect's upper echelons take notice and accept him as a disciple. Countless disciples disgust in disbelief. Impossible, how could Xiao Gung lose? Su Yu also wore an expression of disbelief. Trash. Looking at Su Chen, who had become the focus of the crowd, his anger grew, and he muttered a curse under his breath. It was unclear whether he was cursing Su Chen or Xiao Gung. Amid the lively discussions, Su Chen stepped down from the stage, not even glancing at the unconscious Xiao Gung below, and strode out of the wind in Cloud Gorge. Inner sect. In Su Chen's courtyard, he forced a smile to send off his visitors. Once the courtyard door was heavily shut, a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. It had been 3 days since he defeated Xiao Gung. After his victory, word spread, and people came to visit him one after another. Their intentions varied. Some wanted to befriend him, the rising star of the inner sect. Some sought to win him over for their families. And others wanted to challenge him to make a name for themselves in the inner sect. For those who wanted to challenge him, he could send them away with a cold face. But for those who came bearing gifts and good intentions, Su Chen couldn't turn them away. After all, one shouldn't strike at a smiling face. As a result, in these 3 days, he had been dealing with various visitors, leaving him no time to cultivate. This couldn't go on. As a fellow disciple of the Qingling sect, I can't refuse those who come with goodwill. Su Chen sighed and said, "Looks like I can only go down the mountain to avoid the limelight." He never expected that the people bringing gifts would force him to leave the sect in such a predicament. Having made his decision, Su Chen immediately packed his things and went down the mountain. Guangyan City, Qingling sect, to the west, a medium-sized city 300 miles away. The city has a population of over 1 million. Su Chen walked through the bustling streets, looking left and right. "Young master, I have 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng and mid-grade spiritual weapons. Would you like to take a look? The price is favorable. I guarantee you will be satisfied." An old man with gray hair, seeing Su Chen's extraordinary demeanor, spoke up to promote his products. Su Chen looked at the old man's stall. Just one glance, and he slightly shook his head. The so-called 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng was just an ordinary herb that emitted a bit of spiritual energy. As for the mid-grade spiritual weapon, it was even more dubious. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Chen took a step forward. He visited taverns, pharmacies, and tea houses one by one. As night fell, Su Chen prepared to find an inn to stay. However, as he passed an alley, he suddenly heard painful groans and the dull sounds of fists hitting flesh coming from within. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping into the alley. "Yi Fan, you son of a horse driver, a lowly bastard. I warned you before to recognize your identity and not get close to Sonya. Did you treat my words as if they were wind passing by? Damn it, take a look in the mirror, you worthless piece of trash." A toad wanted to eat swan meat. In the alley, a group of young boys was surrounding a thin boy dressed in coarse clothes. The boy looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He sat on the ground, hugging his head, enduring the punches and kicks without ever begging for mercy. Seeing this, the leader of the group grew even angrier and shouted, Beat him, keep beating him. Let's see how long he can last. If he dies, I'll take the blame. He's just the son of a horse driver. What could happen if we kill him? The group of boys no longer held back, mercilessly striking the thin boy. The horse-faced boy stepped on the thin boy's face and arrogantly said, "Yi Fan, if you kneel and beg for mercy, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go." Never. The weak boy Yi Fan's voice was weak, but his attitude was resolute. Seeing Yi Fan's refusal, a fierce look crossed the horse-faced boy's face. Beat him, keep beating him, beat him to death. Feeling the killing intent radiating from the horse-faced boy, Yi Fan, unwilling to be slaughtered, let out a low roar and struggled to stand up. Clang! He pulled out the broken sword from his back, holding the hilt with both hands, staring fiercely at the horse-faced boy. The horse-faced boy was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. The others followed suit, laughing heartily. "Yi Fan, did someone kick your head? Are you trying to scare us with a rusty broken sword? Ha ha ha. Come stab me. Stab here, let us see if you can pierce my skin," the horse-faced boy shouted, patting his chest. Yi Fan's face showed signs of struggle. Smack! The horse-faced boy stepped forward, slapping the broken sword out of Yi Fan's hand, then kicked him in the chest, causing Yi Fan to fall to the ground in pain. "Did you really think you could stab me?" The horse-faced boy spat, picked up the broken sword, walked over to Yi Fan, who was lying on the ground, and slowly raised the sword. "You carry this broken sword every day, so I'll grant you this wish and let you die by it." As he spoke, a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly thrust the sword downwards. Yi Fan resignedly closed his eyes. He was just the son of a stableman, a servant of the Song family in Guangyan City. Faced with the bullying of Song Hui and other Song family youths, he had no power to fight back. If he died, probably no one would collect his body. The intense pain did not come. Did Song Hui change his mind and decide not to kill him? His heart sank. There was no joy of surviving a disaster. From what he knew of Song Hui, if he didn't kill him, it was definitely to keep him alive for torment, to make him wish he were dead. He slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him made him pause in surprise. His initial assumption was wrong. It wasn't he that Song Hui had changed his mind. Someone had saved him. The one who saved him was a young man, tall and straight, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The young man had grasped Song Hui's wrist, and the tip of the broken sword was only 3 inches from his chest. Just a little more, and he would have been dead. Yi Fan felt a wave of fear wash over him. A little friction, and you're ready to kill. "Your heart is too cruel," Chen said coldly, holding on to Song Hui's wrist. "Kid, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, get lost." Song Hui struggled hard. After realizing he couldn't break free, he glared at Chen viciously. "I am a Song family disciple. If you know what's good for you, let go and kneel to apologize, or I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." Is the Song family really that powerful? Chen not only didn't let go, but instead slightly increased his grip. Song Hui cried out in pain, his nose running and tears streaming down his face. The broken sword he was holding also clattered to the ground. Seeing this, Chen shook his head in disinterest. He looked down on people like Song Hui and didn't want to dirty his hands by killing him. "Get lost." Song Hui felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He glared at Chen with hatred, then left in a hurry with his companions. Chen looked at the rusty broken sword that had fallen at his feet and bent down to pick it up. The moment his fingers touched the broken sword, boom! Chen's mind exploded with a loud sound, his body stiffening in place, unable to move. Chapter 24. Taichu Sword Art. Yi Fan climbed up from the ground, looking at Chen, who was frozen in place with the broken sword in hand, his face filled with confusion. He couldn't understand what had happened to Chen and why he was standing still. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Chen and reached out to touch him. Just as he did, Chen, who had been motionless a moment ago, slowly opened his eyes. Yi Fan let out a scream, covering his eyes and retreating continuously. In the instant Chen opened his eyes, he saw an astonishing sword aura in Chen's gaze, which pierced his eyes painfully, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Chen quickly restrained his aura and looked at the tearful Yi Fan, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Yi Fan waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing Chen's words. As he spoke, he opened his bloodshot eyes. "Where did you get this broken sword?" Chen asked softly, gripping the broken sword. Yi Fan answered honestly, I found it in the mountains. Grateful to this lifesaver, he answered every question without any hesitation. Su Chen asked, can you give it to me? The broken sword was useful to him. Regardless of whether Yi Fan agreed, he wouldn't return the sword. Fortunately, Yi Fan was a grateful person. Although he felt reluctant, he still nodded. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. This kid was quite perceptive, avoiding the need for a confrontation over the sword. This broken sword is useful to me, but I want to take your things for free. I see you haven't practiced martial arts yet. So here, this is a high-level Huang rank true fire technique that can lead you to cultivation, Su Chen said, taking out the Su family's clan technique and handing it to Yi Fan as a token of gratitude. The true fire technique, a high-level Huang rank martial art, was no longer useful to him. Seeing the technique in Su Chen's hand, Yi Fan was so excited that he trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. This scene was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. He trembled as he took the true fire technique from Su Chen's hands, treating it as a precious treasure. Disciple Yi Fan, thank you, master. Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed 3 times to Su Chen. Su Chen frowned slightly upon hearing Yi Fan call him master, but soon relaxed. Yi Fan came from humble beginnings, but was not timid. With a firm mind and impressive willpower, even though his martial arts talent was unknown, judging by his character, his future achievements would not be low. Accepting him as a named disciple would not be bad. After all, it was just a small effort. Whether Yi Fan lived or died in the future had nothing to do with him. Get up, Su Chen said lightly. Thank you, master. Seeing that Su Chen allowed him to call him master, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, his heart filled with joy. Su Chen said, don't be too happy too soon. Although I accept you as a disciple, you are only a named disciple, and I want to stay to personally guide your cultivation. Yi Fan felt a little disappointed upon hearing this. Since you call me master, I can't be stingy. Here, take these spirit stones and use them. Su Chen tossed a bag of spirit stones to Yi Fan. I noticed that the group of people you encountered earlier are not good people. They likely want to let you go. For your safety, it's best not to go back, and it's better to leave Guangyan City. With that, Su Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Yi Fan felt the heavy spirit stones in his hand and bowed deeply 3 times in the direction Su Chen had left. Outside Guangyan City, in an unnamed small mountain, Su Chen took out the broken sword and carefully traced the rust on the blade. This seemingly ordinary broken sword, who would have thought it was once the sword of the Sword Emperor in his youth? Taichu Sword Emperor. The moment he touched the broken sword, the statue of the Taichu Sword Emperor in the Heavenly Emperor's hall stirred, ultimately exploding, allowing Su Chen to receive its inheritance. Taichu Sword Art, an Imperial-level martial art. There were a total of 10 forms. Strictly speaking, the 10th form was merely a concept of the Taichu Sword Emperor. He deduced the 10th form of sword move, but never executed it until his death. Taichu Sword Art, 1st form. Move mountains, 2nd form. Break rivers, 3rd form. Destroy cities, 4th form. Cover seas. The inheritance of the Taichu Sword Emperor was far more than just the Taichu Sword Art. It also included his insights into the sword. But the insights of the Sword Emperor were too profound for Su Chen to comprehend in a short time. With a thought, he summoned the Qing Chi sword. He thrust it out with 1 sword strike. Whoosh! The air let out a sharp whistle. Su Chen sheathed the sword, pondered for a moment, then thrust out another sword. Swish! The sound of an explosion echoed. This sword was faster and more powerful than the last. In the following days, Su Chen traveled while practicing his swordsmanship. His goal this time was the Tianyuan mountain range. The Tianyuan mountain range was the largest mountain range in the Taishan kingdom, stretching thousands of miles from east to west, filled with countless monsters and spirit herbs, a paradise for adventurers. Su Chen was not heading to the Tianyuan mountain range for the spirit herbs, but to sharpen his sword skills and combat techniques. To hone his swordsmanship and improve his combat skills, he needed constant battles and to linger on the edge of life and death. But he wasn't a bloodthirsty person and wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. After thinking it over, he decided to target the monsters. The Tianyuan mountain range was his first choice for a trial ground. Liuguang City, a medium-sized city with a population of over 1 million. At dawn, outside Liuguang City, it was already a sea of people. The fire team is going into the Tianyuan mountain range to gather herbs. There are a total of 11 spots. 8 are filled, and 3 are still needed. Strength must be above the 7th level of Qi refining. Those willing should hurry to sign up. Hunt a high-level first-grade monster. The Baize elephant. Team requirements. Strength must be above the 7th level of Qi refining. This trip is dangerous. Please decide carefully. The Chasing Wind team is going into the Tianyuan mountain range for trials, with Captain Hong-E accompanying them. They are too short of 7 members, so anyone wanting to join should hurry. As Su Chen walked out of the city, he heard the voices rising from the crowd and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Deep in thought, his goal was the Tianyuan mountain range, and these people gathered outside the city were also heading there. As a newcomer, he wasn't very familiar with the Tianyuan mountain range. If he rashly entered the mountains alone, he might end up in a forbidden area, facing a disastrous end. These people in front of him might not be strong, but they were knowledgeable about the Tianyuan mountain range, knowing where the dangers were and where not to go. They were familiar with the terrain and had survival skills in the wilderness. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the crowd. The Chasing Wind team is going into the Tianyuan mountain range, with Captain Hong-E accompanying them. They are 1 short of 7 members. Anyone wanting to join should hurry. Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice. The one calling out was a young man with a face full of acne, accompanied by 5 others. The 6 were led by a scar-faced man. 1 spot left, and will depart immediately, the acne-faced youth shouted loudly. Su Chen approached and said, "Big brother, I want to join your team. Do you think I can?" "You." The acne-faced youth turned to look at him, seeing a somewhat youthful face, and couldn't help but be taken aback. "Kid, are you joking with me? Hurry up and leave. Don't bother me. Or I want to be polite." Facing the acne-faced youth's dismissal, Su Chen was not angry at all. He pointed to his own face and said, "Big brother, do I look like I'm joking? I really want to join you. Our requirements are not low. To join us, you must at least be at the 3rd level of Qi refining." The acne-faced youth emphasized the 3rd level of Qi refining, clearly doubting that Su Chen met this requirement. In addition, they also needed rich combat experience. "We have a daunting task this time entering the Tianyuan mountain range. It won't be easy." Aside from the cultivation level requirement, the acne-faced youth also valued combat experience. Su Chen smiled and released a bit of his aura, saying, "I'm at the 4th level of Qi refining, just right to meet your requirements." The young man was slightly taken aback. He then looked up and down at Su Chen in astonishment. Su Chen appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, yet he was already at the 4th level of Qi condensation. A 16 or 17-year-old at the 4th level of Qi condensation in Liuguang City was unheard of. "How old are you?" The young man swallowed hard and asked. Perhaps the person in front of him just looked young, but his actual age might be over 20. 22, Su Chen reported a false age. A 17-year-old at the 4th level of Qi condensation would be too shocking and conspicuous in the eyes of ordinary people, so he deliberately claimed to be a bit older. The young man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had guessed correctly. The person in front of him just looked young. However, a 22-year-old at the 4th level of Qi condensation was also a genius and much stronger than him. The young man said, "Having cultivation alone isn't enough. You also need practical experience. I'll be honest with you, we have a mission to accomplish in the Tianyuan Mountains, and we will inevitably encounter battles with. So I need to assess your combat ability. How will you assess it?" Su Chen became interested. Chapter 25, Tianyuan Mountain Range. The young man, with a pockmarked face, said, "I'm a bit older than you, so I want to bully you. Let us have a fair fight. If you can take my punch, the last spot will be yours." "Okay, it's a deal." Su Chen agreed immediately. "Be careful," the pockmarked young man reminded, and then he rushed forward, taking several strides to reach Su Chen. His fist, larger than an ordinary person's, came crashing down like a grinding wheel, creating a low rumble as it cut through the air. Watching the punch come at him, Su Chen did not dodge or evade. He tightened his right hand into a fist and met it head-on. Bang! The sound of a collision echoed, as if 2 massive stones had struck each other. The pockmarked young man's expression changed, and he stumbled back a step, while Su Chen remained steadfast in his position. "Good." The crowd around them erupted in applause at the sight. The pockmarked young man's face shifted between shades of green and white. Su Chen cupped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, big brother for showing mercy. Otherwise, it would have been me at a disadvantage. Hearing this, the pockmarked young man's expression softened. Indeed, he hadn't used his full strength just now. Otherwise, it would have been his opponent at a disadvantage. The pockmarked young man said, although I didn't go all out, you really have some skills. I'll make the decision. The last spot is yours. Thank you, big brother. Chen pretended to be overjoyed. Little brother, congratulations on joining us, said a scar-faced man who walked over. My name is Hong-E, captain of the Chasing Wind Squad. Chen cupped his hands in greeting and said, I'm Chen. E.M. Suhou. The pockmarked young man, Suhu, introduced himself and then introduced the other members of the squad to Chen. Wang Shuo, who wielded a large knife, Yang Jian, with a dark complexion, Li Zhong, who was robust. These three, along with Hong-E and Suhu, were all members of the Chasing Wind Squad. The last member, named Zhao Feng, was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi Condensation Realm, and like Chen, was a temporary recruit for the Chasing Wind Squad. With the team assembled, the 7-member squad set off immediately towards the Tianyuan mountain range, 80 miles away. The group of 7 crossed the 80-mile distance and arrived at the Tianyuan mountain range. Chen, the Tianyuan mountain range is vast and boundless, filled with countless demon beasts. We are only at the Qi Condensation Realm and can only operate on the outskirts of the mountains, not venture deeper. Of course, opportunities often coexist with dangers. Suhu leaned close to Chen and whispered. As they walked, Chen listened carefully. Having traveled together, he had already become quite familiar with Suhu. The Tianyuan mountain range had a complex terrain, with thorns everywhere and towering, lush trees, making it a suitable hiding place for demon beasts. An advanced 1st-level demon beast, the ice rabbit, Hong-E suddenly stopped and whispered. Suhu's eyes lit up. The ice rabbit, a good thing. Its meat is tender and juicy. A delicacy we can't let escape. Suhu licked his lips and followed Hong-Yi's gaze, seeing a pair of slightly crimson eyes glinting with a cold light in the bushes not far away. Confirming the ice rabbit's position, Suhu took a large step forward, drawing his sword from behind and stabbing towards the ice rabbit. Puff! A light sound of the blade entering flesh rang out as Suhu's sword pierced the ice rabbit's head, killing the advanced 1st-level demon beast in one strike. Got it. Now we have a feast. Suhu sheathed his sword and laughed heartily. But at that moment, Hong-Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Be careful. Almost as soon as he spoke, a gust of demonic wind swept through the bushes, and a massive shadow lunged at Suhu. The shadow's speed was too fast. Hong-E couldn't rescue him in time. Suhu, who had let his guard down, was completely unprepared. By the time he heard Hong-Yi's warning, he had already caught a whiff of the foul odor approaching him. Death was closing in rapidly. He had no time to draw his sword to defend himself. His pupils constricted sharply, and just as he was about to meet his demise, a figure suddenly sprang out, crashing into the massive shadow with a loud bang. The shadow's momentum was halted, and it flew backward, while the figure also staggered back a step. He was saved. Suhu felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. When he saw the person who had rushed to save him, he was momentarily stunned. For it was not the strongest Hong-E, but the newcomer Chen who had intervened. Suhu quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Don't mention it, Chen replied, his gaze never leaving the massive shadow. It was a demon beast the size of a water buffalo, with a body resembling a tiger and a tail like a scorpion, sharp and glistening with a bluish metallic sheen. A scorpion tiger. Suhu's expression turned serious. He realized that the beast attacking him was actually a scorpion tiger. The scorpion tiger was a 2nd-level intermediate demon beast, known for its ferocity. With claws like knives and fur as tough as iron, incredibly difficult to deal with. Its strength was comparable to a peak 5th-level Qi condensation warrior among humans. Because its tail contained potent venom, even some 6th-level Qi condensation warriors were reluctant to engage it. If it weren't for Chen's timely intervention, he might have already perished in the beast's jaws. Thinking of this, he felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Kill! A cold shout came from Hong-E. He charged forward to attack the scorpion tiger. Wang Shuo and the others followed closely behind. Though the scorpion tiger was powerful, It couldn't withstand the combined assault from Hong Yi and the others, and it fell into a pool of blood after less than 10 breaths. After extracting his sword from the scorpion tiger's body, Hong Yi finally looked at Su Chen, noticing that the latter's expression was normal and he was unscathed, a hint of surprise crossing his eyes. The incident had happened so suddenly that even he couldn't reach Su Hu in time. Logically speaking, Su Chen, who was farther away, should have had even less chance to intervene, unless Su Chen had spotted the scorpion tiger before him. But was that possible? Su Chen was at the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm, while he was at the 7th. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the perception. Could Su Chen's perception surpass his? Seemingly sensing the doubt in Hong Yi's gaze, Su Chen smiled and explained, I just happened to notice the scorpion tiger and was prepared, which allowed me to block its attack by chance. So, he had merely stumbled upon the scorpion tiger's trail. Hong Yi understood, finding it easier to accept Su Chen's explanation. Su Chen, you weren't injured, were you? Su Hu, having escaped death, regained his composure and began to worry about whether Su Chen was hurt. Su Chen reassured him, I'm fine. The scorpion tiger targeted you. I caught off guard by showing up suddenly, so I wasn't injured. There are hidden agendas in people's hearts. He didn't want to reveal his true combat strength too early. Hong Yi spoke up. The battle just now made quite a commotion and has attracted nearby demon beasts. Let us clean up the battlefield and leave quickly. Su Hu and the others fell silent, efficiently dealing with the scorpion tiger's corpse and taking all the materials they could carry. Chapter 26 Thunder Ape Hong Yi said solemnly, Stop, there's movement up ahead. As he spoke, the others also sensed the commotion ahead. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook. A monstrous beast was charging towards them. Boom! The bushes suddenly exploded, and a crawling creature charged out like an armored vehicle. This was a creature covered in silver-white scales, its head the size of a water tank. With crimson eyes as big as lanterns, a giant mouth filled with fangs, and a tail like a saw, looking extremely ferocious. It radiated a strong demonic aura. It was much more powerful than the scorpion tiger. Hong Yi's eyelids twitched. It was a second-tier advanced demon beast, the Thunder Lizard. Although he was a 7th-layer Qi condensation martial artist, he knew he was no match for the Thunder Lizard in a one-on-one fight. Fortunately, he had 6 companions. With 7 people working together, they had the strength to fight the Thunder Lizard or even kill it. Captain, what should we do? Should we retreat or fight? Su Hu's face was tense, as if facing a great enemy. The Thunder Lizard was clearly coming for them. Retreating without a fight would be extremely disadvantageous and could lead to total annihilation. At this point, they could only join forces to battle. Hong Yi drew his sword and shouted, Everyone attack together! With that, he charged towards the Thunder Lizard. Su Chen and the other 6 followed closely behind. In an instant, sword lights, blade glows, fist powers, and palm winds. All dazzling, the momentum was astonishing. Su Chen appropriately joined the fight, showcasing the strength expected of a 4th-layer Qi condensation martial artist. 7 attacks converged from different directions towards the Thunder Lizard. Although the Thunder Lizard was powerful, under the siege of 7 people, it was forced to retreat repeatedly, only able to defend itself. The Thunder Lizard, having been pushed back repeatedly, bore several wounds. And in its fury, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a burst of silver lightning aimed directly at Hong Yi. Clearly, the 7th-layer Hong Yi was seen as the biggest threat by the Thunder Lizard and was targeted first. Hong Yi was taken aback. Realizing the Thunder Lizard was going all out, he immediately channeled all his spiritual energy, flowing like water into his sword. In that moment, he held nothing back and fought with all his might. Clang! The sword energy erupted. A cold light flashed, and Hong Yi's sword struck fiercely at the incoming lightning. Boom! A tremendous noise echoed. The lightning shattered and scattered. Although the power of his strike was greatly diminished, it still landed heavily on the Thunder Lizard's neck. Puff! The sharp sword tore through the scales, leaving a 3-inch deep gash on the Thunder Lizard's neck with the remaining force. Roar! The Thunder Lizard howled in pain, going mad, and with a furious roar, its massive tail swept through the air with a low sound, striking Hong Yi hard. Bang! Hong Yi coughed up blood and was sent flying. Su Hu and the others, seeing this, were filled with horror. If Hong Yi were to die or lose his fighting ability, their situation would be extremely dangerous. The Thunder Lizard, having suffered multiple injuries, went berserk, its eyes blood red, filled with murderous intent. Roar! The roars echoed. The giant tail lashed out wildly, and with several loud bangs, Su Hu and Wang Shuo were either knocked back in disarray or spat out blood. The tide of battle instantly turned. Hong Yi staggered to his feet, seeing his side at a disadvantage and himself heavily injured. If he stayed, it could lead to total annihilation. Let's go. Split up and escape. Anyone who can get away should. Upon hearing this, the others dared not stay and fled in disarray. Just as everyone was fleeing in panic, a figure dashed forward instead of retreating, swiftly closing in on the Thunder Lizard. With a flash of cold light, there was a splatter of blood. The Thunder Lizard's massive body suddenly stiffened, letting out a reluctant roar before collapsing straight down. This, Hong Yi, who was about to turn and flee, was dumbfounded. Su Hu, Wang Shuo, and the others also stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the lifeless Thunder Lizard. It's dead? Su Hu's lips trembled as he spoke in a low voice. Su Chen, how did you do that? Hong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The others also looked at the one who killed the Thunder Lizard. Su Chen, who would have thought that the Thunder Lizard, which had forced them to scatter, would ultimately die at Su Chen's hands? Su Chen withdrew his sword from the Thunder Lizard's body, shook off the beast's blood, and said, "Luck." Seeing the disbelief in everyone's eyes, Su Chen explained, "The Thunder Lizard's target was always the captain. It didn't regard me as a threat, which is why I got the chance to approach it, and my sword just happened to strike its wound. Without your strike, Captain, I wouldn't have been able to break through the Thunder Lizard's scales." After hearing Su Chen's explanation, Hong Yi and the others finally understood. So that's how it is. Hong Yi said, "Even so, Su Chen, your courage and ability to seize the opportunity are truly admirable." Impressive. Su gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen had saved him from the Scorpion Tiger, and now had killed the Thunder Lizard. These two events made him firmly believe that Su Chen was extraordinary, and his future achievements would surely be significant. Such a person was definitely worth forming a close bond with. It was clear that Su Hu was not the only one thinking this. Hong Yi felt the same way and had even decided to invite Su Chen to join the wind-chasing team. "Su Chen, you killed the Thunder Lizard. You deserve the most credit. According to the rules, you will take 40 of the Thunder Lizard's materials, and the remaining 60 will be divided among the 6 of us. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Su Chen replied. Su Hu leaned closer to Su Chen and suddenly asked, "Su Chen, aren't you curious about the mission of our wind-chasing team this time?" Su Chen asked in turn, "What mission?" I was going to tell you when we arrived at our destination, but since I find you agreeable, I'll tell you now." Su Hu chuckled. "Our goal this time is the Thunder Fruit." Thunder Fruit? Su Chen expressed that he had never heard of it. Su Hu patiently explained. The Thunder Fruit is a low-grade spiritual fruit of the Thunder attribute, containing pure Thunder energy that can temper the body. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Martial artists in Qi condensation often have relatively weak physical bodies. The Thunder Fruit can temper the body. Strengthening the body is a significant boost to a martial artist's combat power and enhances their means of survival. Su Chen asked, "Are there guardian beasts around the Thunder Fruit?" "Yes," Su Hu nodded. "If there weren't guardian beasts, we would have picked it last time we found it." "What kind of beasts?" "A group of Thunder Apes." "A group?" "Yes, a group, probably more than 30 of them. Thunder Apes are second-tier intermediate demon beasts. Do you think with just the 7 of us, we can take them on? Also, among this group of Thunder Apes, there is definitely a Thunder Ape King, whose strength is at least second-tier advanced. Who said we have to engage the Thunder Apes in a head-on battle? Thunder Apes live in a canyon. We can lure them out and kill them one by one. We're not a match for a group of Thunder Apes, but we can certainly handle 1 or 2. Su Hu gave Su Chen a disdainful glance, then slowly revealed their plan. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The group passed through the jungle, and suddenly their vision opened up. Su Hu pointed excitedly at the entrance of the canyon, saying, "We're here." Faintly, there were sounds of monkeys howling coming from the canyon. "Let's rest for a bit, then proceed according to the plan," Hong Yi said. Everyone nodded and found a place to hide. Half an hour later, the 7 of them had fully recovered their energy and spirit. Hong Yi was the first to stand up, and the others followed suit. "Who will lure the monsters?" Hong Yi scanned the faces of the group. Luring monsters was extremely dangerous. One misstep, and they could be besieged by the thunder apes and perish in the canyon. So, the person responsible for drawing the monsters cannot be too slow, and their strength cannot be too strong. Otherwise, as soon as they enter the canyon, they will attract the attention of the Thunder Ape King, and all efforts will be in vain. Captain, I'll go. I'll go. Su Chen and Su Hu said almost simultaneously. Then the two looked at each other. Without giving them a chance to speak, Hong Yi, as the captain, decided. Su Chen, you go, be careful. Su Chen nodded. Whoosh. With a push off the ground, he shot out, silently approaching the canyon. Hidden in the jungle, Hong Yi and the others watched Su Chen's back with tension. Roar. Roar. Under the nervous gaze of Hong Yi and the others, Su Chen entered the canyon, and soon, the sound of the Thunder Ape's roars echoed from within. Then, a figure burst out of the canyon, closely followed by two large Thunder Apes running upright. Here they come. Hong Yi's spirits lifted, signaling everyone to hold their breath. If the Thunder Apes sensed danger, the two pursuing Thunder Apes might very well turn back into the canyon. Chapter 27. Distributing the Thunder Fruit, Su Chen controlled his speed, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from the pursuing Thunder Apes behind him. One person and two apes, one fleeing and two chasing, gradually moved away from the canyon and into the jungle. As the two apes were lured into the ambush circle, Hong Yi, hidden in the shadows, suddenly burst out and attacked. In an instant, 6 figures struck at the Thunder Apes from different directions. While running, Su Chen suddenly turned around, drew his long sword, and thrust it out. Puff! This sword was quick and fierce, directly stabbing into one Thunder Ape's left eye, blood spraying everywhere. The Thunder Ape, in pain, roared as it tried to tear Su Chen apart, but 2 more attacks landed on it, and with 2 loud thuds, the massive Thunder Ape, over 10 feet tall, was sent flying. After hitting the ground, it convulsed violently a few times before finally breathing its last. The other Thunder Ape, under the surprise attack and siege, quickly fell as well. Quick, clean up the battlefield, Hong, he said in a low voice. While speaking, he nervously watched the entrance of the canyon, fearing that the dying screams of the Thunder Apes would attract all the other Thunder Apes in the canyon. Fortunately, their ambush location was far enough from a canyon, and they acted swiftly and decisively. The Thunder Apes had barely made a sound before they lay in a pool of blood. After cleaning up the battlefield, Hong Yi and the others relocated their ambush position. Having just experienced a battle, the air still carried residual energy and the stench of blood. Continuing to set an ambush at the same spot could alert the Thunder Apes and make them cautious. After changing to a new ambush location, Su Chen suppressed his aura and prepared to lure more monsters. Su Chen, take a break before going again, Hong Yi said with concern. No need. Su Chen shook his head. His consumption was minimal and could be ignored. Su Chen dashed out again and entered the canyon. Before long, he lured out 3 Thunder Apes. Following the same process, he led the Thunder Apes into the ambush circle, and within 10 breaths, the 3 Thunder Apes fell in a pool of blood. Next, Su Chen lured out 7 or 8 times in succession, killing a total of 28 Thunder Apes combined. The remaining 6 Thunder Apes in the canyon, no matter how Su Chen tempted them, refused to leave the canyon. Unable to trick the Thunder Apes, Su Chen and the others were a loss. After a discussion, they decided to launch a frontal assault on the canyon. After all, there were only 6 Thunder Apes left, and in terms of numbers, they still had the advantage. I will hold off the Thunder Ape King. Zhao Feng, Wang Shuo, Yang Jian, Su Chen, you 4 each hold off 1 Thunder Ape. Su Hu and Li Zhong, you 2 work together to deal with 1. Spare no effort to kill the Thunder Ape quickly, then support the others, Hong Yi instructed quietly before entering the canyon. Su Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Let us go. With a low shout, Hong Yi took the lead and charged into the canyon, followed closely by the 6 others. Roar! As the 7 entered, the remaining 6 Thunder Apes in the canyon stood up, issuing threatening roars at the intruders. Hong Yi drew his long sword and directly targeted the taller Thunder Ape King. Whoosh! He leaped 10 zhong away, his sword shining silver, and as he swung it, the sword energy exploded, cracking the air and splitting the ground. Su Chen and the others also chose their targets and engaged in fierce battles. Su Hu and Li Zhong teamed up, and after a few exchanges, they managed to suppress the Thunder Ape opposite them. However, the Thunder Ape was powerful, with tough skin and thick flesh, and for a while the two couldn't kill it. Unable to kill the Thunder Ape quickly, they couldn't free up their hands to help Su Chun, Zhao Feng, Wang Shuo, and Yang Jian, who were struggling to hold on. At the same level, the beast's tough skin and strong defense meant its combat power generally surpassed that of human warriors. Su Chun fought fiercely with the Thunder Ape, exchanging blows while keeping a close eye on the overall battle situation. He noticed that Su Hu and Li Zhong were unable to kill their Thunder Ape, and other battlefields were also in dire straits, especially Hong Yi, who was fighting the Thunder Ape King alone and was clearly struggling. He already had several claw marks on him, and if he hadn't dodged quickly, he might have been gutted by the Thunder Ape's claw. Su Hu and Li Zhong were also increasingly aware of the dire situations in the other battlefields, and they became anxious. However, when people panic, their attacks become disorganized. Not only did they fail to kill the Thunder Ape, but they also put themselves in danger. Seeing this, Su Chen realized he could no longer rely on Su Hu and Li Zhong. He needed to break the deadlock, or someone in their group would surely fall. With this in mind, Su Chen stopped holding back. His previously lazy gaze sharpened instantly like two divine swords. He pulled and slashed with his long sword, and with a puff, a deep sword mark appeared on the Thunder Ape's body, blood flowing and staining half of it red. The Thunder Ape howled in pain, flailing its arms and lunging at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge or evade, thrusting his sword forward. Puff! The dull sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed. The Thunder Ape, in a fierce pose, suddenly froze, then emitted a deathly scream, its massive body collapsing weakly. As the Thunder Ape fell, Su Chen pulled out the long sword embedded in its left eye. The sword had pierced through its left eye and out the back of its head, killing it in one strike. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, who was struggling against the Thunder Ape King, was becoming weaker, his attacks increasingly feeble due to his injuries. He couldn't hold on for much longer, and Su Hu and Li Zhong were still unable to subdue their Thunder Ape. If this stalemate continued, they would surely be defeated. Sighing to himself, he prepared to retreat when he suddenly heard the dying scream of a Thunder Ape. He paused and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Su Chen pulling out his longsword. Su Chen ended the battle. He single-handedly killed a mid-level second-tier Thunder Ape. This result left him both shocked and delighted. Shocked that Su Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations, and delighted that the deadlock was broken. They could turn the tide. Victory was in sight. Seeing this, the others also showed expressions of extreme joy. "I'll help you," Su Chen shouted towards Su Hu and Li Zhong's battlefield, rushing in with his sword drawn. Su Hu and Li Zhong were holding back the Thunder Ape, and when Su Chen arrived, he seized the opportunity to stab the Thunder Ape in the back. The second Thunder Ape was dead. "You go support the captain. Hong, he can't hold on much longer and needs help." Su Hu and Li Zhong nodded, not pausing, and dashed towards the battle between Hong Yi and the Thunder Ape King, with Su Hu and Li Zhong joining in. Hong Yi finally had a moment to catch his breath. The three of them combined their strength to barely hold off the Thunder Ape King's attacks. Meanwhile, Su Chen, wielding his long sword like the Grim Reaper, roamed the battlefield, each place he passed seeing Thunder Apes fall under his blade. Soon, only the Thunder Ape King remained in the canyon. The seven surrounded the Thunder Ape King. As expected of a high-level second-tier beast, the Thunder Ape King was incredibly strong, with astonishing power and defense. Su Hu's sword strike only left a negligible wound on it, despite its formidable defense. Under the relentless assault of the seven, the Thunder Ape King gradually faltered, its body drenched in blood, and finally collapsed in a pool of blood with a mournful roar. With the Thunder Ape King's fall, the seven of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then one by one, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Su Hu gave Su Chen a thumbs up, saying, "If it weren't for you this time, we would have been in danger." Hong Yi smiled at Su Chen and said, "Su Hu is right. Su Chen, you made a significant contribution. You get 30% of the Thunder Fruit." After saying this, he looked at the others and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" "No objections. I agree. I also support it." Others unanimously agreed with Hong Yi's proposal. "Since everyone agreed, I will not refuse." Su Chen did not decline. as the thunder fruit was very useful to him. Mentioning the thunder fruit, everyone looked up towards the depths of the canyon. Deep in the canyon, a small tree about a foot high extended from a crack in the rock wall. The small tree was entirely silver-white. Its leaves and branches were all silver. Among those leaves and branches, there was a hint of bluish color in the silver, and there were round fruits the size of lychees. Suhu's eyes were fiery with anticipation as he said, "Captain, the thunder ape is dead, and the thunder fruit is ripe. Shall we quickly pick the thunder fruit?" Hong-E nodded and said, "Delay may lead to changes. Let us pick the thunder fruit first, and then clean up the battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 figures immediately rushed out and quickly began to pick the thunder fruit. First picking, then distributing. Hong-E said while picking. Soon, the thunder fruit was completely harvested. Su-chan was fast, picking 13 fruits, which accounted for about 1/3. "I picked 8. I'm slower, so I only picked 3. I did all right, I picked 6. Everyone chimed in. "I picked 13, Su-chan said. The group placed the thunder fruits together. There were a total of 40 thunder fruits. "Su-chan, you have made a great contribution. Taking 30, these 12 fruits are yours." Hong-E allocated 12 thunder fruits to Su-chan. Su-chan took the thunder fruits and stored them in his storage ring. Hong-E continued distributing. The fruits were allocated according to the level of contribution, and those who received less had no complaints. After the distribution of the thunder fruits was completed, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. However, Zhao Feng's smile looked somewhat stiff. He had the lowest strength and the least contribution, so he only received 2 thunder fruits. The thunder fruit is a low-level spiritual medicine of the profound rank. By rights, 2 thunder fruits were already considerable. But compared to Su-chan and Hong-E, he felt discontented. He looked at Su-chan and the others with a hint of jealousy. However, he did it well, and no one noticed. "Let's start cleaning up the battlefield," Hong-E said. Everyone immediately sprang into action. The corpse of the thunder ape was also a significant gain. Chapter 28 Breakthrough. Instant kill, Just as everyone was focused on cleaning the battlefield, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Looking up, they saw Wang Shuo being pounced on by a crimson blood tiger. The immense force of the crimson blood tiger tore apart his arms on the spot. Even though Wang Shuo fought back desperately in that moment, it could not change his fate of death. With a tearing sound, as sharp teeth ripped through flesh, half of Wang Shuo's neck was shredded, blood splattering everywhere. In front of the crimson blood tiger, Wang Shuo had no power to fight back. Crimson blood tiger. Hong-E's expression changed dramatically. His voice trembled slightly. Crimson blood tiger. A second-tier, high-level demon beast. Although the crimson blood tiger was on the same level as the Thunder Ape King as a second-tier high-level demon beast, its power far surpassed the latter. Even a warrior at the 8th level of chi condensation would have to retreat in the presence of a crimson blood tiger. At their peak, none of them were a match for the crimson blood tiger, not to mention now, with injuries and deaths among them. There was no option left but death. Run, scatter, and escape. Saying this, he turned around and fled without hesitation. Suhu and the others were not slow to react. At the moment Hong-E turned to escape, they all moved, choosing different directions to flee frantically. Suchen Sai Haoba. The disparity in strength was too great. Moreover, the crimson blood tiger had appeared at the worst possible time. It didn't come earlier or later, but only after they had finished off the thunder apes. Wait a minute. Demon beasts have a strong territorial awareness. Did these 2 crimson blood tigers come into the thunder ape territory for the thunder fruits? They got here before the crimson blood tigers. Or the crimson blood tigers might have already arrived, hiding in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits. Su-chan shook his head. Thinking about this now was just a waste of time and energy, and it wouldn't improve his current situation at all. He took a deep breath and began to turn and flee. 2 of the 7 had already died, leaving only 5. The 5 scattered in different directions to escape. It wouldn't lead to a complete annihilation. But those targeted by the crimson blood tigers were definitely facing a life-or-death situation. Su-chan hoped he wasn't one of them. The more one fears something, the more it comes. Heavy footsteps sounded behind him. The dense demonic aura surged like a violent wind. No way. His heart sank as he turned to look. In the forest, 2 crimson blood shadows exuding a violent aura charged forward, one after the other. Shaking the ground with their steps, breaking trees along the way. No way. How could I be so unlucky that both beasts are targeting me? Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. His internal spiritual power surged wildly, enveloping his whole body in spiritual energy, causing his speed to suddenly increase. His figure darting forward like an arrow. The wind from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. His speed was fast, but the Crimson Blood Tiger was even faster. Soon, the massive figure of the Crimson Blood Tiger was less than 100 meters away from him. In less than a minute, the Crimson Blood Tiger would catch up to him, and then... What to do? What to do? Chen's mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. None. There were no options. He thought of all possible strategies, but none could help him escape the tiger's jaws. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was too great. Just as he was contemplating a way to escape the tiger's jaws, the Crimson Blood Tiger was already less than 20 meters behind him. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, the Crimson Blood Tiger stomped its four legs fiercely on the ground, sending dirt flying as its massive body leaped into the air. Chen, running, felt the danger rapidly approaching from behind, and his expression changed slightly. Whoosh! He gathered his strength and swung his sword backward fiercely. This sword strike had been charged for a long time. Hiss! The sword light was like a ribbon, like a hanging river of stars. Bang! The long sword collided with the tiger's claw, producing dazzling sparks. The terrifying force from the tiger's claw came crashing down like a tidal wave onto the long sword, making it ring out loudly and shake violently. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the long sword. The sword was just an ordinary iron sword, not the spiritual weapon Qing Chi sword. Boom! The long sword exploded, and fragments flew everywhere. Chen felt a sweetness in his throat, and his whole body was sent flying back by the force of the sword's explosion. Roar! The other Crimson Blood Tiger seized this opportunity, leaping up and opening its massive mouth to bite down on Chen's head. Chen's eyes hardened. After landing, he rolled away desperately, narrowly avoiding the massive mouth. But as he evaded the attack of the Crimson Blood Tiger, he grasped the air with his fingers, the Qing Chi sword appearing in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the Qing Chi sword transformed into a cold light, piercing accurately into the right eye of the Crimson Blood Tiger. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The Crimson Blood Tiger howled in pain, its roar filled with suffering and endless killing intent. Its paw raised high, it swung down fiercely. Bang! Chen was knocked away by a paw, crashing into a giant tree, and as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Go! Without time to catch his breath, Chen glanced at the Crimson Blood Tiger with its right eye blinded, charging at him with great momentum, activated his spiritual power, and leaped up, continuing to escape. The Crimson Blood Tiger had suffered a great loss at Chen's hands, filled with killing intent, and was even more unwilling to let him go. Driven by hatred and killing intent, its speed became increasingly terrifying. After a few leaps, it caught up to Chen. Chen gritted his teeth, since he couldn't escape. He would leave behind a fight. Just as he was preparing to confront the two tigers, his eyes suddenly brightened. On the steep rocky mountain, a crack opened that was only wide enough for one person to walk through. The crack was smooth and even, not like a natural formation, but more like it had been artificially carved out. With the danger approaching from behind, Chen couldn't afford to think much further. He exerted force with his right foot, stomped the ground hard, and leaped forward, diving into the crack like a swallow returning to its nest. Bang! The rocky mountain shook as the Crimson Blood Tiger crashed into it, unable to break through. Chen looked at the Crimson Blood Tiger repeatedly crashing against the rocky mountain and breathed a sigh of relief. The Crimson Blood Tiger couldn't come in, so he was temporarily safe. However, seeing the hatred in the tiger's single eye, he knew the Crimson Blood Tiger would not easily let him go. First, recover from his injuries. Chen walked a distance inside, sat down cross-legged, and took out spiritual stones from his storage ring. Holding the spiritual stones, they instantly turned to powder. Half a day later, Chen's injuries had mostly healed. The outside of the cave also returned to calm. Chen hesitated briefly before walking towards the cave entrance. Just as he stepped out of the crack, a foul stench hit him in the face. Bang! He quickly retreated back into the crack as the Crimson Blood Tiger lunged, and heavily crashed into the rocky mountain. Damn beast, it didn't leave. It seems it really holds a grudge against me. It won't leave until it kills me. Su Chen's face turned serious. He sat back down again. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual stones appeared in front of him. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Since it won't leave, then let it stay here for good. Su Chen's heart hardened. He inhaled deeply. The power of devouring surged endlessly. The spirit stones turned into powder, and strands of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body. About half a day had passed. Su Chen stopped his cultivation. The pile of spirit stones in front of him had all turned to dust. It turned out that 100,000 spirit stones only allowed him to break through from the 4th to the 6th level of the Qi gathering realm. Su Chen's mouth twitched in pain. If it weren't for the fortune he made in the water mansion, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such a terrifying consumption. Half a day to break through from the 4th to the 6th level of the Qi gathering realm. His strength had greatly increased, and the expenditure of 100,000 spirit stones was worth it. He comforted himself like this, and his heart felt a little better. After the breakthrough, he didn't immediately go out for revenge, but instead took out the Qingqi sword and began to practice sword techniques, one stroke at a time. Time passed bit by bit. 3 days later, Su Chen finished his sword practice. Crimson Blood Tiger, I hope you haven't left. He sneered and stepped out of the crack. Gone? After stepping out of the crack without being attacked, Su Chen shook his head with a hint of regret. After finding a direction and walking 50 meters, he suddenly stopped, a cold smile on his lips, and said softly, I thought you had left, but it turns out you've become smarter. However, there was only one left. The other one had no idea where it had run off to. The moment his voice fell, a tiger's roar echoed through the forest as the Crimson Blood Tiger suddenly pounced out, opening its massive mouth to bite fiercely at Su Chen. The one that hadn't left was the one Su Chen had blinded in its right eye. It seemed it had developed a deep hatred for Su Chen, vowing not to rest until it killed him. 50 meters away from the crack, Su Chen was attacked by the Crimson Blood Tiger, and it was clearly impossible for him to turn back. This was also the main reason Su Chen praised the Crimson Blood Tiger for being smarter. A beast is ultimately still a beast. Su Chen never thought of turning back. He looked at the ever-enlarging tiger's mouth, the stench hitting his face. With his right hand gripping the sword, the next moment, the Qingqi sword was drawn. The sword light flashed. A large, fierce tiger head flew high into the air. Due to the inertia of running, the headless body of the Crimson Blood Tiger ran forward for a distance before crashing against the stone wall with a loud bang. The fierce tiger head rolled a few times on the ground. The headless tiger body also fell down, blood gushing out and covering the ground. The flesh of the Crimson Blood Tiger is a top-notch delicacy. Su Chen walked over and collected both the head and the body, planning to find an excellent chef after returning to cook a pot of exquisite dish using the Crimson Blood Tiger and the black-scaled python to replenish his body. Holding the Qingqi sword, Su Chen searched around but did not find any trace of the other Crimson Blood Tiger. It seemed that the other one had really left. Chapter 29. The Tragedy of the Wind Chaser Squad Tianyuan Mountain Range. Outskirts. It's time to leave. It has been half a month since entering the Tianyuan mountain range, and it is time to go. Half a month of relentless killing has been a tremendous burden on Su Chen's body and mind. He needs to step away from the slaughter. Otherwise, he will be affected mentally by the killing. Shaking off the withered yellow leaves from his body, he stood up when suddenly his ears perked up. There was the sound of fighting. Su Chen looked in the direction of the noise, and after pondering for a moment, he decided not to get involved. Just as he was about to leave, he faintly heard a familiar voice. Spirit energy poured into his ears, and after listening carefully, his expression changed slightly. The next moment, he stepped forward and rushed toward the direction of the sound. In a clearing of the jungle, two groups of people were confronting each other. No, rather than a standoff, it was more like one group was surrounding another. Zhao Feng looked at Hong Yi and the two others trapped in the middle, with no way to escape above or below, and laughed heartily. Hong Yi, if you don't want to die, you should hand over the thunder fruit early. Otherwise, you and your two good brothers will all be buried here. Zhao Feng, you are actually a member of the Zhao family from Liuguang City. How blind was I to let a wolf-hearted beast like you join the team? Wasn't it you who killed the blood tiger that day? Hong Yi, Su Hu, and Li Zhong cursed angrily at Zhao Feng. They never expected that Zhao Feng was a member of the Zhao family, and that he brought Zhao family warriors to force them to hand over the Thunder Fruit. When they refused, the pursuit began. After fleeing for a while, they were ultimately surrounded by the Zhao family warriors, with no way to escape. In response to the furious curses from Hong, Yi, and the others, Zhao Feng smiled proudly instead of feeling ashamed, and said regretfully, "Wang Shuo, Su Chen, they died at the hands of the Blood Tiger. Otherwise, the harvest would have doubled." "You did well, Zhao Feng," said the blue-clad youth behind him approvingly. Zhao Feng flattered the youth. "It is my honor to serve the young master." "Good. You can keep the Thunder Fruit in your hand as a reward." "Thank you, young master." Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude. The blue-clad youth was quite satisfied with Zhao Feng's attitude, nodded, and then looked at Hong, Yi, and the others. "If you don't want to die, hand over the Thunder Fruit. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground." "Never." Hong Yi rejected without hesitation. For the Thunder Fruit, they had already lost 2 brothers and the newly acquainted Su Chen. In their minds, Su Chen had already died at the hands of the Blood Tiger. Stubborn and unyielding, Zhao Feng said coldly. "Unappreciative." The blue-clad youth snorted coldly. "Kill them." The youth's eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, the Zhao family warriors drew their swords and rushed forward. Hong Yi and the others showed expressions of despair. It seemed that they were also going to perish here today, but even if they died, they could not let the Zhao family beast benefit. Fight to the death. At least take 1 down, 2 would be a profit. Hong Yi roared, his eyes red as they charged forward desperately. The 2 sides immediately clashed in a brutal fight. Hong Yi and his companions had decent strength and were filled with the will to die, unleashing astonishing battle power. However, the Zhao family warriors were numerous, and it was difficult to fight against so many. Soon, Li Zhong was cut down by 4 attackers, his body a bloody mess. Li Ye. Su cried out in despair and fought like a madman, attacking without defense, completely reckless. On the other side, Hong Yi was also fighting bloodily. He faced even more attackers, some of whom were at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. He wielded his long sword and killed 3 people. But then a long sword pierced through his chest, followed by a battle knife that severed his head. "Captain!" Su's eyes were about to burst with anger. He was already covered in wounds, relying only on hatred to sustain his fight. But the disparity in strength was ultimately too great. Poof! A steel knife stabbed into his lower abdomen. He roared in anger, swung his sword to behead the attacker, but could no longer hold on, kneeling on 1 knee with his sword. Zhao Feng walked over to Su Hu with a smug expression, raising his battle knife above his head. "Su Hu, do you have any last words?" "Get lost." Su Hu spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were too severe. Without Zhao Feng acting, he couldn't hold on much longer. "Nothing to say? Ha, then go die." With that, Zhao Feng prepared to chop off Su Hu's head. "Stop!" A loud shout suddenly came, and Zhao Feng's movements paused as he looked at the newcomer. A young man strode forward. Upon seeing him, Zhao Feng blinked in surprise. "Su Chen, you're not dead." "Young master, this person is Su Chen. He also has Thunder Fruits, a total of 12. Zhao Feng immediately reported to the blue-clad youth. The youth's expression brightened. Su Chen looked at the corpses of Hong, Yi, and Li Zhong, then at the severely injured and dying Su Hu, his expression cold. "Zhao Feng, why are you doing this?" He suppressed his urge to kill and asked slowly. Zhao Feng laughed. "Haha, why do this? Blame your own lack of strength. Blame your unfair distribution. Why should you get 12 Thunder Fruits, while I only get a pitiful 2? You were unjust first. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Su Chen frowned. "Spirit fruits are distributed according to contributions. You know how much you contributed. Besides, if you were dissatisfied, why didn't you raise it back then?" Zhao Feng was at a loss for words. "Su Chen, hurry and go. They are from the Zhao family of Liuguang City. You are not their match." Su Hu, struggling to stay upright, weakly urged Su Chen. Zhao Feng laughed. "At this time, you still have the leisure to care about others? Su Hu, you should care about yourself." With that, he raised his battle knife and swung it down fiercely. "You seek death." Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold light as he shouted and suddenly lunged forward. With a loud bang, Zhao Feng was sent flying. Bang! Zhao Feng crashed to the ground, rolling several times before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with some internal organs. With the blood spurted out, Zhao Feng's breath weakened, taking in more than he exhaled, clearly having his organs shattered and unable to survive. Seeing Zhao Feng trying to kill Su Chen, filled with rage, struck and killed Zhao Feng in one move. Su Hu, are you okay? Su Chen turned to Su Hu, asking with concern. His voice faltered, revealing a look of sorrow. Su was already dead. Of the 7 who entered the Tianyuan mountain range as a team, 6 had perished, leaving only him. Su Chen looked at the Zhao family warriors surrounding him, and a murderous intent filled his heart. These people had killed Hong, Yi, Li Zhong, and Su Hu, and now they also wanted to kill him. You all deserve to die. Su Chen's voice was icy and piercing. As he spoke, he slashed his sword horizontally, the sword light like lightning, too fast for anyone to react. Puff, puff. 2 heads flew high into the air. Clang, clang. A few people reacted, raising their battle knives to block, but Su Chen's sword was incredibly sharp, unstoppable, cutting through iron like mud. With several crisp sounds, the battle knives were all cut in half, and then the sword edge swept across their necks, causing blood to spurt and splash everywhere. 3 people widened their eyes in terror, clutching their necks as blood flowed through their fingers, their pupils rapidly dilating. 2 heads were severed, 3 carotid arteries were cut, and with one sword strike, 5 people were killed. Bang! 1 person fell to the ground helplessly, and others followed suit. A Zhao family warrior surrounding Su Chen retreated in fear. The smiles on the faces of the others disappeared, replaced by terror. Su Chen had already developed a killing intent. Since he had made his move, he would not stop halfway. He stepped forward and swung his sword down. PFF. A Zhao family warrior was split in half by the sword, dying on the spot. Kill him. The young man in blue reacted, shouting loudly. The remaining Zhao family warriors knew that if they didn't fight desperately now, they would only end up being slaughtered. They all raised their weapons and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen swung his sword in a circle. Clanging sounds echoed as sparks flew, and soon the battle blades began to break. The Zhao family warriors charging forward were forced to retreat, their fear visible on their faces as they looked at their broken blades. All of you die. Su Chen showed no mercy as he charged forward, swinging his sword repeatedly, the sounds of stabbing echoing as Zhao family warriors fell one after another. The young man in blue lunged forward, his sword ruthlessly striking towards Su Chen's throat. The long sword cut through the air, producing a sharp screech. With his first move, he aimed to kill. The young man in blue was at the 7th level of the Qi condensation stage. Faced with the young man's fierce attack, Su Chen remained unfazed, calmly watching. In the next moment, he slashed down. BFF. The dull sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out. Then, a spray of blood shot out from the young man's neck. The young man in blue seemed like a deflated balloon, his aura rapidly diminishing. He looked terrified, desperately covering his neck, trying to stop the blood from flowing. It's useless. My sword has severed your carotid artery, and the sword energy continues to destroy the wound. Unless you take a miraculous pill that can bring the dead back to life, you will undoubtedly die. Su Chen's cold voice echoed in the young man's ears like the pronouncement of death. Your sword is very sharp. From your sword, I can feel the power of the sword. But you shouldn't kill me. The young man in blue gave up struggling, his hands weakly falling down. With each word he spoke, a large amount of blood gushed from his neck. Su Chen sheathed his sword and said, I never regret killing. The young man in blue leaned to one side, breathless and dead. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Chen was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed. He heard the sound of breaking air from a distance. Someone was coming, and there was more than one person. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air approached. 7 or 8 figures swooped in from afar, led by an old man in gray. Young master. When the gray-haired elder arrived and saw the young man in blue lying in a pool of blood, his expression changed drastically. He rushed to the young man's side, checked him over, and upon realizing that the young man was already dead, his expression changed again. Finally, he looked up fiercely, glaring at Su Chen. Did you kill the young master? He attacked me first. I countered and killed him. Su Chen faced the gray-haired elder's fierce gaze without fear, calmly replying, capture him and hand him over to the family head for punishment. The gray-haired elder waved his hand forward, and those behind him drew their swords, all charging towards Su Chen. Chapter 30. Slaughter. Su Chen knew that he had killed the young master of the opposing side, and the hatred between him and the person across could not be resolved. Therefore, he said no more and drew the Qing Chi sword. He swung out with one sword. The sword light flashed. A condensation realm, fourth-layer warrior at the front clutched his neck and fell to the ground. As he killed one person, the attacks from the other 6 had already enveloped him from all directions. Su Chen's figure flickered, dodging the attacks coming from every direction. Crack! Crack! With a shake of his wrist, the Qing Chi sword slashed diagonally, breaking 2 battle knives coming at him, and the Qing Chi sword remained undamaged. The sword energy burst forth, and with 2 puffs, 2 more heads flew high into the air. In just a few breaths, Su Chen had killed 3 people. The remaining 4 were frightened and dared not advance. The gray-clothed elder's eyes surged with killing intent. But before he could make a move, Su Chen took the initiative to kill him. He kicked off the ground and soared into the air, his legs striking out continuously in midair. The gray-clothed elder felt the terrifying power contained in Su Chen's legs, his pupils slightly constricting as he quickly raised his hand to defend. Bang! 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 Su Chen kicked out more than 10 times in one breath, each time colliding hard against the gray-clothed elder's fist. He took the initiative to attack, and with the momentum, his leg strength increased dramatically, forcing the gray-clothed elder to retreat continuously. The gray-clothed elder was horrified. He was a condensation realm 8th-layer warrior. In a contest of strength with Su Chen, he was actually at a disadvantage. Who are you? Why are you targeting the Zhao family? The gray-clothed elder exclaimed in shock. He suspected that Su Chen was deliberately targeting them. Su Chen floated down. The moment his feet touched the ground, he raised his sword high. The Qing Chi sword pointing diagonally to the sky, and then slashed down with force. Clang! A blue battle knife suddenly appeared in the gray-clothed elder's hand, blocking in front of him. Ding! The collision of the sword and knife sparked. The gray-clothed elder's body shook, and he retreated several steps. After steadying himself, he looked at his battle knife, his expression changing. The treasure battle knife had actually sustained damage in the first collision, with a nick appearing on the blade. He suddenly looked up, greedily staring at the Qing Chi sword in Su Chen's hand. A spiritual weapon. Only a spiritual weapon could have such terrifying destructive power. Su Chen did not deny it. Hiss! Hiss! 2 sword energies slashed toward the gray-clothed elder. The gray-clothed elder swung his knife to defend. Su Chen stepped forward and swung his sword again twice. Ding! Ding! In the final collision, the gray-clothed elder's battle knife snapped in 2 with a crack. In the shocked and terrified gaze of the gray-clothed elder, the Qing Chi sword glimmered with cold light, and with a puff, it sliced through his neck. Blood spurted forth. The gray-clothed elder clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, seeing that the gray-clothed elder was not Su Chen's opponent and was killed in just a few moves. The remaining 4 turned pale and then scattered in all directions. Su Chen, sword in hand, chased after them with large strides. One sword beheaded a foe. Without stopping, 3 breaths later, the second person also met a gruesome end under his sword. 20 breaths later, the third person fell in terror. 40 breaths, 50 breaths. Time passed little by little. Su Chen returned with his sword, frowning slightly. The 4th person had actually escaped. Leaving the roots of the grass uncut would surely leave a great problem. But soon, he relaxed his brow. He was ready to return to the sect. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, could they come to the Qingling sect to take revenge on him? He immediately set off back to the sect. However, he ultimately underestimated the Zhao family's operational capability. The Zhao family warrior who escaped quickly rejoined other Zhao family members who had entered the Tianyuan mountain range. And after informing them of the situation, this group of Zhao family warriors became furious. They immediately sent people to seal off the exit of the Tianyuan mountain range and sent word to the Zhao family members in Liuguang City. Liuguang City, a city near the Tianyuan mountain range. The city was dominated by 3 major families, with the Zhao family being the strongest. On this day, Zhao Heilong, the head of the Zhao family, was furious. His son, the most talented genius of the Zhao family, had actually died in the Tianyuan mountain range. The one who killed him was not a beast, but a human warrior. According to the survivor, the murderer was a young man wielding a spiritual weapon. Upon learning that the murderer possessed a spiritual weapon, Zhao Heilong was filled with greed and immediately summoned the family experts to march into the Tianyuan mountain range. He sought to avenge his unjustly slain family member while also coveting the spiritual weapon in the murderer's hands. A spiritual weapon, even a low-grade one, was worth its weight in gold. In the vast Liuguang city, with a population of no less than 1 million, there was not a single warrior who owned a spiritual weapon. This shows how rare they are. If he could obtain a spiritual weapon, he might be able to accept his son's death. At the perilous outskirts of the Tianyuan mountain range, a figure flashed by. Behind him, 7 or 8 warriors were closely pursuing. Damn it, he escaped again. After losing track of the target, the leading skinny middle-aged man cursed resentfully. This man was the 9th elder of a Zhao family in Liuguang City, a condensation realm 8th-layer warrior. After learning of the young master's tragic death, he followed the family head into the Tianyuan mountain range to hunt the murderer. But for 3 consecutive days, they not only failed to bring the murderer to justice, but also suffered heavy casualties. Not long ago, the small team he led found the murderer's trail. But during the chase, they still allowed him to escape. You can't escape. My Zhao family has mobilized everyone and set up a web of traps at the exit of the Tianyuan mountain range. Even if you turn into a fly, you won't be able to escape. The 9th elder roared unwillingly, venting the frustration in his heart. Just as his shout faded, a figure resembling a hawk swooped down from a nearby tree crown. Puffed. A Zhao family warrior to the left front of the 9th elder was sliced in half from above without any warning, his body collapsing to the sides. Blood and entrails spilling everywhere. Su Chen's gaze was cold as he murmured a phrase and swung his sword again. Puffed. A warrior was cut in half at the waist. The number of Zhao family warriors who died at Su Chen's hands had already reached 38. Seeing 2 Zhao family members continuously killed by the murderer, the 9th elder's eyes were about to pop out. You beast, D. With a low roar, he leaped out, his large hand reaching out, fingers clawing, and slashing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fingers, like sharp blades, spewed forth energy directly aimed at Su Chen's head. Su Chen faced it calmly, gripping the sword hilt, gathering power for a moment, and then unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy radiating out, shredding the surrounding ground into pieces, dirt flying, leaving not a single intact spot. At the same time, a series of mountain illusions appeared in the sword energy, terrifying to the extreme, causing the hair on one's body to stand on end and the entire body to tremble. Taichu sword technique, first form, move the mountain. A thick sword energy, accompanied by the mountain illusions, slashed down fiercely. Hiss, hiss. The 9th elder's fingertip energy dissolved rapidly like fresh snow meeting the blazing sun. The 9th elder's pupils constricted sharply. The breath of death was approaching. At this moment, he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword energy struck the 9th elder's body fiercely, the power exploding in an instant, and the 9th elder's flesh and blood directly exploded, turning into a mist of blood, not a trace remaining. Boom! The ground was cut open by the sword energy, creating a terrifying crack 10 zhang long, 1 zhang wide, and 3 zhang deep. The might of a single sword was terrifyingly immense. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, Su Chen shook his head lightly. He had tested his sword on the 9th elder, but he did not expect the opponent to be so useless, exploding from a single strike. Su Chen looked at the Zhao family members who were stunned with fear. His figure flashed, and the Qing Chi sword was thrust forward. Puffed. The sword pierced through a throat. 40 Su Qinyong was unstoppable, taking down his enemies one after another. 41, 42, 43 when the last person fell. Su Chen sheathed his sword. Zhao family, you have sent out your entire clan and laid down a net of heaven and earth. That's just perfect. I will play with you to the end. Su Chen's expression was cold. The slaughter had only just begun. Hurry, hurry up. It's just ahead. Everyone move faster. This time, that thief absolutely cannot escape again. The family head has issued an order. Anyone who kills the thief will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. The thief's life is mine. No one could take it from me. The sounds of fighting attracted nearby members of the Zhao family. There are people coming from the east, west, and south. Su Chen stepped forward and darted northward. He could not be surrounded by the Zhao family, because he was still unable to sweep through all of them alone, especially the Zhao family head, who was said to have reached the peak of the 9th level of qi condensation. With the cooperation of other experts from the Zhao family, he would only end up fleeing in disgrace. Elder Jiao is dead. Have you seen the thief? No, he has escaped again. We arrived too late. I saw it. The thief fled northward. Let's go. Dozens of Zhao family warriors, led by 3 elders, chased after him to the north. Shortly after they left, Zhao family patriarch Zhao Heihu arrived with the group. Looking at the 7 who had died tragically, his expression was as dark as water. The Zhao family warriors had come out in full force, and after several days, not only had they failed to kill the murderer, but they had also suffered heavy casualties. 3 family elders had already died at the hands of the thief. If the thief was not killed, it would not only be a disgrace for him, but the entire Zhao family would become the laughingstock of everyone in Liuguang City, losing all family dignity. At all costs, the thief must be killed, Zhao Heihu growled darkly. Chapter 31. No corpse left behind when a number of Zhao family warriors who died at Su Chen's hands exceeded 100. The Zhao family's pursuit of Su Chen began to falter, becoming increasingly difficult. They faced a shortage of manpower. After losing over 100 warriors, it was inevitable that they would struggle to maintain their numbers, as the Zhao family was merely one of the 3 great families of Liuguang City, and their warriors could not be replenished endlessly. Su Chen sat naked from the waist up, his eyes slightly closed, cross-legged on a giant rock, motionless. His aura was fully contained, resembling a statue. At this moment, he was at a critical point in his cultivation. In his perception, the world began to gradually change. Sounds drifted farther away from him, silent, windless. All external sensations began to disappear one by one. Finally, he could no longer sense the passage of time. He was in an extremely dangerous stage. Even if a first-level low-grade monster approached, he would be completely unaware. Time passed slowly. After an unknown duration, his perception of the outside world started to return, beginning with sound. He heard a faint noise that gradually grew louder and louder, until it became a thunderous roar. Then came his hearing, followed by his sense of smell. Once all his senses were restored, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 streams of sword energy shot out from his gaze, piercing through the void. Clang! He drew his sword and swung it. The movement was fluid and seamless. The waterfall in front of him suddenly split in 2. The upper section was blocked by an invisible sword energy, while the lower section fell with increased speed, crashing down with a thunderous boom, sending up water splashes several meters high. Waves from the pool surged forward, drenching Su Chen's body. But the astonishing heat emanating from him quickly evaporated the water. At the same time, the invisible sword energy began to gradually dissipate under the constant impact of the waterfall. Once the water volume reached a certain threshold, the sword energy finally collapsed, and the waterfall began its descent, creating massive waves as it crashed into the bottom of the pool. Wave after wave crashed down. With a thought, Su Chen formed a shield of sword energy 3 feet around him. The incoming water struck the sword energy shield, exploding into countless droplets, while the shield remained unmoved. Finally, he comprehended it. Unfortunately, he was still 1 step away. What he had grasped could only be considered half a step towards sword intent. Su Chen sheathed his sword, took out a set of clothes from his storage ring, and changed. The total number of Zhao family warriors who had died at his hands had reached 133. With the Zhao family facing a manpower shortage, it was time to counterattack. Su Chen began his counterhunt. Under his deliberate search, he quickly discovered a small team of 7. Judging by their attire, they were indeed Zhao family members. Su Chen did not hide his figure and strode toward them. His unhidden form was quickly noticed by the Zhao family warriors. They were momentarily stunned, and after a moment, their expressions transformed from joy to fear. The Zhao family warriors who had died at Su Chen's hands numbered over 100. Those still pursuing him were mostly under pressure from Zhao Heihu. Otherwise, they would have scattered long ago. The leader quickly took out a flare from his pocket and was about to pull the fuse when a sword energy shot toward him, faster than lightning. The leader's arm holding the flare was severed at the wrist, blood gushing out. As the severed arm fell, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the seven. He moved between them, and with every sword strike, one would die. After 7 strikes, all 7 lay dead. None could withstand a single blow from him. Sheathing his sword, Su Chen looked at the flare tightly held in the severed hand with slight surprise and said, "A flare? The Zhao family members aren't that foolish after all. Quick, hurry! There's movement over there. We can't let the thief escape this time." Sounds came from all directions. Soon after, 7 or 8 teams arrived one after another. Just like the previous dozen times, they were too late again. Another small team was annihilated. The scene fell into silence. Fear was uncontrollable in their eyes. They asked themselves, their strength was not superior to those who had died. The only reason they were still alive was that they had been lucky enough not to encounter that demon. If the next target of the demon was them, what would be their fate? This thought arose in everyone's mind. Fear spread in their hearts. The thief can't have gone far. Chase him. Split up to pursue. Once you find any trace of the thief, don't act rashly. First, signal the others. What are you dawdling for? Act quickly. Find that thief and take revenge for our fallen kin. The Zhao family's elders said solemnly. The elder's position in the Zhao family was second only to the family head, Zhao Heihu, and no one dared to disobey his orders. Under his command, the group reluctantly dispersed to pursue. Teams left one after another, leaving only the elder behind. The elder looked once more at the 7 corpses on the ground, sighed, and turned to leave when suddenly he halted, raising his head to stare at a towering tree ahead, shouting, "Who?" A figure leaped down from the treetops. Quite perceptive, Su Chen thought, shaking his head in disappointment. The Zhao family elder, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi condensation, possessed extraordinary perception. The key was that he had maintained enough vigilance throughout. The elder had sensed the slightest movement. "It's you." The elder recognized Su Chen at a glance. Not everyone among the Zhao family had seen Su Chen, but each had a copy of his portrait. What a pity, Su Chen muttered to himself. He had killed Zhao family warriors, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he concealed his aura and hid in the treetops, waiting for the right opportunity to ambush a Zhao team. Unfortunately, the only one left was the elder, who had detected his presence in advance. Unable to launch a surprise attack, he had no choice but to kill him head-on. With a thought, the Qingqi sword appeared in his hand. A spiritual weapon? The elder stared at the Qingqi sword in Su Chen's hand, revealing a greedy expression, his heart filled with the impulse to claim it for himself. As long as he possessed the spiritual sword, his combat power would double. At that point, even the family head Zhao Heihu would not be his opponent. An innocent man doesn't deserve to suffer, but possessing a treasure brings trouble. Kid, a spiritual sword is not something you can have. He let out a low roar. His spiritual power surged, and he formed hand seals, gathering a dense flow of spiritual power between his hands. Mountain splitter palm. He struck out with a palm. A massive handprint of spiritual power rapidly descended. With a thunderous explosion, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The ground cracked open, and countless stones flew like arrows. Looking again at the area covered by the massive handprint, it had already become a deep pit, with numerous cracks spreading outward. At the bottom of the pit, Su Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen, dead without a corpse. Ha ha! The elder, not seeing Su Chen's figure, assumed the latter had been obliterated, and he laughed triumphantly, looking up at the sky. Su Chen was dead. The revenge for the Zhao family warriors had been achieved. The spiritual sword was his now. He looked toward the bottom of the deep pit, searching for traces of the spiritual sword. Nothing. Just as he was about to approach and search carefully, a glint of cold light suddenly magnified before his eyes. He froze for a moment. Su Chen floated down, the sword in his hand radiating brilliant cold light. His heart sank, and a battle knife appeared in his hand as he swung it to defend. Clang! Sparks flew. The ground shook violently. Then crack! The battle knife snapped in two, and the cold light flashed past. Puffed! A streak of blood shot out from the great elder's neck, splattering on the ground. You actually didn't die. And your sword, how sharp. Yes, I remember now, it's the sword. Intent. The great elder's eyes widened, his hands clutching his neck as he spoke intermittently. Facing the great elder, Su Chen sheathed his sword and said, "I thought you could last 2 moves with me, but it seems I overestimated you." The great elder's pupils dilated. You are a genius. The Zhao family provoking you is the greatest mistake. Hurry up. There's fighting sounds over here, hurry. The thief must be just ahead. Put in more effort. We absolutely cannot let him escape this time. Shouts came from the distance. Su Chen and the great elder's battle ended too quickly, but the commotion had already attracted the Zhao family's warriors who had just left. Groups of people quickly surrounded from different directions. The sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Chapter 32. Killing at the Zhao family thud. The great elder's head tilted and rolled off. A large amount of blood gushing from the decapitated corpse, staining the ground red. A terrified scream suddenly came from behind. Su Chen turned around. A group of people who had arrived first stood frozen 100 meters away, their faces filled with fear. The great elder is dead? Witnessing the scene of the great elder's head rolling off had a significant impact on these people. It should be noted that the great elder was the second in command of the Zhao family, second only to the family head Zhao Heihu. If even the great elder died at the hands of the thief, then what about them? You guys are really fast. You came just in time. I'll take care of you all in one go. Su Chen looked at the Zhao family warriors who were frozen in fear, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He took a few steps forward, unsheathing the Qin Chi sword with a clang. Before the Zhao family warriors could react from their panic, he slashed horizontally with one sword stroke. Thud, thud, thud. The three, standing side by side, fell apart, blood spouting into the sky like crimson fountains. The others were drenched in blood, their bodies shaking as they snapped back to reality. But what awaited them was the cold edge of the sword. Thud, 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 thud. A few more heads were sent flying. A small team of 7 was completely slaughtered by Su Chen in less than 10 breaths. In the brief moment while he was killing the 7, other warriors from different directions finally began to arrive. Upon seeing the Zhao family warriors coming one after another, Su Chen had no intention of retreating. It was time to settle the grudges with the Zhao family today. He exuded a chilling aura, and at that moment, he seemed like a god of death. With a movement, he took the initiative to meet the Zhao family warriors who were rushing over. With a low shout, Su Chen leaped into the air, his sword raised high in his hand. Then, with a fierce swing, a massive sword energy surged forth with a piercing whistle, ruthlessly slashing down at the terrified Zhao family warriors. Boom! The ground cracked open. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread outwards. Under the shadow of this sword, none of the Zhao family warriors escaped. All were annihilated, turning into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. That domineering sword strike truly shocked the Zhao family warriors in other positions, their faces paling, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Today you all will die. The pent-up frustration for being hunted by the Zhao family erupted all at once. Su Chen's expression was as cold as a knife, his gaze frigid, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. In a flash, he charged into the crowd, swinging his sword and swiftly reaping one life after another. At this moment, regardless of strength, no Zhao family warrior could survive even a single sword strike in Su Chen's hands. They fell like weeds, one after another, as blood flowed, dying every inch of the ground. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Thud! With one swing of the sword, a Zhao family warrior who was terrified and fleeing 10 meters away stumbled, his upper body slowly sliding down. Looking around, there was no one left. Of the Zhao family warriors who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only a small number, realizing they could not defeat Su Chen, wisely chose to flee, while the others all perished here. The number of Zhao family warriors who died at his hands had already exceeded 200. He had also killed more than a handful of Zhao family elders. The Zhao family was now severely weakened. Even if he stopped now, the Zhao family would become a second-rate family in Liuguang City, no longer possessing their former glory. We stop now? No, because the Zhao family head was still alive. From the day the Su family was annihilated because of him, his heart had turned extremely cold. Since they were enemies, there was no reason for mercy. Unbeknownst to him, cutting the grass without removing the roots would only allow it to grow back with the spring breeze. He did not believe that, given his growth rate, the Zhao family would pose a problem for him. However, having a family that opposed him and sought to kill him at all times was bothersome. Annihilate them. It would save trouble. Liuguang City. Recently, rumors have been rampant in the city. In tea houses, restaurants, and crowded places, one could see groups of people gathering to whisper about something. The Zhao family's martial artists surged into the Tianyuan Mountains, suffering heavy casualties. Whether it was true or not was unclear. It's true. How do you know? I have a friend who is a martial artist from the Zhao family. Yesterday, while drinking with him, he inadvertently let slip that the Zhao family warriors entered the Tianyuan Mountains to surround and kill a murderer, the one who killed the Zhao family's young master. But that murderer was also formidable. Not only did he escape the Zhao family's encirclement, but he also caused significant losses to them. Is what you said true? The Zhao family young master is dead? The Zhao family young master is dead. Won't Zhao Heihu be furious? What I said is true. Not only did the Zhao family young master die, but several elders from the Zhao family also died. In a restaurant, diners were gathered together, whispering. Not far away, a young man in black sat alone at a table in the corner, eating and drinking, pouring for himself, showing no interest in the discussions of the crowd nearby. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the shop. Everyone looked up. They saw a panicked person stumbling as he ran past the entrance of the restaurant. While running, he was mumbling frantically, "They're all dead, all dead." Everyone exchanged glances. A diner furrowed his brow and said, "That person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere." Another diner thought for a moment and said, "I remember now. He is Zhao Tai, a member of the Zhao family. What happened to him? He looks like he encountered something terrible. I think I heard him say, 'They're all dead, all dead.' Who died? Could it be?" A diner with keen hearing interjected. Everyone's expressions changed. They all thought of a terrifying possibility. "Let's go take a look." A diner immediately took off. Where to? Some people who hadn't reacted, yet were puzzled when they saw someone getting up to leave. To the Zhao family. In an instant, more than half of the diners in the restaurant left. The young man sitting alone in the corner wiped his mouth at that moment, left a few spirit stones, and got up to leave. Zhao family. Zhao Heihu suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. "What?" He stared at the people below. "Say that again." "Family head, the great elder, and the others are dead. All dead." The voice of the person below carried a sobbing tone. How could this be? Zhao Heihu still refused to believe it. Because the martial artists of the family had entered the Tianyuan Mountains, leaving the family vulnerable. Other forces in Liuguang City were stirring. Upon hearing the news, he immediately entrusted the task of hunting down Su Chen entirely to the great elder and returned to the family overnight to oversee and intimidate the small thieves. But he had only just come back for 2 days. The great elder and the family's martial artists had all been brutally killed? If the news were true, wouldn't the Zhao family be severely crippled? Once the other forces in Liuguang City learned of this, they would surely take the opportunity to strike. The people below were already terrified by Su Chen and urged, "Family head, flee quickly. That thief will not let us go. He will definitely come." Zhao Heihu slammed the table with a bang, his eyes burning with hatred, gritting his teeth as he spoke slowly. "If he dares to come, I will definitely use his head to honor the souls of the deceased in the family." As soon as he finished speaking, thud, a muffled sound came. Zhao Heihu looked up to see a person below with blood flowing from their brow, their face frozen in expression, and with a thud, their body fell heavily. He was stunned for a moment. Then he looked towards the young man who had appeared at the door without him noticing. Su Chen stared at Zhao Heihu and said, "I heard you want to use my head to honor the souls of the deceased, so I'm here." Zhao Heihu had also seen Su Chen's portrait, and he immediately recognized that the latter was the murderer who killed his son and his clan members. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Zhao Heihu's eyes were about to burst. He had just received the news of the deaths of the great elder and many other family warriors, and the murderer had come to his door uninvited. How could he not be furious? How could he remain calm? Chapter 33. Peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, Su Chen fixed his gaze on Zhao Heihu, and with a grasp of his right hand in the air, the Qing Qi sword appeared in his hand. After gathering power for a moment, he swung the sword. As soon as he made his move, he unleashed all his strength. Whoosh! The thick sword energy contained infinite destructive power, shattering the air around it, creating a series of explosive sounds like thunder. The massive sword energy dragged along a white airflow and struck down fiercely. Zhao Heihu's expression changed slightly. Only by experiencing it personally could he feel the terrifying power contained in this sword. What shocked him even more was that this young man possessed such formidable strength at such a young age. This person must not be left alive. Otherwise, he would surely become a great threat in the future. He must kill him. In that moment, he had a strong desire to kill Su Chen. Zhao Heihu let out a low growl, his spiritual power surging, and he formed hand seals, gathering a dense spiritual power between his hands. Cracking mountain palm. He struck out with one palm. The cracking mountain palm he executed was far more powerful than that of the Grand Elder. Bang! The sword energy collided with the spiritual power palm print, erupting with astonishing force, shaking the brickwood structure of the hall, which crumbled into pieces, bricks rolling down, the ground cracking and the sound echoing through the skies. Crack! The sword energy shattered, and the spiritual power palm print also collapsed under the cutting of the sword energy. However, Zhao Heihu had underestimated Su Chen. The remnants of the sword energy cut a small wound on his face. The wound was small, but the fiery pain on his face made Zhao Heihu momentarily stunned. He wiped his hand across it, and the bright red blood stung his nerves. How many years had it been? How many years since he had been injured? Today, he had suffered a loss at the hands of a kid. He was furious, unable to contain his anger. His murderous intent toward Su Chen intensified. Damn it, I must kill you. As the last word fell, Zhao Heihu unleashed another cracking mountain palm. The cracking mountain palm, a low-level Xiantier martial art, was one of the three major martial arts of the Zhao family in Liuguang City. With a single palm, it could shatter mountains and crack stones, extremely tyrannical. He had once used this move to obliterate a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, leaving no intact corpse. At this moment, he attacked with rage, sparing no effort. The massive spiritual power palm exploded the air inch by inch, and the ground continuously cracked. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, emitting an invisible and intangible fluctuation. The bricks under his feet silently turned to powder, and his figure leaped forward sharply, slashing with the Qing Qi sword at an angle. Under the urging of the sword intent, the sword energy grew even thicker, as if it were a mountain, shattering layers of airflow and striking the spiritual power palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This time, the sword energy displayed tremendous destructive power. It did not shatter, but rapidly disintegrated the spiritual power palm, and with a loud bang, the palm completely collapsed. In the next moment, the remaining sword energy, retaining most of its power, struck down at Zhao Heihu with lightning speed. Sword intent. Feeling the indelible sword intent within the sword energy, Zhao Heihu's expression changed dramatically. Sword intent had always been difficult to comprehend. In the Taishan Kingdom, there were no more than a handful of martial artists who understood sword intent. This demonstrated how difficult it was to grasp, and how old was the boy in front of him. He had actually comprehended the legendary sword intent. This child must not be left alive. His resolve to kill Su Chen strengthened further. With a flicker of light, Zhao Heihu operated his spiritual power to the extreme, retreating rapidly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. The sword energy fell down. Boom! The ground split open with a ferocious crack several meters long. Whoosh! Zhao Heihu's figure appeared to Su Chen's left front, forming hand seals with both hands and unleashing two cracking mountain palms in quick succession. Facing the two spiritual power palms pressing down from left and right, Su Chen urged the sword intent, swinging twice, causing two loud bangs as the two spiritual power palms collapsed. The resulting spiritual energy waves forming a hurricane that swept away. A swordsman who comprehended sword intent was indeed the most lethal. This saying was not false. Boy, at such a young age, you possess the strength to battle with me. Truly terrifying, but today you are destined to die at my hands. As he spoke, Zhao Heihu charged forward, disregarding the consumption of spiritual power, striking towards Su Chen palm after palm, forcing Su Chen to collide with him head-on. Boom, boom, boom! The two continuously collided, the aftermath of their clashes sweeping wildly, causing buildings to collapse, ponds to shatter, courtyard walls to disintegrate, and the surrounding structures to be utterly destroyed. The massive commotion alarmed the martial artists left behind in the Zhao family, who rushed over. However, the battle between Su Chen and Zhao Heihu was too intense. The aftermath of their exchanges could kill an average martial artist at the Qi condensation realm, so the arriving Zhao family martial artists did not dare to approach the battlefield. Outside the Zhao residence, countless people gathered, watching this battle from afar. The Zhao residence was under attack. It seemed the rumors were true. The Zhao family had offended a ruthless character. The enemy had already reached the Zhao residence, yet the elders of the Zhao family were nowhere to be seen. It appeared that the news was true. The Zhao family suffered severe casualties in the Tianyuan mountain range. Who was that boy? At such a young age, he possessed such terrifying strength. The boy's sword was too sharp. Even Zhao Heihu's cracking mountain palm could not shake him. Was he a genius disciple of the Tianjian villa? There had never been mention of such a terrifying young genius emerging from the Tianjian villa. The crowd murmured among themselves. Boom! In another fierce clash, Zhao Heihu laughed with satisfaction and said, "A swordsman who comprehends sword intent is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, you are still only at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. How much spiritual power do you have left now? It should be less than 30%, right?" Su Chen sneered in his heart. Although his cultivation was low, he had never feared anyone in terms of spiritual power consumption. The Devouring Heaven Emperor technique not only granted him a heaven-defying cultivation speed, but also allowed him to have an astonishing recovery speed. While fighting, he operated the Devouring Heaven Emperor technique, keeping his spiritual power above a safe threshold. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Zhao Heihu laughed heartily, thinking he had guessed correctly. He leaped into the air, locking on his Su Chen's aura, and rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing frantic palm prints that shattered the stones and shook the ground. Su Chen responded with his sword, sending out waves of sword energy. The two engaged in another brutal melee. After exchanging over a dozen moves, the smile on Zhao Heihu's face gradually faded. He noticed something was off. Su Chen's attack power showed no signs of weakening at all. There were no indications of spiritual power exhaustion. On the contrary, he, in the repeated clashes, had consumed a significant amount of spiritual power, and now it was down to less than 20%. With his spiritual power about to run out, the intensity of his attacks naturally began to decrease. Zhao Heihu's expression changed repeatedly. Things had exceeded his expectations. Whoosh! A thick sword energy enveloped by a white wave of air struck down fiercely. Boom! Zhao Heihu staggered back, blood surging in his veins. His face was filled with shock. Impossible! How do you still have such abundant spiritual power? Su Chen sneered. My amount of spiritual energy is not something you can estimate. You've been scheming to exhaust my spiritual power, but your calculations have come up empty. Right now, you probably have less than 20% of your spiritual power left. Did you take a pill to replenish your spiritual power? Zhao Heihu could not believe that Su Chen's spiritual power was even more abundant than his own. After all, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, just one step away from breaking into the true Qi realm. After thinking it over, he could only come up with one possibility, that Su Chen had taken a pill to replenish his spiritual power during their battle. Su Chen smiled, but did not speak. In the next moment, he operated his spiritual power, and a surging wave of spiritual power poured into the spiritual sword, emitting an astonishing aura. Upon seeing this, Zhao Heihu's expression changed drastically. He finally confirmed that Su Chen's spiritual power was still plentiful, and his calculations had failed. If the battle continued, he would eventually be exhausted. Whoosh! The massive sword energy sliced through layers of airwaves, striking towards him head-on. He exerted all his strength to unleash the mountain splitter palm. But due to insufficient spiritual power, the power of the mountain splitter palm was no longer at its peak. With a crack, the spiritual handprint only held up for an instant under the sword energy's cut before being shattered. Doof! He spat out a large amount of blood, and a deep sword scar that could be seen to the bone appeared on Zhao Heihu's chest. Inside him, the sword energy rampaged, causing him even greater harm. Chapter 34 The Curtain Falls Hiss. How is this possible? Zhao Heihu has actually been defeated. Zhao Heihu is one of the 3 peak experts at the 9th level of Qi condensation in Liuguang City, yet he has fallen to a mere youth. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The The Zhao family has truly provoked someone they should not have. The spectators in the distance stared blankly as they witnessed Zhao Heihu being defeated by Su Chen, and then they erupted into an uproar, their voices soaring with shock. They loudly expressed the astonishment in their hearts. The faces of the Zhao family's martial artists turned ashen. Their bodies trembled like chaff. If the family head dies, who will be able to face the enemies? Some clever Zhao family martial artists, sensing the danger, began to slip away. They did not want to die. They did not want to stay behind to accompany the Zhao family to their destruction. Look, what is Zhao Heihu taking out? What is he going to do? Someone exclaimed from the crowd. They saw Zhao Heihu take out a jade bottle. Inside the bottle lay a black-red pill. Kid, you forced my hand. Zhao Heihu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Su Chen with malice, then uncorked the bottle and poured the black-red pill directly into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, the previously weak Zhao Heihu seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline. His complexion flushed red, and his aura began to soar rapidly. What is going on? Why has Zhao Heihu's aura suddenly increased so dramatically? Could it be related to the pill he consumed? With his face flushed and aura surging, could he be using a blood-burning pill? What is a blood-burning pill? It is a potent pill that, once consumed, causes the user's blood to boil as if it were burning. The martial artist can suppress any injuries for a short time, their aura surges, and their strength increases dramatically. Such a powerful pill must have significant side effects. Yes, the blood-burning pill is a life-saving pill. Those who obtain it will not use it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Once consumed, it is a matter of life and death. Many people have turned the tide in deadly situations with it, but after the effects wear off, the user pays a heavy price, ranging from a drop in cultivation level and months of bed rest, to death or sudden demise. The crowd whispered and discussed fervently. Su Chen, focused on the battle, naturally had no time to listen to their discussions, but he also knew that Zhao Heihu had consumed a pill that unleashed his potential, dramatically increasing his combat power in a short time. Now that Zhao Heihu's strength has surged, even an ordinary peak practitioner at the 9th level of Qi condensation would not be his opponent. A wise person would choose to avoid the confrontation and buy time. After the effects of the pill fade, they could strike again. But Su Chen had no such intentions. He just happened to want to use Zhao Heihu as a test for his sword. The last person who tested his sword met a gruesome end, and he could not accurately gauge the power of that strike. It was perfect. The now strengthened Zhao Heihu was a good target for testing his sword. Su Chen gripped his sword with one hand. His spiritual power surged within him, continuously flowing into the Qin Qi sword. Zhao Heihu, whose aura had reached its peak, looked flushed and felt an endless source of power within him. He felt that he could now punch through his former self. This feeling was simply marvelous. His face twisted with a fierce expression. Kid, you actually didn't run away, which is beyond my expectations, haha. If Su Chen had chosen to flee the moment he took the pill, he might have had no way to deal with him. But now, with his strength surged, he could kill Su Chen like a dog. He was that confident, because he felt so powerful now. He believed that even a true Qi realm martial artist would be no match for him. Suddenly, Zhao Heihu's expression changed. In his line of sight, Su Chen remained calm, holding his sword with one hand. In the face of his oppressive aura, not only did he not retreat, but he took a step forward, his sword intent radiating around him. Clang! The Qin Qi sword trembled slightly. Sword energy surged forth. In the next moment, he raised his long sword high. A repressed and terrifying aura gathered at the sword's edge. He wasn't fleeing. Instead, he raised his long sword, as if preparing to strike. What was he planning? Did he not realize that his strength had increased? Or did he have some hidden cards left? Impossible. A 6th level Qi condensation practitioner had forced me into a corner. He couldn't have any more hidden cards left. Otherwise, how monstrous would he be? Seeing Su Chen's unusual behavior, a sudden wave of unease surged in Zhao Heihu's heart. He exerted all his power, forming seals with both hands, and with a rumble, a massive handprint of Yuan power coalesced. The spiritual power handprint emitted an astonishing aura, much stronger than before. Taichu sword technique, first move the mountain. Su Chen held the Qin Qi sword and struck down in an extremely simple manner. With a single strike, A massive sword energy shot into the sky. The sword energy was dazzling and brilliant. The phantom of mountain flickered within the thick sword energy. The sword energy dragged a white flame tail, slicing down at the spiritual power handprint with astounding speed. Crack! The spiritual power handprint couldn't even hold on for an instant before being shattered into pieces. The sword energy's power did not diminish. It continued to slash down. No! Zhao Heihu's pupils contracted as he screamed in terror. Boom! The sword energy descended, and the enormous explosion drowned out Zhao Heihu's terrified screams. While his body was engulfed by the sword energy, devoured, then he was torn apart by the sword energy. Rumble! Under the gaze of countless terrified eyes, the earth split open, creating a jagged fissure several dozen meters long. The massive Zhao residence shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Some houses close to the battlefield collapsed one after another. This is too terrifying. The power of a single sword is so horrifying. This child is indeed defying the heavens. The onlookers stepped back, their expressions filled with shock. Is Zhao Heihu dead? Someone suddenly asked. A multitude of gazes turned toward the already devastated battlefield. The wind blew, and the dust gradually cleared. In the battlefield, apart from the youthful swordsman standing proudly with his long sword, there was not a single other figure to be found. The crowd searched the battlefield inch by inch. There was no sign of him. Zhao Heihu seemed to have evaporated from the world. Where is he? Did he escape? No. I clearly saw him struck by the sword energy. Dead, utterly dead? After searching for a while, the crowd looked at each other in dismay. Su Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking at the battlefield reduced to ruins, he felt quite satisfied with the power of that sword he had just executed. Clang! He sheathed his sword. Zhao Heihu was dead, and the remaining martial artists of the Zhao family had all fled. The Zhao family in Liuguang City was no more. It was time to return to the sect. However, before returning, he needed to scavenge all the resources of the Zhao family. Martial arts, spirit stones, spiritual herbs, pills, weapons. All of it. He left, watching Su Chen's departing figure from Liuguang City. Those who had been secretly observing him all breathed a sigh of relief. With his own strength, he had annihilated the Zhao family. In their eyes, this young swordsman, who was somewhat excessive, was a ticking time bomb. As long as he remained, all factions in the city would be on edge for another day. With Su Chen's departure, all factions in Liuguang City began the feast of dividing the Zhao family's territory and resources. To some extent, they even had to thank Su Chen. Without him, they would not have been able to divide the Zhao family's land and resources. Chapter 35 Treasure Pavilion in the southeast of Qingling Sect. A city with a population of over 3 million exists, named Changfeng City. Within the city, there is a Lingbao Pavilion, specializing in spiritual medicines, elixirs, weapons, martial arts, and everything needed by martial artists. The shop is located in the prime area of Changfeng City, covering thousands of square meters, with luxurious and extravagant decor. Su Chen paused outside the Lingbao Pavilion for a moment, feeling that this store had enough spirit stones to buy all the various materials in his hands. From the Water Mansion, Tianyuan Mountain Range, to the Zhao family, he had accumulated an astonishing amount of resources along the way. He planned to sell the resources he did not need to exchange for spirit stones to support his cultivation. Stepping into the Lingbao Pavilion, he saw that the lavishly decorated store was divided into multiple areas: the elixir area, martial arts area, weapon area. Each area displayed a varying number of shelves, from a dozen to several dozen. The shelves were filled with various elixirs, spiritual medicines, monster materials, gold and stones, weapons, and martial arts. The variety was dazzling. After scanning the store, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Lingbao Pavilion was wealthy and capable of taking in the excess resources he had. However, there were too many customers in the store. Wealth should not be revealed. He had a considerable amount of valuable materials in hand. If he sold everything, it would be a significant fortune, and he could not rule out the possibility of someone having ill intentions. He was not afraid of danger. He just did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Better to avoid issues. He approached the counter, where a shop assistant in his 20s glanced at Su Chen with a scrutinizing gaze before disdainfully looking away. Su Chen said, "Shop assistant, I want to see your manager." The shop assistant shot Su Chen a glance, but remained silent, too lazy to engage. Su Chen, thou win. He looked at himself and suddenly realized that since entering the Tianyuan mountain range, he had either been fleeing or fighting and had not taken care of his appearance for more than half a month. He looked quite disheveled. However, that was not a reason for the shop assistant to ignore him. He tapped the table, emphasizing his tone, and said, "I want to see your manager. Please notify him." Seeing that his indifference did not make this disheveled young man leave, but instead increased his tone, the shop assistant felt displeased and said in a flat tone, "Sir, did you make an appointment with the manager in advance?" "No," Su Chen replied, frowning. The shop assistant, with a cold expression, casually replied, "The manager is busy and has no time." After saying that, he ignored Su Chen and greeted other customers with a smile. After sending off the customers and noticing that Su Chen was still standing at the counter, he walked over and impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Sir, if you're not buying anything, please leave and don't disturb me from attending to other customers." Su Chen's gaze turned cold. Sensing the icy look from Su Chen, the shop assistant shivered and stepped back in fear. But once he regained his composure, he felt embarrassed and angry about his earlier reaction. He raised his voice and shouted, "What? Do you want to cause trouble?" His loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the guards of Lingbao Pavilion. "What's going on?" A guard approached. Though his unfriendly gaze was already fixed on Su Chen, the shop assistant pointed at Su Chen and said, "This person is here to cause trouble. Lugard, teach him a lesson so he knows that Lingbao Pavilion is not a place anyone can provoke." "So a troublemaker." Lugard smiled maliciously. Saying this, he reached out a large hand, grabbing for Su Chen's right shoulder. Su Chen frowned, but did not evade, allowing the other party to seize his shoulder. Lugard, holding on to Su Chen's shoulder, clearly did not intend to let him go easily. With a snarl, he exerted force, attempting to crush Su Chen's shoulder blade. Feeling the opponent's malicious intent, a cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had been yielding, but what he received was not goodwill, but further provocation. He shook his shoulder, and Lugard felt his entire right arm go numb. The next moment, Su Chen stepped forward, leaning his shoulder against Lugard's chest. And with a loud bang, his nearly 200-pound body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground amidst startled gasps, knocking over several shelves of elixirs, causing bottles and jars to scatter everywhere. In the face of the sudden change, the customers in the store were momentarily stunned before retreating, fearing they would attract disaster upon themselves. As they backed away, they looked at the troublemaker. To their astonishment, the troublemaker was just a 17 or 18-year-old boy, bold and reckless, or perhaps naive and fearless, daring to provoke even the Lingbao Pavilion. It had to be said that this boy was quite audacious. The Lingbao Pavilion itself was not particularly powerful, but behind it stood one of the 8 great families of the Taishan Kingdom, the Chen family. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Lingbao Pavilion? The guards of the Lingbao Pavilion rushed over, hands on their weapons, surrounding Su Chen with unfriendly expressions. The previous shop assistant had retreated behind the guards, feeling relieved now that Su Chen was surrounded and had no way to escape. He then fanned the flames, shouting that this person came with bad intentions, injuring Lugard and damaging the store's property. If we don't kill him, what if others follow his example? How will Lingbao Pavilion do business in the future? The guards felt that the shop assistant's words made sense, and their murderous intent surged as they looked at Su Chen. They slowly drew their weapons, preparing to kill the person in front of them as a warning to others. What is all this noise? A displeased voice suddenly came from the second floor. The next moment, a plump middle-aged man with an unhappy expression walked down. Upon seeing the collapsed shelves on the first floor, his brow furrowed. "What's going on?" The shop assistant was the first to speak, pouring dirty water on Su Chen. "Manager Chen, this boy came in and caused trouble." Manager Chen looked at Su Chen and asked, "Young man, how has Lingbao Pavilion offended you?" Seeing the manager come out, Su Chen cupped his fist toward Manager Chen and said, "I am Su Chen, and I did not come to cause trouble. I came to do a big business with Lingbao Pavilion." Su Chen then recounted the entire situation, indicating that the fault did not lie with him. Manager Chen's expression softened slightly, but his words remained stiff. "Little brother, you have quite the audacity. Do you know that a business of 180 spirit stones is merely a waste of my time? It is only reasonable for the shop assistant to refuse your request to see me. Chen replied slowly, what if it's a business of 100,000 spirit stones? What did you say? Manager Chen thought he had misheard. I said, I came here to negotiate a business of 100,000 spirit stones. But it seems that Lingbao Pavilion does not welcome me. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Chen cupped his fists towards Manager Chen and turned to leave. Wait. Manager Chen immediately called out to Chen. Chen thought Manager Chen had changed his mind and was ready to discuss the business of 100,000 spirit stones in detail. To his surprise, Manager Chen wore a cold smile and said, a business of 100,000 spirit stones is too big. My Lingbao Pavilion is too small to handle it. You can choose another store, but before you leave, do you need to give me an explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Chen asked expressionlessly. Manager Chen said to the shop assistant, check the value of the damaged items in the store. All right, the shop assistant replied, walked over to the fallen shelves, inspected them, and concluded, Manager, the store has conservatively estimated a total loss of about 300 spirit stones. Chen thought when he was being taken advantage of. In the end, he didn't want to make a fuss, so he took out 300 spirit stones from his storage ring and threw them on the ground, leaving without looking back. After exiting the Lingbao Pavilion, Chen walked straight into a shop across the street called Jinbao Xian. In terms of size and decoration, Jinbao Xian was inferior to Lingbao Pavilion, but it was still one of the top 3 businesses in Chongfeng City. When Manager Chen saw Chen walk out of Lingbao Pavilion and head directly into Jinbao Xian, he didn't think much of it, gave a few orders, and then returned to the second floor. At the same time, as soon as Chen entered Jinbao Xian, a young shop assistant greeted him with a beaming smile. His attitude was respectful and humble, with no hint of arrogance in his tone. Chen got straight to the point and requested to see the manager, saying he wanted to buy some items, but the quantity was too large and required the manager to discuss it personally. The shop assistant hesitated, but did not directly refuse, smilingly replying, please wait a moment, I'll go report to the manager. Chen didn't wait long before the shop assistant returned, followed by an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man walked steadily, his demeanor amiable, and upon seeing Chen, he smiled and said, young friend, please come upstairs. Chen was very pleased with the old man's attitude towards customers, and while following him up to the second floor, he smiled and asked, Manager, aren't you worried that a young man like me is wasting your time? A guest is a guest, the old man replied. Moreover, I observe that your aura is restrained, your brows conceal sharpness, your spirit is full, and your demeanor is calm. You don't seem like someone who would deliberately play tricks on an old man. The two stepped into a private room on the second floor, which was about 100 square meters. My surname is Wu. You can call me Manager Wu or Old Wu. The manager introduced himself before asking, may I know your surname, young friend? My surname is Su, and my name is Chen. Ah, so it's young friend Su. What is it that you wish to sell? Manager Wu asked eagerly. Chapter 36. Manager Wu's recruitment. Chen looked around the space in the private room and felt it was large enough, then waved his hand. Suddenly, piles of beast materials appeared out of thin air, forming small mountains. In an instant, the room was filled with a strong smell of blood and demonic energy. Manager Wu was dumbfounded at the sight, unable to regain his composure for a long time. There were just too many beast materials. Moreover, seeing the slightly fresh blood and lingering demonic energy on the materials, Manager Wu was greatly shocked. How could he not understand? These beast materials had just been harvested recently. How many beasts had to be hunted to gather so much? He was both surprised and delighted. Young friend, are these beast materials all for sale to my treasure pavilion? Manager Wu swallowed hard and asked uncertainly. Of course, Chen nodded and urged, Oh Wu, don't just stand there. Hurry up and count them. Give me a price. Manager Wu was overjoyed. This was a big deal. Completing this transaction would not only meet his targets for the year, but exceed them. However, looking at the mountain of beast materials, he frowned slightly. There were too many materials for him to count alone. It was a happy trouble. He told Chen to wait a moment, then left the room, went downstairs, and quietly instructed the waiter. The waiter was thrilled. The young man was indeed a big client. He had attended to him, and after the transaction, he would receive a commission. The larger the transaction amount, the higher the commission. With a beaming face, he rushed out of the treasure pavilion and soon returned with two elderly men. "Manager Wu, why did you call us here?" One of the gray-clothed elders asked in confusion. "Come on, go upstairs, you'll see." Manager Wu pulled the two men eagerly upstairs. At the same time, across from the treasure pavilion, Manager Chen of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, who was always keeping an eye on the treasure pavilion, suddenly frowned. That kid not only wasn't kicked out after entering the treasure pavilion, but was also taken upstairs by Manager Wu. Not long after, the waiter from the treasure pavilion rushed out to invite two masters who were resting at home. He sensed that things were not simple. Could it be that the kid really had a deal worth 100,000 spirit stones? Thinking of this, his expression darkened. Treasure pavilion. Second floor. Private room. After Manager Wu led the two masters into the private room, the previously puzzled masters were also shocked by the mountain of materials piled inside. These are the claws, teeth, and fur of a scorpion tiger. The skin of a second-tier advanced beast, the thunder lizard, is preserved so well. And there are bones as well. The thunder lizard is a lightning attribute beast. Its bones are a rare spirit medicine. The skin, claws, teeth, and demon core of a second-tier intermediate beast, the wind-chasing wolf. The demon core, fur, and claws of a thunder ape. My goodness, so much. And these are materials from the crimson blood tiger? And this. Manager Wu and the two masters identified the materials one by one. Half an hour passed before the mountain of beast materials was finally categorized and sorted. Su Chen said, "Old Wu, can you help me calculate how much these materials are worth in total?" Manager Wu regained his calm from his excitement and, in front of Su Chen, began to price them with the two masters. Finally, he came up with a total price of 32,860 spirit stones. "Little brother, it's a total of 32,860 spirit stones. How about this? I'll take the initiative to give you 33,000 spirit stones. What do you think?" Manager Wu asked nervously. At the last step, he became anxious, worried that Su Chen would have second thoughts and not sell the materials to their treasure pavilion. Okay, Su Chen had no objections and nodded. The price offered by the treasure pavilion was very fair. They didn't deliberately push the price down because he was young. Seeing Su Chen agree, Manager Wu was delighted and hurriedly said, "Young friend, wait a moment. I'll go gather the spirit stones for you." "Wait." Su Chen called out to stop Manager Wu as he was about to leave. Manager Wu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Chen was having second thoughts? "I still have some things here." Su Chen's words relieved Manager Wu, but then his eyes widened. "What? There are more things?" The three elders exchanged glances, unable to believe it. Su Chen looked around the room and said, "The room is too small. 100 square meters is occupied by beast materials, and the remaining space is too small, not enough." His words left the three elders frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. It was Manager Wu who first regained his senses. He didn't think Su Chen was lying. Suppressing his joy, he opened the door and said, "Young friend, please come to the next room." The four of them went to the adjacent larger room. Su Chen estimated it should barely suffice. With a thought, he took out a large number of weapons, spirit medicines, pills, martial arts, precious stones, and treasures, piling them into small mountains. The resources Su Chen took out were all useless to him. Although their grade was not high, the quantity was substantial. The three of them watched as Su Chen waved his hand, and a pile of resources appeared in the room, causing them to stop breathing in shock. They felt astonished and ecstatic. Seeing the various resources filling more than half of the room, the three suddenly felt overwhelmed. They didn't have enough manpower. Manager Wu quickly rushed out of the room to find the waiter and had him call all the masters from the treasure pavilion. Not long after, 11 people, including Manager Wu, began to categorize the mixed resources. One pile for weapons, one for spirit medicines, one for pills, one for martial arts, and one for precious stones. In total, they divided it into 5 piles. Then they started to account for and price each pile. It took the 11 people an entire hour to finally finish their work. Manager Wu looked at the summarized documents in his hand, his mouth slightly agape in shock. "Young friend, it's a total of 149,780 spirit stones. I'll take the initiative to round it up to 150,000 spirit stones, adding to the previous 33,000 spirit stones. The total resources you sold today amount to 183,000 spirit stones. Manager Wu looked at Su-chan with a beaming smile. Su-chan, upon hearing this, had no objections. Manager Wu asked, "Little friend, do you need to purchase anything? Spirit medicines, pills, martial arts, our store has everything. Whatever you want, our store will definitely meet your needs." Su-chan curiously asked, "Does your store have spirit artifacts?" He wanted to gauge the influence of the treasure pavilion. Manager Wu's smile froze. "As for spirit artifacts, our store currently does not have any. However, if you truly want one, I can apply to the higher-ups to fulfill your needs, but the price of spirit artifacts is somewhat high." Su-chan laughed and waved his hand, "Just kidding. Spirit artifacts typically cost over 1,000,000 spirit stones. I can't afford that." Manager Wu continued to ask, "Do you need any other resources, young friend?" "Not for now." Su-chan zipped. Manager Wu felt slightly disappointed. "Young friend, please wait a moment here. I'll go get the spirit stones for you." After saying this, Manager Wu left. Not long after, he returned and handed Su-chan a storage ring. After receiving the storage ring, Su-chan infused it with a bit of spiritual energy. And after a moment, he cupped his fist to Manager Wu and prepared to leave. "Young friend, wait." Manager Wu suddenly called out to Su-chan. Su-chan turned back in confusion to look at Manager Wu. Manager Wu took out a golden card. "Young friend, this is the gold card of our treasure pavilion, given only to big clients. Holding this gold card when shopping at the treasure pavilion allows you to enjoy a 15% discount." Su-chan's eyes lit up. "A 15% discount? Not bad." He took the gold card without any courtesy. Manager Wu then took out an invitation letter and said, "Half a year later, Jinbao Pavilion will hold a triennial auction in Taishan Country. Only those holding the invitation letter can attend." After receiving the invitation letter, Su-chan had no idea how coveted this invitation was among martial artists. After Su-chan left, an old man looked at Manager Wu and asked in confusion, "Old Wu, young friend Su sold us 180,000 resources all at once, making him a major client. But you not only gave him a gold card that only clients who spend 1,000,000 spirit stones can have, you also gave him an auction invitation. Don't you think you're overestimating him? Can't you see? Young friend Su is not simple. The materials he sold us are all fresh, which means they were just harvested from the beasts not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, he probably hunted most of those beasts himself, including materials from the blood red tiger. Besides that, the resources he sold us are far too many. Martial arts, weapons, spirit herbs, spirit pills. It resembles the accumulation of a family. He must have wiped out a martial family." Also, when he asked me if Jinbao Pavilion had spirit artifacts, his tone was calm, with no hint of desire in his eyes. I suspect he must possess spirit artifacts himself, which is why he was so composed when discussing them. Manager Wu explained one by one. "A 17 or 18-year-old boy with the strength to annihilate a family and slay a blood-red tiger. Tell me, should I not spare any effort to win him over?" Chapter 37. Swordsmanship. Wind Shadow Step, Spirit Treasure Pavilion. A guard rushed up to the second floor in a flurry. "Shopkeeper, I found out that the young man made a big deal with the treasure pavilion." After hearing the guard's report, shopkeeper Chen stood up in shock. "What did you say?" He stared incredulously at the panting guard. "That kid sold nearly 200,000 spirit stones worth of resources at the treasure pavilion in one go. What does 200,000 spirit stones even mean? The Spirit Treasure Pavilion's monthly turnover isn't even that much. Did he just miss out on a huge deal? If only he hadn't chased that young man away. But there are no if-onlys. A missed opportunity is a missed opportunity." It felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. The fat meat that was right in front of him had flown away. Damn that waiter. He actually blamed all the mistakes on the shop assistant. If it weren't for that shop assistant's lowly view of people, would he have missed it? Now that the situation had occurred, it wasn't the time for regrets. It also wasn't the time to hold the shop assistant accountable. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the guard and suddenly asked, "Did that kid leave alone?" "Yes. He left alone and is already out of the city," the guard replied. "A commoner is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime." Shopkeeper Chen sneered. "The shopkeeper of Treasure Pavilion is really stupid letting a big fish slip away. Go, gather the men, and follow me out of the city. The guard's eyes lit up, understanding shopkeeper Chen's intentions, and quickly went down to gather the men. Moments later, a group led by shopkeeper Chen marched out of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, heading toward the outskirts of the city. The large movement of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion naturally did not go unnoticed by the Treasure Pavilion across the street. Shopkeeper Wu stood on the second floor, watching the group grow distant, shaking his head. It seemed that the Spirit Treasure Pavilion was about to hit a hard wall this time. Su Chen dared to enter the city alone with a large number of resources for sale, clearly having his own backing. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion thought Su Chen was young and easy to bully, not realizing they were courting death. Once out of the city, the group led by shopkeeper Chen moved swiftly like the wind. Soon, he spotted the figure of a young man in the distance. His heart leaped with joy. Finally caught up, he could almost see the large amount of spirit stones beckoning to him. Su Chen, who was traveling at a steady pace, released his senses to the fullest. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He had been waiting for this moment. Remembering the scenes of being bullied at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a chilling, killing intent flowed in his eyes. He quickened his pace, heading towards a sparsely populated area. We can't let him escape. Quick chase. Seeing Su Chen suddenly speed up, shopkeeper Chen thought the latter was trying to flee and also increased his pursuit speed. In a wide open area with few people, Su Chen suddenly stopped. The scenery here was nice, perfect for killing. He slowly turned around, a smile on his face as he looked at the rapidly approaching group. He actually stopped. Does he know we are following him? Shopkeeper Chen thought to himself upon seeing Su Chen suddenly halt. But as they got closer and he saw the seemingly smiling expression on Su Chen's face, an inexplicable wave of unease surged in his heart. He had a feeling that the other party seemed to have deliberately led him here. So what if it was deliberate? He was just a young man. How could he be their opponent? After all, this was a world where martial strength was respected. The bigger the fist, the more it mattered. Shopkeeper Chen, I've already compensated for the items you lost. You have gone through so much trouble to chase me out of the city. For what? Su Chen looked at Shopkeeper Chen with a smile. Shopkeeper Chen sneered, Kid, among the things you broke was a low-grader spirit pill. The spirit stones you paid are simply not enough, so what? You wanted to compensate for the loss of the spirit pill? How much? Su Chen asked playfully. Seeing Su Chen's confident demeanor, Shopkeeper Chen frowned, and his unease grew stronger. He snorted coldly, not much, 200,000 spirit stones. You really dare to ask for that much? Su Chen's expression grew cold. You might as well just rob me outright. It's only right to pay back debts. Since you refuse to compensate, don't blame me for taking action myself. Shopkeeper Chen waved his hand, signaling to take him down, no matter the cost. So you guys want to kill and rob, huh? Su Chen shook his head. In that case, I won't hold back. With a cold smile, Su Chen drew the Qing Chi sword. In this beautiful landscape, it would indeed be a waste to bury you all here. As the last word fell, the Qing Chi sword rang out as it was drawn, and with a swing, a massive sword energy slashed toward Shopkeeper Chen and his group. Puff, 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 puff. Blood sprayed everywhere. None of Shopkeeper Chen's group survived. They were all cut in half, their bodies severed at the abdomen, scattered across the ground. Shopkeeper Chen surprisingly did not die immediately. His face was filled with terror as his hands, covered in blood, desperately clawed forward, as if trying to grasp at a life-saving straw. Leaving a blood trail nearly 8 meters long on the ground, he ultimately died in pain, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Su Chen walked over to Shopkeeper Chen's side. Next time, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be provoked. After collecting the other storage ring and cleaning up the battlefield, he took a leap and flew away, disappearing into the horizon after a few jumps. Shortly after Su Chen left, a group arrived. Looking at the severed bodies, they exchanged glances in shock. Su Chen returned to the sect, silently cultivating without alarming anyone. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The day after returning to the sect, he used the large amount of spirit stones he had to further improve his cultivation, breaking through to the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Afterwards, he deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed, focusing on swordsmanship and martial arts. The cracking mountain palm, a low-grade, mysterious martial art, which he acquired from the Zhao family's armory. After practicing for several consecutive days, he finally mastered it to a preliminary level. After grasping the cracking mountain palm, Chen still felt that his offensive methods were somewhat singular. For example, he had yet to practice any movement techniques and had suffered quite a bit in battles because of it. His swordsmanship was also somewhat one-dimensional. Up to now, he had only mastered the first move of the Taichu sword technique, the moving mountains, but since moving mountains was one of his trump cards, he couldn't use it too frequently. Therefore, he planned to enter the martial arts pavilion of the Qingling sect to find a few martial arts techniques that suited him. After finishing his practice and changing into clean clothes, Chen hurriedly went to the martial arts pavilion. Chen, a voice suddenly called out, and Chen stopped, looking in the direction of the sound, where he saw a young man with a cold expression. Seeing the unfamiliar face, Chen frowned. He did not recognize the other person at all. However, it seemed that the other harbored significant hostility towards him. He wondered when he had offended him. "You're quite arrogant, daring to kill someone from the Chen family." The young man, named Chen Feng, was a descendant of the Chen family, one of the 8 great families. A few days ago, he learned that the shopkeeper Chen sent by his family to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Changfeng City had been killed, and after investigation, the culprit turned out to be Chen, a disciple of the inner sect of the Qingling sect. Chen Bunda, already guessing that the person opposite him was most likely from the Chen family. Chen coldly replied, "They wanted to kill me and rob me. Should I just tie my hands and let myself be slaughtered?" Chen Feng was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen to speak to him in such a tone. "You? Very well. You dare to argue in front of me. Now that you are in the sect, under its protection, I cannot kill you. But I will keep an eye on you. I hope you don't give me the chance to kill you. You won't have that chance." After speaking, Chen ignored Chen Feng and directly entered the martial arts pavilion. Watching Chen's back as he entered the martial arts pavilion, Chen Feng muttered to himself, "He really is young and reckless, thinking that defeating that useless Xiaogong means he can swagger around the inner sect. How ridiculous." After entering the martial arts pavilion, Chen headed straight for the second floor. The first floor mostly had yellow-tier martial arts, primarily chosen by outer sect disciples, while the second floor was not open to outer sect disciples. Only inner sect disciples and above could enter. Upon reaching the second floor, before he could begin selecting martial arts, a voice came from behind him. "Chen, you've offended Chen Feng. You're in for a tough time." Chen turned around and saw that the speaker was a familiar face, Suyu. Suyu crossed his arms and looked at Chen with a gloating expression. Chen had beaten him up, and since he wasn't Chen's match, he complained to his aunt, an inner sect elder. Instead of helping him, she gave him a beating and sternly warned him not to trouble Chen again. Fearing his aunt since childhood, he didn't dare to disobey her, so he decided to let Chen off this time. However, just earlier, he had overheard the conversation between Chen and Chen Feng, realizing that there was an unresolved grudge between them. Chen glanced at Suyu, showing no interest in him, and turned to continue selecting martial arts. Seeing Chen ignore him, Suyu felt as if he had punched a pillow. He hurried after him, emphasizing loudly, "I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Do you know that?" Chen shot Suyu a glance and replied indifferently, "Does that concern you?" Suyu was infuriated by Chen's words, feeling a pain in his chest. He had intended to intimidate Chen, but unexpectedly, the latter was unfazed, leaving him unsure of whether to stay or go. Taking a deep breath, he said, "You might not know, but Chen Feng is a direct descendant of the Chen family, with a 9th level cultivation in the Qi condensation realm. His strength is enough to rank in the top 20 in the inner sect. He is cunning and unscrupulous if he has his eyes on you. How can you expect to have a good outcome?" He shared information about Chen Feng with Chen, trying to see a look of panic on Chen's face. But he was disappointed once again. Chen remained unresponsive, his expression unchanged. Finally, Suyu left in frustration. Chen's ears finally quieted down, and he began to focus entirely on selecting martial arts. Qingling sect was indeed one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan kingdom, with countless martial arts in its library. Looking around, Chen was dazzled by the array of martial arts. Willow leaf flower picking, clear wind sword technique, thunder fire sword technique, black tiger blade technique, ocean covering hand. Crumbling mountain fist, 7 injuries fist, sky-piercing finger. Meteor leg, boundless leg. Su Chen picked up one after another, only to put them down again. These martial arts were either not to his liking, too low in rank, or unsuitable for him. After half a day, he and T found a single martial art that satisfied him. He closed his eyes, rested for a moment, and then began searching again. Clear wind sword technique, a high-level yellow tier martial art, the sword like a gentle breeze. Su Chen's gaze lingered slightly on this martial art, but in the end, he still put it down. The clear wind sword technique was light and ethereal, not matching his personality, and besides, high-level yellow tier martial arts were too low for him. He picked up another martial art, opened it, and saw sword drawing technique, a low-level Xian tier martial art, drawing the sword like thunder, a single strike to kill. The sword drawing technique was different from other martial arts, as it had only one move: draw the sword and kill. The moment the sword was drawn, its power was at its peak. After reading the introduction of the sword drawing technique, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This is it. After putting away the sword drawing technique, Su Chen began to select a movement technique, eventually choosing a high-level yellow tier movement technique, Wind Shadow Step. Not wanting to be greedy, Su Chen only selected the sword drawing technique and Wind Shadow Step. After registering, he left the martial arts pavilion. Back at his residence, he locked the courtyard door. Su Chen returned to his room and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes slightly. The next moment, he appeared in the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. His consciousness entered the hall of the Heavenly Emperor while his physical body remained in the outside world. The hall of the Heavenly Emperor was indeed a magical place. Here, 10 years passed while only a day went by in the outside world. After multiple explorations, Su Chen discovered that time in the hall of the Heavenly Emperor did not align with the outside world. 10 years inside equaled only 1 day outside. With a thought, a long sword identical to the Qing Chi sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was not the real Qing Chi sword, but an illusion conjured from his mind. This was one of the miraculous effects of the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. Let us begin. Before entering, he had already memorized the sword drawing technique and Wind Shadow Step. A month later, Su Chen opened the courtyard door and lazily stretched. Having not eaten well for over a month, he decided to head down a mountain for a big meal. During these days of practice, he had relied mainly on taking medicinal pills. Although he wasn't hungry, his mouth felt dry, and he was eager to go down the mountain for a feast. Whoosh! He pushed off the ground with his toes and shot straight out, covering hundreds of meters in a single step. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed several hundred meters away, his speed astonishing. Ding! 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 Suddenly, a bell rang out from the mountain, echoing through the skies. Su Chen Thou Wen. Although he hadn't been a member of the Qingling sect for long, he knew that the bell would only ring when something significant happened in the sect. Moreover, what puzzled him was that he hadn't seen many disciples along the way. This was quite unusual. I will take a look. After hesitating for a moment, he abandoned the idea of going down the mountain for a big meal and headed toward the direction of the bell. This time, he hadn't walked long before he saw people. Many disciples were rushing in the same direction. Hurry, hurry! The bell has rung. The inner sect competition is about to start. Several disciples dressed in outer sect disciple attire hurried past. Inner sect competition? Su Chen stood frozen, realizing he had completely forgotten about it. The inner sect competition required registration 3 days in advance, and he had forgotten. It seemed he would miss this year's competition. Su Chen expressed his regret. Let's go take a look. With a mindset of spectating, Su Chen sped toward the martial arts square where the inner sect competition was held. Chapter 38. Inner sect competition. When Su Chen arrived, the martial arts square was already crowded with people. So many people. Looking at the sea of faces, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. There were at least 30,000 people present. In addition to the disciples of his sect, he also saw people from other factions, most of whom were invited. The martial arts square resembled a giant bowl, with tiered seating around the walls filled with spectators. The bottom of the bowl was a large open space equivalent to 30 football fields, with 10 huge circular arenas set up on it. The disciples who registered for the inner sect competition had gathered below. Su Chen did not register. He found a seat in the audience to observe the level of the inner sect disciples of Qingling sect. Before long, the time arrived. 10 powerful inner sect elders entered the martial arts square and then leaped onto the arenas. With 10 arenas and 10 elders, they would serve as judges to maintain fairness during the competition. Soon, the 10 elders began to call out names. Due to the large number of registrants, the matches would take place simultaneously on the 10 arenas. Those whose names were called would proceed to their corresponding arenas. Suddenly, Chen felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. He turned in surprise to find it was Yu. This guy really was persistent. Seeing Chen turn around, Yu made an exaggerated expression and said, "Why didn't you go down?" Chen turned away, ignoring him. "I signed you up." Yu's next words made Chen turn back again. He stared at Yu. "What did you say?" Yu revealed a mischievous smile. "I signed you up. No need to thank me." Chen wanted to ask why, but at that moment, the elder at arena number 7 called his name. Now he was certain. Yu really had signed him up. The elder at arena number 7 frowned when no one stepped forward and called out again. Chen knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he stood up, jumped down, and jogged to arena number 7. At this moment, there were already dozens of people gathered below arena number 7. "Elder, I'm sorry for being late." Chen bowed to the elder on stage. Meanwhile, Yu laughed proudly. "I'm not your match and can't take revenge on you, but there are plenty of experts in the inner sect, haha. I want to see you being beaten and fleeing in embarrassment." He laughed heartily, as if he could already see Chen getting beaten up. Although he didn't strike the blow, it was his doing that caused it, so he felt a sense of satisfaction. The elder at arena no. 7 glanced at Chen and continued calling names. After a moment, the name calling ended. There were over 100 people gathered at arena number 7. The total number of participants across all 10 arenas was about 1,000. Although there were many disciples in Qingling's sect, those who had confidence and registered for the inner sect competition made up less than a third of the total number. "It seems like there are no strong opponents in our group." An inner sect disciple scanned the area and said to those around him, "Not a single one of the top 10 disciples is here. Compared to the other 9 groups, we really don't have any formidable characters." "Who said that?" "Chen Feng may only be 13th in the inner sect, but he recently made a breakthrough and significantly increased his strength. His actual combat power is now enough to enter the top 10. He just didn't challenge the top 10 disciples due to the inner sect competition. Chen Feng is indeed strong. If he really has made a breakthrough, he might truly have the strength to break into the top 10. Besides Chen Feng, our group also has Qin Yi ranked 17th, Gong Sun Sheng 20th, Qi Yin 21st. So it seems our Group S overall strength ISNT that week." The members of Group 7 whispered among themselves. Chen Feng walked up to Chen and said in a low voice, "Kid, I've had someone keep an eye on you for a long time, but you're clever. Since that day, you've been keeping yourself locked in your room, not giving me a chance to kill you. But you can hide for a while, not forever." Chen raised an eyebrow. He had been in seclusion to cultivate, yet the other party mistakenly thought he was afraid of him and was hiding. "You're really testing your luck on the edge of death," Chen sneered in response. Chen Feng was slightly taken aback. He thought about how someone who was too scared to go out because of him could be so arrogant in front of him. Did he really think that during the inner sect competition, he wouldn't dare to kill him? Although the inner sect competition was supposed to stop at a certain point, controlling a fight wasn't that easy. It had happened before that someone was killed or seriously injured. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent. "I hope you don't run into me during the competition. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist killing you." Chen Feng was just a 9th level Qi gathering realm warrior. He wasn't someone he hadn't killed before. If it came to that, he wouldn't mind letting the other party die in a very rhythmic manner. Verbal sparring was useless. The real test would be in combat. "All right, good." Chen Feng glared at Chen fiercely. In his heart, he had already sentenced Chen to death. As the two exchanged words, the inner sect competition began. The competition adopted a draw system for battles. Contestants took turns going on stage to draw lots. Then, the elders drew lots, and the 2 individuals with corresponding numbers would take the stage to fight and determine the winner. The competition used a points system: 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. Contestants took turns going on stage to draw lots. Chen drew the number 20. After the disciples finished drawing lots, it was time for the elders to draw. The first match was between number 7 and number 13. The third match was between number 1 and number 84. The fourth match was between number 3 and number 6. The disciples whose numbers were called went up one after another. In Group 7, the first match was between number 8 and number 26. After exchanging a dozen strikes, the 8th contestant emerged victorious. As soon as the winner was determined, the elder on stage began to draw lots again. In Group 7, number 1 faced number 70. Chen was up. He was number 1, and upon seeing that he was matched with the seed contestant from Group 7, the opponent wisely conceded without a fight. Chen didn't even have to move. He won outright. As Chen jumped down from the arena and passed by Su Chen, he whispered, "If you encounter me, I hope you won't concede so easily." Su Chen glanced at Chen and then shifted his gaze to the other arenas. He had just joined Qin Ling's sect and wasn't very familiar with the top-ranked experts in the inner sect, nor did he know their combat styles or hidden cards. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. He wanted to seize this opportunity to carefully observe their battles. However, to his disappointment, whenever a top-ranked inner sect disciple took the stage, their opponents would immediately concede without hesitation. At this point, he hadn't seen a single battle that piqued his interest. In Group 7, it was now number 20 against number 33. Su Chen's spirit lifted. Finally, it was his turn to take the stage. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped onto the arena. In the audience, Su Yu, who had been keeping an eye on arena number 7, also perked up when he saw Su Chen take the stage. However, he felt quite disappointed when he saw that Su Chen's opponent was a short, round, chubby man, looking rather rotund and wealthy. It seemed like he wouldn't be much of a challenge for Su Chen. Su Yu shook his head in disappointment. In his view, this fat guy was unlikely to be Su Chen's opponent and wouldn't be able to teach Su Chen a lesson. Who isn't capable? A pleasant female voice suddenly sounded beside Su Yu. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yu's body instinctively tensed up. He turned his head and saw the woman sitting next to him, who he didn't know when had arrived, and he flatteredly called out, "Aunt." In his impression, his aunt had a cold personality and didn't like to join in on lively occasions, so she shouldn't be here. Moreover, she had just become an inner sect elder and wasn't taking disciples, so what was she doing here for the inner sect competition? He felt puzzled, but didn't dare to ask. On arena number 7, Su Chen and his opponent clasped their fists in greeting and then introduced themselves. Su Chen, Zhu Long. Zhu Long took a step forward, stared at Su Chen, and chuckled. "Su Chen know you. You've defeated Xiao Gong and are quite famous in the inner sect. But unfortunately, you ran into me." Su Chen glanced at the elder beside him. The elder, with a blank expression, announced begin. Whoosh. The moment the elder's voice fell, Su Chen had already vanished from his original spot. Bang. Before Zhu Long could react, he was already sent flying. Bang. He crashed to the ground, dazed and confused. He touched his chest. It hurt, but he wasn't injured, clearly indicating that Su Chen had held back. However, he was baffled as to how he ended up off the arena when the match had just begun. Su Chen wins, the elder announced loudly. Su Chen then jumped off the arena. Chen Feng. Su Chen easily defeated Zhu Long, who was at the 6th level of Qi gathering. Not simple. Qin he glanced at Su Chen as he leaped off the arena and said lightly to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was extremely confident, saying, "He is indeed a bit stronger than the other useless ones, but against me he has no chance at all." Qin smiled and said, "I heard you have a grudge against him. Although he isn't your opponent, getting into the top 10 of the group shouldn't be a problem." Chen Feng snorted coldly and said, "In my eyes, those who can't make it to the finals are all useless." Qin wasn't angry upon hearing this, because he agreed with Chen Feng's words. Those who couldn't make it to the finals were merely supporting characters. He was also destined to break into the top 3 of the group, and thus enter the finals. Su Yu stared at Su Chen's back. His strength was growing stronger. In his original expectations, even if Zhu Long wasn't Su Chen's opponent, they should at least have fought for dozens or even hundreds of exchanges before determining the winner. But reality greatly exceeded his expectations. One move. It actually took just one move to defeat Zhu Long. While he was surprised at how decisively Su Chen had defeated Zhu Long, he didn't notice that his usually indifferent aunt was staring intently at Su Chen's back. Group 7. Number 3 versus number 68. The elder's voice came from the arena. Chen Feng pointed at Qin and said, "It's your turn." Swish. Chen Yi's figure disappeared from his original spot and reappeared on the arena several dozen meters away. Hiss! When did he get to the arena? Such fast movement. The speed was so fast that I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. No wonder Chen Yi is known for his speed. His movement technique has become increasingly exquisite. It is said that senior brother Chen Yi practices the wind shadow step and has mastered it to its peak. It seems the rumors are true. The wind shadow step is merely a high-level yellow grade movement technique, yet senior brother Chen Yi has brought it to its peak. In terms of speed, among the inner sect disciples, senior brother Chen Yi would definitely be in the top 3. Hearing the discussions from the surrounding audience, Su Chen glanced at Chen Yi, slightly surprised to see that his opponent also practiced the wind shadow step. Although the wind shadow step is only a high-level yellow grade movement technique, once mastered to its peak, its speed is not inferior to those practicing low-level mysterious grade techniques. Unless one reaches a high level of mastery in low-level mysterious grade techniques, it is indeed hard to surpass the peak wind shadow step. Senior brother Chen, my name is Li Lei. Please give me your guidance. Li Lei knew there was a significant gap in strength between them, but did not directly concede. Upon seeing that Li Lei did not concede right away, Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a bit displeased and decided to play with his opponent. Make your move, he said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Lei drew his long sword, took a deep breath, and thrust it at Chen Yi's chest. Chen Yi stood still. The long sword flew swiftly toward him, and just as it was about to hit, he lightly tapped his toes, and his body retreated like the wind. At that moment, he seemed to be riding the wind, graceful, carefree, effortless, and at ease. Li Lei, holding his long sword, chased for a distance, but found that his sword tip always maintained a 3-inch distance from Chen Yi's chest. Li Lei's expression changed slightly. The next moment, his eyes lit up because Chen Yi was about to retreat to the edge of the arena. If he retreated any further, he would fall off the arena. If he fell off the arena, he would win. Whoosh! He swung his sword again, preparing to force Chen Yi off the arena in one go. Swoosh! Chen Yi no longer retreated and was struck in the chest by a sword. Li Lei's face showed no hint of joy because he felt no real contact. His sword had missed. The wind blew, and Chen Yi's figure slowly dissipated, revealing only an afterimage. I'm behind you. Suddenly, Chen Yi's voice came from behind Li Lei. At the moment Li Lei turned around, he was hit in the chest with a punch and coughed up blood as he flew backward. Senior brother Chen is too powerful. Li Lei couldn't even touch the corner of senior brother Chen's clothes despite using all his strength. It turns out the wind shadow step is so formidable. I also want to practice the wind shadow step. You might as well give up. Senior brother Chen is exceptionally talented, having brought the wind shadow step to its peak, which gives him his terrifying speed. Senior brother Chen's movement technique should be the best in the intersect, right? Chapter 39. Pinnacle Stage, Wind Shadow Step. The first round has ended. After a short break, the second, third, fourth rounds, all the way to the 7th round began. Su Chen won every match effortlessly. In the 8th round, Su Chen's opponent was Shi Hao, who was at the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage. Like Su Chen, Shi Hao had maintained a perfect record in the first 7 matches. In the audience, Su Yu had been paying close attention to Su Chen's situation. If he won this round, his points would stabilize in the top 10 of the group. Unfortunately, his opponent was Shi Hao, who was at the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage, and Su Chen's winning streak would stop here. Su Yu let out a sigh of relief. With each victory Su Chen achieved, it felt like his heart was taking a heavy blow, which was quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, all of this would soon come to an end. This guy is really unlucky. He could have made it into the top 10 of the group. But now he has encountered Shi Hao and can only stop here, Chen Yi said, watching Su Chen leap onto the stage, addressing Chen Feng. Shi Hao, with his 8th level Qi condensation cultivation, has combat power that could rank in the top 50 of the intersect, making him a strong contender for the top 5 in the group competition. Chen Feng replied, I hope he can win. If that's the case, I can personally put an end to him. It seems that kid has offended you quite badly. Chen Yi looked at Su Chen with sympathy. Knowing Chen Feng's character well and understanding that since Su Chen had offended him, even if he wasn't killed, his life wouldn't be easy. Your victory ends here, Shi Hao said confidently as he stood opposite Su Chen. It's too early to say that, Su Chen replied calmly. Self-deceiving. After saying this, Hao stomped his foot heavily on the ground, and his figure suddenly surged forward, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, launching a direct attack at Su Chen's chest. Boom! Su Chen's figure was instantly shattered by the blow, revealing only a fleeting afterimage. As he watched the slowly dissipating afterimage before him, Hao's pupils contracted. When did this happen? He hadn't noticed at all. Su Chen's speed had exceeded his perception. This is, below the stage, Chen suddenly stood up, staring at the platform in shock. A storm of emotions surged in his heart. Su Chen's body technique. No, it can't be. He must have seen it wrong. Chen Feng also raised an eyebrow, surprised this kid's body technique. He hadn't watched closely just now, so it was understandable that he didn't notice it earlier. But even so, Su Chen's mastery of the body technique was indeed astonishing. I'm here. Su Chen appeared to Hao's left front, calling out to remind him. Hao said nothing, silently channeling his spiritual power. With a loud boom, his spiritual power erupted completely, swinging both fists in a frenzied attack. In an instant, countless fist shadows, imbued with surging spiritual power, swept toward Su Chen like a tidal wave. The sheer number of fist shadows locked down an area of space. No matter how good one's body technique was, there was simply no way to evade. Boom, 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 boom. The area where Su Chen stood was bombarded by the overwhelming fist shadows, causing the platform to shake violently and resound with loud thuds. Under such a barrage, Su Chen's figure was instantly torn apart by the fist shadows. Chen clenched his fists tightly, disbelief etched on his face. The Wind Shadow Step. He also practiced the Wind Shadow Step. The Wind Shadow Step was a high-level yellow-class body technique. Many inner sect disciples practiced it, but few mastered it. And those who reached the pinnacle stage were even rarer. Only he had practiced it to that level. But now another person had appeared. Chen Feng's expression turned serious as he said, Chen, this kid must be practicing the Wind Shadow Step, right? Although Chen, he didn't want to admit it, he nodded. Chen Feng asked again, has he mastered the Wind Shadow Step to the greater mastery stage? No. Chen, he shook his head. Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. But what Chen said next unsettled him. If I'm not mistaken, he has also practiced the Wind Shadow Step to the pinnacle stage. What? Chen Feng's eyes widened, and without thinking, he rebutted, impossible. How old is he? Besides, he has only been in the Qingling sect for 3 months at most. It's already impressive that he could master the Wind Shadow Step to the introductory stage in 3 months. Reaching the pinnacle stage is absolutely impossible. Qin Yi's expression darkened, feeling deeply impacted, and he fell silent. He was proud, especially regarding his mastery of body techniques, believing that few could surpass him among the top 10 inner sect disciples. Yet Su Chen had hit him hard, so he wasn't a genius after all. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and said, Qin, could it be that he practiced the Wind Shadow Step before joining the Qingling sect? I just can't believe he could master it to the pinnacle stage in only 3 months. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I not think of that possibility? The Wind Shadow Step was not a unique technique of the Qingling sect. Although it wasn't widely known, it could still be found if one searched for it. Su Chen must have practiced the Wind Shadow Step since childhood, which is why he could master it to the pinnacle stage at this age. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became. In the end, he had firmly accepted this hypothesis, and his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. If you encounter me, I will let you know that. Even with the same pinnacle stage Wind Shadow Step, the gap is still significant. Vin vi spirit confidently. A year ago, his Wind Shadow Step had already reached the pinnacle stage. Over the past year, he had not only continued practicing it, but had also intensified his research, finally grasping a profound insight a month ago. Although he hadn't formally stepped into that profound realm, his body technique had undergone a leap in improvement because of that experience. It was precisely due to this experience that he felt confident he could outpace Su Chen by a large margin in body techniques. On the stage, the battle between Su Chen and Hao had been going on for a while. However, to everyone's astonishment, no matter how hard Hao attacked, he had not managed to touch even a corner of Su Chen's clothing from beginning to end. How can one win if they can't even hit the opponent? Su Chen exhibited the pinnacle stage of the Wind Shadow Step, immediately drawing the attention of many. Xiao Zhan, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect, looked at the graceful and composed figure on the 7th platform, surprised to see another person who had mastered the wind shadow step to the pinnacle stage. Interesting. Another Qin, Dongfang Sheng, ranked 7th, withdrew his gaze calmly. Su Chen surprised him, but that was all. Even Qin, he couldn't catch his eye, let alone Su Chen. In his view, Su Chen was merely a second Qin, posing no threat to him whatsoever. His goal was to rank in the top 3, or even first. In the competition, he should focus his energy on the few who could truly threaten him, not on a failure who couldn't even break into the top 20. To master the wind shadow step to the pinnacle stage at such a young age is no small feat, but unfortunately, he is too young and destined to miss out on this year's top 10 in the competition. However, in the next intersect competition, with his talent, he should have a chance to break into the top 10. The wind shadow step is just a high-level yellow class body technique. Spending time mastering it to the pinnacle stage might be better spent choosing a profound class body technique. Another coward who only knows how to evade. His body technique may be fast, but it can't outrun my sword. Disciples ranked higher began to express their opinions. Gulp. So you watched Su Chen on the stage, whose movements were elusive and difficult to track, and had a hard time swallowing. Little ant, is he practicing the wind shadow step? The cold young woman was completely focused on the 7th platform at that moment. After hearing Su Yu's question, she nodded. Su Yu asked again, to what extent has he mastered the wind shadow step? To the pinnacle stage. The cold young woman replied indifferently. Su Yu exclaimed in surprise, what? Pinnacle stage? Isn't he the second Qin? He regrets it now. He regrets helping Su Chen sign up for the intersect competition. He initially wanted Su Chen to embarrass himself on stage and watch the latter being trampled, but now he realizes that Su Chen's strength seems to far exceed his expectations. Up to now, not only has he not been trampled, but he has also become famous. Did he just help Su Chen gain fame? He really wants to slap himself. Do you only know how to run? After his attack failed, Shi Hao was panting heavily. He glared at Su Chen, who was a few meters away and appeared relaxed, gritting his teeth and saying, do you dare to fight me head-on? As you wish. Su Chen charged directly at Shi Hao. Shi Hao was both surprised and delighted. He initially approached it with a let's see what happens mindset, not expecting Su Chen to be so young and impulsive, easily provoked, and abandon his advantage to fight him up close. He laughed inwardly and gathered the little spiritual power left in his body into his right fist. With a bang, a circle of white airwaves erupted beneath his feet, and using the rebound force from the ground, he shot forward, his fist wrapped in surging spiritual power. Smashing towards Su Chen. Su Chen formed a fist with his hand to meet it head-on. Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he gone crazy? Abandoning his advantage to engage in close combat with Shi Hao, he was definitely going to lose. Ha-ha. Bang. A loud sound of metal colliding came from the number 7 arena. Su Yu's laughter suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat. His face was filled with disbelief. What did he just see? Shi Hao was actually sent flying? This is impossible. But reality was right in front of him. Shi Hao really lost in the head-on clash with Su Chen and was sent flying. Bang! Shi Hao flew off the arena and crashed onto the stone ground. The audience near the number 7 arena went silent for a moment, then erupted into a cacophony of noise. Su Chen wins, the elder announced loudly. Chapter 40. Chao Man Shun Feng frowned as he watched Su Chen jump down from the arena, then glanced at the pale-faced Shi Hao who had fallen off the stage. Shi Hao was at least an 8th level Qi condensation martial artist, yet he had been knocked off the stage by Su Chen with a single punch in a direct confrontation. This was unusual. Apart from his movement technique, could his combat power in a frontal battle already rival that of a 9th level Qi condensation? Impossible. It must be that Shi Hao was running low on spiritual power and could not exert his peak combat strength, which was why he was cleverly defeated by Su Chen. Yes, it had to be that way. It was time for him to take the stage in a match between number 1 and number 7. As Su Chen jumped off the stage, he did not focus on arena number 7, but instead looked at arena number 1. At that moment, on arena number 7, a tall and robust young man, radiating a fierce aura and carrying a battle knife, stepped up. This person had a well-known name among the inner disciples. Chao Man, the number 1 inner disciple, undisputed first place. His strength left all inner disciples in despair, and no one dared to challenge him. It was said that the second-ranked Si-Kong-2 had privately challenged him and lost in 3 moves. The authenticity of this news was uncertain. When he took the stage, no one dared to fight him, and everyone voluntarily conceded. This was already the 8th round. In the first 7 rounds, he had not even made a move once. This time, his opponent was Li Ping, ranked 6th among the inner disciples, at the peak of the 9th level of Qi condensation, who had won all his previous 7 matches. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Chao Man in this round. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Li Ping stepped onto the arena, gripped a long spear that appeared in his hand, and aimed it straight at Chao Man. The meaning was clear: he would not concede. He wanted to battle Chao Man. The crowd erupted in excitement. Finally, someone dared to confront Chao Man with a weapon. Chao Man looked at Li Ping, who was on high alert, and expressionlessly stated the fact: "You are not my opponent." Li Ping was not the least bit annoyed, because what Chao Man said was the truth. He tightened his grip on the spear and slowly said, "I know I'm not your opponent, but I won't concede. I want you to draw your knife and see just how far apart we are." "Just as you wish." Chao Man unsheathed the battle knife from behind him. "Be careful," he warned. The next moment, he stood still and swung the knife straight down. The blade flashed. Crack! Li Ping's long spear broke in response, and he was sent flying, a deep gash appearing on his chest, blood spraying. Puff! Li Ping fell off the stage and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, staring blankly at the 2 broken parts of the spear in his hand. After a long time, he finally hoarsely said, "So the gap between you and me is this great." At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was staring at the man on arena number 1 who was sheathing his knife. The fighters on the other 9 platforms, who were also engaged in battles, could not help but stop fighting. Chao Man had defeated Li Ping with a single strike. Everyone knew that Chao Man had held back with that strike. Otherwise, Li Ping would have been sliced in half. Just how strong was he? No one knew, because within the inner sect, no one could force him to use his full strength. He was too powerful, truly too powerful. Su Yu's eyes widened as he muttered, then looked at the person beside him. "Aunt, just how strong is Chao Man?" The cold woman slowly replied, "He has already reached a level beyond yours." At the same time, Su Chan closed his eyes, repeatedly replaying that strike in his mind, finally concluding that he had less than a 30 chance of receiving that strike unscathed. He had a 50 chance of being injured by the Blade's aura if he took that strike. Right now, he was not Chao Man's opponent. His cultivation was too low. No, he needed to increase his cultivation level before the finals. Only then would he have the qualifications to fight Chao Man. Su Chan silently made up his mind. Si-Kong-2, the second-ranked inner disciple, smiled bitterly. He was becoming increasingly powerful, truly a despairing individual. Long Feiyu, ranked 3rd, stared at Chao Man for a moment before sighing in defeat. "He may have already reached a level beyond us." Sun Yuan, ranked 4th, tightened his grip on his battle knife. "My knife is faster and sharper. I'm not his opponent." Bo Tianxiong, Dongfang Sheng. The disciples ranked higher in the inner sect each expressed their thoughts. They all had the same idea. Chao Man was unbeatable. The first place had already been claimed. What they were now competing for was not first place, but second. Although Si-Kong-2 was strong, he was not as despairingly powerful as Chao Man. So they still had confidence in competing for the second position. Under countless gazes of awe and admiration, Chao Man slowly walked down from the arena. On platform 5, Wu Cheng faced Fang Yi. Gu Cheng was ranked 11th in the inner sect, just 1 step away from the top 10. Fang Yi was an obscure youth within the inner sect, without any fame. This battle seemed predetermined. Fang Yi was a cold young man. Faced with Gu Cheng, he expressionlessly drew his battle knife and struck out. Swish! A golden blade light appeared, slashing towards Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng smiled faintly, drew his long sword, and waved it casually. Sword energy surged, colliding with the golden blade light. Swish! The sword energy and golden blade light collided, unexpectedly disintegrating rapidly, as if early snow met the blazing sun. The defeat was so swift and decisive. Gu Cheng's pupils constricted. The next moment, he heard a crack, and the golden blade light struck his long sword, which was forged from fine iron, breaking it cleanly in 2, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest as blood sprayed out. Gu Cheng let out a muffled groan and staggered back. After steadying himself, he looked down and saw a gash on his chest, the faint golden blade light continuing to wreak havoc on his wound, causing him even greater harm. I lost. The broken sword clattered to the ground as Gu Cheng stood in a daze. The spectators near Platform 5 were all dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Then, a loud discussion erupted. He defeated the 11th-ranked Gu Cheng with a single strike. This suddenly emerging Fong Yi is amazing. How incredible! When did such a strong figure appear in the intersect? Gu Cheng was defeated with one blow. Doesn't that mean Fong Yi has the combat power of a top 10 inner disciple? On the elder's seat, one elder noticed Fong Yi. This Fong Yi is not bad. He's actually understood the essence of gold. However, from that strike just now, it seems he has not fully mastered it, merely grasping half of the essence of gold. Give him time, and comprehending the complete essence of gold should be no problem. It seems our Qingling sect is about to have another genius. This child has grasped half of the essence of gold. With the enhancement of the essence of gold, his attack power has doubled and possesses unparalleled destructive power. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to enter the top 10 in the competition. Comprehending the essence is not easy. This child should be cultivated with focus. Su Chen watched as Fong Yi stepped down from the arena. Half-step essence of gold? Interesting. After the 8th match concluded, night had fallen. The participating disciples gradually returned to rest. After one night, the next day before dawn, the martial arts plaza was already packed with people. Many stayed overnight in the plaza to secure better viewing spots. In his room, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of pain flashing across his face. 300,000 spirit stones. It had taken a full 300,000 spirit stones for his cultivation to break through from the 7th level of Qi condensation to the 8th level. In a realm of Qi condensation, how many could take out 300,000 spirit stones? If Su Chen hadn't gone to the Water Mansion and wiped out the Zhao family, he wouldn't be able to squander like this. He turned his head to look out the window. The sky was already bright. After washing his face, he went out and headed towards the martial arts square. Soon after, the elders took the stage. The competition continued. In the 9th match, on the 7th group arena, number 3 faced number 20. Number 3 was Qin, and number 20 was Su Chen. As the elder's voice fell, the audience near the 7th group arena erupted in excitement. Both Su Chen and Qin practiced the wind shadow step, and both had mastered it to the peak stage. Among two speed-oriented fighters, who was stronger and who was weaker? Su Chen was in danger. Indeed, although he had mastered the wind shadow step to the peak stage, there was still a significant gap compared to senior brother Qin. Senior brother Qin was at the 9th level of Qi condensation and had mastered the wind shadow step to the peak stage a year ago. No matter how one looked at it, Su Chen had no chance of winning. I don't have high hopes for Su Chen either. Su Chen naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. Unfazed by everyone's lack of confidence in him, he slowly walked up to the arena. A breeze blew. Suddenly, Qin Yi's figure appeared across from him, without any warning. Chapter 41. The Battle of Speed. Qin Yi looked at Su Chen and said, "Others say you are the second me, but I don't think so." Su Chen replied calmly, "I think so too. I am myself, not someone else's substitute, and I will never become anyone's shadow." Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. "Looks like you're quite confident." Su Chen responded, "I have always been confident in myself." Too much confidence is not good. At your age, to have mastered the wind shadow step to its peak, it's natural to feel a bit proud. But I must tell you, my speed surpasses all inner disciples, and it relies on more than just the peak mastery of the wind shadow step. Qin Yi was also quite annoyed by others calling Su Chen the second him. He was unique, and how could anyone else be the second him? He intended to use this battle to prove to everyone that he was one of a kind. Next, let me show you the gap between us. Qin Yi's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot, as silent and unnoticed as the wind. The audience below widened their eyes, searching carefully, but after scouring the arena, they still failed to find Qin Yi's figure. Where is senior brother Qin? He is not on the stage. Would he have jumped off the platform? Would he? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Senior brother Qin has perfected the wind shadow step. His speed is beyond our ability to catch. That's too fast. If I were to battle senior brother Qin, Wouldn't I lose without even seeing his figure? While the crowd was discussing, Su Chen remained calm. He clenched his right fist and punched toward the empty ground to his left front. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a dull sound of impact. Qin Yi's figure then revealed itself, seen by everyone. But that wasn't all. He staggered back a step. Qin Yi's face was filled with astonishment. Not only had Su Chen accurately captured his trace, but during their clash, his strength had absolutely overwhelmed him. He was both shocked and angry. Then his pupils constricted. You hid your cultivation yesterday? Yesterday, Su Chen was at the 6th level of the Qi gathering stage, but today he displayed the 8th level. After thinking it over, there was only one possibility. Su Chen had concealed his true cultivation level yesterday. He couldn't even imagine that Su Chen had broken through from the 6th to the 8th level of the Qi gathering stage overnight. Su Chen remained non-committal. Let it be hidden. No wonder you have the confidence to fight me. But relying solely on this to win against me is too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yi's figure disappeared again. Next, a series of terrifying fist shadows came surging towards Su Chen from all directions. The audience below could only see the countless fist shadows, but not Qin Yi's figure. How naive you are! Su Chen took a step back, and his figure suddenly vanished as well. Boom! 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 The overwhelming fist shadows engulfed the spot Su Chen had just stood on, causing the arena to tremble continuously. The next moment, the audience could only see the constant exchange of fist shadows, their eyes wide open, unable to see either of the two figures. It was too fast, so fast that an ordinary person couldn't see their figures at all. The battle between Su Chen and Qin Yi naturally attracted the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Qin Yi's mastery of movement was among the few in the inner disciples. He seemed to have touched the threshold of the wind's essence, resulting in a leap in his movement skills. Qin Yi was already close to the strength of the top 10 inner disciples, and if he comprehended the essence of the wind, his future would be limitless. Su Chen, however, seemed even more extraordinary. I feel he is still hiding his strength. He hasn't unleashed his speed to the fullest. Look, he seems to be handling Qin Yi's attacks with great ease, while Qin Yi is gradually struggling. Indeed, I've looked into Su Chen. He was recommended to join the sect by Miss Su. You all know Miss Su's character. She wouldn't recommend anyone who isn't a genius. It seems she has recommended a good seedling to the sect. The battle has changed. On the number 7 arena, the invisible battle continued for a while. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the air. It was Qin Yi. At this moment, blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth, and there was a distinct fist mark on his chest. Despite his injuries, Qin Yi stared in shock at Su Chen, who was slowly appearing before him. In the brief exchange just now, his proud speed had been completely crushed by the opponent. He had used all his effort to accelerate his speed, but in despair, he found that no matter how fast he went, Su Chen was always just a bit faster. As Qin Yi and Su Chen faced each other from a distance, the crowd below erupted. Senior Brother Qin is actually injured. Su Chen is too monstrous. He has actually surpassed Senior Brother Qin in movement. Senior Brother Qin must not have used his full strength. The discussions below were lost on Qin Yi, who was still in shock. Your movement is nothing special. Su Chen said flatly. Just now you were on the offensive, and I was on the defensive. Now it's my turn to attack. As the last word fell, Su Chen's figure merged with the wind, disappearing from sight. A gentle breeze swept by. Su Chen's figure silently appeared behind Qin Yi, who was completely unaware. I'm right here, Su Chen kindly reminded him. Following that, he threw a punch. Qin Yi hurriedly turned around, crossing his arms to protect his chest. Bang! Qin Yi was directly blasted away. Before he hit the ground, his pupils dilated sharply because Su Chen had again silently appeared in front of him. Fast. Too fast. So fast that he couldn't even react. Moreover, Su Chen was like the wind, unpredictable. He exerted all his effort but still couldn't capture Su Chen's trace. He now realized that Su Chen hadn't even used his full strength just now. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Qin Yi coughed up blood and was sent flying. Su Chen stood in place, not pursuing the advantage. He had held back on both punches. Otherwise, Qin Yi would have been seriously injured or even killed. Are you coming again? He asked calmly. Bring it on. Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unwilling to admit defeat. However, just as his words fell, a fist suddenly appeared, growing larger and larger, and with a bang, it struck his face. Chen didn't have time to scream before he was sent flying off the platform, crashing heavily onto the stone ground under the astonished gaze of countless people. Silence. A dead silence. On the elder's seat, one elder suddenly stood up, his gaze fixated on Su Chen on the number 7 arena, breathing somewhat heavily. Did you all notice? Su Chen, he has comprehended. One elder responded. We noticed. He has likely comprehended half a step into the essence of the wind. Like Feng Yi, he is also a genius. Another elder laughed heartily. Half a step into the essence of gold. Half a step into the essence of wind. Haha. This year's intersect competition is truly full of surprises. This year's intersect competition is the most exciting one I have seen in recent years. Talents are emerging one after another. This little guy Su Chen is not bad. He seems to be only 17 years old, right? Huh. Comprehending half a step into the essence of wind at 17. His potential is even greater than Feng Yi's. He must be well cultivated. Chen is also impressive. He has already touched the threshold of the essence of wind. I hope this battle helps him comprehend it soon. Chapter 42. The Dark Horse Competition. He actually defeated Chen. How is that possible? Chen Feng looked at Su Chen, who was stepping down from a stage, still somewhat unable to believe what he had just witnessed. A loser whom he regarded as an ant had unexpectedly revealed his fangs and showcased a shocking level of strength. In the audience, Su trembled all over, snapping back to reality from his shock. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself. It hurt. It hurt so much that he gasped for breath. This was not a dream. Su Chen really defeated Chen, ranked 17th in the intersect. He regretted it. Regretted signing Su Chen up. Even more regretted offending him over a private room that day. The battles continued. In the 10th round, 11th round, 12th round. Riding on the momentum of defeating Chen, every disciple who drew the lot to face him wisely chose to concede. Gradually, Su Chen's points tied with Chen Feng, both standing at the top of Group 7, both undefeated. The 16th round, also the final round. On ring number 7, contestant number 1 faced contestant number 20. The elder's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Here it comes. Su Chen's spirit lifted. If he defeated Chen Feng, his total score would undoubtedly make him the first in Group 7. Only the top 3 in the group could enter the finals. In this battle, regardless of who won or lost, both Su Chen and Chen Feng were guaranteed to remain in the top 3 of their group, securing their spots in the finals. Chen Feng raised his head, his cold gaze like 2 sharp swords, aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen ignored Chen Feng's icy glare. His body floated like the wind. Landing on the stage, Chen Feng snorted coldly and leapt up, crashing down onto the stage like a meteor. There was animosity between the two. No words were needed. Start. As the elder's voice fell, Su Chen directly melded into the wind, his figure disappearing from everyone's sight. Almost at the same moment, boom, a fist wrapped in surging spiritual power appeared behind Chen Feng. It was as if he had eyes growing on the back of his head. The moment the fist appeared, he sensed it, turning around to counter with a punch. No matter how fast your movement is, you can't escape my eyes, he vowed confidently. But the next moment, his expression changed. He actually missed with his punch. The fist that came crashing toward him swiftly dissipated. A residual shadow? Where was Su Chen's real attack? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fierce wind struck from his right side, and with a bang, he took a punch directly to the right side of his face. Coughing blood, teeth fell out. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Before he hit the ground, a figure flew in alongside him. It was Su Chen. Despair showed on Chen Feng's face. He could barely move his body now, helpless and at the mercy of others. Su Chen showed no mercy either. Although killing was not allowed in the intersect competition, he could severely injure his opponent, rendering them unable to participate in subsequent battles. Raising his right foot high, he struck down hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Bang! Chen Feng's chest caved in, and his body crashed down onto the stage, bouncing back up like a ball. Puff! Chen Feng spat out blood, his eyelids rolling back as he fell unconscious from his severe injuries. Win! In the VIP section, A middle-aged man suddenly stood up, worry etched on his face. He was Chun Feng's father and the third elder of the Chun family, invited by the Qingling sect. Such ruthless methods. He glared coldly at Su Chun, a murderous intent swirling in his heart. An elder who had initially supported Su Chun suddenly frowned and said Su Chun was too ruthless. In the previous battles, he held back and did not intentionally injure anyone, but this time he acted differently and struck Chen Feng hard. Did the two have a grudge? Regardless of whether there was enmity, one should not be so ruthless against a fellow disciple in front of the guests during the intersect competition. Some elders felt that Su Chun was cruel and disregarded the bigger picture, leading to dissatisfaction with him. However, many others chose not to voice their opinions. It's over. Su Yu slumped in the audience, powerless as he said. He actually secured the first place in the group. He had shot himself in the foot. Regret filled him. The 16th round ended. 16 battles, 16 victories. Su Chun was undoubtedly the first in his group. Chen Feng was second, and Qin Yi was third. The top three in the group qualified for the finals. Although both Chen Feng and Qin Yi were defeated by Su Chun, they were not eliminated. The only concern was whether Chen Feng could participate in the finals due to his heavy injuries. Soon, the top three from other groups emerged as well. Night fell. The finals would have to wait until tomorrow. The crowd began to leave, making their way to their accommodations. Who would have thought that this year's intersect competition would produce two dark horses? Yes, one was Feng Yi from Group 5, and the other was Su Chun from Group 7. Feng Yi defeated the 11th-ranked Gu Cheng with a single slash, and although he later lost to Sikong II, he still earned respect, having fought for dozens of exchanges before being defeated. Sikong II was second in the intersect. Feng Yi undoubtedly held the strength of a top 10 fighter. Su Chun was not weak either. He first defeated Qin Yi and then Chen Feng, with an elusive movement style that was hard to guard against. Who do you think is this year's biggest dark horse, Su Chun or Feng Yi? I think it's Feng Yi. His blade is too sharp, and Su Chun is probably not his opponent. Su Chun's odds are not low either. No matter how strong Feng Yi's attack is, if he can't hit Su Chun, it's all in vain, right? Stop talking. Tomorrow is the finals, and there is a 1/3 chance Su Chun and Feng Yi will face off. When the time comes, we'll know. Even if they don't fight, whoever ranks higher in the end will be the stronger one. Senior brother, I'm a new disciple. Can you tell me about the rules of the finals? The finals will consist of elimination rounds and ranking matches. The elimination rounds will eliminate 20 contestants, leaving 10 who will become the new top 10 disciples of the intersect. The elimination rounds will still be determined by drawing lots for opponents, divided into 5 rings for combat. Contestants do not have fixed rings. They go up based on the draw. Each contestant will compete 10 times, and the top 10 in points will then participate in the final ranking matches. The next day, early in the morning, many people, excited, had stayed up all night, walking into the martial arts plaza with panda eyes. Only 5 huge rings remained in the plaza. The 30 contestants entering the finals gradually arrived, and the audience erupted in waves of support, shouting slogans for certain individuals. After several days of battles, Su Chun had won over a group of supporters, and as he stepped into the plaza, cheers for him echoed in every corner of the audience. Strength is everything. Only with great power can one gain the respect and recognition of more people. Feeling the support from all directions, Su Chun couldn't help but smile. Whoosh! An elder suddenly appeared on the stage. The Grand Elder of the Qingling sect, second only to the sect master. I didn't expect him to show up. The upcoming competition will be personally overseen by me. The Grand Elder's voice resonated in every corner. No more nonsense. The elimination rounds officially begin now. On ring 1, Qin Yi faces Qi Yun. On ring 2, Gong Sun Sheng faces Chen Chong. On ring 3, Gu Cheng faces Tang Yu. On ring 4, the 5 rings began simultaneously. On ring 1, Qin Yi easily defeated Qi Yun, winning the first 2 points. After jumping off the stage, Qin Yi and Qi Yun immediately found a spot to sit and recover their spiritual power. There are still 9 battles to go. They cannot afford to waste any time. The most critical point is that the next battle could start at any moment, maybe in 15 minutes, maybe after a cup of tea, or even in the next second. Therefore, they must seize every moment to recover their spiritual energy and be in the best condition to face the next battle. The voice of the Grand Elder then rang out. Arena 1. Sun Yuan versus Li Ping. As Sun Yuan and Li Ping stepped onto the arena, more than 80% of the audience focused their attention on Arena 1. Sun Yuan ranked 4th in the intersect. Li Ping ranked 6th in the intersect. This was a battle among the top 10 of the intersect. Sun Yuan looked sternly at Li Ping. Although Li Ping was defeated by Chao Man with a single strike in the group stage, that did not mean Li Ping was weak. It was just that Chao Man was too powerful. As a fellow disciple in the top 10 of the intersect, he understood that this opponent, ranked 2 places lower than him, was not simple. The two stood 30 meters apart, and after a moment of confrontation, Sun Yuan took the initiative to attack. Sun Yuan wielded a knife. Li Ping wielded a spear. The clash of knife and spear immediately erupted into a fierce battle on the arena, producing a series of sounds like metal striking metal. Sun Yuan's knife was unpredictable, making it hard to defend against. Li Ping's spear was as fast as lightning, difficult to counter. After a fierce struggle, with both of them exchanging over 100 moves, Sun Yuan emerged victorious. Su Chen watched the entire battle, analyzing the fighting styles and characteristics of both, searching for their weaknesses. He was not the only one doing this. Arena 2. Chun Feng versus Zhuge Liuyan. Chen Feng's face was pale. His injuries had not yet healed, let alone fighting. Even walking consumed a lot of his energy. He cast a resentful glance at Su Chen. Finally, unwillingly, he directly conceded defeat. Due to his injuries, he was destined to be the bottom-ranked one, and all of this was thanks to Su Chen. Zhuge Liuyan was naturally very pleased to win without a fight. Arena 5. Li Ping versus Chao Man. Just after a short rest, Li Ping had to go up again. Moreover, his opponent was actually Chao Man. In the group stage, Li Ping suffered a crushing defeat at Chao Man's hands, and the gap between them was significant. This time, Li Ping was very rational. After analyzing the pros and cons, he directly chose to concede defeat, knowing he was no match for Chao Man. It was better to concede directly than to go up and suffer a crushing defeat and injury, thus saving his spiritual energy for the next battle. Upon hearing Li Ping concede directly, the audience was greatly disappointed. Arena 2. Su Chen versus Yang Yu. Finally, it was my turn. Su Chen leaped onto Arena 2. His opponent, Yang Yu, ranked 28th in the intersect, had average strength, but Su Chen did not take him lightly at all. It wasn't that he saw anything extraordinary in Yang Yu, but rather that he treated every battle seriously and would never give the enemy a chance. He had made ample preparations. However, Yang Yu chose to concede directly. Without having to fight, Su Chen gained 2 points. And just as he was about to jump off the arena, the Grand Elder's voice made him retract his foot. Arena 2. Su Chen versus Feng Yi. 2 consecutive battles. And this time, his opponent was actually Feng, who was equally renowned. The clash of 2 dark horses. Who would win? Who would be the biggest dark horse of the year? Many people couldn't help but look at Arena 2. They wanted to witness the birth of the biggest dark horse. Feng Yi stood opposite au Chen. Feng Yi asked, Su Chen, your speed is very fast. You must have comprehended the essence of wind, right? Although he was asking, his tone was extremely certain. Clearly, he had been paying attention to Su Chen for a long time and was convinced that the latter had comprehended the essence of wind. Chapter 43. The greatest dark horse has not fully comprehended yet. Su Chen sighed. One day outside was 10 years inside the Heavenly Emperor's Hall. He had spent several decades in the Heavenly Emperor's Hall, not only perfecting the wind shadow step to its peak, but also gaining insights into the profound essence of wind. Perhaps due to a lack of opportunity, he had not fully comprehended the essence of wind. He had a gut feeling that without the right moment, even if he practiced in the Heavenly Emperor's Hall for hundreds of years, he would not be able to fully grasp the essence of wind. If I'm not mistaken, what you've comprehended should be the half-step gold essence, right? Su Chen Gao De. Feng Yi generously admitted, that's right. Please enlighten me. Su Chen and Feng Yi said simultaneously. The two raised their heads and locked eyes. In the next moment, Feng Yi drew his sword and raised it above his head. The golden sword light shot up into the sky. Then, with a thunderous slash, it came crashing down. Boom! Su Chen's figure was directly torn apart by the sword light. Ah! A spectator screamed, thinking Su Chen had been sliced to pieces. However, in reality, it was just an afterimage. Su Chen appeared 10 meters away and scathed. Looking at the arena, which had been split by the golden sword light, Su Chen felt a slight change in his demeanor. Among the 5 elemental essences, the gold essence was indeed the most lethal. Be careful, Fong Yi reminded, swinging his sword for another strike. The golden sword light swiftly descended. The sword light charged forward, creating successive explosions in the air, with a white airflow collapsing inward, then violently spreading out in all directions with a thunderous roar, causing the entire metal arena to tremble continuously. The front row spectators were knocked about by the raging aftermath, unable to open their eyes. The scene descended into a momentary chaos. Su Chen still perfectly avoided this strike. However, Fong Yi's reaction speed was also very quick. One strike missed, and he slashed again. One strike followed another, forcing Su Chen to keep dodging. Whoosh! Su Chen evaded Fong Yi's attack. His figure flickered, and he moved behind Fong Yi. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a sword light slashed diagonally towards him. Su Chen was forced to stop his attack, activating the wind shadow step, blending into the wind, and quickly distancing himself. My spiritual power has been higher than average since childhood. Your speed is fast, perfectly avoiding my attacks time and again. But if you think you can use speed to silently approach me and defeat me, it's not that simple. After saying this, Fong Yi slashed again. The golden sword light struck down at a vacant space to the left front. The air trembled and a figure flashed by. Following that, the sword light fell. He was just a step too slow. At the elders' seats, an elder suddenly asked the elder beside him, Elder Hong, who do you think will win this battle between Su Chen and Fong Yi? It's hard to say. Su Chen has comprehended the half-step wind essence, and his speed allows him to perfectly avoid Fong Yi's attacks. However, Fong Yi has high lethality and can timely catch Su Chen's traces, forcing him to keep dodging and making it difficult for him to launch an attack. One is attacking while the other is evading, and the battle situation is stalemated. Now they're competing in the quantity of spiritual power. Both of them are at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. Fong Yi is at the peak of the 8th level, giving him a slight advantage. However, the attacker consumes more spiritual power than the evader, so I can't be sure who will last until the end. Wait, Fong Yi's aura has changed. It's become much stronger. He has concealed his cultivation. Qi condensation, 9th level. Good heavens, he has been hiding his true cultivation from the very beginning. Su Chen is in danger. As expected, once Fong Yi revealed his true cultivation, his strength became even more formidable. He spared no effort in consuming spiritual power, slashing out one sword after another. In an instant, the sharp sword energy almost filled every corner of the arena. Swoosh! A section of Su Chen's sleeve was sliced off, which was then shredded into powder by the overwhelming sword energy. Su Chen revealed his figure, glanced at his missing sleeve, and a slight serious expression appeared on his face. Fong Yi was quite tricky. Relying solely on his movement technique would not defeat his opponent. It seemed he had to use other means. Are you going to admit defeat? Fong Yi saw Su Chen reveal himself and noticed he had no intention of continuing to evade, thinking the latter had recognized the gap between them and was about to concede. No. Su Chen shook his head and slowly said, I want to defeat you head-on. Defeat me head-on? Fong Yi looked astonished. Wasn't Su Chen's strongest point his movement technique? Did he have other means aside from movement techniques? The audience below also showed expressions of surprise. Their impression of Su Chen was that he was skilled in movement techniques but had average offensive capabilities. But now, Su Chen actually said he would give up his movement techniques to defeat Fong Yi head-on. How could this not astonish everyone? Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, Su Chen's spiritual power erupted, and his right hand quickly formed seals. A stream of spiritual power surged into his palm. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread from Su Chen's palm, making everyone's scalp tingle. Fong Yi's expression turned serious. With his powerful spiritual power, he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Su Chen. Whoosh! He did not dare to be careless, activating the gold essence with his battle sword, slashing fiercely. Under the enhancement of the gold essence, this strike became even larger and sharper, filling the air with a chilling aura of slaughter. The massive golden sword energy, carrying an overwhelming might, chopped down towards Su Chen's head. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Su Chen had given up his advantage in movement techniques. Could he really take this blow? If he couldn't take it, wouldn't he be sliced apart by the sword energy? The Grand Elder silently appeared beside the second arena. Readying himself, Su Chen had comprehended the half-step wind essence. His talent was extraordinary, and his future achievements were limitless. He could not allow Su Chen to die tragically under the sword. Under the pressure of the massive sword energy, the metal arena trembled violently. But Su Chen's expression remained calm. He raised his head, looking at the ever-growing sword energy, and pushed his right hand forward. Cracking earth palm, a low-level, profound martial technique. Boom! The spiritual power in his palm exploded in an instant. A giant spiritual handprint held out, striking towards the sword energy with the force of a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The spiritual handprint collided with the sword energy, and a terrifying wave swept out from the collision center, ravaging towards the spectator stands. Seeing this, the Grand Elder could not stand by and do nothing. If he let it be, he didn't know how many people would die where the aftermath raged. He waved his hand, and the chaotic aftermath heading towards the audience immediately collapsed and disintegrated. The spectators near the second arena breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have survived. At the same time, a cracking sound was heard. The massive golden sword energy was actually shattered and disintegrated under the overwhelming attack of the spiritual handprint, turning into a rain of light that scattered in the sky. The spiritual handprint, after shattering the sword energy, still retained considerable power, continuing to press down towards Feng Yi with an unstoppable, terrifying might. Feng Yi's pupils constricted sharply. The strike he had put all his effort into could not withstand the spiritual handprint, and now that the handprint was descending, he had no time to react. Just as Feng Yi was about to be suppressed by the spiritual handprint, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him, casually extending a right hand. And with a loud bang, the spiritual handprint shattered and disintegrated. Su Chen saw this and was not angry. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief because he had underestimated the power of his palm and nearly killed Feng Yi. He had no enmity with Feng Yi and did not want to cause discontent among the sect higher-ups by accidentally killing him. The person who intervened was none other than the Grand Elder. A low-level, profound martial technique, and if I'm not mistaken, you have already perfected it to its peak realm. Good. The Grand Elder not only did not blame Su Chen for being heavy-handed, but instead smiled and praised him. His words are like a bomb, causing the crowd to explode and boil over. Profound-level martial skills, peak realm. Is this for real? Could Su Chen be a genius? How old is he? Su Chen. Victory. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated in everyone's ears. Su Chen smiled slightly and jumped off the stage. Su Chen, you're impressive. If there's another opportunity, let's spar again. Feng Yi's voice came from behind. Always ready. Su Chen turned to respond. Then, under the awed gazes of countless people, he walked to a corner, sat down, took out a spirit stone, and began to restore his spiritual energy. Due to the effects of the Devouring Emperor's art, his consumption in the battle with Feng Yi was not great at all. He didn't need to do this. He was doing it to show others. After such a fierce battle, if he still appeared to be brimming with spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly arouse the curiosity and suspicion of others. Chapter 44. Chao Man vs. Long Feiyu sitting alone in a corner, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward the number 3 arena. Generally, he wouldn't focus on or analyze the battles of ordinary people, but Chao Man was not an ordinary person. In the number 3 arena, Chao Man was facing Sun Yuan. Chao Man ranked first in the intersect, while Sun Yuan ranked 4th. Both wielded knives. Their battle immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Would Sun Yuan, like Li Ping, choose to concede? My strength is greater than Li Ping's, but only to a limited extent. Li Ping didn't manage to withstand even a single strike from you. I want to see how many strikes I can take. Sun Yuan did not concede. All right, then you should be careful, Chao Man reminded him, slowly drawing the battle knife from behind him. Sun Yuan felt as if facing a formidable opponent. He didn't seek to defeat Chao Man. He only wished to withstand 3 strikes from him. But even such a request was a luxury, as Chao Man's strength was overwhelming. Holding the knife with one hand, The next moment, Chao Man's blade flashed, almost imperceptibly. Sun Yuan's pupils constricted. Then, gripping his knife with both hands, he poured his spiritual power into the weapon without reservation. "Break for me!" With a low roar. He swung his battle knife fiercely toward the incoming blade energy. Boom! Puff! Sun Yuan was struck down, launching both himself and his knife off the arena. Puff! After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. One strike. Another strike. Everyone was stunned. Just how strong was Chao Man? It took one strike to defeat Li Ping, and only one strike to defeat Sun Yuan as well. The arena fell silent, momentarily speechless. After an unknown amount of time, the crowd erupted into loud cheers, shouting Chao Man's name. After this grand competition, Chao Man would surely be promoted to a true disciple. Yes, he had already met the requirements to become a true disciple. Our sect has gained another true disciple. The elders exchanged low whispers, feeling joy over the growing strength of the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect had tens of thousands of outer disciples, thousands of inner disciples, but fewer than 100 true disciples, highlighting their rarity. His strength is so formidable. What are my chances of victory if I fight him? Su Chen asked himself. The conclusion he reached was that only by fighting could he know. He didn't have a clear understanding of how strong he truly was, as no one had forced him to use all his trump cards. In the number 3 arena, Chao Man faced Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu ranked 3rd in the inner sect, one position higher than Sun Yuan. Could he withstand a strike from Chao Man? Long Feiyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing he would battle Chao Man, but he quickly regained his composure and, without conceding, stepped onto the arena. "I didn't expect you to take that step before us." Long Feiyu smiled at Chao Man. Chao Man assessed Long Feiyu and replied, "I'm just a step ahead. You should be close, right?" Long Feiyu said, "Not quite there yet." Chao Man's gaze sharpened. He knew Long Feiyu well. The latter was not one to boast. If he said he was just a little short, it might indeed only be that final push needed. Long Feiyu did not concede and appeared eager to try, possibly hoping to take that last step with Chao Man's help. Realizing this, Chao Man laughed heartily, saying, "Long Feiyu, I hope you seize this opportunity." As he spoke, his gaze grew increasingly sharp. Boom! Long Feiyu launched the first attack, stomping down hard, creating a massive shockwave. He charged at Chao Man like a hungry tiger, exuding an extremely fierce aura. Thud, thud, thud! He seemed like a giant from ancient times or a great demon transformed into a human, each step shaking the arena violently as if it might collapse at any moment. His imposing presence made the spectators around the arena tremble. Whoosh! Long Feiyu suddenly brandished a battle axe, shouting as he swung it down toward Chao Man. Chao Man stood still. Only when the axe was right in front of him did he draw his knife and slash. Clang! Sparks flew. The sound of metal clashing resonated. The immense noise forced some spectators to cover their ears in pain. Whoosh! Long Feiyu was sent flying, both he and the axe tumbling backward. Upon landing, the great inertia caused him to slide back along the ground, nearly falling off the arena. Seeing Long Feiyu stabilize himself at the edge of the arena, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Even someone as strong as Long Feiyu had been sent flying by Chao Man's blade. Bang! Another tremendous sound reverberated throughout the martial arts plaza as Chao Man's feet erupted with white energy, propelling him into the air. In midair, he raised his battle knife high above his head. "Be careful," he shouted as he descended rapidly, using the momentum to bring the knife down forcefully. It was as if the space was being split open by the blade, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. Long Feiyu let out a great roar, swinging the battle axe with both hands to collide with Chao Man's descending knife. Bang! It sounded like a meteor crashing, and the air at the collision point imploded. Long Feiyu fell to one knee, blood spilling from his mouth, his upper body's clothing torn apart, revealing his bronze, muscular physique. Chao Man gripped the knife with one hand, pressing down forcefully. Long Feiyu knelt on the ground, desperately supporting himself with the axe. However, this stalemate lasted only a brief moment before the capillaries in Long Feiyu's skin ruptured under the immense pressure, blood seeping from his pores, turning him into a bloodied figure. Appearing tragically miserable, suddenly, Chao Man withdrew his knife and stepped back, allowing Long Feiyu to catch his breath. Chao Man asked, "Can you hold on?" "Bring it on." Long Feiyu replied firmly. As his words fell, the arena trembled once more. Long Feiyu gripped the battle axe and charged at Chao Man like a demon god. Chao Man swung his knife. The blade energy flashed. Boom! Chao Man was struck as if hit by a cannonball, and Long Feiyu's axe shattered into pieces. The remaining blade energy cutting into his body and leaving a shocking wound across his chest. Blood sprayed. Elder's seat. An elder suddenly stood up, looking anxious. The outcome was clear. Long Feiyu was gravely injured. Why didn't the Grand Elder intervene to stop this? Did he intend to wait until Long Feiyu was on the brink of death before acting? This elder had high hopes for Long Feiyu and did not want to see him perish due to an accident. If the battle continued, even if Long Feiyu survived, the severity of his injuries would take months to heal, undoubtedly slowing his growth. The Grand Elder's inaction must have been based on his own considerations. Someone spoke up, "Huh? Long Feiyu is changing. What's happening to him?" At the same time, in the martial arts plaza, everyone looked at Long Feiyu in horror. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Long Feiyu, who was undergoing a tremendous transformation. At that moment, Long Feiyu's body was growing taller by the inch. His originally robust frame surged to over 10 feet in height in an instant. But his transformation did not stop there. The injuries on his body were rapidly healing. His blood-soaked skin sprouted metallic scales, his hands grew larger and longer, and his nails quickly sharpened, resembling claws. Chapter 45, Bloodline of the Jiao Dragon Beastification. An elder exclaimed, "Long Feiyu is a human. How could he undergo beastification? Does he have a hidden demon bloodline within him that has awakened today under Chao Man's pressure? No. Long Feiyu is a descendant of the Long family, and we all know there is absolutely no hidden demon bloodline. I remember now. Long Feiyu mistakenly entered the mountains when he was young and didn't return for a long time. The warriors of the Long family searched the mountains and eventually found him in a cave, which is said to contain a pool of Jiao dragon blood. And Long Feiyu fell into the blood pool and slept for many days. Is he now awakening the Jiao dragon bloodline? Dragon transformation. The elders quickly exchanged information and concluded that while Long Feiyu is indeed human, he has now awakened the Jiao dragon bloodline within him. The Jiao dragon. Long Feiyu is truly fortunate. The elders were envious of Long Feiyu's amazing fortune. Chao Man, holding a battle knife, looked at the dragon-transformed Long Feiyu with raised eyebrows. Under his pressure, Long Feiyu did not take that step forward. Instead, he awakened the Jiao dragon bloodline, which was a pleasant surprise. Long Feiyu's face was also filled with surprise. He could feel that he was much stronger now than before his dragon transformation. Chao Man, thank you. But the battle has only just begun. Long Feiyu expressed his gratitude to Chao Man for helping him awaken the Jiao dragon bloodline. The result is still the same. Chao Man said, his eyes suddenly sharpening, and the knife in his hand burst with brilliant blade energy. With a whoosh, the blade energy struck Long Feiyu's body with incredible speed, sending him flying. What amazing defense! Chao Man looked at the slight wound he had left on Long Feiyu's body and marveled at Long Feiyu's defensive power. Long Feiyu looked at the small wound on his abdomen from the blade energy, his face filled with wild joy. Thanks to the protection of his scales, Chao Man's strike only caused a shallow cut. However, just as he was filled with joy, Chao Man's voice made his smile freeze. I only used 30% of my strength just now. Now let me try 50%. Chao Man swung his knife. The blade energy cut through the air. Boom! Long Feiyu's chest scales exploded one by one, and a deep blade mark extended from his left chest to his right abdomen, hideous and terrifying. Bang! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Long Feiyu fell heavily off the platform. Long Feiyu was defeated. Chao Man is too powerful. Even the dragon-transformed Long Feiyu is no match for him. Who among the inner disciples could defeat him? This year's competition first place is undoubtedly Chao Man. Long Feiyu unexpectedly awakened the Jiao dragon bloodline, and his strength surged after the dragon transformation. Everyone thought Long Feiyu had a chance to defeat Chao Man. But who would have thought that Chao Man only used 50% of his strength to knock the suddenly powerful Long Feiyu off the platform? At this moment, Everyone unanimously agreed that the first place belongs to Chao Man. The battle continued. Soon, it was Su Chen's turn to compete again. This time, his opponent directly conceded, allowing him to achieve his third victory. One by one, everyone took their turns. Time slowly passed. The sun set. Another day had gone by. Su Chen had appeared 5 times, winning all 5 battles, totaling 10 points. After a night's rest, the second day of the elimination round began. The competition continued. In Su Chen's 6th match, his opponent conceded. In the 7th match, his opponent turned out to be Chen Feng, winning without a fight. In the 8th match, his opponent was Xiao Zhan, ranked 10th in the intersect. After a fierce battle, he easily won again. In the 9th match, his opponent automatically conceded. In the 10th match, his opponent conceded. 10 battles, 10 victories. Su Chen smoothly entered the ranking competition. Apart from him, the other 9 who entered the ranking competition were Chao Man, Xikong Tu, Long Feiyu, Sun Yuan, Bo Tianxiong Li Ping, Gui Yi, Feng Yi, Dongfang Sheng. Among the 10 who entered the ranking competition, except for Su Chen and Feng Yi, the other 8 were all among the top 10 disciples of the intersect. After the elimination round ended, everyone returned with anticipation to get some sleep. At dawn, the martial arts square was once again packed with people. There was only one platform left in the arena. You all understand the rules of the ranking competition, so I won't go into details here. The ranking competition was still hosted by the Grand Elder. In the first round, the first match was Feng Yi against Dongfang Sheng. Dongfang Sheng, ranked 7th in the intersect. Feng Yi, one of the dark horses. The battle ended with Feng Yi narrowly winning, shocking countless people and giving a new assessment of Su Chen's strength, who had defeated Feng Yi. In the second match, Chao Man faced Gui Yi. Chao Man won. In the third match, Su Chen faced Li Ping. Although Li Ping was ranked 6th in the intersect, he did not dare to underestimate Su Chen, this dark horse. After all, Feng Yi, who was defeated by Su Chen, had beaten Dongfang Sheng, ranked 7th. As soon as the battle began, Li Ping used all his strength, his spiritual power erupting, and his spear thrusting towards Su Chen with overwhelming force. Su Chen felt a pain in his brow. He knew that Li Ping's spear was aimed at his brow. Whoosh! Using wind shadow steps, he retreated backward, avoiding Li Ping's fierce and ruthless thrust. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Pure spiritual energy surged into his palms. Boom! With a palm strike, the spiritual energy giant handprint descended, crushing Li Ping's spear and causing his blood to surge, coughing blood as he was sent flying. Su Chen quickly followed up with another palm strike. Li Ping gritted his teeth and thrust out dozens of spears in one breath, like raindrops hitting the giant handprint, shattering it instantly. Thrusting out dozens of spears in one breath took a huge toll on Li Ping. Before he could catch his breath, a gust of wind swept past, and Su Chen was already behind him. Bang! He raised his hand and struck Li Ping on the shoulder, sending him flying like a paper kite with a broken string, and he fell off the platform. In the fourth match, Xikong Tu faced Bo Tianxiong. Xikong Tu won. In the fifth match, Long Feiyu faced Sun Yuan. After awakening the Jiao Dragon bloodline, Long Feiyu's combat power doubled, and he defeated Sun Yuan in just a few moves. The first round of battles ended. Next was the second round. Su Chen fight Dongfang Sheng. Dongfang Sheng, feeling he could not win, directly conceded. The other matches in the second round either had one side conceding directly or one side overpowering the opponent with absolute strength. In the third round and fourth round, Su Chen won both matches, facing Feng Yi and Gui Yi respectively. In the fifth round, Su Chen's opponent was Long Feiyu. After awakening the Jiao Dragon bloodline, Long Feiyu's strength surged dramatically, and his power was evident to all. In this match, apart from Su Chen himself, it seemed that no one present believed he could win. Chapter 46. Battle against Long Feiyu. Will Su Chen win this match? Su Yu turned to the cool woman beside him. Over the past few days, he had witnessed Su Chen's continuous victories, and his feelings had evolved from initial regret to despair, and then to acceptance. There was no unresolved grievance between him and Su Chen. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. He planned to personally apologize to Su Chen after the competition to resolve their misunderstandings. With this understanding, he no longer rejected Su Chen's victory. Instead, he began to hope for his win. After all, he had helped Su Chen register for the inter-sect competition, and Su Chen's ultimate achievements would bear his indelible contribution. The cool woman remained silent, as even she did not know Su Chen's chances of winning at this moment. The awakened Jiao dragon bloodline of Long Feiyu was too powerful, strong enough that everyone had already positioned him as the second in the inter-sect competition. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Su Chen slowly stepped onto the stage. The crowd's anticipation grew. Su Chen's appearance on the stage indicated that he was not ready to concede defeat. This year's biggest dark horse versus Long Feiyu. Who was stronger? Who was weaker? Su Chen was in danger. Losing wouldn't be embarrassing. After all, he had only joined the Qingling sect for less than half a year, and making it into the top 10 of the intersect had already proven he was a genius. Do you think Su Chen has any other tricks? What a joke. Who knows? Look, Su Chen's expression is calm. He doesn't seem nervous in front of a strong opponent. In my opinion, this shows he has confidence in his own strength. The crowd whispered and debated among themselves. The elders also began to converse. It was undeniable that Su Chen was exceptional, but at this moment, he was still not Long Feiyu's opponent. One elder believed that Long Feiyu would win this battle without question. I think so too, another elder agreed. Based on Su Chen's displayed strength, he shouldn't be Long Feiyu's match. But we can't say that definitively because Su Chen has surprised us too many times. Perhaps in this battle, he will give us another huge surprise. Let's wait and see. Some supported Su Chen, but they were few. At this moment, the belief that Long Feiyu would win dominated the crowd. Su Chen naturally heard the voices below expressing their lack of hope for him. He smiled and said nothing. Because the outcome of this battle would ultimately depend on strength, the words of the spectators had no impact on the outcome. As a new disciple, reaching this point was impressive, but unfortunately, he encountered me. Long Feiyu was full of confidence. Before awakening the Jiao dragon bloodline, he wouldn't have spoken so confidently, but now he knew his own strength better than anyone else. Among the inter-sect disciples, only Chao Man, who had already crossed that threshold, could defeat him. No one else, including the second-ranked Sikong Tu, was his opponent. You're too absolute in your words, Su Chen said lightly. Seeing Su Chen still calm, Long Feiyu smiled and said, "It's good for a young man to be confident, but you also need to recognize reality." With that, Long Feiyu's body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Dragon transformation. He showcased his strongest method right from the start, wanting to win this battle of unequal strength decisively and make his opponent recognize reality. Su Chen's expression gradually became serious. It seemed it was time to show some skills. He gripped his hand tightly, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was not the Qingshi sword, but an ordinary long sword forged from fine iron. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, shocked. What is going on? Su Chen is using a sword? It's unbelievable. Su Chen has been using a sword, but he hasn't used it in previous battles. Was it because the earlier opponents were not worthy of him using a sword? Is it a ruse, or... After the initial shock, the crowd began to anticipate the continuation of the battle, eager to see Su Chen's swordsmanship. Was he really strong? Or was it just a show of strength? Haha, I guess right. Su Chen really gave us a huge surprise. One elder laughed heartily. This elder had always supported Su Chen, and even when the battle situation seemed clear and everyone believed Long Feiyu would win, he maintained his view that Su Chen would continue to surprise everyone. Indeed, he was right. He laughed wildly, feeling triumphant. On the stage, Su Chen and Long Feiyu faced each other from a distance. So you use a sword? Long Feiyu retracted the smile from his face. Yes, Su Chen nodded. There was no need to hide this anymore. Why didn't you use it before? I didn't need to. Su Chen replied tactfully, but the meaning was clear. The previous enemies, whether it was Li Ping or Fong, were not worthy of him using a sword against them. After saying this, he took a step forward with the sword. As he stepped down, his aura underwent a dramatic change. His gaze was sharp like a divine sword from the heavens, ready to split the earth. A sharp aura that made people's scalps tingle emanated from his body, filling the entire arena and spreading outward. What is happening? My body is uncontrollably trembling. My skin feels like it's in pain. The audience below gasped in panic. Long Feiyu's expression gradually became serious. In the next moment, boom, he moved. With that movement, the ground shook violently. The entire arena trembled with his movement. It should be noted that all the arenas for the ranking matches have been replaced with larger, sturdier platforms. Yet even so, the large platform beneath him still resonated with a thundering sound, as if it were about to crack under his feet. The ferocity of his power was evident. Looking at Long Feiyu, who came charging with a terrifying aura, like a great demon, Su Chen stepped forward with his left foot and slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, his aura retracting. The sharpness on the stage vanished in an instant. This is... An elder observed Su Chen's movement and frowned slightly. I've seen this way of drawing a sword somewhere. Is he practicing the sword drawing technique? The sword drawing technique was a low-level martial art of the Xian rank. Although it consisted of only one move, it had very strict requirements for practitioners. Only those with extraordinary sword talent and great perseverance could master it. I remember the sword drawing technique is placed on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion. Su Chen has only recently become a disciple of the Qingling sect. It's unlikely he could have mastered the sword drawing technique, right? Perhaps it's just a similar way of drawing the sword, not the actual technique. The elders began to discuss among themselves. As they exchanged thoughts on the stage, the distance between Su Chen and Long Feiyu grew closer. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The terrifying aura emanating from Long Feiyu approached like a hurricane. Su Chen remained as still as a pine tree. Did he get stunned by Long Feiyu's momentum? As most people had this thought, Su Chen drew his sword. His movement was like thunderclap, fast as lightning. A white light flashed before everyone's eyes. The dazzling brilliance made many think it was an illusion. With a sound of slicing flesh, Long Feiyu came in fast, but left even faster. As if hit by a wildly charging beast, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his chest, and he was sent flying. Chapter 47. Defeated by a single sword what? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. One sword? Long Feiyu was defeated? Bang! Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Long Feiyu was thrown off the platform, crashing to the ground like a falling star, the immense impact causing the bricks to shatter. Wow! After hitting the ground, Long Feiyu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Why did this happen? Ignoring his injuries, he stared blankly at his chest, where a deep sword scar could be seen, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, Su Chen had held back some of his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Sword drawing technique. Among the audience, there were knowledgeable individuals who recognized that the sword strike that defeated Long Feiyu was the sword drawing technique. Swordsmanship technique? A low-level Xian rank martial art. I saw it on the second floor of the martial skill pavilion, but it's too difficult to practice. I spent months without making any progress. Me too. It's too difficult to practice. There aren't many Xian rank martial arts on the second floor of the martial skill pavilion, and the sword drawing technique is one of them. Many people have seen it and taken it back to practice, but very few have succeeded. I once saw a senior brother master the sword drawing technique, but its power was far inferior to Su Chen's strike. Why is that? The crowd erupted. Everyone began to discuss the peak realm of the sword drawing technique. An elder's eyes widened, and after a long time, he slowly uttered these words. Elder Su, you must be mistaken, right? Yes, how old is Su Chen? He has already mastered the wind shadow step and the cracking earth palm to the peak realm. You know best that mastering any martial art, even a Huang rank one, is easy, but reaching the peak realm is extremely difficult. Some people spend years and still cannot achieve it. The sword drawing technique, though only a low-level Xian rank, has an extremely harsh practice difficulty. It is difficult for anyone without exceptional swordsmanship talent to master it, let alone reach the peak. I've yet to see anyone who has done so. Elder Su is not mistaken. Su Chen's sword drawing technique has indeed reached the peak realm. Is he a martial arts prodigy? Su Chen's talent is extraordinary, with limitless potential. He will surely become a pillar of our Qingling sect in the future. So we must increase our efforts in nurturing him. I agree. Su Chen was recommended to join the sect by Miss Su. His background should be fine. Now that he has displayed such extraordinary talent, we should spare no effort in nurturing him. In a month, at the exchange meeting of the 5 major sects in Taishan country, we can bring him along to spar with the talented disciples of other forces. The ancient secret realm will open in half a year. Unfortunately, Su Chen's strength is insufficient, and entering the secret realm could pose a life-threatening danger. Who can say for certain? Perhaps in half a year, Su Chen will break through to the true Qi realm, and his strength will increase significantly. He might be able to enter and compete. While the elders were discussing vigorously nurturing Su Chen in the VIP seats, Chen Feng's father, the third elder of the Chen family, lowered his eyelids, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. He secretly thought, I learned from Feng that Su Chen is the one who killed Manager Chen, and then he turned against Feng, even brutally injuring her during the competition. This child has already become an enemy of my Chen family. He must not be allowed to live, or he will surely become a great threat in the future. Others shared the same thoughts as the third elder of the Chen family, such as a middle-aged man with an honest appearance in the VIP seats, whose gaze towards Su Chen revealed a subtle killing intent. This child is the one who ambushed and killed the Gu Protector's eldest disciple and destroyed the blood pool, infuriating the Blood Protector. The Gu Protector and Blood Protector have already issued a blood order to hunt this child down. Initially thought to be a small character, this child's talent is unexpectedly extraordinary. We cannot delay any longer. This information must be relayed back quickly. Otherwise, if he grows stronger, it will surely hinder our sex plans in Taishan country. If anyone knew the inner thoughts of the honest middle-aged man at this moment, they would be very surprised. For this man was a significant family head in Taishan country, unexpectedly affiliated with the Blood God sect. The honest middle-aged man had secretly allied with the Blood God sect a long time ago, and it was with their support that he defeated other competitors within his family to become the head of the clan. After allying with the Blood God sect, he had done quite a bit for them in secret, such as gathering intelligence and hunting potential enemies of the Blood God sect. Su Chen, why did you offend them of all people, the Blood Protector and the Gu Protector? You're doomed. The honest middle-aged man coldly laughed in his heart, having already sentenced Su Chen to death. While there were those wanting to kill Su Chen, there were also those wanting to win him over. This Su Chen is only 17, right? Heroes come from youth. He has limitless potential. He may not be a match for Chao Man now, but his future achievements will certainly surpass him. A plump middle-aged man said this. The beautiful woman beside him chimed in. I think so too. From what I understand, this person seems to have some connection with my younger sister. The plump middle-aged man obviously didn't know this information after hearing the beautiful woman's words. He showed an expression of surprise and joy. What do you mean? The beautiful woman said, the news I gathered is that Su Chen was recommended to join the Qingling sect by my younger sister. The plump middle-aged man revealed an ecstatic expression. My sister truly has an eye for talent. She discovered such a prodigy. With this connection, it will be much easier for our Su family to interact with Su Chen. On the other side, a stern-looking middle-aged man was already plotting to win over Su Chen at all costs after the competition. He had a daughter who was about the same age as Su Chen. Su Chen was completely unaware that he had already attracted the attention of various forces. Some wanted to win him over, while others sought to kill him at any cost. After defeating Long Feiyu, Su Chen's most direct feeling was that he had gained more fans. The voices of support from the audience surged like a tidal wave, one after another, creating an overwhelming sound, a stark contrast to the earlier silence when no one responded. In addition, the gazes of Sikong-Tu and others towards him were filled with caution. Chao Man also began to regard him as a rival, scrutinizing him seriously. He had initially thought that no one could match him this time, but now he had found someone who he could slightly regard as a competitor. Li Ping glanced at Su Chen and quietly said to Dongfang Sheng, finally, someone has appeared who can compete with Chao Man. Dongfang Sheng replied. Half-step wins essence, peak realm of the sword drawing technique. His foundation is still a bit shallow, especially in terms of cultivation. After all, he is only at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, which makes it difficult for him to compete with Chao Man. Li Ping said, his chances of winning are indeed slim, but at least we have found someone who can battle Chao Man. Chapter 48. Sikong-Tu's breakthrough. The competition continues. Soon, the 5th round comes to an end. In the 6th round, Su Chen's opponent is Bo Tianxiong, who knows he cannot win and concedes defeat. In the 7th round, Su Chen's opponent is Sikong-Tu's Day. On the stage, the two stand 30 steps apart. If you want to challenge Chao Man, you must first get past me. Sikong Tu's aura surged, and with a bang, a wave of air exploded beneath his feet as he charged toward Su Chen like lightning. Su Chen's right hand gripped the sword hilt, his spiritual energy contained. His clothes fluttered without wind. Clang! The sword sang out. Immediately, a beam of sword light swept past, dazzling beyond measure. This sword was incredibly fast, faster than thunder. It created a sharp sonic boom as it passed. The long sword cut through the air, and, at that moment, space, time, and sound seemed to freeze. Silence. A terrifying silence. Sikong Tu, who had been charging forward, also halted in place, completely motionless. Countless spectators held their breath, staring intently at the stage. What was the outcome? Did Sikong Tu catch that sword? Puff. A sword mark split open on Sikong Tu's chest, blood spraying out. I lost. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his chest and turned to leave the stage. But just as he stepped down, his aura suddenly changed. An elder's pupils constricted. Unexpectedly, it was truly unexpected. Sikong Tu was utterly defeated by Su Chen, and instead of being discouraged, he found the opportunity for a breakthrough. Another elder laughed heartily. It seems our Qingling sect will gain another true disciple. At the same time, as Sikong Tu descended from the stage, his aura changed, and he quickly sat down on the ground. The Grand Elder flashed to Sikong Tu's side, ready to protect him. What happened to Senior Brother Sikong? Is his injury too severe? Not really. Look, even the Grand Elder has come to personally protect Senior Brother Sikong. Senior Brother Sikong's aura is becoming stronger. Hiss. Is Senior Brother Sikong about to break through? The audience murmured. Long Feiyu envied. Sikong Tu is really lucky. He's just a step away. Originally, he wanted to use the pressure from Chao Man to break through all at once, but instead, he awakened the bloodline of the dragon. However, from a long-term perspective, the benefits of awakening the dragon's bloodline far outweigh breaking through to the Qi realm. Chao Man has advanced further, his strength unmatched. Long Feiyu, having awakened the dragon's bloodline, has seen a tremendous increase in his power. Now even Sikong Tu, after his crushing defeat, is advancing. What about me? Although I rank fourth among the inner disciples, there is still a significant gap between us. Sun Yuan, rank fourth, tightened his grip on his battle knife, feeling a sense of urgency. The competition paused. Under the nervous gaze of countless spectators, about half an hour passed, and Sikong Tu's rising aura seemed to break through a barrier, suddenly soaring significantly. He succeeded in his breakthrough. Chao Man's eyes lit up. Finally, someone could make him fight with all his might. Although Su Chen demonstrated impressive combat strength, and many believed he was the only one capable of contending for first place, Chao Man always felt that Su Chen, despite his notable talent, was not yet enough to force him to use his full power. Now it's different. Sikong Tu has broken through. He finally has a worthy opponent. As the last major competition among the inner disciples draws to a close, there will be no regrets. Lipim, Botianyong, and others all displayed envious expressions. Sikong Tu has advanced further. After this inner sect competition, barring any accidents, he will likely be promoted to a true disciple alongside Chao Man and receive better cultivation from the sect. One step slow, every step slow. As fellow top 10 inner disciples, they don't know when they will catch up to Chao Man and Sikong Tuesday Sikong Tu. Congratulations. Gao Man up, go check. Smiling as he congratulated Sikong Tuesday Sikong Tu humbly replied, I'm just barely catching up to your pace. He had always been overshadowed by Chao Man. Now that he had broken through to the Qi realm, he knew that against Chao Man, his chances of winning were no more than 50%. He had no right to be arrogant in front of Chao Man. Others also came to congratulate him with mixed feelings. Su Chen stepped forward to offer his congratulations, surprised that his unintentional actions had helped Sikong Tu make further progress. The upcoming battles were becoming increasingly interesting. In the 8th round, the first match, Sikong Tu versus Chao Man grinned. Sikong Tu, let us stop the small talk and start our battle. All right, let us begin. Sikong Tu laughed heartily and charged towards Chao Man with a whoosh, delivering a palm strike filled with fierce energy. Though his realm, after breaking through to the Qi realm, was not yet fully stabilized, his combat power had increased significantly compared to before. Finally, a worthy opponent who can make me fight with all my strength. Break for me. Chao Man laughed as he drew his battle knife with a clang, its dazzling blade slashing through layers of air, striking directly at Sikong Tuesday Clang. Sikong II, ranked second among the inner disciples, showed his prowess after breaking through to the Qi realm, clashing head-on with Chao Man without losing ground, shattering the blade's energy with a palm strike. Good. Haha. Take my second strike. After the first strike yielded no results, Chao Man was not angry, but delighted. The dazzling blade energy soared into the sky, carrying the power to split heaven and earth, and came crashing down. Sikong II shouted loudly, not dodging or evading, his hands forming seals into fists, unleashing a fierce punch that continuously struck against the blade energy, smashing it apart. Boom! The blade energy exploded and shattered, but Sikong II also felt the impact, staggering backward. Take my third strike. Chao Man, with no reservations, transformed his battle knife into a blur, slicing through the air, unleashing a powerful, ruthless aura aimed directly at Sikong Tuesday. Boom! With a loud crash, Sikong II was pushed back another step, his internal energy surging. Below the stage, Su Chen thought, Sikong II has just broken through not long ago. His realm is not yet stable. He is not Chao Man's opponent. Chao Man attacked, while Sikong II defended. The two exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had passed. Sikong II had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Yield to me. Chao Man appeared 3 meters away from Sikong II, pouring his immense spiritual energy into his battle knife and swinging it down. Puff! Sikong II's face turned pale as his body flew backward for dozens of meters. After stabilizing himself, a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lips, Sikong II said, "If we continue fighting, I will surely be injured. Once severely wounded, the risk of falling from my newly achieved realm is high. In this battle, I concede." Recognizing the gap between himself and Chao Man, Sikong II decisively chose to admit defeat. Chao Man exhaled a breath of relief and chuckled. "I only took advantage of your recent breakthrough and unstable realm. Once you stabilize your cultivation, it won't be so easy for me to defeat you." Sikong II, unable to bear Chao Man's triumphant expression, poured cold water on him. "Don't be too happy too soon. Although you defeated me, there's still one enemy left. I have a feeling that Su Chen still has cards he hasn't revealed." Chao Man dismissed this, saying, "You don't need to worry about that." He acknowledged that Su Chen was formidable and talented, but after all, he was only at the 8th level of the Qi gathering realm. The difficulty of crossing a major realm to defeat him was immense. In his view, Su Chen would be much easier to deal with than Sikong Tuesday. Sikong II understood that further persuasion would be useless given Chao Man's nonchalant attitude. With that, he concluded his words, hoping that she wouldn't end up in trouble. After saying this, he turned around and walked off the stage. Chapter 49. Sword Intent, as Sikong II voluntarily admitted defeat and stepped down from the arena. The audience began to discuss among themselves. Senior brother Sikong had broken through to the true Qi realm, yet in the end, he was not a match for senior brother Chao. Senior brother Chao was truly formidable, undoubtedly the #1 in the intersect, and his position was unshakable. In the next round, senior brother Chao would face senior brother Su. It was uncertain whether Su would be a match for Chao. I admit that senior brother Su Chen is very strong and is the biggest dark horse of this competition. But he is mostly not a match for senior brother Chao Man. I think so too. Senior brother Su Chen's chances are slim. Surely something unexpected will happen, right? In the face of absolute strength, unexpected events will not occur. After a fierce battle, the 8th round also came to an end. The 9th round. Currently, only 2 people have maintained a perfect record, Su Chen and Chao Man. They would decide the winner in this round. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the matches of the 9th round unfolded one after another. Finally, in the 9th round, the 5th match took place. It was also the last battle of the competition. Su Chen fight Gao Man. The rankings for 3rd and 10th places had already been announced. 3rd place, Sikong II 4th place, Sun Yuan 5th place, Feng Yi 6th place, Long Feiyu 7th place, Bo Tinxiong 8th place, Li Ping 9th place, Gui Yi 10th place. Dongfang Sheng. This list faced many doubts. For example, Long Feiyu, whose strength was already at 4th place, not only suffered a crushing defeat against Su Chen, but also sustained serious injuries that severely affected his subsequent battles, causing his ranking to drop to 6th place. Another example is Sikong Tuesday. Although he was defeated by Su Chen in the competition, his current strength far surpassed Su's and should rightfully be ranked 2nd, not 3rd. And there were others. In short, this ranking had its supporters and various opinions. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the arena. The final battle was about to begin. Su Chen faced Chao Man. Countless gazes were fixed on the arena. Tension. Anticipation. A group of elders also looked at the arena with expectation. The last battle of this year's intersect competition was about to start. An elder suddenly turned to look towards the back of the audience. These kids are not focusing on their cultivation and have come to join the excitement. In a corner behind the audience, a group of young men and women were chatting and laughing, standing out among the surrounding spectators. They were also wearing the disciple robes of the Qingling sect, but with unique rune patterns on their chests. There were about 20 to 30 of them, exuding a rich and powerful aura, some sharp as knives, some deep as the sea, some fiery as flames, some ethereal as the wind, and some cold and sinister. The auras varied, but they were all extremely strong and impossible to ignore. The weakest among them could compete with Chao Man Zhao Ming. Who do you think will win? A young man with an ordinary appearance asked the purple-clad youth beside him. The purple-clad youth pondered for a moment and replied, I think it will be Chao Man. Brother Chen, what do you think? The ordinary-looking youth then turned to the black-clad youth. I also think it will be Chao Man. The black-clad youth gave the same answer as the blue-clad youth. The blue-clad youth continued, Chao Man's talent cannot be compared to Su Chen, but he stepped into the true Qi realm first. Although he is only at the 1st level of the true Qi realm, he is no longer a match for the Qi condensation realm warriors. Both of us are in the true Qi realm and understand that there is an insurmountable gap between the true Qi realm and the Qi condensation realm. I can't say that no one can ignore this gap, but such people are few and far between. Sister Su, no, now it's Elder Su. It is said that she once defeated a true Qi realm warrior while in the Qi condensation realm, but she also paid a heavy price for that battle. Although Su Chen has some talent, how can he compare to the astonishing Elder Su? Yes, Elder Su is a peerless genius of our Qingling sect and was a top expert in the previous dragon transformation rankings. As they conversed, their focus shifted from Su Chen to Elder Su. Just as they were deeply engaged in conversation, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Su, Sister Su Yu, how'd you get here? The blue-clad youth turned around and was startled to see Elder Su jumping up from his seat, feeling a sense of panic as if he had been caught discussing something inappropriate behind her back. You can come, so why can't I? Elder Su gave the blue-clad youth a faint glance. The blue-clad youth quickly explained, No, Elder Su, that's not what I meant. Elder Su corrected him with a cold expression, I am now an intersect elder, so please call me Elder Su. Yes. The blue-clad youth had no temper left, nodding his head with a flattering smile. A youth who witnessed the blue-clad youth's embarrassment chuckled and cautiously asked Elder Su, who do you think will win? Elder Su replied without hesitation, Su Chen. Why? The group of young men and women asked simultaneously. In their view, Su Chen's chances of winning were not great, and he didn't even have a 1 in 10 chance. How could Elder Su be so certain that Su Chen would win? Elder Su wore a proud expression and did not answer their questions, turning to leave. They watched her graceful figure depart, and no one dared to stop her, exchanging glances with one another. I understand now. The blue-clad youth suddenly slapped his thigh and said, What did you understand? The others looked at the blue-clad youth in confusion. The blue-clad youth explained, I heard that Su Chen joined the sect with Elder Su's recommendation letter. Oh, the crowd suddenly realized. So Elder Su knows Su Chen. No wonder she would favor him. But the outcome of the battle is not something that favoritism can decide. Stop talking, the battle is about to start. With someone speaking up, the others quickly fell silent and turned their attention to the arena. They were very curious about what abilities Su Chen had that caught Elder Su's eye. Chao Man placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and stood 30 meters away from Su Chen. Enough nonsense. Let us start the battle. All right. Su Chen, note that. His hand gripping the sword hilt, his gaze sharp, poised for action. Su Chen, let me see the power of your peak stage sword drawing technique. Gaoman Sao that. dragging his sword with one hand and charging forward. His speed was not fast, but with each step, his aura became sharper. Each step shook the arena, and when he approached within 10 meters of Su Chen, his aura was already fierce and sharp as a knife. Just the aura he emitted sent a chill through some spectators below, evoking a sense of facing death. As you wish. Su Chen's eyes shot out 2 streams of sword energy. He drew his sword. With a swing, the long sword transformed into a dazzling beam of sword light. Striking down with thunderous momentum, Chao Man tracked the trajectory of the long sword and swung his blade to block. Clang! The clash of sword and blade erupted with dazzling sparks. Chao Man's feet sank, and he stepped back a pace. He caught it. The audience below stared at Chao Man without blinking. Su Chen's strongest technique, the sword-drawing technique, was caught by Chao Man, under everyone's tense gaze. Chao Man suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Good, good. As expected of the peak stage sword-drawing technique, the power and speed are both impressive. I used 80% of my strength to catch it. Su Chen, you are a genius, a martial arts prodigy. But the gap in realms between us is not so easily bridged. Having caught Su Chen's sword-drawing technique, Chao Man believed he had secured victory. He was not the only one who thought so. Below the arena, senior brother Chao Man had caught the sword-drawing technique. Su Chen lost. Even the strongest strike couldn't do anything to brother Chao. Su brother is bound to lose. Many people said. No one believed Su Chen still had a chance to turn the tables. Who said my trump card is the sword-drawing technique? Su Chen replied with a smile. Chao Man's smile froze on his face. What did you say? Try taking another sword strike from me. Su Chen took a step forward and swung his sword. At that moment, all the disciples wielding swords around the arena changed their expressions as the swords at their waists began to tremble, wanting to fly out of their sheaths. My sword is out of control. What's going on? My sword is also out of control. What on earth is happening? Terrified voices came from the crowd. The disciples were frightened and at a loss, while the invited guests and the elders of the Qingling sect all changed their expressions at this moment, exclaiming in unison. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. How old is he? How could he comprehend sword intent? Chapter 50. The explosive arena, everyone was taken aback. It should be known that in the Taishang Kingdom, with a population of hundreds of millions, there were only a handful of people who comprehended sword intent. And each of these sword masters was a hero in their own right. However, who would have thought that during the internal competition of the Qingling sect, an inner disciple at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm would silently comprehend sword intent? This was truly shocking. Once this news spreads, it is likely that the Tianjin Mountain Manor will not sit idly by and will want to recruit Su Chen. Did he comprehend true sword intent? It can't be half-step sword intent, can it? Even half-step sword intent would be hard to believe, especially since he is only 17 years old and comprehended sword intent under the guidance of a nameless master. If it is not half-step sword intent, then Su Chen has comprehended true sword intent. What? True sword intent? Elder Second, are you seeing this correctly? I have fought against sword masters who comprehended sword intent before, and I know for sure that Su Chen has comprehended true sword intent. A genius, a once-in-a-thousand-years swordsmanship genius. While the elders were conversing, the arena was already filled with chaos. The sword energy that merged with the sword intent stretched over 10 meters long, covering 1/10 of the arena. The sword energy slashed down, causing a series of explosions in the air. Chao Man's expression changed repeatedly. He finally felt pressure, and it was unprecedented pressure. He looked up, his face serious as he stared at the rapidly descending sword energy, took a deep breath, and the battle knife in his hand erupted with dazzling knife energy. The next moment, the knife energy surged upward, colliding head-on with the descending sword energy. Boom! It was as if 2 falling stars collided, producing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, creating a loud noise that left the audience below dizzy and nauseous, temporarily losing their hearing. Many spectators, who had lost their hearing, frantically covered their ears, panicking. The distinguished guests in the VIP area, the elders, and a group of true disciples in the back of the audience were unaffected by the sound of the collision. They solemnly focused on the arena where the energy was wreaking havoc. At this moment on the massive arena, the energy was rampaging like a storm. When the energy dissipated, everyone could finally see the state of the arena. The metal arena had a vicious sword mark split open on the ground, stretching over 10 meters from Su Chen's position to beneath Chao Man's feet. Meanwhile, Chao Man's upper clothes were torn to shreds by the sword energy, and he had several sword marks, about an inch long, on his face, hands, and legs. He no longer appeared cold and domineering, but rather quite disheveled. "This is my true strength," Su Chen, holding his long sword, calmly said to Chao Man. "Take my next sword." After saying that, he raised his sword above his head, merging his sword intent and spirit into the long sword, and then slashed down. Whoosh! No one could describe how fast this sword was, because before anyone could see Su Chen swing his sword, a brilliant and thick sword energy had already shot out, truly reaching a speed as fast as lightning. Chao Man was intensely focused on Su Chen's every move. He caught the trajectory of this sword and reacted, but when his knife struck the thick sword energy, it made a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on the blade, causing him to be directly sent flying backward for over 10 meters by the terrifying force. No way. A single sword shattered the arena, and the second sword sent senior brother Chao flying. Su Chen was truly too powerful. It was said that Su Chen comprehended sword intent, which is why he could exert such terrifying strength at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. Comprehending sword intent is much more difficult than understanding the principles. The audience below, seeing Chao Man being sent flying by Su Chen's sword, immediately began to discuss among themselves. The murmurs were like tidal waves, one after another, never ceasing. People were too excited. What they thought was a settled battle unexpectedly took a turn that no one had anticipated. In the back of the audience, a group of true disciples exchanged glances. Elder Su's insight is indeed remarkable. The young man in blue sincerely admired Elder Su's foresight. When everyone else doubted Su Chen, Elder Su unhesitatingly predicted that Su Chen would win. This alone was enough to demonstrate Elder Su's sharp vision. "Chao Man, take my third sword." Su Chen's loud voice rang out again in the arena. Su Chen unleashed his third sword. This sword was even more powerful and faster than the previous two. Chao Man exerted all his strength to resist. Boom! Crack! The knife in Chao Man's hand exploded into several pieces, scattering in all directions. He himself spat out blood and was sent flying backward. Bang! He heavily crashed onto the arena, just as the descending thick sword energy was about to engulf Chao Man. It suddenly veered off course, striking 3 meters to the left of Chao Man. Boom! A loud noise echoed. The massive arena shook violently, followed by the sound of metal cracking. On the metal arena, cracks spread out like a spider web in all directions. Finally, with a loud bang, the arena was split into several pieces. The audience surrounding the arena was swept by the residual waves, toppling over. If it weren't for the elders' intervention blocking some of the sword energy, there would have been casualties. What shocked everyone even more was that Su Chen not only defeated Chao Man with a single sword, but also blew up the arena. In the internal competition, Su Chen was the only one to explode the arena. Everyone was so astonished that they couldn't speak. After a few moments, gasps of astonishment filled the air. What did I just see? Senior brother Su Chen not only sent senior brother Chao Man flying, but also blew up the arena. The arena for the internal competition should be made of fine iron. How strong must one be to achieve this? This year's internal competition is truly exciting, with surprises at every turn. Senior brother Su Chen easily defeated senior brother Chao, who had swept through others. In the inner sect, no one is a match for senior brother Su Chen. He is undoubtedly the number one in the inner sect. Senior brother Su should be becoming a true disciple soon. The disciples were abuzz with discussion. The elders were also engaged in excited conversation. I truly did not misjudge him. Su Chen is a genius, a prodigy of swordsmanship. We should focus on nurturing him, allowing him to grow quickly and become a pillar of the sect. Su Chen is so young and has achieved this. He will surely become proud. Praising him excessively at this time may lead to arrogance. In my opinion, we should remain aloof and let him develop on his own. Nonsense. Elder Chen, what do you mean by that? Su Chen has some minor grievances with Chen Feng, but those are conflicts between disciples. As elders of a sect, we should be more open-minded. And remember, you are now an elder of the Qingling sect, not an elder of the Chen family. I'm only being well-meaning. Genius has its own growth methods. If we rashly intervene, not only will we not achieve the desired effect, but we might also waste his talent. Nonsense. Although Su Chen is only at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, his strength is not weaker than that of ordinary true disciples. I propose promoting Su Chen to a true disciple immediately. The sex regulations state that only those at the true Qi realm can become true disciples. Su Chen is indeed a genius, but we cannot violate the sex rules. Elder Chen, I see you harbor resentment towards Su Chen. I do not. You slander me. All right, everyone quiet down. Elder Chen is right. Rules are rules. We cannot break them for one person. How about this? From today onwards, Su Chen will remain an inner disciple, but will receive the treatment of a true disciple. Chapter 51, Selecting Martial Techniques, I Lost. Chao Man looked at the fragmented arena. A wave of fear surged in his heart. If it weren't for Su Chen changing direction at the last moment, he might have been completely dead by now. A swordsman who comprehends sword intent is indeed terrifying. He finally understood the saying circulating in the martial world. The killing power of a swordsman is unparalleled. Su Chen, I admit my defeat in this battle wholeheartedly, and I hope we will have the opportunity to spar in the future. Su Chen sheathed his sword and said with a faint smile, If you want to spar, you can find me anytime. Chao Man's eyes lit up. It's a deal. With Chao Man's admission of defeat, the top 10 rankings of the intersect competition were finally announced. First place, Su Chen 2nd place, Chao Man 3rd place, Xikong 2 4th place, Sun Yuan 5th place, Feng Yi 6th place, Long Feiyu 7th place, Bo Tianxiong 8th place, Li Ping 9th place, Gua Yi 10th place. Dong Fangsheng. The ranking competition was over. Some were happy, some were worried. Even more, some harbored intense, killing intent in their hearts. Chen Feng's father, the 3rd elder of the Chen family, coldly stared at the spotlighted Su Chen. At this moment, he deeply feared the latter's talent. He firmly believed that if given Su Chen more time, the latter would surely soar to great heights, and by then, it would be too late for the Chen family to act. He must eliminate him as soon as possible, at all costs. The pride of being one of the 8 great families made him never consider resolving grievances with Su Chen. The honest, middle-aged man harbored killing intent towards Su Chen that was no less than that of the 3rd elder of the Chen family. Allowing Su Chen to grow was his dereliction of duty. At this time, the Grand Elder of the Qingling sect spoke up. The intersect competition has concluded, and now we will distribute rewards for the top 10. The 4th to 10th places will each receive 1,000 spirit stones. The 3rd place will receive 2,000 spirit stones. The 2nd place will receive 3,000 spirit stones, and the 1st place will receive 5,000 spirit stones, plus the opportunity to select a martial technique from the 3rd level of the Martial Technique Pavilion. The 3rd level of the Martial Technique Pavilion can only be accessed by true disciples, and it is not free. Each entry requires a considerable amount of sect points. There are many ways to obtain sect points, the most common and easiest being completing tasks. Moreover, the martial techniques in the 3rd level of the Martial Technique Pavilion are all at least low-level Xian rank. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He did not care much about the 5,000 spirit stones. What excited him was the opportunity to enter the 3rd level of the Martial Technique Pavilion. His current offensive methods were too few. Even though he had just practiced the sword-drawing technique and shadow step from the Martial Technique Pavilion, he still felt lacking in combat techniques. Relying on a few moves for too long would leave him in a dangerous position once his opponent thoroughly studied his techniques. Therefore, it was imperative to increase his offensive methods. In addition, Chao Man and Xikong too had both broken through to the true Qi realm, and from this day forth, they would be promoted to true disciples. Upon hearing this, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. Countless disciples looked at Chao Man and Xikong too with envy. It is known that the number of true disciples in the Qingling sect is pitifully small, and each true disciple holds a prestigious status. Even the intersect elders have to give them some face. The resources enjoyed by true disciples make countless people envious, such as the spirit energy training room. The spirit energy in the training room is divided into 10-fold, 30-fold, 50-fold, 80-fold, and 100-fold. Even the lowest level tenfold training room offers the equivalent of 10 days of cultivation outside for just 1 day of practice. The most terrifying is the hundredfold training room, where 1 day of practice equals 100 days of progress outside. One can imagine the allure of the spirit energy training room for martial artists. As the discussions from the elders below gradually quieted down, the Grand Elder continued. The Taishan Kingdom's triennial sect exchange meeting will be held on the 13th of next month. Hosted by the Luoyun sect, the top 10 inner sect disciples can participate as a team and go to the Luoyun sect together. Su Chen's eyes flashed with 2 cold lights. Luoyun sect. Qin Qingru. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. After nearly a year, he would finally see Qin Qingru again. While Su Chan was grinding his teeth, countless disciples on the arena began to discuss. The 5 major sects exchange meeting would see participants from the 5 major sects of Taishan Kingdom and other forces. And the exchange meeting would be divided into intersect disciple exchanges and true disciple exchanges. In the last exchange meeting, Elder Su dominated and took the crown. And now that Elder Su has been promoted to Elder, who among the true disciples can lead the Qingling sect to victory? Brother Mutai is said to have broken through to the 8th level of the true Qi realm. He will definitely lead the Qingling sect to victory. After Elder Su's promotion, Mutai became the leading figure among the true disciples, but he still fell short compared to the leaders of the other 4 major sections. The Luoyun sect's Dianzhong, the Tianjin Manor's Shi Guangling, the Beastmaster sect's Ding Miao, and the Hongye sect's Du Sun. All 4 of them are at the 9th level of true Qi realm. Besides, the leaders of the 8 great families are also formidable. While the crowd was discussing, the elders were also engaged in conversation. With Su Yada becoming an inter-sect elder, our Qingling sect has lost a leading figure. This time at the sect exchange meeting, the performance of the true disciples may not be satisfactory. Although Mutai has broken through to the 8th level of true Qi, there is still a significant gap compared to Dianzhong and the others. It is said that Dianzhong is in seclusion. If he succeeds in breaking through, wouldn't he be 1 step ahead of Su Yatu? Who said that? Haha, you probably don't know, right? Su Yatu has already broken through to the Qi control realm. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Not long ago. Su Yatu fought against the Blood God sect's blood protector, and after being injured, she returned to the sect. It was during that time that she sought an opportunity for a breakthrough while healing. After her injury recovered, she broke through the barrier and entered the Qi control realm. If I remember correctly, Su Yatu is only 26 years old this year, 2 years younger than Luoyun sect's Dianzhong, who is hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Luoyun sect, but compared to Su Yatu, he still falls short. As the group of elders chatted, the topic unconsciously shifted to Elder Su. The intersect competition concluded, and Su Chun undoubtedly became the first in the intersect competition. He received the reward of 5,000 spirit stones. The next day, Su Chun ascended to the 3rd level of the martial technique pavilion. He could select a martial technique for free. Elder, hello, I am Su Chun, here to select a martial technique. Su Chun respectfully said to the elder guarding the martial technique pavilion. The elder guarding the martial technique pavilion looked up at Su Chun and lazily said, "You're Su Chun, right? It has already been instructed from above. You may enter. By the way, you can only select 1 martial technique on the 3rd level. If you want to choose a second one or more, you need to pay the corresponding points. Also, as long as you have enough points in the future, you can enter the 3rd level to select martial techniques anytime." Su Chun nodded respectfully, not feeling surprised, because after the competition ended yesterday, the Grand Elder had already privately told him that although he was not a true disciple, he could enjoy the treatment of a true disciple. The 3rd level of the martial technique pavilion. Spirit energy training room. Gravity room. He could enter the exclusive training grounds for true disciples, provided he had enough points. The spirit energy training room, gravity room, and martial techniques from the 3rd level of the martial technique pavilion all require points. Without points, he would receive no benefits at all. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the martial technique pavilion, Su Chun looked around. The martial technique manuals on the 3rd level were undoubtedly fewer, totaling only a few hundred. But these hundreds of martial arts manuals are at least of the low-level Xian rank, which is somewhat terrifying and sufficient to show the profound foundation of the Qingling sect. The three-flower sword technique, a low-level Xian rank martial skill, is divided into 7 levels. The Ocean True Spirit technique, a mid-level Xian rank cultivation method, is divided into 9 levels, and those who have successfully cultivated it possess spiritual power as vast as the sea, continuous and unending. The Wind Thunder Palm, a low-level Xian rank martial skill. Su Chen skimmed through the martial arts manuals, flipping through a few pages of each before putting them down one by one. I have the Devouring Heaven Emperor technique as my cultivation method, so I don't need to cultivate another method. I should focus my mind on martial skills. I have the Earth-Shattering Palm for palm techniques, the Wind Shadow Step for body techniques, and the Drawing Sword technique, and the Primordial Sword technique for sword techniques. But the Drawing Sword technique has only one move, and the Primordial Sword technique cannot be easily used, making my offensive means seem insufficient. Next, Su Chen focused on sword martial skills. The Solitary Peak 13 Swords, low-level Xian rank. The True Fire Sword technique, low-level Xian rank. The Holy Heart Sword technique, mid-level Xian rank. The Overlord Sword, mid-level Xian rank. Chapter 52. Mission, Hunt Blood Knife Li Hung's Swift Wind Sword technique, Xian rank high. Su Chen paused for a moment. He finally discovered a high-level Xian rank martial art. He looked closely. The Swift Wind Sword technique consists of 10 forms. Gentle wind caresses the face, light clouds and breeze, autumn wind and falling leaves, riding the wind and breaking waves. Wind sweeping the clouds, wind rising and clouds gathering, wind racing like lightning, gale without rain, violent wind transforms into rain, wind filling the Jade Tower. The Swift Wind Sword technique emphasizes speed and sharpness. Each sword move is sharper and faster than the last, making it impossible to resist. This is it. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen decided to practice the Swift Wind Sword technique. In terms of power, it aligns with his intentions, and in terms of rank, it is one of the few high-level Xian rank techniques on the 3rd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Choosing it is definitely the right choice. Holding the martial art manual, Su Chen went to register with the elder guarding the pavilion. Swift Wind Sword technique. The elder frowned slightly and said, "The best martial art is one that suits you. You're currently only at the Qi gathering stage. It's better to practice low-level Xian rank martial arts. High-level Xian rank martial arts have much greater difficulty and requirements in all aspects compared to low-level ones. You need to think carefully. Don't just pick the good ones. In the end, you might spend a lot of time without any progress, achieving nothing and wasting a great deal of time." Su Chen knew the elder meant well, but the elder clearly knew nothing about him. What he lacked the least was time. If 1 year wasn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years wasn't enough, then 3 years. If 3 years wasn't enough, then he would practice for 100 years. Outside, 1 day equals 10 years in the Heavenly Emperor Hall. He had plenty of time. I am confident. After hearing Su Chen's confident words, the elder shook his head. He had encountered too many people like this, all believing themselves to be unique geniuses, ignoring his advice, and ultimately wasting a lot of time, achieving nothing. The elder stopped advising, completed the registration, handed the manual to Su Chen, and warned him about the rules of the Qingling sect. Su Chen understood the rules. He naturally wouldn't violate the sect's rules by privately passing the manual to outsiders. After putting away the manual, Su Chen strode away. A day later, Su Chen returned to the martial arts pavilion. The elder recognized Su Chen and, seeing him appear in the pavilion, understood and said, "Do you know that practicing high-level Xian rank martial arts is fraught with difficulties? Considering your timely regret, return the Swift Wind Sword technique, and you can go to the 3rd floor to choose another martial art." Su Chen was tempted. He really wanted to take the opportunity to go to the 3rd floor and select a manual, but in the end, he suppressed this impulse. If he were to seek cheap gains now, once his practice of the Swift Wind Sword technique was exposed, he would inevitably face punishment from his sect. Choosing another manual would mean giving up the Swift Wind Sword technique. The key was that he had already practiced the Swift Wind Sword technique to the 7th form. Yes, the Swift Wind Sword technique, which the elder said was extremely difficult. He had only taken 1 night to practice to the 7th form. If the elder found out, he would probably be shocked and doubt himself. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, elder. The swift wind sword technique is very suitable for me. I do not intend to change manuals. Then why are you here? The elder asked. I have already memorized the swift wind sword technique's formula. I am preparing to go out on a mission, so I came to return the manual today, Chen replied, handing the swift wind sword technique manual back to the elder. The elder saw his good intentions once again ignored and shook his head, feeling completely disappointed in Chen. Leaving the martial arts pavilion, Chen went to the mission hall. He was currently enjoying the treatment of a true disciple. But every benefit as a true disciple was not free. It required points to be paid. He had no points on him and could only do missions to earn points. The Qingling sect's mission hall was vast and imposing, capable of accommodating thousands of people. At this time, the hall was bustling with people. Today was the day for updating missions, so there were many people in the hall. Entering the hall, Chen surveyed the mission hall. The floor was paved with blue bricks. Inside the hall stood 72 massive coiling dragonstone pillars, arranged in a circular pattern. In the center of the hall, there was a jade wall inscribed with sect missions. The sect missions were divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. The higher the mission level, the greater the difficulty and the more rewards offered. Conversely, the lower the level, the less the reward. Level 1 to 3 missions were suitable for outer disciples at the Qi gathering stage, levels 4 to 6 for inner disciples at the condensing Qi stage, and levels 7 to 9 were only for true disciples. In front of the Jade Wall, many people were crowded. The missions have been updated. Look, the level 7 mission to hunt Ghost I Lu Jian has been completed, and the one who completed it is the true disciple Song Tao. Ghost I Lu Jian was number 33 on the wanted list at the first level of True Qi stage, having killed more than a dozen sect disciples. Unexpectedly, he ended up dead at the hands of Brother Song Tao. The number 7 wanted criminal, Earth Fiend Ma Yanlong, was also dead. He was killed by a true disciple of the Heavenly Swordmaner. The number 9 wanted criminal, Meng Chong, had risen in rank, actually moving up to 3rd place. The mission difficulty also increased from level 8 to level 9, and the rewards doubled. What kind of heinous act did he commit to rise so much in rank? I know about this. It said that last month, Meng Chong was chased by 2 true disciples of the Red Leaf sect. Just when he was about to be captured, he unexpectedly broke through in Cultivation, not only escaping, but also killing the 2 true disciples of the Red Leaf sect. Killing 2 true disciples of the Red Leaf sect, Meng Chong is really ruthless. Every person on the wanted list is ruthless. Isn't it? Yes. Everyone on the wanted list has blood on their hands. Chen walked to the Jade Wall, scanning the missions from left to right and top to bottom. Mission: Exterminate Black Wind Stronghold. Crimes: arson, murder, robbery, and the violation of women, committing all kinds of evil, with extreme guilt. Strength analysis: Black Wind Stronghold has 3 leaders. The big leader is at the 6th level of Condensing Qi, while the 2nd and 3rd leaders are at the 5th level of Condensing Qi, with over 100 bandits under them, greatly outnumbering us. Target location: Black Wind Cliff. Mission difficulty: level 5. Mission reward: 800 low-grade spirit stones and 100 sect points. This mission was not too difficult for Chen, but Black Wind Cliff was over 2,000 miles away from the Qingling sect. A round trip would take at least half a month. Spending half a month for 800 spirit stones and 100 sect points was not worth it. Moreover, 100 sect points was too little for him. It was a drop in the bucket. To enter the 3rd floor of the martial arts pavilion and select a manual, he would need at least 3,000 sect points. He would have to complete 30 of the extermination missions to gather enough points. Therefore, he wouldn't waste his time on such missions. Looking down, he saw another mission. Mission: Harvest Phoenix Tailgrass. Mission difficulty: level 5. Mission reward: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 180 sect points. This mission's location was not far from the Qingling sect, but harvesting Phoenix Tailgrass was clearly a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. He continued to look down. After reviewing several missions, either the rewards were too low, the distance was too far, or the difficulty was too low. None of them were satisfactory. Hey, Blood Knife Li Hung is still alive, and his rank on the wanted list has risen again, from 39 to 36. His reward has also increased significantly to 30,000 spirit stones and 3,000 sect points. Wow, that is really a generous reward. Someone suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. Su Chen's heart stirred. He looked up. Mission: hunt blood knife Li Hong. Crimes: arson, murder, robbery, village slaughter, and genocide unforgivable. Strength analysis: first level of true Qi stage. Target location: Qianfeng Town. Mission difficulty: level 7. Task reward: 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3,000 sec points. He accepted this task. With a ripping sound, he tore down the task of hunting Bloodblade Li Hong from the Jade Wall. Someone has taken the task to hunt Bloodblade Li Hong. Who is it? Shu Chen Shishong. It's Su Shixiang. The disciples in the task hall then realized it was Su Chen, and they were all extremely excited, as if they had seen their idol. Before the crowd gathered around him, Su Chen flashed and rushed out of the hall. Chapter 53. Beast Master Sect Disciple, Dream-Eating Wolf Qianfeng Town. A small town located 800 miles northeast of the Qingling sect. Qianfeng Town is small in size, with a population of around 10,000. The buildings in the town are low and dilapidated, having fallen into disrepair over the years. The roads are uneven, filled with potholes, and there are still puddles from last night's rain. Pedestrians walk along the streets, stepping carefully. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoes from the end of the street. A person and a horse come galloping toward them. The horse is a tall, black stallion. The rider is a young man dressed in black, with sharp features and determined eyes. Su Chen pulls on the reins, causing the black stallion to raise its front legs high before bringing them down, the hooves striking the ground with a crisp sound. The young man is indeed Su Chen. It has been 2 days since he accepted the mission. He has traveled during the day and rested at night, and according to the information provided by his sect, he finally arrived at Qianfeng Town just as the sun was setting on the second day. I hope Blood Knife Li Hong hasn't left yet. Su Chen ties up his horse and stops outside the only inn in the small town. If Blood Knife Li Hong is still in town, the probability of him hiding in the inn is very high. After securing the horse, Su Chen steps into the inn. The first floor of the inn is a hall with 6 tables for guests to eat and drink. At this moment, it's lunchtime, and 3 tables are occupied by patrons. Su Chen enters the inn with a blank expression, finds an empty table, sits down, calls for a waiter, orders a few dishes, and pours himself a cup of tea. While sipping his tea, he discreetly observes the diners in the hall. At the first table, there are 6 people, all armed with swords and knives, drinking and eating heartily, making loud noises, dressed like typical roguish characters. Blood Knife Li Hong, being a lone wolf, can be ruled out from this table. At the second table, there are 2 people, one large and one small, presumably a father and son. Su Chen glances at them and also excludes them from consideration. At the third table, there is a single person, a burly figure with thick limbs, short hair, and a scarred face. Su Chen has seen the image of Blood Knife Li Hong provided by the sect, but the appearance of the man before him does not match. Did I guess wrong? Is Blood Knife Li Hong not in the inn? Perhaps he is not eating in the hall, but is in a room upstairs? Just as Su Chen is about to look away, the scarred man suddenly puts down his chopsticks, his eyes gleaming with a brutal aura. Who are you? Why are you staring at me instead of eating? Su Chen is taken aback. What sharp perception! He thought he was being cautious, yet the scarred man still noticed him observing. Wait, how did the scarred man detect him? Generally, martial artists cannot notice such small movements. Yet the scar man. In Qianfeng Town, a small town with a population of 10,000, there are hardly any martial artists at the Qi condensation level. How could a master suddenly appear? Could it be? He abruptly raises his head and stares unreservedly at the scarred man. Blood Knife Li Hong? Why does your face look different from the wanted poster? The scarred man crushes his wine cup with a snap. Su Chen smiles at this. He confidently says, from your reaction, I guess I am right. You are indeed Blood Knife Li Hong. That's right. Blood Knife Li Hong licks his lips. Su Chen grins. My luck is good. You know my purpose. Will you end it yourself? Or shall I take action? Blood Knife Li Hong bursts into laughter, as if he has heard the greatest joke. But as the laughter fades, his face twists into a snarl. You little brat, how dare you speak so boldly? He has managed to survive under the pursuit of various sects, not only by changing his appearance, but also due to his exceptional strength. Countless sect disciples have died at his hands. He originally thought that the sect disciples had become smarter and sent a true Qi level disciple. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a Qi condensation level kid. Kid, which faction are you from? Li Heng is not in a hurry to attack because, in his eyes, Su Ch is already a dead man. For someone who is certain to die, he has a bit of patience. At least he wants to know which faction the other party belongs to before killing him. Qingling's sect. Haha. The ones who have died under my blood knife include disciples from the Luyun sect, Tianjin Mountain Manor, Beastmaster sect, and Hongye Gate. But there have been no disciples from the Qingling sect. Today, I want to see if the Qingling sect disciples are any different when they kill. Li Heng laughs loudly and stands up. The other diners in the inn put down their chopsticks and get up to distance themselves. Su Ch stands up and faces Li Heng across the table when suddenly footsteps are heard from outside the inn. A young man in blue enters the inn. Su Ch and Li Heng both look at the newcomer. The newcomer is a young man around 25 or 26 years old, dressed as a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. A Beastmaster sect disciple has also come. When Blood Knife Li Heng sees the newcomer, he laughs heartily. What day is it today? The fools from Qingling sect and Beastmaster sect are coming one after another to deliver themselves to death. You are Blood Knife Li Heng. The blue-clad youth frowns coldly and questions him upon hearing Li Heng's words. Li Heng boldly admits, I am indeed Blood Knife Li Heng. It seems that heaven is on my side. Shortly after entering Qianfeng town, I found my target. The blue-clad youth is delighted to have found Blood Knife Li Heng. Then, he looks at Su Ch, waves his hand, and drives him away. Since you are also a disciple of the sect, I won't kill you. Hurry up and scram. Su Ch squints his eyes. The blue-clad youth is indeed arrogant. Are all the people from the Beastmaster sect this arrogant? D. A loud shout reverberates as Blood Knife Li Heng suddenly strikes, stomping the ground fiercely. The blue bricks shatter instantly, and the tables and chairs in the inn's hall are smashed to pieces under the force. A blood-red blade light rises to the sky, accompanied by a chilling wind, fiercely slashing toward the blue-clad youth. In Blood Knife Li Heng's eyes, the blue-clad youth is clearly much more dangerous than Su Ch. Therefore, he attacks the blue-clad youth first. The blue-clad youth hurriedly defends himself. Bang! With a loud crash, the blue-clad youth is sent flying out of the inn. Blood Knife Li Heng, wielding his blood-red battle knife, radiates a fierce aura, and with a sinister laugh, he rushes out of the inn after him. Outside the inn, the two immediately engage in a fierce battle. But not long after, a wolf howl suddenly echoes. Su Ch steps out of the inn and sees a man and a wolf besieging Blood Knife Li Heng. He is immediately drawn to the giant wolf. With its red fur and numerous eerie eyes, this giant wolf is the Dream-Eating Wolf. The Dream-Eating Wolf is a fourth-tier demon beast, and when it matures, its strength is comparable to that of a Qi master. The Dream-Eating Wolf in front of him is clearly still immature, barely maintaining the strength of a first-level Qi condensation. The blue-clad youth and the Dream-Eating Wolf join forces and manage to suppress Blood Knife Li Heng. The three of them fight fiercely, moving from west to east, and wherever they pass, houses collapse and casualties abound. Qianfeng town is facing a catastrophic disaster. Su Ch watches the battle from a distance. In this fight, regardless of which side wins, it will ultimately benefit him. Controlling demon beasts to fight for oneself. Is this the unique method of the Beastmaster sect? Truly impressive. But relying on beasts is a lesser path. True strength lies in one's own power. Demon beasts are inherently brutal. Controlling them is not so easy. Once they find an opportunity, betrayals often occur. The Dream-Eating Wolf is among the top tier of fourth-grade monsters, with the potential to break through the fourth-grade boundary and become a fifth-grade great demon. Although the one before us is not yet an adult, it would be quite unlikely for the young man in blue to subdue it. If I'm not mistaken, the young man in blue has the support of a master to be able to tame the Dream-Eating Wolf. A beast that is not subdued by one's own strength poses a greater risk to its tamer. As soon as the words fell, the Dream-Eating Wolf suddenly turned its mouth towards the beast. With a roar, it bit down on the young man's right hand, and with a splatter, the young man's right hand was directly torn off. The young man in blue clearly did not expect the Dream-Eating Wolf to suddenly attack him. In the state of being unprepared, he suffered a huge loss, clutching his severed arm and screaming in pain. A golden opportunity. As he was being firmly suppressed and on the verge of collapse, the blood blade, Li Heng, seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance, channeling all his spiritual energy and delivering a vicious slash. This strike was both fast and ruthless. Caught off guard with the sound of slicing, the young man in blue was cut in half from top to bottom, dead beyond recovery. With the death of a young man in blue, the dream-eating wolf regained its freedom, excitedly howling at the sky. Then, it flashed its form and arrived beside the young man in blue, biting off half of his head and devouring his snowy brain matter. After consuming the young man's brain matter, the dream-eating wolf showed a satisfied expression. Then it looked at Bloodblade Li Heng, with a flicker of ghostly light in its beastly eyes. Bloodblade Li Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. He gripped his battle knife tightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. A man and a beast confronted each other on the dilapidated street. Whoosh! Su Chen's appearance broke the stalemate. Kid, actually didn't he escape? Seeing Su Chen appear, Bloodblade Li Heng was surprised. Su Chen replied naturally, "You're not dead, so why should I leave? What arrogance! First I'll kill you, then I'll slay this beast." Bloodblade Li Heng stomped the ground, shattering it, and his figure shot towards Su Chen like lightning. A river of blood. In the moment he charged out, the battle knife in his hand slashed down, the blood-red blade aura extending over 10 meters, exuding a fierce presence, swiftly cutting down and completely sealing off all of Su Chen's escape routes. Su Chen, at some point, had drawn a long sword. It was not an ordinary long sword, but the spiritual sword, the Qing Qi sword. When the blood-red blade aura was less than a meter from Su Chen's head, he drew his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed. Then, a beam of cold light flashed by at an incredible speed. Incredibly brilliant, as fast as thunder. Boom! The descending blood-red blade aura suddenly exploded without warning, transforming into a rain of blood-red light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The lightning-fast Bloodblade Li Heng halted his steps. At that moment, silence, a terrifying stillness. The remaining warriors in the small town, hiding in the shadows, all slowed their breathing, their gazes fixed on the two battling in the arena. Crack! Clang! The blood-red battle knife that made Bloodblade Li Heng famous suddenly cracked, breaking into 2 pieces and falling to the ground. A drop of blood fell and smashed on the ground, shattering into 8 pieces. Following this, people saw a red line slowly appear on the neck of Blood Knife Li Heng. The red line grew larger and larger. Finally, with a tilt of his head, it rolled off his neck and fell to the ground. With a plop, hot blood gushed out from the neck cavity, quickly dyeing the ground red. Using the spiritual weapon Qing Qi sword, my combat power had increased by at least 30%, easily enough to kill a first-level true Qi realm martial artist. Su Chen glanced at Blood Knife Li Heng and then turned his gaze to the dream-eating wolf. Although the dream-eating wolf was still young, its current strength was not inferior to that of Blood Knife Li Heng, which was also the main reason the young man in blue dared to hunt Blood Knife Li Heng alone. However, he never expected that the dream-eating wolf would backfire at a critical moment, causing him to fall into an abyss. The dream-eating wolf was quite intelligent. After witnessing Su Chen kill Blood Knife Li Heng with a single sword strike, fear appeared in its eyes. Blood Knife Li Heng's strength was not inferior to its own. The boy in front could kill Blood Knife Li Heng with 1 sword, so he could also kill it with 1 sword. Under the threat of death, an eye on the dream-eating wolf's forehead slowly opened. A red, ghostly light was emitted from the eye. The ghostly light rapidly expanded, forming a barrier of light that enveloped Su Chen before he could react. Where's this place? Su Chen was stunned. He had unexpectedly arrived in a vast grassland surrounded by pairs of crimson eyes. As those crimson eyes drew closer, he realized they belonged to the large dream-eating wolves. Awoo! Awoo! Before Su Chen could understand how he found himself here, the leading dream-eating wolf let out a tremendous roar, and the other dream-eating wolves immediately pounced toward him from all directions. The number of dream-eating wolves was overwhelming, like a tide, like a tsunami, one layer after another. Su Chen swung his sword, and the sword energy spread out, instantly turning the first dozen dream-eating wolves into blood mist. The dream-eating wolves he killed were just a drop in the ocean of the wolf army. He felt like a lone boat in the sea, ready to be submerged by the army of wolves at any moment. Puff, puff, puff. Su Chen repeatedly swung his sword, killing one dream-eating wolf after another. However, the number of dream-eating wolves did not decrease, but instead increased endlessly. No, the dream-eating wolf specialty was creating dreams and killing opponents within those dreams. This was not reality. Su Chen quickly realized this. With his sword intent, his mind and perception were far beyond that of martial artists of the same level. And the reason he was momentarily confused was that he had never encountered something like this before. Once he realized he was in a dream, it became easier to handle. In the dream, Su Chen experienced several breaths of time, while outside, it was just a moment. When the dream-eating wolves saw Su Chen standing still, they knew their attack had been effective. It let out a low growl, leaped up, and aimed its cold fangs at Su Chen's neck. Just as it seemed he was about to lose his life to the beast's jaws, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, cold light flashing in his gaze. He moved his wrist, and a beam of sword light struck the dream-eating wolf. With a hiss, blood sprayed, and the dream-eating wolf howled in agony as it flew backward. Bang! The flying dream-eating wolf crashed into a shop by the roadside, and the immense impact caused the already precarious shop to collapse into a pile of ruins. Su Chen reached out and drew in the storage ring and beast-taming bag from the young man in blue. The storage ring could only hold inanimate objects, while the beast-taming bag could hold living creatures. Disciples of the beast-taming sect relied on the beast-taming bag to carry demon beasts with them, releasing them for battle when needed. Good stuff. Su Chen's eyes lit up. With the beast-taming bag, he wouldn't have to worry about where to put his mount in the future. Speaking of mounts, he glanced at the entrance of the inn, where the black steed that had accompanied him had unfortunately perished during the fight between Blood Knife Li Hong and the young man in blue. After putting away the beast-taming bag, Su Chen infused spiritual power into the storage ring of the young man in blue. In the next moment, a token appeared in his hand. The beast-taming token. Within the token, he sensed the aura of the dream-eating wolf. The young man in blue was dead, and the beast-taming token was now masterless. As long as he refined the beast-taming token, the dream-eating wolf controlled by it would become his battle pet. The dream-eating wolf was a top-tier 4th-grade demon beast. Although it was still in its juvenile form, its strength was already formidable. With its assistance, even a second-level, true Qi realm martial artist could easily fall into a trap. But the dream-eating wolf was difficult to train. He vividly remembered the scene of the young man in blue being backfired. Kill, or not kill. Su Chen fell into hesitation, his eyes flickering with intense killing intent. The dream-eating wolf in the ruins sensed the killing intent emanating from Su Chen's eyes, and fear began to show in its pupils. Su Chen approached the ruins, observing the listless, dream-eating wolf. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to subdue it. The dream-eating wolf lowered its head in submission. Seeing this, Su Chen revealed a satisfied smile. The dream-eating wolf recognized the situation and chose to submit on its own, which saved him a lot of effort. He appreciated demon beasts that recognized the situation. Refining the beast-taming token meant the life and death of the dream-eating wolf were in his hands. Once the dream-eating wolf attempted to backfire, he only needed a thought to obliterate its soul. In Su Chen's opinion, the reason the dream-eating wolf successfully backfired against the young man in blue was that the latter was not decisive enough and did not promptly activate the beast-taming token to annihilate the dream-eating wolf soul. If the young man in blue had been decisive, even if he died at the hands of Blood Knife Li Hong, he could have destroyed the dream-eating wolf soul before dying. Learning from the young man in blue's lesson, Su Chen wouldn't give the dream-eating wolf any chance to backfire. Once he detected any signs of the dream-eating wolf attempting to backfire, he would immediately activate the beast-taming token to destroy its soul without hesitation. Moreover, he was confident that as long as he continued to grow stronger, even if the dream-eating wolf harbored thoughts of rebellion, it wouldn't dare to act. After putting the dream-eating wolf into the beast-taming bag, Su Chen walked over to Blood Knife Li Hong's corpse. The sword strike that killed Blood Knife Li Hong had intentionally avoided his head, so his body was sliced in two from top to bottom, while his head remained intact. The head of Blood Knife Li Hong was evidence of completing the task and needed to be taken back. After collecting Blood Knife Li Hong's storage ring, Su Chen cut off his head, but just as he was about to wrap it in cloth, he suddenly let out a soft ah. His hand brushed over Blood Knife Li Hong's face. It felt cold, unlike human skin. He suddenly yanked it off, and with a tearing sound, a thin, cicada-like human skin mask was directly pulled off. Su Chen was slightly stunned. A human skin mask? After losing the disguise of the human skin mask, Blood Knife Li Hong revealed his true appearance. This face was indeed 9 parts similar to the portrait he held. There was no doubt that this person was Blood Knife Li Hong. No wonder Blood Knife Li Hong could repeatedly evade the sex pursuit. It turned out he relied on the human skin mask to change his appearance. Speaking of which, Su Chen began to examine the human skin mask in his hand. The human skin mask felt cool to the touch, soft, elastic, and very similar to real skin. If one didn't carefully feel it with their hands, it was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. The human skin mask could even deceive his eyes, and its value was on par with spiritual weapons. And in some respects, it was even more useful than spiritual weapons. He carefully stored the human skin mask, then wrapped Blood Knife Li Hong's head in black cloth and strode away. In Qianfeng town, he found a horse and rode away, returning to the sect. Chapter 55. The Blood God Sect that haunts the shadows on horseback. Su Chen began to sort through his gains from today. First was the storage ring of Bloodblade Li Hong. As a notorious figure on the wanted list, Bloodblade Li Hong not only survived the hunt from various factions, but also managed to kill several disciples from different sects, accumulating a considerable fortune in his storage ring. The spiritual stones alone exceeded 30,000. There were also numerous spiritual herbs and pills. The Bloodblade technique, a mid-level martial skill of the Xian rank, requires the practitioner to nourish the battle blade with their own blood essence, cultivating a bloodthirsty aura. The heavier the aura, the stronger the lethality. This was indeed the signature martial skill of Bloodblade Li Hong. Unfortunately, it was a blade, not a sword. Moreover, the Bloodblade technique is too bloodthirsty, requiring human blood essence to nourish the blade, which is against the natural order. Shaking his head, Su Chen stored the Bloodblade technique away. He would not practice it. However, he would not destroy it either. After all, the Bloodblade technique was a mid-level martial skill of the Xian rank, and even if he did not practice it, selling it could at least fetch tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He then took out the storage ring of the young man in blue. Infusing spiritual power into the ring, it wasn't long before Su Chen's mouth slowly curled into a smile. The young man in blue was indeed a true disciple of the beast-taming sect. He had quite a few good items. The spiritual stones exceeded 100,000, and there were countless spiritual pills and herbs, as well as various unique secret manuals of the beast-taming sect. Su Chen did not plan to waste time learning the unique manuals of the beast-taming sect. On one hand, he had no interest in beast-taming. On the other hand, the sect placed great importance on its unique manuals. If they discovered that one was leaking their secrets, they would go to any lengths to kill the thief. Su Chen certainly did not want to be hunted by the beast-taming sect. This haul was quite impressive. The trip was worth it. After organizing the resources, Su Chen finally had time to check on the dream-eating wolf. The dream-eating wolf had its dream realm severed by him and was injured by a sword strike, now curled up in the beast pouch, looking dispirited. The dream-eating wolf's dream abilities were very strong. Ordinary warriors without sword intent could not quickly sever the dream realm, and once caught in a dream-eating wolf's attack, they would be in extremely perilous circumstances. Even true Qi realm warriors, if dragged into the dream realm by the dream-eating wolf, would need to expend considerable effort to break free, and that time would be enough for me to kill it 10 times over. Realizing that the dream-eating wolf could be a significant asset to him, Su Chen took out a large number of spiritual pills and herbs, beginning to treat the dream-eating wolf without regard for cost. Under Su Chen's generous treatment, the dream-eating wolf's injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. Clop, clop. Clop. A person and a horse galloped down the official road, with the scenery on both sides rapidly receding. Before the sun completely set, a city finally appeared ahead, stopping. The entrance fee was 1 spiritual stone for a person and 2 for livestock, totaling 3 spiritual stones. 2 figures descended from the city gate, blocking Su Chen's way in and demanding the entrance fee. Su Chen frowned. Since when did entering a city require an entrance fee? Moreover, they were asking for 3 spiritual stones outright. 3 spiritual stones were nothing to him, but for an ordinary person, their entire fortune might not even be worth 1 spiritual stone. Chen pulled the reins, stopping 3 meters in front of the two, sizing them up. The two appeared to be around 30 years old. One was thin, with a cold expression and a malevolent gaze, while the other had an arrogant demeanor, showing undisguised disdain and mockery in his eyes. The unfriendly expressions of the two made it clear that they were not good people. "Who are you? Why should I pay you an entrance fee?" Chen asked calmly. "What does it matter who we are? Just pay the spiritual stones and stop with the nonsense." One of them replied coldly upon hearing Chen's question. Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't lack 3 spiritual stones, but he didn't want to be extorted like a fool. He would not be coerced or threatened into handing over his spiritual stones. "What if I refuse to pay?" Chen's expression turned cold. "Refuse?" The cold-faced man sneered. "We've been charging here for years. We've encountered many people like you. But how did those people end up? They were all crying and begging to pay the entrance fee. But those who don't know their place will not be forgiven. Their fates were all quite tragic. Either they died miserably, were heavily injured and dying, or became disabled, wishing they were dead. Unappreciative," the arrogant man said disdainfully. As he spoke, a wave of killing intent was released from his body. "You refuse to pay the 3 spiritual stones? Now it's too late. 300 spiritual stones for your life. If you don't pay, you die. 300 spiritual stones for your life. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider," the cold-faced man said. Chen, sitting on his horse, said indifferently, "No need. I've already made up my mind." At that moment, as his voice fell, 2 sharp sword energies, moving at lightning speed, slashed toward the 2 men. Their expressions changed drastically. The young man in front of them dared to attack without warning. What horrified them was that the incoming sword energies were too fast, exceeding their reaction limits. The 2 sword energies rapidly enlarged in their pupils. Finally, with a puff, 2 heads flew up, spinning in the air. Chen glanced indifferently at the 2 headless corpses, then flicked his whip and urged his horse into the city. No one dared to stop him. Everyone inside and outside the city who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Yanghu brothers, who had occupied the city gate and extorted entrance fees, were actually killed by a young man. After the shock, people erupted in joy. With the Yanghu brothers dead, they would no longer have to pay exorbitant entrance fees to enter and exit the city. The news spread through the city at an astonishing speed. In inns, tea houses, and any place where people gathered, everyone was discussing this event. In a tea house, on the 2nd floor, the honest-faced Tan Long furrowed his brows, agitatedly drinking tea. He had passed the news about Chen to the 2 protectors, thinking they would personally eliminate the young genius. But the 2 protectors were tied up with other matters and ended up assigning the task to him. He had watched the inter-sect competition of the Qingling sect in its entirety and was confident he could kill Chen. However, what troubled him was that the 2 protectors had set a deadline for the task. If he didn't complete it by then, he would face punishment from above. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. If Chen were to hide in the Qingling sect for a year or 2, wouldn't his task be doomed to fail? Just as he was worrying about the hunt for Chen, a noisy commotion suddenly erupted from downstairs, further aggravating his already frayed nerves. He frowned and called the waiter over, suppressing his frustration, and asked what happened downstairs. "Why is it so noisy?" "Guess it's like this." The waiter recounted the events. He knew about the 2 men who occupied the city gate and extorted entrance fees. Both were at the 8th level of Qi condensation, yet they had been killed. Moreover, the culprit was actually a young man. A young man? Killing 2 8th-level Qi condensation warriors with a single sword strike. He was well aware of the young talents from various factions in the great merchant kingdom. But after thinking for a moment, he realized there were not many who fit the description of the young man the waiter mentioned. Among them, Chen was one. A thought struck him. Go bring that person who witnessed the battle outside the city downstairs. I have questions for him. Tan Long tossed a few spiritual stones to the waiter. The waiter, delighted with the stones, hurried downstairs, and shortly after, returned with the short man. Tan Long wasted no time, directly handing the short man a few spiritual stones. and said in a commanding tone, "You ask, I answer." The short man nodded and bowed, saying, "If you have any questions, I will answer them all." Tianlong was pleased with the short man's attitude and took out a portrait, asking, "Have you seen this person?" The short man stared at the portrait for a moment and replied, "It's him. I just saw him moments ago. This young man is the one who killed the Yanghu brothers." Tianlong's spirit lifted, followed by a surge of joy. It came without any effort. He had been worrying about how to lure Su Chen out of the Qingling sect, but unexpectedly, the other party had come to him on their own. Meanwhile, Su Chen had entered an inn within the city. There was nothing to say that night. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Su Chen finally stepped out of his room. He went to the first floor hall, called for the waiter, and ordered several specialty dishes. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes over, enthusiastically introducing them. "Guest, your dishes are here. This dish is our restaurant's specialty, called Dragon and Phoenix, presenting auspiciousness, made with golden threaded snakes and fiery feathered chickens, plus 13 kinds of spirit herbs, rich in flavor, color, and aroma. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." This dish is called Green Dragon Crossing the River, made with the meat of a second-tier intermediate monster, the Qing Shui python. This dish is called Peacock Spreading its Tail. The waiter spoke quickly, introducing all the dishes without a pause. Su Chen picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. It was juicy and flavorful, and because it was made with monster meat, the spiritual energy had not dissipated. Eating this table of dishes was equivalent to 2 or 3 days of hard training. "All right, you can go now." Su Chen waved the waiter away, poured himself a cup of wine, and began to eat while drinking. Just as he was eating, 2 people walked in and sat down at the table next to Su Chen. At first, Su Chen was focused on his meal and paid no attention to them. But as he ate, he sensed 2 pairs of eyes subtly locking onto him. The owners of those gazes were the 2 martial artists at the adjacent table. Su Chen Thao Wen. His intuition told him that the 2 men at the next table were there for him. However, he did not act rashly. After finishing his meal and feeling satisfied, he paid the bill and went back upstairs with a contented expression, entered his room, and then released his perception, enveloping the entire inn. Chapter 56. Slaying a second stage, true Qi expert Big Brother. That young man, just now, is the one who killed the Yang brothers. We are no match for him. If he discovers us, won't we end up with the same fate as Yanghu and the others? Who said we were going to attack him? We are just here to monitor that young man for money. As long as we don't show any hostility, he will definitely not notice that we are secretly watching him. But I'm still a bit. No buts. Fortune favors the bold. Big Brother, I'm afraid the other party won't honor the payment they promised us. Don't think too much. I can see that his demeanor is not ordinary. He probably won't renege on our commission. The 2 of them continued to eat while lowering their voices to converse, occasionally glancing towards the room where Su Chen was. My intuition was right. These 2 are indeed monitoring me. Who commissioned them? I wonder who is secretly behind this. The Chen family? Or someone from another force? Su Chen shook his head. It's simple to determine the identity of the person behind this. Just lure them out. Creaking, Su Chen pushed open the door, walked down to the 2nd floor, then exited the inn, leading his horse unabashedly towards the outskirts of the city. One of the 2 tasked with monitoring Su Chen followed him from behind, while the other ran off to report. Once outside the city, Su Chen mounted his horse and deliberately slowed his pace. "Where is he?" Tianlong rushed out in a flurry and saw the person responsible for trailing Su Chen at the city gate, urgently asking. "He went that way." The man pointed towards the road leading west. Tianlong immediately wanted to pursue. Seeing Tianlong about to leave, the 2 were suddenly anxious and reached out to stop him. "Wait, what about the payment you promised?" "Get lost." A fierce glint flashed in Tianlong's eyes, and with a flick of his wrist, the 2 fell into a pool of blood. Tianlong didn't even glance at the 2 who died tragically and used his spiritual energy to dash away. Before long, Tianlong saw a figure on horseback at the end of the road. Su Chen, who had intentionally slowed down, sensed the movement behind him and knew the person behind was finally pursuing him. He didn't look back and continued riding forward until he reached a sparsely populated area. Only then did he slowly turn around, looking at the rushing Tianlong, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you chasing me?" Tianlong stopped 30 meters away from Su Chen and coldly replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you will undoubtedly die today. Su Chen asked blandly, "Can't you let me die with some clarity? You might as well go down and be a fool." The ground beneath Tan Long exploded, and his figure surged forward, charging towards Su Chen, a second stage, true Qi expert. Upon feeling the aura emanating from Tan Long, a cold look gradually appeared on Su Chen's face. To kill me. They actually sent a second stage, true Qi warrior. They really think highly of me. He stepped forward, causing several large cracks to form in the ground. Raising his right hand high with the Qing Qi sword, gathering power for a moment before slashing down like lightning. Swift wind sword technique, first move, gentle breeze touch. An ant shaking a tree. Tan Long let out a cold laugh. He swung a punch. Boom! The massive sword energy coming at him was directly shattered by his punch. Calm and unperturbed. With one sword failing, the second sword followed suit. Before Tan Long could destroy the second sword energy, Su Chen suddenly raised the Qing Qi sword and unleashed a third strike. Autumn wind, falling leaves. Tan Long's expression changed slightly. He originally thought he understood Su Chen's methods. But now he realized that during the inter-sect competition of the Qingling sect, Su Chen had not used his full strength. At least the sword technique he was using now was not the one he had employed during the competition. What a monster! If this child is not eliminated, he will become a great threat. Tan Long clenched his fist tightly, a battle knife appearing in his hand. He didn't slow down, and while running, he slashed out twice, completely neutralizing the two sword strikes of calm and unperturbed and autumn wind falling leaves with absolute strength. Su Chen, what other means do you have? Use them all before you die, as you wish. Su Chen took a step forward, his sword slicing straight out, riding the wind and breaking the waves. This sword seemed to have gone through hardships, cleaving through layers of waves, possessing an unstoppable momentum. Break for me. Tan Long leaped up, his knife bursting with dazzling brilliance. Boom! With a loud crash, the sword energy collapsed again. However, this time, Tan Long also did not find it easy. He used 80% of his strength to shatter this sword. The wind swept away the clouds. Su Chen's attacks came one after another. The wind rose and the clouds surged. The wind raced like lightning. At this moment, the relaxed look on Tan Long's face had long disappeared. He dared not hold back any longer, swinging his battle knife to block Su Chen's attacks. Boom, boom, boom! 3 consecutive loud crashes. With the last crash, Tan Long let out a muffled groan and actually staggered back a step. A second stage true Qi expert was actually forced to retreat a step while fighting Su Chen. Although he was not injured, it was still a great humiliation. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fierce as he looked at Su Chen. His expression then froze. Why are these monstrous beasts suddenly appearing? In his line of sight, he found himself surrounded by giant wolves with blood-red eyes. Roar! As the lead wolf gave the command, the pack surged forward like a tide, attacking Tan Long one after another. Tan Long felt a chill in his heart, and without time to think, he swung his knife to kill the giant wolves rushing at him. One wave after another. Endless. After he had killed an unknown number of giant wolves, he suddenly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. No. Where is Su Chen? Where is he? And what is this place? Break! He roared, starting to struggle desperately to escape the dream. Was the dream-eating wolf's injury not fully healed? But it was enough. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Tan Long's ears. Then, the world shattered. He returned to reality. But following that, a sword light rapidly magnified in his pupils. No! His pupils constricted sharply. Puffed. Blood sprayed out. Tan Long, in terror, covered his neck, blood seeping out between his fingers. It was then that he noticed a giant wolf with blood-red fur had appeared beside Su Chen. That giant wolf was the dream-eating wolf. He had just been pulled into a dream by the dream-eating wolf. Realizing this, it was already too late for Tan Long, as he had already sustained a fatal injury. Kill me, I will have more powerful people come to kill you, cough, 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 the protector, they won't let you go. Tan Long's speaking strained the major artery in his neck. With every word he spoke, a large amount of blood seeped out from between his fingers. Soon, his clothes and the soil beneath him were soaked with blood. Protector? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared. You are a remnant of the Blood God sect? Tianlong said nothing, but his expression had already revealed the answer Su Chen wanted. Su Chen's heart sank. He never expected that the other party was not a warrior sent by the Chen family, but a remnant of the Blood God sect. Compared to the Blood God sect, which once swept through Qingzhou, the Chen family, one of the 8 great families of Taishan country, was nothing to mention. Being targeted by the Blood God sect, and even having someone sent to assassinate him, it seemed he had already made it onto the Blood God sect's kill list. The Blood God sect that once ravaged Qingzhou had been destroyed. Those remaining were merely remnants, universally condemned. If they wanted to kill me, they could only do so secretly. As long as my strength grows fast enough, what is there to fear from the Blood God sect? Su Chen's gaze was resolute. Instead of being intimidated by the Blood God sect, it ignited his fighting spirit. Thud! Tianlong could no longer hold on, his head tilted, and he rolled down from his body, a large amount of fresh blood gushing from his decapitated neck. The dream-eating wolf let out a low growl and pounced, biting down on Tianlong's head. With a crunch, Tianlong's head shattered like a watermelon. Su Chen, thou win. The dream-eating wolf wanted to grow quickly, and besides consuming soul-related heavenly and earthly elixirs, it could also achieve this by continuously devouring human brain matter. The stronger it became, the more beneficial the brain matter was for the dream-eating wolf. Su Chen felt disgusted, but did not stop it. On one hand, Tianlong was his enemy, and he had no need to show mercy, and, on the other hand, he needed the dream-eating wolf to grow rapidly. After waiting for the dream-eating wolf to finish its meal, Su Chen put into the beast tamer bag, took Tianlong's storage ring, then leaped onto his horse, cracking the whip and speeding away like a bolt of lightning. Upon returning to the sect, Su Chen headed straight for the mission hall. Elder, I'm here to hand over the mission. In the mission hall, there was a counter behind which sat an elder responsible for mission handovers. Su Chen entered the hall and walked directly toward it. The elder behind the counter did not raise his head and said, "Mission order, mission credentials." Su Chen complied and took out the mission order. The elder reached out to take it, but upon seeing it, he was stunned. Chapter 57. The battle in the training room is actually a level 7 mission, hunting down Bloodblade Li Heng. This mission had been posted for some time, and many true disciples had taken it, but in the end, they all returned empty-handed. The rewards for hunting down Bloodblade Li Heng had been mentioned repeatedly. Unexpectedly, someone completed this mission today. I wonder which true disciple it was. He ran through all the true disciples in his mind and finally narrowed it down to a few. However, when he looked up at the young man outside the counter, he was slightly taken aback. You are Su Chen, the first of the intersect competition? Did you complete the task of hunting down Bloodblade Li Heng? The elder exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, yes. The elder said, words alone are not enough. Su Chen took out a package from his storage ring, which was still dripping with fresh blood. The elder gestured for Su Chen to place the package on the counter. After Su Chen set it down, the elder behind the counter, not minding the dirt, eagerly opened the package, and a head that refused to close its eyes appeared in front of everyone. It really is Bloodblade Li Heng. The elder whispered in astonishment. Then he instinctively asked, how did you do it? As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder regretted it, realizing that it was too reckless to ask, as it could imply he was probing into Su Chen's background and methods. Luck. Su Chen's answer was also what the elder expected. At the same time, the disciples in the hall gathered around. Upon learning that Su Chen had completed the task of hunting down Bloodblade Li Heng, everyone gasped in astonishment. If I remember correctly, hunting down Bloodblade Li Heng is a level 7 mission, right? Yes, Bloodblade Li Heng is a Qi realm martial artist, and many true disciples have taken on this mission but returned empty-handed. Senior brother Su Chen truly deserves to be the first of the intersect. Although he is an intersect disciple, his strength is already on par with some true disciples. Amidst the discussions, Su Chen handed over the task to the elder and received 30,000 spirit stones and 3,000 sect points as rewards. Until Su Chen left the mission hall, the disciples inside were still passionately discussing him. It wasn't until a young man in green entered the hall that the discussions quieted down a bit. It's senior brother Chu Ning, who reportedly took on the task of hunting down Bloodblade Li Heng a month ago, but returned empty-handed after half a month. If that's the case, Doesn't it mean senior brother Su Chen is stronger than Chu Ning? That's hard to say. What's so hard to say? In my opinion, senior brother Su Chen is indeed stronger than Chu Ning. Otherwise, why could he complete a task that Chu Ning couldn't in just a few days? A disciple who blindly admired Su Chen began to argue softly with those around him. Chu Ning frowned. It seemed he heard Su Chen's name. Mentioning Su Chen reminded him of something. His master, Elder Chen, seemed to dislike Su Chen and had hinted at him to teach Su Chen a lesson. Shaking his head, he walked to the counter and said to the elder, "Elder, I'm here to take on the task of hunting down Bloodblade Li Hong." This time, he was full of confidence. He would not return to the sect without killing Bloodblade Li Hong. Who would have thought? The elder replied lightly, "You are too late." Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, not understanding what that meant. The elder said, "The task of hunting down Bloodblade Li Hong has already been completed by someone." Who completed it? Was it a true disciple from Luyun's sect, Hongya sect, or Yusho sect? Chu Ning was slightly surprised, but not angry. He was just curious who had completed the task before him. The elder said, "The one who completed this task is not a true disciple from another sect, but our sect's Su Chen." Su Chen? Which Su Chen? He didn't watch the inter-sect competition, but knew that Su Chen seemed to have defeated the Qi Realm's Chao Man and was a genius. At this moment, hearing the elder say that Su Chen had completed the task, he was momentarily stunned and couldn't react. The elder said impatiently, "How many Su Chens can our Qingling sect have?" Chu Ning finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, "The Su Chen who is first in the inter-sect competition?" "Yes, that's him." After hearing the elder's confirmation, Chu Ning still found it hard to believe. Then he recalled the discussions he had heard upon entering the hall. The task he couldn't complete. Su Chen finished in just a few days. Was he not as good as Su Chen? The thought that people would say he was inferior to an inter-sect disciple ignited a flame of anger in his heart. How could he, a true disciple, be inferior to an inter-sect disciple? Originally, his master hinted for him to deal with Su Chen, and he was somewhat reluctant. After all, he was a true disciple, and it would be embarrassing to argue with an inter-sect disciple. But now, he walked out of the hall deep in thought, faintly hearing the discussions about him behind. After leaving the mission hall, Su Chen returned to his residence and rested for a night. The next morning, he, full of energy, rushed to the spiritual energy training tower, which only true disciples were qualified to enter. This time, his encounter with the remnants of the blood god, cult, made him feel a sense of urgency. His enemy, Qin Qingru, was still at large. And now the remnants of the blood god, cult, wanted to put him to death. He could not slack off. A moment of carelessness could lead to a disastrous end. Therefore, after returning to the sect, handing over the task, obtaining points, and resting, he eagerly arrived at the spiritual energy training room. Qingling Sect's spiritual energy training room is divided into 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, 80 times, and the highest 100 times. The spiritual energy training room is one of the foundations of Qingling Sect. Resources are limited and can only be opened to true disciples. Fortunately, he performed exceptionally in the inter-sect competition and received special treatment, qualifying him to enter the spiritual energy training room. As a key area of the sect, the spiritual energy training room is naturally guarded by an elder. Su Chen walked over and respectfully bowed to the elder. "Elder, I wish to enter the spiritual energy training room." The elder in charge of guarding the spiritual energy training room was a bald, old man. He glanced at Su Chen's intersect disciple clothing and frowned slightly, saying that intersect disciples were not allowed to enter the spiritual energy training room. Just as he was about to dismiss Su Chen, he seemed to remember something and asked, "Are you Su Chen?" "I am indeed Su Chen," Su Chen replied respectfully. "The spiritual energy training room is not open to intersect disciples, but you are an exception. The Grand Elder has already instructed me, so you may enter." The elder gestured for Su Chen to go in. Su Chen thanked him, then, filled with curiosity, stepped over the threshold and walked in. But before he could take a good look around, a familiar voice came from ahead. "Su Chen, you finally arrived." Su Chen looked up and saw Chao Man walking towards him with a big smile. The spiritual energy training room is our Qingling sect's sacred training ground. Only true disciples and elders are qualified to enjoy it. I thought you would come to experience it right away like me. I didn't expect that I waited for several days, and compared to you, I seemed a bit impatient. Looking at Chao Man approaching, Su Chen also smiled, shrugged, and said, I've heard a lot about the spiritual energy training room and have longed for it, but I can't compare to you. I had no points on me, so it would be pointless to come. Therefore, right after the competition ended, I took on a task to earn enough points to come over. Ha! Hearing Su Chen's words, Chao Man laughed heartily, realizing that Su Chen wasn't being cautious but simply lacked points. Since it's your first time here, let me introduce you. The spiritual energy training room is said to be built on a spiritual vein, possessing an endless supply of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in this training room, enhanced by formations, far exceeds that of the outside world, with a minimum of 10 times the outside concentration and a maximum of up to 100 times, which is extremely beneficial for martial artist training. Su Chen said, built on a spiritual vein, the sect really has a grand plan, but I wonder if the underground spiritual vein is of low grade or medium grade. Chao Man shook his head and said, medium grade spiritual veins are too rare. Even in the entire Taishan kingdom, there might not be a single medium grade spiritual vein. Therefore, I guess the spiritual vein underground in the sect is of low grade. Even a low grade spiritual vein is enough to make a sect flourish for 1,000 years. Under Chao Man's guidance, Su Chen stepped into the tower, where the spiritual energy training room was established within a 5-story tower. However, this tower was different from ordinary towers. It was not built on the surface, but rather underground. The entrance led to the first floor of the tower. Chao Man introduced to Su Chen. The training tower has a total of 5 floors. The deeper you go, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. We are currently on the first floor, where the concentration of spiritual energy in the training room is 10 times that of the outside world. The next floor, the second floor, has a concentration 30 times that of the outside world, while the third floor has 50 times the fourth floor, 80 times and the fifth floor, 100 times. Su Chen, on the first floor of the training tower, listened to Chao Man's introduction while surveying the space. He noticed that the area was relatively spacious, with an open space in the center, equipped with tables and chairs for resting and chatting. Surrounding them were several training rooms. There were a total of 32 training rooms on the first floor, 16 on the second floor, fewer on the third floor with only 8 rooms, 4 on the fourth floor, and 2 on the fifth floor. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, there are only 62 training rooms in total? I remember there are already 72 true disciples, and with the elders, doesn't that mean there are more monks than porridge? That's right, Chao Man nodded, then smiled wryly and said, entering the training rooms requires not only points but sometimes also luck and strength. Su Chen fell silent. The competition among the true disciples was indeed fierce. Let's stay on the first floor. The training rooms below must not be for us. There was a hint of helplessness in Chao Man's words. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit these days. Otherwise, the usually proud him would not have said such things. Su Chen nodded. Among the true disciples, there were many who were stronger than him, and the competition for the training rooms below would surely be even more intense. He could not compete with those people. As they spoke, the door to one of the training rooms opened, and a young man walked out. Chao Man's eyes brightened at the sight and said to Su Chen, a training room is available. Su Chen, you can go in. What about you? Su Chen looked at Chao Man. Chao Man replied, I have very few points left. I won't be able to train for many days even if I go in. The consumption of points for training rooms is quite terrifying. The most ordinary training room with 10 times the spiritual energy costs 100 points a day. Thanks, Su Chen said. Not being polite, he thanked Chao Man and then strode toward the training room with the door wide open. Just as Su Chen was about to step into the training room, Chu Ning arrived and directly struck out a palm at Su Chen, coldly saying, I have my eyes set on this training room. Get out of my way. Chapter 58. Defeating the True Inheritance Disciple, a suffocating aura rushed towards him, causing Su Chen's expression to change slightly. He didn't expect someone would contest him for the training room, and the challenger was particularly ruthless, launching an attack on him without saying a word. Get lost. Realizing that the newcomer meant harm, Su Chen's face turned exceptionally cold. With a cold shout, a loud bang echoed from the first floor of the training tower, and Chao Man, standing nearby, saw a figure retreating. Chao Man's pupils constricted. Su Chen's strength lay in his powerful sword intent. This time, he didn't use sword intent. Purely competing with spiritual power, he still managed to force the other person back. The person who wanted to contest the training room with Su Chen was someone he recognized, named Chu Ning, a peak first-level true Qi-rel practitioner, whose strength surpassed his own. Chu Ning's gaze also sharpened. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, he was certain that a Qi condensation realm martial artist couldn't contend with him. It seemed the rumors were true. Su Chen was a genius with terrifying strength that allowed him to fight above his level. Now get lost. Su Chen's demeanor was indifferent as he coldly uttered a few words, exuding a strong dominance. Chu Ning's immediate attack on him was clearly filled with malice. He wouldn't show any mercy to an enemy. One must be strong when necessary. Otherwise, once weakness is shown, others will take advantage and push further. Chu Ning's anger surged. Su Chen was merely an inner sect disciple. Did he really think that just because some short-sighted people praised him, he was stronger than him? The conflict between the two had already drawn the attention of some people on the first floor of the training tower. If he didn't give Su Chen a painful lesson today, how could he show his face in the Qingling sect? Matters of reputation would not allow him to retreat even an inch. He had already forgotten that the conflict was initiated by him first. Perhaps he believed that he could seize Su Chen's training room, but the other party's resistance was unacceptable. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face. With a thought, surging spiritual power flowed into his hands, and in the next moment, his hands flew, unleashing palm prints that filled the air as they slammed towards Su Chen. Su Chen did not dare to be negligent. With a firm grip, a long sword appeared in his hand. Just as he prepared to draw his sword to slash through the palm prints, an elderly figure suddenly blocked in front of him. With a casual wave, an overwhelming aura surged forth, instantly shattering the barrage of palm prints. Chu Ning staggered back, repeatedly retreating until he crashed against the wall of the training tower, finally stabilizing himself. He looked at the person who had pushed him back, and the malice on his face vanished, replaced by respect. Second Elder. He respectfully bowed to the elderly figure blocking Su Chen. Is there a ban on fighting inside the training tower? Do you not understand? The second elder's icy gaze shot towards Chu Ning. Chu Ning's face turned pale. The second elder held a high position in the sect. Even his master, Elder Chen, had to defer to the second elder. Although he was a true inheritance disciple with immense potential, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the second elder. Don't you two want to fight? Then I'll satisfy your request. You two will enter the Wind and Cloud Gorge, and I'll be the judge. Whoever wins will have the use of this training room. The second elder's words stunned both Su Chen and Chu Ning. After a moment of shock, Chu Ning quickly agreed. All right, I will go with the second elder's suggestion. And you? The second elder turned to Su Chen and added, if you are unwilling, you can refuse. I'll decide that this training room will be yours first. Thank you for your kindness, elder. Su Chen first expressed his gratitude to the second elder before stating his decision. I'm willing to fight. The second elder nodded in satisfaction at Su Chen's attitude. Young people should have the guts to fear nothing. Besides, with me around, I'm not worried about any fatalities. Disciples should fight more and spar more. Those who only close themselves off in seclusion have no fighting spirit. Such people are the ones I dislike the most. Fortunately, Su Chen agreed to the fight, not letting him down. News of the duel between Su Chen and Chu Ning spread at an astonishing speed. Outside disciples and inner disciples all rushed to the Wind and Cloud Gorge upon hearing the news. Even the true inheritance disciples couldn't sit still, making their way to the gorge one after another. Although Chu Ning wasn't considered strong among the true inheritance disciples, he was still one of them, a peak first-level true Qi realm practitioner. Su Chen, as the first among inner disciples, had defeated Chao Man in the grand competition, showcasing impressive combat power. Who would win in their duel? Everyone was eager to find out. Wind and Cloud Gorge. On the arena, Su Chen and Chu Ning stood 60 meters apart. The gorge was packed with people. Su Shixiang is indeed the first among inner disciples, challenging a true inheritance disciple. Su Shixiang shouldn't be Chu Shixiang's match, right? Hard to say. In the intersect competition, Su Shixiang defeated Chao Man, who is now a true inheritance disciple. This means that although Su Chen is an inner disciple, he already possesses the strength of a true inheritance disciple. The outcome of his battle with Chu Shixiang is unpredictable. I still think Su Chen has a slim chance of winning. The crowd buzzed with discussions, exchanging their views on the upcoming duel. Are both of you ready? The second elder spoke. Su Chun and Chu Ning nodded simultaneously. I announce the battle begins. With the second elder's command, Chu Ning's spiritual power surged to its peak. And a powerful surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from him, transforming into a giant spiritual hand that swept towards Su Chun. Swish! A flash of sword light appeared, shattering the spiritual hand into pieces. Su Chun, holding the long sword, advanced step by step towards Chu Ning. Tu Ning snorted coldly, stating that the previous move was merely a test. Boom! The arena shook violently. He leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of 18 kicks. Each kick as heavy as 1,000 pounds, descending upon Su Chun like a mountain. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of kicks, Su Chun gripped his sword with his right hand and struck out in a stunning arc through the air. The winds rose and clouds surged. The sword energy stirred the elements, changing the colors of heaven and earth. Finally, a massive sword energy fiercely slashed into the incoming kicks. Puff, 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 puff. 18 kicks collapsed one after another, dissipating into nothingness without leaving a trace. With the speed of the wind and the ferocity of thunder, Su Chen's aura became sharp and oppressive. He stepped on the ground, shooting forth like a gale, with his sword following suit. Fast as the wind, fierce as thunder. This sword was astonishingly quick. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Chu Ning, who changed color in shock and roared as he unleashed a punch with all his might. However, the power of this sword far exceeded his imagination. Chu Ning's full-powered punch crumbled under the sword energy, collapsing inch by inch. Chu Ning's expression changed drastically. Boom! The sword energy that shattered his punch struck against Chu Ning's protective spiritual energy, directly sending him flying. Amidst the gasps of countless onlookers, Chu Ning flew over 10 meters, landing on the ground, feeling a sweet taste in his throat as a mouthful of reverse blood surged up, but he swallowed it back down. The seventh style of the swift wind sword technique, wind and lightning. The second elder also showed a look of surprise. The swift wind sword technique was a high-level martial art of the Xian rank. Under normal circumstances, Su Chun would only have the opportunity to access the third floor of the martial arts pavilion after the grand competition and then learn the swift wind sword technique. Calculating the time, it had only been a few days since the grand competition ended. Su Chun had already mastered the seventh style of the swift wind sword technique. A genius, a martial arts genius. He had seen countless people and many geniuses, but none were as stunning as Su Chun, continuously surprising him. However, what happened next astonished him even more. A fierce wind arose. Suddenly, a violent wind swept across the arena. The sharp sword energy transformed into a raging wind, wreaking havoc. Puff! Under the astonished gazes of countless people, Chu Ning's protective spiritual energy suddenly exploded without warning, splattering blood. Chapter 59. Defeated in 5 moves. Pooh. Chu Ning felt as if he had been struck hard, spitting out blood. You? How is this possible? Chu Ning pointed at Su Chun. Disbelief etched on his face. He could not believe he had lost to Su Chun, and so decisively, with almost no chance to fight back. The opponent was merely an 8th-level Qi condensation martial artist, an inner sect disciple. Even if he were a genius, he should not have been able to defeat him so easily. As he spoke, he spat out blood again, his breath weak, having lost the strength to fight. Su Chun sneered inwardly. The seventh sword of the swift wind sword technique had already reached the pinnacle level of the first stage of true Qi, and the eighth sword, Wild Wind Without Rain, was infinitely close to the second stage of true Qi. Chu Ning, being only at the peak of the first stage of true Qi, naturally could not withstand this sword. He won. Senior brother Su Chun is too powerful, having defeated a true disciple once again. He has truly brought glory to us intersect disciples. Who says intersect disciples are inferior to true disciples? Ha! Senior brother Su Chun is undoubtedly the best in the intersect. The onlooking disciples were shocked, and then erupted into cheers. Little did they know, the most shocked at this moment was the second elder. The eighth sword, Wild Wind Without Rain. Su Chun had practiced it to the eighth sword in just a few days. How terrifying this was, truly terrifying. Qing Tian sect had produced a true genius. In the Dragon Transformation ranking competition a year later, Su Chen might not have a chance to make the list, but in the next session, with Su Chen's talent, he would definitely make it. Years later, Qing Tian sect would have another master on the Dragon Transformation ranking. Su Chen victory. The second elder finally spoke. Wow. The wind and cloud gorge erupted again with cheers. What a monstrous guy. Chao Man, who had come along, looked at Su Chen's back and shook his head with a wry smile. Su Chen is quite interesting, a true disciple suddenly said. Just looking for death. He is too high profile, not knowing how to restrain himself. He will definitely bring disaster upon himself. I bet he won't last long. A true disciple made this assessment, his voice unrestrained. Many heard it. Some agreed, while others disagreed. Su Chen on the arena naturally heard this. He raised an eyebrow, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Stepping forward, he unleashed an aura that roared like a dragon, suppressing that true disciple. If you're unconvinced, you can come up and fight me. The true disciple's expression stiffened. If you dare not fight, then shut your mouth and get lost. Su Chen said coldly, exuding an extremely domineering aura. He had always adhered to being low-key, but in a world where martial power was respected, if one remained low-key and endured, they would only be looked down upon, and troublesome matters would follow endlessly. Thus, he understood. When it was time to be domineering, he had to be domineering. When it was time to be strong, he had to be strong. In the world of martial artists, the strong dominate, and the weak are bullied. Unconvinced? Come up and fight. At this moment, all eyes and wind and cloud gorge were on that true disciple. Fan Bao. Chao Man's eyelids jumped. Fan Bao. A second-level, true Qi martial artist. Su Chen was definitely not Fan Bao's match. He could not help but worry for Su Chen. Have the inner sect disciples become so arrogant now? Fan Bao slowly stood up, his face as dark as water, being publicly provoked by Su Chen. If he avoided the fight, how could he continue to have faith in Qing Tian's sect? My arrogance has its limits. Su Chen replied lightly. Since you are so eager for punishment, then I will fulfill your wish and let you know that inner sect disciples must have the awareness of inner sect disciples and should not attempt to challenge true disciples. Fan Bao leaped up, standing on the arena opposite Su Chen, coldly saying, You all fight with your full strength. I will be the referee. The second elder did not intervene to stop it. Rather, he was very happy to see this situation. He strongly believed that strength was earned through battle. Seeing someone provoke Su Chen, he was pleased and wanted to see where Su Chen's limits lay. How long could Su Chen last against the second-level true Qi Fan Bao? 3 moves? 10 moves? Or 30 moves? Being able to comprehend sword intent is very good, but you are too arrogant. This world respects strength, and your strength is not enough to make you disregard everything. Fan Bao, seeing the second elder not opposing his fight with Su Chen, felt relieved, then looked at Su Chen and spoke coldly. Su Chen replied indifferently, You are right. Everything is based on strength. As a second-level true Qi, you can barely make me fight with all my strength. Arrogant words. Fan Bao shouted. Don't think that because you defeated Chao Man and Chu Ning, you are qualified to challenge me. I was too lazy to pay attention to you. But since you are so ungrateful and boastful in front of everyone, I can only reluctantly step in to teach you a lesson, making you understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Don't think that just because you have some talent, you can look down on everything. Fan Bao tried to belittle Su Chen. Su Chen drew his long sword, the tip pointing at Fan Bao, saying, Within 5 moves, if I do not defeat you, I will admit defeat. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Chao Man sighed, saying, Su Chen is too impulsive. Has he been angered to the point of confusion? The second elder's expression also gradually became grim. He admired Su Chen and had high hopes for his talent. He supported Su Chen's challenge against Fan Bao, but now, claiming to defeat Fan Bao within 5 moves was a bit arrogant. Overconfidence is arrogance. Senior brother Su is too impulsive. Some shook their heads and sighed, believing Su Chen was too reckless. Perhaps defeating Chu Ning made him develop a sense of invincibility. The crowd overwhelmingly did not look favorably upon Su Chen. Not necessarily. I observed that senior brother Su is not that kind of impulsive person. If he dares to say he could defeat Fan Bao in 5 moves, that must be his basis. Some chose to believe in Su Chen, thinking he had his reasons. However, this type of person was in the minority. Moreover, as soon as they spoke, they were immediately rebutted by those around them. Do you really think Su Chen could defeat Fan Bao? You must know that Fan Bao is a second-level true Qi martial artist. How difficult it is for Su Chen to defeat him. Indeed, don't say defeating Fan Bao in 5 moves. It would already be a miracle if Su Chen could last 5 moves against Fan Bao. I bet Su Chen will definitely lose in 3 moves. I bet 2 moves. I still have some hope for Su Chen. I bet 7 moves. He can last at most 10 moves against Fan Bao. The crowd's atmosphere shifted dramatically, and they began placing bets. Among those present, aside from a few die-hard fans of Su Chen, everyone else shook their heads, thinking he was too arrogant. Especially Chu Ning, who had been defeated by Su Chen, sneered inwardly. After today, Su Chen would undoubtedly be labeled as arrogant and prideful. I have seen many arrogant people, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. Today, I will wake you up. Fan Bao's clothes moved without wind, and a surging spiritual power roared out from his body. With a movement of his foot, the entire arena shook violently. His figure shot out like a javelin, and he formed a fist with his right hand, striking out across the air. Boom! The air in front exploded, erupting and lifting layers of white waves, a spiritual power fist imprint roaring towards Su Chen. Facing Fan Bao's terrifying attack, Su Chen did not evade at all. The sharp sword intent surged from his body and flowed into the long sword, along with an endless stream of spiritual power. The power was rapidly accumulating. When the power reached its peak, first sword, a brilliant sword energy, sliced through the air, striking the spiritual power fist imprint. Boom! In the center of the arena, a massive explosion occurred, and terrifying waves of energy swept out like a hurricane, like a tsunami, raging in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. In the aftermath of the clash between the two, the arena cracked with countless spiderweb-like fissures. Finally, boom, it collapsed with a resounding crash, turning into ruins. In the dust-filled battlefield, a figure broke through the smoke and retreated. It was Su Chen. Whoosh! Another figure rushed out, fiercely chasing after Su Chen. Su Chen retreated several dozen meters, and after landing, he swung his sword. A wild wind without rain. The thick sword energy was exceptionally domineering, stirring up the wind and clouds wherever it went, changing the color of heaven and earth, and slashing towards Fan Bao with the might to sweep everything away. The second sword. Su Chen silently thought. Chu Ning, with a slight trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, fixed his gaze. He had been defeated by this sword and knew how terrifying it was, like a raging wind that was hard to resist. Break! Fan Bao shouted loudly, pouring all his spiritual power into his right hand, unleashing a punch with overwhelming force, and with a bang, the thick sword energy was directly shattered by his fist. This sword's power had already reached the level of the second stage of true Qi. However, after defeating this sword, Fan Bao was shocked. He finally felt the difficulty of dealing with Su Chen. Gale turns to rain. Su Chen's voice resounded once more. What? The second elder exclaimed in shock. Gale turns to rain, the 9th form of the swift wind sword technique. How long has it been? Su Chen had actually mastered the 9th form of the swift wind sword technique. It could no longer be described as genius. A monster. A complete monster. The Sword Emperor in his youth was probably no different. Fan Bao felt his scalp go numb. He could clearly sense the terror of this sword. Break for me. All his spiritual power surged into his right hand, and he suddenly punched towards the sword energy that was slashing down. The domineering fist force and sword energy showed signs of collapse upon contact, then were completely obliterated, and Fan Bao spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, sent flying by the residual sword energy. Chapter 60. The wind fills the Jade Tower. What did I just see? Am I hallucinating? After only 3 exchanges, Fan Bao was actually injured. This is simply unbelievable. Can senior brother Su really defeat Fan Bao within 5 moves? If that's the case, wouldn't it be against the heavens? Is sword intent really that strong? Sword intent is indeed powerful, but senior brother Su's strength is not just about sword intent. He has comprehended the half-step essence of wind and has trained the swift wind sword technique to the 9th style. Only with this combination does he possess such terrifying power. I actually doubted senior brother Su's words. thinking he was being arrogant, but now it seems I was short-sighted. You're not the only one. Didn't we all doubt it? If we're to blame anyone, it should be for senior brother Su being too extraordinary. There are still 2 moves left. Surely Fan Bao can't fail to withstand them, right? Even if he can't, it's nothing to worry about. There are others who have been defeated by senior brother Su. Seeing Fan Bao being sent flying by the residual sword energy and injured, everyone was shocked. Su-chun, your strength exceeds my expectations, but dreaming of defeating me in 5 moves. Fan Bao's attitude began to shift. From initially wanting to publicly humiliate Su-chun to now managing to withstand 5 moves without losing, his attitude had changed drastically. The significant change was mainly due to Su-chun demonstrating enough strength to defeat him. He now regretted his earlier words, wondering why he couldn't resist saying a few more. Now, he found himself in a precarious position. If he lost, he would not only lose prestige but also dignity. He cannot lose. Absolutely cannot lose. He reminded himself in his heart. He forcibly circulated his spiritual power, crushing the residual sword energy that had invaded his body, and then stepped towards Su-chun. With each step, the ground beneath him cracked with a loud sound. His internal spiritual power burned like a flame, releasing a terrifying aura. At that moment, crimson flames erupted from his body. This was the manifestation of his spiritual power. The crimson flames surged and rolled, slowly condensing into a clawed flame dragon behind him. Flame Dragon Fist? The Flame Dragon Fist is a high-level martial skill of the Xian tier, Fan Bao's trump card. Unexpectedly, he was forced to use his last resort against Su-chun. Su-chun was too monstrous. Without using his trump card, Fan Bao would likely not be his opponent. A mere inner disciple was able to push a true disciple to this extent. In the crowd, the true disciples looked serious and whispered among themselves. Fan Bao glared at Su-chun and then raised his fist wrapped in flames, striking out. Roar! The flame dragon roared to the sky, sweeping towards Su-chun with a torrent of flames, clawing and pouncing. The burning air exploded, and countless air currents surged wildly. The ground's rubble burned and cracked into dust. The Flame Dragon Fist was bound to defeat Su-chun, ideally reducing him to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Chu Ning stared intently at the scene, cursing with resentment in his heart. The second elder began to circulate his spiritual power, prepared to intervene in the match. If either Su-chun or Fan Bao were in danger of losing their lives, he would act in time to prevent a fatal outcome. Facing Fan Bao's ultimate attack, Su-chun remained eerily calm. Before going out to complete a task, he had trained the Swift Wind sword technique to the 7th style. After returning to the sect yesterday, he entered the Heavenly Emperor Hall and practiced tirelessly, finally mastering the last 3 swords of the Swift Wind sword technique. The 8th sword approached the 2nd level of the True Qi realm. The 9th sword had already achieved the lethality of the 2nd level of the True Qi realm. The 10th sword, compared to the 9th, doubled in power, nearing the threshold of the 3rd level of the True Qi realm. Let us settle the outcome of this battle with the 10th style of the Swift Wind sword technique. Wind fills the Jade Tower. With this thought, Su-chun stepped forward under everyone's tense gaze, and the sharp sword intent radiated outward. What is he doing? The second elder's gaze sharpened. He focused intently on Su-chun's movements. Could it be that Su-chun is preparing to use that sword? Has he truly mastered that sword? The second elder felt a surge of anticipation. Su-chun held the sword with one hand and executed a simple, direct strike. This seemingly simple sword unleashed a blow that left countless people dumbfounded. The ethereal image of a celestial palace emerged. The crowd gasped. This sword actually cut out the illusion of the celestial palace. The thick sword energy swept through the illusion, making contact with the flame dragon. In the next moment, the clawed flame dragon let out a pained roar. Its massive body began to disintegrate under the sword energy. The sword energy shrank by a third, yet its residual might remained undiminished, fiercely striking toward the terrified Fan Bao. If this sword truly hit, Fan Bao would be absolutely doomed. Everyone was too tense to breathe, their hearts racing. At this crucial moment, the second elder intervened. He appeared out of thin air in front of Fan Bao, extending his aged right hand and grasping forward. With a cracking sound, the sword energy exploded, transforming into a rain of sword fragments that scattered in all directions. The second elder only helped Fan Bao block the fatal strike, but he disregarded the small sword rain that followed. In an instant, countless small sword fragments enveloped Fan Bao. Puff, puff, puff. Countless small sword marks appeared on Fan Bao's body, and blood instantly stained him. Puff. Fan Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood spewed forth, his aura rapidly plummeted, eventually reaching rock bottom, leaving him weak and dispirited. With 4 moves, Su Chen had defeated Fan Bao. If the second elder hadn't intervened at the last moment, wouldn't Fan Bao have died under Su Chen's sword? Su Chen is too monstrous. One must never provoke this person. If only I had half of Su Chen's talent. What virtue or capability does he have to possess such talent in the way of the sword? The crowd felt a mix of envy, admiration, wariness, and jealousy. A myriad of emotions. I once thought that standing out among tens of thousands of disciples to become a true disciple made me a genius. But compared to Su Chen, my little talent really doesn't amount to much. With extraordinary talent, an unparalleled prodigy. Among the true disciples, some sighed, admitting their talent was inferior to Su Chen's. In the previous session of the Dragon Transformation Ranking Competition, only Elder Su from our Qingling sect made it onto the list, and he was at the bottom. In the vast Taishan Kingdom, aside from Elder Su, there was no one who could compete with the young talents from the Wild Domain. Now, with Su Chen emerging, perhaps he will be able to step out of the Taishan Kingdom and compete with the top talents from the Wild Domain. Some true disciples held high hopes for Su Chen, saying this. However, there were also those who held biases against him, sarcastically commenting, "Throughout history, this world has never lacked geniuses, but those so-called geniuses either die young, destroy their own paths, or exhaust their potential, blending into the crowd. How many can truly grow up?" A nearby true disciple remarked. "It seems you have a bias against Su Chen. Why don't you go up and battle him?" The true disciple who had been biased against Su Chen instantly fell silent. He wasn't foolish. Battling Su Chen on stage. If he won, there would be no benefit. If he lost, his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, he had no guarantee of victory, so he wouldn't rashly provoke this prodigy. Who could guarantee that Su Chen had revealed all his trump cards? Chapter 61. Whale-swallowing frenzy. Anyone who pays attention to Su Chen will notice a surprising phenomenon. Su Chen seems like an abyss, with hidden cards that appear to be endless. Just when you think his strength has reached its limit and confidently challenge him, you will sadly discover that Su Chen has even more powerful cards waiting for you. Su Chen, haha, you're great, ha ha ha. The second elder looked at Su Chen, who had a relaxed expression and couldn't contain his joy any longer. After just a few words, he burst into laughter. Su Chen was exceptionally respectful towards the second elder and humbly said, "It's all thanks to the sect's cultivation." Hearing this, the second elder laughed again, very satisfied with Su Chen's attitude. In today's battle, Su Chen became famous overnight, his reputation rivaling that of several top true disciples. His strength might not be as strong as theirs, but in terms of fame, he was not inferior at all. As more and more people gathered in the Wind and Cloud Gorge, Su Chen spoke to the second elder and then leaped out of the gorge, heading towards the training tower. Strength. He needed to focus on improving his strength. His desire for power had surpassed everyone else's. Watching Su Chen leave, the second elder showed an approving smile. Su Chen truly met his expectations. Not only was he talented, but he also worked hard. Someone like him would surely rise. Training tower. First floor. The training room was still empty. When Su Chen arrived, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. In the training tower's first floor, the aura was 10 times denser, and each day of training required the consumption of 100 points. After entering the training room, Su Chen sensed that the aura inside was the same as outside, without any abnormalities. He glanced around the room, finally landing on the groove on the wall behind the door. He took out a card made of special metal. This was the Qingling sect's points card. The moment the points card was inserted into the groove, the 3,000 points displayed on the card immediately decreased by 100, turning into 2,900. At the same time, the array in the training room was activated. A steady stream of aura was drawn in by the array and sent into the room. Soon, the aura in the room reached about 10 times that of the outside. Standing in the room, Su Chen took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression. The aura of heaven and earth was so rich. He immediately sat cross-legged in the center of the training room. Buzz. The sword intent severed distractions, allowing him to immerse himself more quickly and deeply into his training. At the same time, the necklace on his chest transmitted a cool sensation that flowed throughout his body, helping him concentrate even more. Buzz. The Devouring Emperor's art began to operate slowly. Instantly, a black hole formed inside Chen, continuously devouring the aura of heaven and earth in the room. The rich aura surged towards him like crazy, forming a vortex of aura around his body. Chen sat in the vortex of aura, all 38,000 pores in his body wide open, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. The aura that originally filled every inch of the room was completely absorbed in less than a breath's time by Chen's devouring. The array in the room lit up, continuously replenishing the aura. Chen devoured the aura. The array crazily replenished it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time flowed slowly, unbeknownst to how long had passed. Training tower. In a certain room, a true disciple in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed carefully and wondered, what's going on? The training room I'm in has 50 times the aura, but the aura in the room has decreased significantly, barely reaching 10 times. First floor. Chow Man slowly opened his eyes. Is there a problem with the gathering array? Ever since witnessing Chen defeat Chu Ning and Fan Bao, he was greatly stimulated. That day, he teamed up with Cong-2 and took on a level 7 mission. Their luck was good, and they completed the task in 7 days, earning a substantial amount of points. With points in hand, Chow Man entered the training tower and began his training. He pushed open the door. Creak. The door to the adjacent training room was also pushed open, and Cong-2 walked out. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "Your array has a problem too?" "It seems I'm not the only one," Chow Man said, feeling frustrated. "I finally got a training room, and, after only a few days of training, the array has a problem." Cong-2 looked equally frustrated. "Mine too. The aura concentration in the room is only twice that of the outside. Not even as fast as when I use spirit stones to train. The arrays in the training tower run continuously, and problems occasionally arise. But they didn't expect to encounter such a situation." As they spoke, others in the training rooms also finished their training and walked out one by one. Soon, this matter alarmed the upper echelons of the sect. An elder specifically came to check. The one responsible for the inspection was the second elder. "Second elder, is there a problem with the array?" a disciple asked. The second elder shook his head and said, "I checked it, and I didn't find any problems. The array is still operating. Perhaps there really is an issue, but I'm not skilled in arrays and can't identify the problem. We can only wait for the third elder to return. The subject of arrays is extremely profound and obscure, and there are very few who understand them. The second elder only has a superficial understanding. The third elder is the foremost expert in arrays within the Qingling sect." Hearing this, the disciples hung their heads in disappointment and reluctantly left the training tower. The person in that training room should be Chen. Why hasn't he come out yet? Before leaving, Chow Man noticed that the door to Chen's training room had not opened. Cong-2 said he might be at a critical moment in his breakthrough. "We shouldn't disturb him." "You're right. Let's go." "We won't wait for him." The two left the training tower together. After most people had left, the second elder, unwilling to give up, carefully inspected the array again and was astonished to find that the array was indeed functioning properly and was operating at full capacity. However, the aura being drawn from the spiritual vein was over 90% flowing into. His gaze swiftly fell on the tightly closed training room door. Chen was in that training room. Did all this have something to do with Chen? Just then, an elder walked in and asked the second elder, "I heard that the array in the training tower has a problem?" The second elder came back to his senses, and seeing that the person who entered was Elder Chen, he nodded and said, "The array does have a problem. I only have a superficial understanding of arrays. We'll have to wait for the third elder to return to resolve it." He chose to conceal the truth. "I heard that Chen hasn't come out of the training room. Could he be having issues with his training? Should we force the door open? If he really has a problem, we could help him," Elder Chen said with a concerned look. The second elder scrutinized Elder Chen for a moment and said in a deep voice, "No need. I just checked. He is perfectly fine." No one is allowed to disturb him without my permission. If Chen was currently at a critical moment in his breakthrough, someone suddenly bursting and would undoubtedly interrupt his training, causing him to fail, and he might even suffer backlash. It was already known that Elder Chen held a significant opinion of Chen, and now it seemed that the rumors were somewhat reserved. As Elder Chen's demeanor was entirely aimed at ruining Chen, Elder Chen realized that his intentions had been seen through by the second elder, but felt no embarrassment. He appeared relieved and said, "That's good, that's good." The second elder waved his hand, his face cold as he began to dismiss people. "Elder Chen, you don't understand a raise either. You won't be of any help. If there's nothing else, you can go back." Elder Chen left in disappointment. As time passed day by day, on this particular day, the top 10 disciples of the inner sect and some true disciples gathered at the welcoming square. Today was the day to go to the Luyun sect to participate in the sect exchange meeting. Has Chen not come out of seclusion yet? Chao Man searched the crowd, but did not find Chen's trace, frowning as he spoke. Chen is the first of the inner sect. If he doesn't come, the inner sect disciples competition at the exchange meeting will undoubtedly lack a winning trump card for Qingling sect. Chapter 62 Departure Sikong too couldn't help but worry and said, "It has been 20 days since he entered the training room, and the training tower's formation has had problems for 7 or 8 days. He still hasn't come out. What if something went wrong during his training?" Chao Man, uncertain, replied, "It shouldn't be." After saying that, he looked at Long Feiyu and said, "Your aura has become even more substantial. It seems you're getting closer to breaking through to the true Qi realm." Long Feiyu grinned and said, "If it weren't for wanting to dominate at the sect's exchange meeting, I would have broken through a couple of days ago." Chao Man said, "Once the sect exchange meeting is over, there will be one more true disciple in our sect." Sikong too said, "If Chen doesn't come out soon, the internal competition at the sect exchange meeting will be up to you. Don't embarrass us in the Qingling sect." Long Feiyu patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry. Although I'm not as freakish as Chen, ordinary peak 9th level Qi condensation realm warriors are truly no match for me." After awakening the Jiao Long bloodline, Long Feiyu's strength surged. Although he still couldn't fight across realms against true Qi realm warriors, he had few rivals among those of the same level. For example, Sun Yuan couldn't even withstand 3 of his moves now. Confidence is a good thing, but the disciples from other forces are not simple either. Liao Fei, the first of the inner disciples of the Luyun sect, is said to be a soil spirit body, naturally close to earth attribute spiritual energy, making his training in earth attribute secret techniques exceptionally effective, with astonishing training speed and combat power. Ichinchio, the first of the inner disciples of the Tianjin manner, is said to have an astonishing talent for swordsmanship and has comprehended half-step sword intent. He naturally cannot be compared to Chen, but his half-step sword intent gives him incredible lethality, making him almost invincible at the same level. Batu of the Beastmaster sect has mastered the sect's secret technique, the Thousand Hearts technique, with astonishing soul power, allowing him to control 10 beasts of the same level simultaneously. Battling him means facing not only Batu's attacks, but also the relentless assaults of 10 fearless beasts, which is quite troublesome. Yao of the Hongya sect is also not simple. It is rumored that he has comprehended knife intent, though it is unclear if it's half-step knife intent or complete knife intent. However, someone once saw him slice a first-level true Qi realm warrior in the Jianghu with a single strike. In addition, the 8 major families also have many talents, and their offspring should not be underestimated. Seeing Long Feiyu's confident demeanor, Chao Man couldn't help but remind him. Long Feiyu reined in a smile. After hearing Chao Man's words, he suddenly felt an increased pressure. "The elders are here," Sikong too suddenly said. 3 elders, led by the second elder, approached. "Is everyone here?" The second elder scanned the crowd and asked. Chao Man said, "Inner disciple Chen hasn't arrived yet." The second elder frowned. He naturally knew that Chen was still in the training tower. After so many days, he still hadn't come out. With the sect exchange meeting about to begin, if it didn't set off soon, it would be too late. "We can't wait any longer. Let's depart," the second elder decisively said. With that, a sharp bird call came from the steep mountain peak as 3 giant birds swooped down, a fierce wind rising, and the ground's debris was lifted by the gust. The third-grade celestial bird, the Tianyi bird, the guardian celestial bird of the Qingling sect. Chao Man exclaimed. The Tianyi bird was massive, with its wings spread over 30 meters, covered in light blue feathers. Its claws were sharp and long, glinting like knives in the sunlight, and its beak was long and slender, resembling a divine sword that could pierce the sky. The Tianyi bird, a high-level third-grade beast, moved like the wind, traveling 10,000 miles a day, much faster than an ordinary horse. The distance between the Qingling sect and the Luyun sect was 6,000 miles. Riding the Tianyi bird, they could leave in the morning and arrive at the Luyun sect by afternoon. The Tianyi bird also had strong attack power. Generally, late-stage, true Qi realm experts were no match for them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tianyi birds landed, exuding a powerful aura that made some people turn pale. The second elder noticed a few disciples who were pale under the Tianyi bird's might and said nothing, then added, "It's getting late. Everyone get on." After finishing, he flashed and landed on the back of one Tianyi bird. The other two elders also moved, each leaping onto a Tianyi bird. Once everyone was on board, just as the second elder was about to command the Tianyi birds to take off, a figure rushed in like a flash of lightning. When the second elder saw that figure, his eyes brightened. "He's here. Su Chen has finally arrived. Look, Su Chen is here." Chao Man and the others also noticed Su Chen. Mu Tai, the first true disciple, looked at the rushing Su Chen and asked quietly, "Is he the inner disciple, Su Chen, who defeated Fan Bao?" The true disciple beside Mu Tai replied, "Yes. He has comprehended sword intent and has been in the spotlight recently, with some even saying he is the number one genius of the Qingling sect." The number one genius of the Qingling sect? Mu Tai pondered this expressionless. Suddenly, he asked, "He was recommended to join the sect by Elder Su, right?" "Yes. It seems he has a good relationship with Elder Su." Mu Tai narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. As Su Chen rushed forward, he suddenly felt something and looked up, locking eyes with the other person in midair. Su Chen took the initiative to withdraw his gaze. He didn't recognize the person. He only sensed a powerful aura from the other side. Currently, he was not the other's opponent. Su Chen arrived beside the Tianyi bird and leaped up, landing steadily on the flat and spacious back of the Tianyi bird. Once Su Chen was securely on the Tianyi bird's back, the second elder gave the command, "Depart." Chao Man reminded, "The Tianyi bird is very fast, and the wind is strong. Steady yourself and don't fall off." Chao Man was right. The Tianyi bird could travel 10,000 miles a day, and if one wasn't careful, they could easily fall off. Long Feiyu said with a smile. After the two's reminders, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. He circulated his spiritual energy, sinking his legs firmly into the back of the Tianyi bird. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three Tianyi birds flapped their wings simultaneously. A hurricane swept through, blowing sand and stones. The Tianyi bird slowly ascended, and with a powerful flap of its wings, the air exploded, shooting out like an arrow. The strong airflow was sharp as knives, cutting against their faces and skin, causing a burning pain. It was hard to even open their eyes. Su Chen circulated his protective spiritual energy, blocking the raging wind outside, and stood firmly on the back of the Tianyi bird like a pine tree. The Tianyi bird quickly soared into the clouds, climbing thousands of meters high. The sect below rapidly shrank in size. The peaks became lower, and the white clouds felt within reach. The people walking on the ground shrank to the size of ants. The noisy sounds quickly disappeared, leaving only the rushing and sharp sound of the wind in their ears. At this height, if they fell, even true Qi realm warriors would likely face a perilous fate. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. There are thunderstorm clouds ahead. Be careful, the second elder transmitted to everyone. Almost the moment the second elder's words fell, the three Tianyi birds had already shot into the dark thunderstorm clouds like arrows. The light suddenly dimmed, as if they had instantly transitioned from day to night. Boom! Boom! Thick lightning snakes rolled in the sea of clouds, illuminating the pale faces of everyone. At this moment, Chao Man and the others felt a surge of fear. The power of heaven and earth is terrifying. If struck by lightning as thick as a grinding disc, there would be no chance of survival. Boom! Boom! A bolt of lightning, accompanied by a large number of lightning snakes, struck towards the Tianyi bird where Su Chen was. The Tianyi bird sensed the danger and frantically flapped its wings, trying to avoid the lightning strike. However, the speed of the lightning was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already above their heads, breaking void palm, as the vast sea of thunder was about to engulf everyone. The second elder shouted loudly and struck out with a palm. A massive hand of spiritual power shot up into the sky, blocking out the sun, shattering the sea of thunder with a single blow, and countless lightning snakes scattered and splashed everywhere. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, feeling the fortunate escape from disaster. Su Chen was secretly astonished. Indeed, masters of the Qi control realm were terrifying, capable of wielding the power to destroy heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Suddenly, the skywing bird let out a sharp and urgent cry, its enormous body trembling as if it had encountered something horrifying. Chapter 63 Arrival at the Luoyuan Sect. Su Chen looked up. In the thunderous sea, there seemed to be a gigantic creature over 100 meters long. What is that? Chow Man's eyes widened, her voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. A dragon? The legendary flood dragon? Over 100 meters long, with a horse's head and a snake's tail, covered in scales, with whiskers and horns, and 5 claws. This is bad. The flood dragon is undergoing a thunder tribulation and is evolving into a true dragon. The Grand Elder's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "We cannot move forward any longer, or we will surely be attacked." The three-headed skywing bird immediately changed direction, flying away from the dragon. The skywing birds flew at full speed, swiftly covering thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The air currents swirled, and with the occasional thunderstrike, everyone felt unstable and began to crouch down, gripping the feathers of the skywing birds to avoid being thrown off. Su Chen turned back to look at the increasingly distant thunder sea, faintly hearing the sound of dragon roars. The dragon's roar seemed to carry a joy of success, yet also an unbearable pain. Pain and joy intertwined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three-headed skywing birds burst out of the rainstorm layer. Suddenly, the world brightened. Everyone regained their sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone gasped for breath, the tension in their hearts finally relaxing. They exchanged smiles, expressions of having survived a calamity. Then, fatigue set in. One by one, they sat cross-legged on the backs of the skywing birds, beginning to meditate and rest. Su Chen also closed his eyes to rest. The moment he shut his eyes, images of the thunder serpents roaring, the tumultuous thunder sea, rain mingled with thunder, wind stirring the clouds, replayed in his mind. Immersed in his own world, he lost track of time until someone nudged him. "Su Chen, wake up, we've arrived." Opening his eyes, Su Chen realized the skywing bird had already descended from thousands of meters in the air. He had been so absorbed in his cultivation that he hadn't noticed the changes in the outside world. Su Chen said a few words and stood up, jumping off the bird's back alongside Chow Man. The moment they landed, Su Chen felt an unexpectedly familiar sense of security. Warriors below the Qi manipulation realm cannot fly on their own. Being thousands of meters in the air, even riding a flying beast, does not provide the same sense of security as having one's feet on solid ground. Is this the Luoyuan sect? Su Chen looked around. The Luoyuan sect truly deserves to be one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan Kingdom. The peaks where the sect is located are continuous, majestic, and grand, with rich spiritual energy gathering into clouds, enveloping the mountains, resembling a fairyland. Between the peaks, there seem to be celestial birds flitting about. Gaoman et lai to Su Chen. The Luoyuan sect has a deep foundation. It was once the top sect of the Taishan Kingdom, the only 7-rank sect. However, 300 years ago, the Luoyuan sect experienced turmoil, suffering heavy losses among its experts, causing it to fall from 7-rank to 8-rank. Yet even as an 8-rank sect, the Luoyuan sect's foundation is undoubtedly the strongest among the 5 major sects of the Taishan Kingdom. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. The Luoyuan sect is so powerful, once the top sect of the Taishan Kingdom. He truly hadn't known this before. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Luoyuan sect fell from 7-rank to 8-rank, it is still a top force among the 8-rank sections. Compared to it, the Qingling sect has some distance to cover. The skywing bird landed in a massive square at the entrance of the Luyun sect, which was as large as more than a dozen football fields. In the square were not only members of the Qingling sect, but also people from other forces, with as few as 3 to 5 walking here, and as many as 30 or 40 riding beast companions. However, those beasts naturally could not be compared to the skywing birds. The aura of the skywing birds caused the beasts in the square to become restless, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Our friends from the Qingling sect have arrived. Forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Upon seeing the members of the Qingling sect land, a disciple of the Luyun sect immediately came forward to greet them. The second elder frowned when he saw that only a disciple was sent to welcome them, and his expression grew colder. The disciple of the Luyun sect, sensing the change in the second elder's expression, explained, "The elders are currently receiving distinguished guests, and there may be some neglect. Please forgive us." Humph. The second elder could no longer hold back a cold snort, then said with a stern face, "Lead the way." After the group from the Qingling sect walked away, the people in the square began to whisper among themselves. Why did the Luyun sect only send a disciple to welcome the Qingling sect? Didn't the disciple just say that the elders were busy receiving distinguished guests? There are multiple elders in the Luyun sect. Can't any one of them spare the time? In my opinion, the Luyun sect is trying to show their dominance over the Qingling sect. Among the 5 major sects, the Luyun sect and the Qingling sect have the most grievances, with constant competition between the two, almost to the point of being irreconcilable. It makes sense that the Luyun sect would take this opportunity to humiliate the Qingling sect. The group from the Qingling sect was arranged in a relatively remote courtyard. Once the disciple of the Luyun sect left, the anger in everyone's hearts could no longer be suppressed, and they expressed their indignation. The Luyun sect's actions were too extreme. It was one thing to send a disciple to greet them, but to place them in a remote courtyard was unacceptable. The Luyun sect is going too far. Should we just go back? Hearing the angry voices around him, Chen's expression also darkened. The Luyun sect really had no regard for their dignity in their attempts to humiliate them. The second elder interrupted the group's protests. "All right, after a long day of travel, we are all tired. Let's go back to our rooms to rest and regain our strength for tomorrow's battle." The Luyun sect had only arranged one courtyard for the members of the Qingling sect, and the rooms were limited, requiring 3 to 5 people to squeeze into one room. Su Chun, Chao Man, Sikong Tu, and Long Fei Yu were assigned to one room. Pushing open the door to the room, which was about 10 square meters, they found a bed, a table, and 4 chairs. Aside from that, there was nothing else. It was quite shabby. Long Fei Yu wiped his hand across the table and frowned. "How long has it been since this room was cleaned?" Sikong Tu's voice also carried a hint of anger. "Does the Luyun sect really not fear that we might just leave?" Chao Man said in a low voice. "The Luyun sect might actually be hoping for us to do just that." "Why?" Long Fei Yu asked, puzzled. Chao Man explained, 300 years ago, the Luyun sect encountered a great calamity, falling from 7-rank sect to an 8-rank. But their foundation remains deep, and after so many years of development, the Luyun sect might have the strength to return to 7-rank status. Long Fei Yu's eyes widened. "Is the Luyun sect planning to take action against the Qingling sect?" Chao Man replied, "That's a possibility, but it's just my speculation. Perhaps the Luyun sect simply wants to humiliate us." Sikong Tu added, "Regardless of the Luyun sect's true intentions, we need to be cautious during tomorrow's exchange meeting." Luyun sect, intersect area. Zhao Yi arrived at a lavishly decorated courtyard. "Brother Liao, I have urgent matters to discuss." During the incident at the water mansion, Zhao Yi was ambushed by someone close to him and suffered severe injuries. Later controlled by a black-clad figure using a cursed insect, unable to act on his own. Fortunately, Su Chun had seized the opportunity during the battle between the Blood Guardian and Su Yun to kill the black-clad man, allowing Zhao Yi to break free from the black-clad figure's control. Chapter 64. Exchange meeting. What is going on? Liao Fei said impatiently upon seeing Zhao Yi. Although Zhao Yi had decent strength and held a significant position within the inner sect of the Luyun sect, he seemed insignificant in front of Liao Fei, who was the top of the inner sect. Zhao Yi said, "The people from the Qingling sect have arrived." Liao Fei frowned. not understanding Zhao Yi's true intentions. Seeing Liao Fei frown, Zhao Yi quickly added, "The top of the Qingling sect's inner sect, Su Chen, is also here. As far as I know, Su Chen has a special relationship with senior sister Qin." Liao Fei's gaze turned cold. What relationship? Qin Qingru, a water spirit body, had joined the Luoyan sect a year ago. Due to her extraordinary talent and stunning beauty, many pursued her, and he was no exception. In his eyes, he was an earth spirit body, and Qin Qingru was a water spirit body. They were a match made in heaven. However, despite his repeated declarations of affection, Qin Qingru always maintained a distance from him. Now hearing from Zhao Yi that Su Chen had a special relationship with Qin Qingru, how could he remain calm? Zhao Yi said lightly, "Brother Liao may not know, but Su Chen and senior sister Qin were once betrothed." Liao Fei jumped up, unable to maintain his composure. "Is that true? Don't lie to me. You know the consequences if you do. With 100 lives, I wouldn't dare deceive Brother Liao." Zhao Yi thought to himself, secretly pleased. Seeing Liao Fei's eager attitude, it was clear he was genuinely interested in Qin Qingru. And Zhao Yi's purpose for coming here today was likely to be achieved. "Brother Liao, don't be anxious. Let me continue. Although Su Chen and senior sister Qin were once betrothed, Su Chen is also an enemy of senior sister Qin, because senior sister Qin's father and relatives died at Su Chen's hands." Liao Fei was stunned for a moment, then filled with surprise and delight. Su Chen was actually Qin Qingru's enemy? Haha, then what was there for him to worry about? Moreover, as long as he killed Su Chen at the exchange meeting and avenged Qin Qingru, wouldn't she be grateful to him and offer herself to him? Liao Fei suppressed his joy and focused his gaze on Zhao Yi, suddenly asking, "How do you know about Su Chen and Qin Qingru's relationship? Do you have a feud with Su Chen?" Zhao Yi openly admitted, "I indeed have a grudge against Su Chen." He didn't elaborate on his feud with Su Chen, and Liao Fei didn't pursue the matter further. His mind was solely focused on killing Su Chen and winning Qin Qingru's favor. The people from the Tianjin Mountain Villa were arranged in a luxurious courtyard, which included a main courtyard and 6 separate houses, with plenty of rooms for everyone, one for each person, with additional vacant rooms. In addition, the courtyard had rockeries, ponds, streams, gardens, and stone pavilions. It resembled a small estate. Under the stone pavilion sat several people, dressed in the attire of the Tianjin Mountain Villa's inner disciples. They were sipping tea and chatting. "Brother Yi, you are the fastest to comprehend the sword intent in our Tianjin Mountain Villa in 100 years. In this exchange meeting, the first in the condensation realm is undoubtedly yours." Yes, Brother Yi is exceptionally talented, and Liao Fei from the Luoyan sect, Batu from the Beastmaster sect, and Yi Miao from the Hongye sect cannot be Brother Yi's match. Everyone chimed in, flattering the white-clad man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. "I heard that the Qingling sect has a genius named Su Chen. It said that he has also comprehended the sword intent, and it's a complete sword intent." Suddenly, an ill-timed voice rang out. The flattery immediately halted. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, a wooden-faced man who, at that moment, realized he had misspoken. What I said is true. Su Chen, the number 1 in the Qingling sect's inter-sect competition, comprehended the sword intent and even defeated Chao Man, who had already broken through to the true Qi realm in the competition. The wooden-faced man thought others didn't believe him and immediately explained. "Comprehended complete sword intent? Do you really believe such nonsense? In my opinion, the news you've heard is deliberately spread misinformation by the Qingling sect." Exactly. The Qingling sect has no sword cultivation inheritance. How could they possibly cultivate a genius who comprehends sword intent? Others quickly rebutted the wooden-faced man's words. All right, the white-clad man, Ichinchio, interjected to stop the discussion, confidently stating, "Tomorrow at the exchange meeting, I will definitely defeat him publicly and prove that the sword cultivators of Taishan country regard our Tianjin Mountain Villa as the foremost." Batu said, "I could have broken into the true Qi realm 3 months ago, but I delayed until now, waiting for the exchange meeting. I have successfully practiced the sect's secret technique, the 1,000-heart formula, greatly increasing my strength. No matter if it's Yi Qinqiu from Tianjin Mountain Villa, Liao Fei from Luoyan sect, Yi Miao from Hongye sect, or Su Chen, who has recently emerged from the Qingling sect, None of them are my opponents. The first in the condensation realm exchange meeting will definitely be me. Yu Miao said, my only opponent is Liao Fei from the Luoyuan sect. The others are not worthy of being my opponents. Chao Man stared at Su Chen and asked uncertainly, did you break through? Su Chen's aura was restrained, and even he couldn't discern Su Chen's true cultivation level. Su Chen not that like the. He not only broke through to the 9th level of the condensation realm, but also pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level, just one step away from entering the true Qi realm. The training tower had benefited him greatly, saving him at least 100,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for participating in the exchange meeting, he wouldn't have been willing to leave seclusion and plan to use the dense spiritual energy in the practice room to break through to the true Qi realm. Sikong too expressed his doubts. Su Chen, after being in the practice room for so many days, didn't you notice that there was a problem with the formation of the practice room? Su Chen was taken aback. What problem? Sikong too said. The formation in the practice room malfunctioned, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth decreased. We left the training tower 7 days ago. Su Chen pondered. Decreased spiritual energy? How did he not notice? Not only was it not decreasing, but it was also becoming denser. 7 days ago? Wait a minute. 7 days ago was when he broke through to the 9th level of the condensation realm, and on that day, he also practiced the 2nd level of the Devouring Emperor technique. The 2nd level of the Devouring Emperor technique undoubtedly had even more terrifying devouring abilities. He seemed to have thought of something. Could the malfunction of the formation that Sikong too mentioned have occurred because of him? Chao Man didn't notice the thoughtful expression on Su Chen's face and changed the subject, saying, Su Chen, I have great confidence in your strength. But your opponents are not ordinary. You should be careful of these for tomorrow. Chao Man then introduced Su Chen to his main opponents. The next morning, the Luoyuan sect gradually became lively. Many people from various forces began to head towards the martial arts arena of the Luoyuan sect. After Su Chen finished washing up, he walked to the open space in front of the courtyard to meet up with everyone. Once everyone had gathered, the second elder spoke up, let us set off. On the way, Chao Man leaned over to Su Chen and whispered, when disciples of the condensation realm spar, they should go all out and display the spirit of our Qingling sect. Remember, we represent the Qingling sect. If anything happens, the sect will back us up. Su Chen nodded. Seeing Su Chen nod, Chao Man reminded again, also, don't be provoked into rashly agreeing to enter the arena. If the opponent is a true Qi realm warrior, don't hesitate to refuse directly. Su Chen looked up in surprise at Chao Man. True Qi realm? I'm in the condensation realm. Aren't opponents only condensation realm warriors? Chao Man explained. The unspoken rule of the sect exchange meeting allows for condensation realm to fight condensation realm, and true Qi realm to fight true Qi realm. But unexpected events happen every year. For example, a condensation realm warrior overly confident in their strength might challenge a true Qi realm warrior, and conversely, a true Qi realm warrior can also challenge a condensation realm warrior. I understand. Su Chen note that. Chao Man smiled and said, you don't need to worry. Unless something unexpected happens, no true Qi realm martial artist will challenge you, because even if they win, it would be shameful, and if they lose, they would lose all face. So, I have yet to hear of any true Qi realm challenging a condensation Qi realm at an exchange meeting. Furthermore, even if there is a shameless true Qi realm martial artist who issues a challenge to you, you can simply refuse and no one would say anything against you. The two continued to converse as they walked. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from ahead. We've arrived. The voice of the second elder reached everyone's ears. Su Chen looked up and saw that the large martial arts arena ahead was already packed with people, bustling with activity. Countless forces had gathered here. Chapter 65 Sparring as one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan Kingdom. The Qingling sect holds a prestigious position. Upon its appearance, countless individuals from small forces came to curry favor. The second elder walked ahead, dealing with the leaders of various forces while moving forward. An elder from the Luoyuan sect approached. This way, please. In the martial arts arena, there are 5 VIP seats corresponding to the 5 major sects. But these seats are not equal. The best one is naturally the central VIP seat, which offers the best view and the most attention. At this moment, the The central VIP seat was already filled with members of the Luoyuan sect. To the left of the central seat is the Tianjian Mountain Manor, and the second seat to the left is the Hongye sect. To the right, the first seat is occupied by the Beastmaster sect, while the second seat on the right remains empty. Unsurprisingly, Su Chen and his group were arranged in the second seat on the right. Among the 5 major sects, the Qingling sect is not the weakest in overall strength, but has been placed in the last seat by the Luoyuan sect, indicating that the Luoyuan sect's hostility toward the Qingling sect is no longer concealed. The second elder sat down with a blank expression. Su Chen and the others sat down behind him. After sitting, Su Chen's gaze turned toward the direction of the Luoyuan sect. Among the crowd, he spotted a graceful figure, Qin Qingru. Although he hadn't seen Qin Qingru for nearly a year, the hatred etched in his bones allowed him to recognize her at a glance. She was the woman he had longed to kill. Qin Qingru seemed to sense something. She turned her head, and her gaze met Su Chen's. Her stunning face was calm, showing no signs of joy or anger, as if she hadn't recognized Su Chen. However, Su Chen knew that Qin Qingru had recognized him, or perhaps she had known of his arrival long before. Though she appeared calm, she was extremely angry inside. Junior sister? A man beside Qin Qingru had been observing her expressions and movements. Seeing her stare at a man, he couldn't help but speak up. Following her gaze, he saw Su Chen and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Junior sister, that man must be Su Chen. Don't worry, I will kill him for you, Liao Fei vowed to Qin Qingru. At this moment, an elder from the Luoyuan sect stood up and said loudly, "This exchange meeting is hosted by our Luoyuan sect. First, I would like to thank everyone present for their support. Now, it's getting late, and it's time for the young disciples of all major forces to spar. The exchange meeting adheres to the principle of sparring for demonstration and making friends through martial arts. Remember, do not use lethal moves. Anyone who dares to violate this will be jointly dealt with by our 5 major sections. Sparring on stage is consensual. If the opponent does not wish to fight, do not force them. Now, I announce that the exchange meeting has begun. Who among the young talents is willing to be the first to take the stage for a demonstration?" As soon as the elder from the Luoyuan sect finished speaking, a man with a flat face stood up, exclaiming, "I'll go." The man stepped onto the stage and cupped his fists toward the crowd, saying, "I am Li Huan from the sect, with a cultivation of the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. Who dares to spar with me?" Chao Man leaned into Su Chen's ear to explain, "The sect is just a minor force, not even ranked. The strongest member in their sect is merely a martial artist at the true Qi realm, and the disciples under them are generally average. In the Taishan Kingdom, the top forces are undoubtedly the 5 major sects, which are 8th-tier forces. Next are the 8 great families, which are 9th-tier forces. Below them are unranked minor forces. There are many such minor forces, making up the majority." While Chao Man was explaining to Su Chen, someone had already stepped down to battle Li Huan from the sect. The challenger was also from a minor force and seemed to have a grudge against the sect. As soon as the battle began, both sides unleashed deadly moves, creating dangerous situations. In the martial arts arena, there are not just one, but a total of 9 large stages. At this moment, people were already on the other 8 stages, engaged in battles one after another. Just as Su Chen was about to doze off, a voice rang out. "I, Su Xiaolong, an inner disciple of the Luoyuan sect, challenged the Qingling sect disciple, Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan, do you dare to come down and fight me?" At this announcement, everyone was jolted awake. After watching battles for so long, the 5 major sects could no longer sit still, as one of their disciples had stepped forward to challenge. The second elder glanced at Xiaozhan. Su Xiaolong is at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm and ranks 10th among the inner disciples of the Luoyuan sect. "Xiaozhan, do you have confidence?" In the inner sect competition, Xiaozhan ranked 12th, but due to Chao Man and Sikong Tu being promoted to true disciples, his rank naturally moved up to 10th. He had come with the team to participate in the exchange meeting. Xiaozhan nodded. The second elder advised, "Then you should go up. While striving for victory, also protect yourself. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, don't force it. Conceding is not shameful. The Luoyuan sect and the Qingling sect are like fire and water. When their disciples take the stage to spar, they usually do not hold back. often resulting in one side being heavily injured before the battle ends. Although the second elder seemed to be advising Xiao Zhan, he was actually addressing all disciples of the Qingling sect. Understanding the second elder's meaning, Xiao Zhan nodded, then stood up and walked to the stage where Su Xiaolong was. He leaped up. Xiao Zhan stood firmly opposite Su Xiaolong on the stage. Bang! Bang! Su Xiaolong attacked directly, kicking twice in quick succession. His powerful leg strikes hit Xiao Zhan's arm, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. This is the standard of the 10th-ranked inner disciple of the Luoyun sect? Steadying himself, Xiao Zhan provocatively asked. Su Xiaolong sneered and executed a whip kick, swift and powerful, striking towards Xiao Zhan's neck. Xiao Zhan did not dodge or evade. He threw a punch. Bang! A shockwave erupted in the center of the stage. Xiao Zhan grunted and staggered back a step, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Chao Man frowned and said, Su Xiaolong's leg techniques are too formidable, both fast and fierce. Xiao Zhan may not be his match. Su Jian Xilen Di not that. Compared to Su Xiaolong, Xiao Zhan was indeed at a disadvantage. However, battles are not just about one-sided lethality. They also involve mental resilience and control over the situation. If Xiao Zhan's mental fortitude is strong and he plays steadily while seizing opportunities, he still has a chance to defeat Su Xiaolong. But people who meet these 2 criteria are ultimately too few. Ghost Fire 18 kicks. Su Xiaolong leaped into the air, his legs like shadows, kicking out 18 times in one breath. Each kick was grand and powerful, not to be underestimated. Xiao Zhan exerted all his strength to defend, holding nothing back. Bang! 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 Xiao Zhan managed to block the 10th kick and also defended against the 15th kick, but on the 16th kick he grunted, his body shaking violently as he took a step back. The 17th kick sent his blood surging. On the 18th kick, Xiao Zhan was struck in the chest and flew backward. Chapter 66: The Dependents of Luoyun Sect Defeated. Gao Man Sai. But the battle was not over. More precisely, Su Xiaolong had no intention of stopping. He strode forward, rushing to Xiao Zhan's side, and stomped on the latter's chest. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Wow! Xiao Zhan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's eyes widened. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiao Zhan had already been defeated. Yet Su Xiaolong not only did not stop, but also took the opportunity to strike hard, shattering Xiao Zhan's sternum and inflicting severe injuries. Although it was not fatal, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for Xiao Zhan to recover from his injuries. The disciples of Qingling's sect were furious, their eyes bulging with anger. Cursing loudly. Shameless. Chao Man gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. The second elder's face turned cold with anger. Long Feiyu slowly clenched his fists. Su Chen's expression gradually turned icy. At this moment, the long-suppressed anger of the Qingling sect disciples finally erupted. They had traveled a long way to participate in the exchange meeting, first being received and humiliated by a disciple of Luoyun's sect, then being placed in a remote and cramped courtyard, treated coldly. Now, the disciples of Luoyun's sect had brazenly struck hard. This was intolerable. The second elder suppressed his anger and coldly questioned. During the exchange meeting, it was supposed to be limited to a point. Wasn't this disciple of Luoyun's sect's attack too heavy? The winner has already been decided, yet he continues to pursue and severely injure his opponent. Is this how Luoyun's sect conducts itself? An elder from Luoyun's sect, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, responded, in martial arts exchanges, casualties are inevitable. While killing is prohibited in the exchange meeting, injuring an opponent is not forbidden. If Qingling's sect is worried about injuries, then there's no need to participate in the exchange meeting or go on stage for a duel. Moreover, you say the victory has been decided, but how do I know? I didn't hear any disciple of Qingling's sect admit defeat. You. The second elder's beard trembled with rage. At the same time, on the arena, Su Xiaolong provocatively looked in the direction of the Qingling sect disciples, then stepped on Xiao Zhan's cheek, looking down disdainfully, and asked, "Do you admit defeat?" He gave Xiao Zhan no chance to respond, suddenly applying force with his foot, and with a squelch, half of Xiao Zhan's face was a bloody mess, letting out a painful groan from his throat. Too much bullying. Long Feiyu gritted his teeth in anger. Admit defeat, just as Su Xiaolong was about to strike hard again. The second elder immediately spoke up, admitting defeat for Xiao Zhan. Su Xiaolong reluctantly withdrew his right foot and coldly said to the severely injured Xiao Zhan, "Consider yourself lucky. Get off the stage." He kicked Xiao Zhan off the arena like a dead dog. Whoosh! A figure rushed onto the arena. Li, the ninth disciple of the inner sect of Luyin sect, challenged Lu Yin of Qingling sect. Whoosh! Another figure rushed onto the arena. With a cupped fist, Tang Mo, the eighth disciple of the inner sect of Luyin sect, loudly challenged Dongfang Sheng, a disciple of Qingling sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Before everyone could react from their shock, a stream of figures emerged from the direction of Luyin sect, stepping onto the arena and loudly challenging. Tong Ying, the seventh disciple of the inner sect of Luyin sect, challenged Yi, a disciple of Qingling sect. Zhou Yong, the sixth disciple of the inner sect of Luyin sect, challenged Li Ping, a disciple of Qingling sect. Disciples of Luyin sect, challenged Fang, challenged Sun Yuan, challenged Long Feiyu. 8 people rushed onto the arena. Their targets were unified. All challenged the disciples of the inner sect of Qingling sect. Xiao Zhan, the 10th of Qingling sect, had already been defeated. No one had yet challenged Su Chun, the first. The second to the 9th were all challenged at the same time. The audience was in an uproar. Countless people realized a problem. Luyin sect had declared war on Qingling sect. The two sects were like fire and water. No one expected the conflict to be so intense. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted in excitement and anticipation. Direct confrontations between the two major sects were rare. Today, there would finally be a result regarding who was stronger among the younger generations of Luyin sect and Qingling sect. The direction of Qingling sect fell silent for a moment. The next instant, a figure shot into the sky, shouting, "Lu Yin, disciple of Qingling sect, accepts the challenge." Guo Yi followed suit. Guo Yi accepts the challenge. Li Ping, Fang Yi, Sun Yuan, Long Feiyu, and others all responded to the challenge. No one backed down, even if they knew they were at a disadvantage. They had to go on stage to fight, because they represented not just themselves, but the entire sect. 8 arenas, 8 battles. The various forces in the arena were all extremely excited. Boom! The arena where Sun Yuan was located erupted into battle first. Sun Yuan gripped a battle knife that appeared in his hand, leaped up, and swung the knife straight out, sending a 3-zhong blade light soaring into the sky, fiercely slashing towards his opponent. Boom, 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 boom. The other 7 arenas erupted into fierce battles as well. The crowd was momentarily dazzled by the spectacle. All 8 battles were intense, and it was hard to decide which one to watch. Sun Yuan's battle knife was extremely sharp and domineering, with blade energy sweeping across, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly. Compared to the inner sect competition, Fang Yi's understanding of the golden essence had deepened, and the golden blade energy he unleashed was even sharper, with astonishing destructive power, leaving his opponent only capable of parrying. Long Feiyu didn't even use dragon transformation, his iron fist continuously pummeling his opponent backward. Li Ping's spear kept stabbing out, creating a flurry of spear shadows, making it impossible for his opponent to get close, resulting in an evenly matched contest. Bo Tianxiong, Dongfang Sheng, Guo Yi, Lu Yin either fought evenly with their opponents or fell into disadvantage. In summary, in the 8 battles, the Qingling sect side held a slight advantage. However, Su Chen noticed that the elders on the side of Luyin sect had calm expressions, smiles on their faces, looking as if they were sure of victory. What is going on? Su Chen felt puzzled. Luyin sect had made such a big deal targeting Qingling sect. Could it be that this was all they had? If so, wouldn't that be self-deprecating? Fang Yi is going to win, Chao Man suddenly said. He saw on Fang Yi's arena, golden blade light fiercely chopping down, with a crack. The axe in the hands of Fang Yi's opponent from Luyin sect actually broke into 2 pieces. With the weapon broken, the outcome of this battle was already decided, or so most of the audience believed. Su Chen keenly noticed that the disciple of Luyin sect fighting Fang, he had a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. The battle is not over yet, Su Chen said solemnly. Not over? Chao Man looked at Su Chen in confusion, not understanding why he said that. From his perspective, it seemed like Fang, he had the absolute upper hand. Did the opponent have any hidden cards? Just as this doubt surged in Chao Man's mind, an unexpected change occurred on Feng Yi's arena. His opponent suddenly revealed a massive dark axe in his hand. The giant axe swung down. Boom! The axe blade shattered the air, slicing through the golden blade light. Puff! Feng Yi was struck hard, blood spurted from his chest, and he flew backward, spitting out blood. What? Chao Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Chun stared at the dark giant axe that had sent Feng Yi flying and slowly said, "Spirit weapon." At the same time, there were knowledgeable people in the crowd. It's a spirit weapon, a low-grade spirit weapon. Gasps of surprise arose among the crowd. Spirit weapons were extremely rare. Not to mention condensation realm martial artists. Even true Chi realm martial artists hardly possessed any. Some small forces probably couldn't even produce a single spirit weapon. A condensation realm martial artist wielding a low-grade spirit weapon would increase their combat power by at least 30%. So the defeat of Luyan Sect's Feng Yi was not unjust. Some people commented. Just as everyone was astonished by a spiritual weapon, another change occurred on the stage. Sun Yuan's battle knife snapped with a crack and was actually cut in half, and a scar appeared on his chest. His opponent, at some unknown time, had acquired a battle knife glowing with a red light in his hand. The battle knife was extremely dazzling, exuding a fierce aura, clearly not an ordinary item. Chapter 67, I Want to Fight 10. Another spirit tool. Su Chen's expression darkened. He finally understood the reliance of the Luyan sect. Even when the battle situation was unfavorable, they still appeared confident because they had the trump card of spirit tools. Shameless. Chao Man also reacted and immediately began to curse. If there was only one spirit tool, it could still be explained, but now that a second one appeared, it raised suspicions that this was all part of Luyan sect's conspiracy. To win the competition, they didn't hesitate to equip everyone with a spirit tool. If everyone from the Luyan sect had a spirit tool, then the others would be in danger. Uft. This thought just arose, and it was confirmed one by one. Li Ping's opponent suddenly produced a gilded copper hammer and smashed it forward. Thunder lights surged, lightning snakes danced, and the entire arena was almost shrouded in thunderlight. Li Ping fell off the stage, charred all over. Guo Yi, Lu Yan, Bo Tianxiong, and others all lost in succession. Out of 8 battles, 7 were lost in an instant, including Xiao Zhan's match. The top 10 disciples of the Qingling sect had already lost 8 matches. Only Long Feiyu remained on the arena. His opponent was named Lin Yi. A blue light flashed from the storage spirit ring on Lin Yi's right index finger, and a blue long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword glimmered with a ghostly blue sheen, long and narrow, with a sharp blade that shimmered with a cold light. With the sword in hand, Lin Yi sera rapidement ascended. Swish! He gently shook it, and a strand of sword energy flew out, leaving a shallow sword mark on the arena. Spirit sword. The spectators had mentally prepared themselves, but upon seeing Lin Yi take out the spirit sword, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What a grand display! The Luyan sect truly lived up to being the former top power of the Taishan kingdom, with deep foundations, actually producing 8 spirit tools in one go. Long Feiyu was in danger. The disciples of the Qingling sect, who had been extremely confident in Long Feiyu, were now filled with worry. The second elder coldly glanced in the direction of the Luyan sect. An elder from the Luyan sect smiled and explained that Lin Yi was a person of great fortune, who had accidentally obtained the inheritance of his predecessors, and this spirit sword was acquired at that time, as were the others. This elder had a thick skin. Regardless of whether people believed it or not, he had explained himself. Lin Yi held the long sword high above his head, the ghostly blue light gathering at the sword tip. With a swing of his sword, a thick ghostly blue sword energy shot out, slicing toward Long Feiyu like lightning. Long Feiyu's expression was unchanged, but his body underwent a huge transformation amidst the spectators' gasps. His clothes burst open, falling like rags on the arena. His body rapidly grew larger and taller, covered by a layer of metallic scaled luster. His hands became larger and longer, and his nails were sharp as knives. Dragon transformation. A low roar came from Long Feiyu's mouth. Long Feiyu's momentum suddenly surged, and he punched against the incoming sword energy. Crack! The sword energy was blocked and exploded, then scattered and dissipated. 10 moves to defeat you. Long Feiyu shattered the sword energy with a punch. A wave of air exploded beneath his feet, and he shot forward like a cannonball. Arrogant. Lin Yi snorted coldly, swinging his sword continuously, releasing 3 strands of sword energy, one left, one center, and one right. Aimed at Long Feiyu's left hand, cheek, and right arm. Long Feiyu threw 3 punches in quick succession, and the sword energy was dispersed before it could even reach 3 feet of him. His momentum was unaffected as he charged toward Lin Yi with a dominant and wild aura, unleashing a punch straight at him. Boom! This punch, like a cannonball being fired, exploded the air, causing the surrounding air currents to collapse inward. The airflow was as hot as fire. The fist, which was more than twice the size of an ordinary person's, slammed hard into Lin Yi's chest. Bang! Lin Yi was sent flying. I won. Chao Man suddenly raised his fist and shouted with excitement. Su Chen remained silent. There was no trace of joy on his face. His gaze was like lightning, fixed on Lin Yi's chest, and he sighed. Defensive spirit armor. What? Chao Man didn't hear clearly. Lower grade defensive spirit armor. The second elder's gritted voice came through. This time, Chao Man heard it clearly. He felt as if he had been struck hard. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he sprang to his feet and roared angrily. Shameless. Su Chen pressed Chao Man back into his seat. The more angry we show now, the more pleased the Luyun sect will be. Su Chen clenched his fist, his tone revealing immense confidence. Everything is under my control. As expected, on the arena, after Lin Yi stabilized himself, he surprisingly had no injuries at all. With a rip, he tore off his outer clothing, revealing a white metallic spirit armor underneath. 2 spirit tools, he really thinks highly of me. Long Feiyu took a deep breath. Lin Yi slowly said, spirit tools are also part of strength. After saying this, he mobilized all his spirit power, pouring it into the spirit sword. With a few hissing sounds, several thick sword energies shot toward Long Feiyu. Bang! 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 Long Feiyu emanated demonic energy, his fists continuously smashing out, shattering one sword energy after another. Suddenly, his body shook violently, stepping back a step, and the scales on his right hand exploded, blood dripping. He was injured. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, abandoning defense and attacking relentlessly. After several more exchanges, Long Feiyu was already covered in blood. After fighting for several more rounds, a sword mark was slashed across Long Feiyu's chest, and he was thrown backward. Lin Yi's eyes glinted coldly. Long Feiyu was too strong. He had to be eliminated. Although killing was not allowed at the exchange meeting, there was no need to necessarily kill to eliminate the threat of Long Feiyu. For example, he could sever an arm or cripple his cultivation. Whoosh! He moved, chasing after the retreating Long Feiyu, his sword slashing down hard, aimed at Long Feiyu's right arm. Just as it seemed Long Feiyu was in imminent danger, a figure appeared like the wind on the arena, blocking in front of Long Feiyu, then extending a finger and flicking lightly, seeking death. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this person, Lin Yi was initially startled. But when he saw that the person extended a finger to block his full-strength sword strike, he coldly sneered in his heart. However, clang, the spirit sword trembled violently. That finger seemed to contain boundless power, sending a numbing sensation through his arm, nearly causing his sword to fly out of his hand. Lin Yi staggered backward several steps. Wow! Countless people were shocked, erupting into a thunderous uproar. A single finger repelled Lin Yi. Who is this? So powerful. Could this person be a true Qi realm martial artist? Su Chen paid no attention to the overwhelming voices, his expression unchanged, clasping his fists and looking around. He said loudly, I am Su Chen, an inner disciple of the Qingling sect, challenging the Luyun sect disciple Su Xiaolong. Xiaolending Su Xiaolong. Everyone was taken aback. Su Chen, the first inner disciple of the Qingling sect, actually dared to only challenge the 10th disciple of the Luyun sect, Su Xiaolong. Truly disappointing. Countless people shook their heads. Su Chen's earlier display had shocked many, but now, most people present scoffed at him. He represented our Qingling sect, challenging the 10th disciple of the Luyun sect with the title of the first inner disciple. What did he want to achieve? Did he not think our Qingling sect had lost enough face? The one speaking was the true transmission's first disciple, Mu Tai. But as soon as he finished speaking, they heard Su Chen on the arena open his lips again, uttering another name, Han Li. What does this mean? Simultaneously challenging Su Xiaolong and Han Li? Tang Montak, Tong Ying, Zhou Yong, Lin Yi. Su Chen spat out one name after another, a total of 9 in succession, and finally paused before slowly uttering the last name. Liao Fei, one person challenging the top 10 disciples of the Lian sect? Had they gone mad? At this moment, everyone thought Su Chen was crazy. I could take on 10. Su Chen's domineering voice echoed in everyone's ears. Who dares to fight? Chapter 68. Crushing defeat 10? Has he gone mad? Everyone was taken aback, then exchanged strange looks, unanimously believing that Su Chen had lost his mind. Mu Tai frowned and said displeasedly, "Is he so arrogant that he doesn't care about the reputation of our Qingling sect?" The true disciples did not speak, but their expressions mirrored Mu Tai's. Thinking that Su Chen was too reckless, the more arrogant he was now, the more embarrassed he would be later, ultimately bringing shame to the Qingling sect. The second elder glanced at Mu Tai with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Although Su Chen was indeed a bit arrogant, his original intention was for the sect. As a fellow disciple, it was disheartening to hear such criticism behind his back. His brow furrowed slightly as he began to worry about Su Chen. Su Chen's strength was unquestionable. He could be said to be invincible at the Qi condensation stage, easily challenging opponents above his level as if drinking water. However, he was now challenging 10 people, and in a sense, all 10 were geniuses. More critically, each of these 10 had at least one spirit weapon, with some possessing 2. If the 10 teamed up, even a second or third level true Qi realm warrior would probably retreat. The number one of the inner sect of Qingling sect is actually an arrogant fool, Lin Yi mocked. No need for anyone else to intervene. I can defeat you alone. As he spoke, he stepped forward, his spiritual power surging around him, tearing through the air with a chilling sound. Lin Yi, at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage, wielded a spirit sword, his lethality nearing that of a true Qi realm warrior. With his spirit armor protecting him, he had the capital to fight against true Qi realm warriors. Get lost. Su Chen coldly spat out a word. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he formed a fist with his left hand and unleashed a punch. The surging spiritual power erupted like a dam breaking, howling forth and coalescing into a fist imprint the size of a grinding disc, crashing into the sword energy that was slicing toward him. Boom! The sword energy, which even true Qi realm warriors would not dare to underestimate, exploded upon contact with the fist imprint, transforming into a rain of light that slowly dissipated. The fist imprint, having shattered the sword energy, lost some of its power but still surged forward, like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, crashing into Lin Yi's chest. Bang! A circle of white air waves erupted from Lin Yi's chest. His body was sent flying backward as if struck by a meteor. Crack the earth palm. Su Chen looked at the flying Lin Yi and showed no intention of stopping. His right hand quickly formed seals, and with a palm strike, a massive spiritual handprint was instantly formed, descending upon Lin Yi with the sound of howling winds. Boom! The enormous arena shook violently, followed by the sound of cracking. The crowd could not help but gasp. The arena had actually split apart. Lin Yi, who was being suppressed by the spiritual handprint, was in a miserable state, covered in blood, his limbs twisted, and his breath weak, despite having the protection of spirit armor. This Su Chen is too fierce. Is Lin Yi dead? He shouldn't be dead. With spirit armor, he was heavily injured in a single move. Su Chen truly deserves to be the number 1 disciple of the Qingling sect. I thought he was arrogant, but it turns out he has real skills. After the initial shock, the crowd began to discuss. Are you all one by one coming up to die, or are you coming together? Su Chen looked at Tang Mo and the others, who were in a daze. Tang Mo and the others exchanged glances. Su Chen was too fierce. He had heavily injured Lin Yi with a single exchange. Lin Yi's strength was enough to rank in the top 3 in the inner sect of the Lian sect. If he could be killed in a second, what would others do? Wouldn't they just be sending themselves to their deaths? Did they think they were invincible? Since he seeks death, let us fulfill his wish. Go! Tang Mo and the others leaped onto the arena simultaneously. At the moment they jumped onto the arena, Su Chen's figure vanished like the wind. At the same time, Su Xiaolong felt a gust of wind pass by him. Then a massive force struck his back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out over 10 meters and crashing to the ground, his eyelids rolling back as he fainted. Su Chen emerged from the wind, a blazing aura behind him. It turned out that the disciple of the Luyun sect who had defeated Sun Yuan was wielding a spirit weapon battle knife, slashing down with a fiery blade light. Clang! Su Chen had somehow drawn a long sword. The long sword was just an ordinary iron sword. As he drew the sword, a flash of white sword light flickered. Swish! The fiery knife light shattered upon contact with the white sword light, and then with a splatter. The disciple wielding the spirit weapon battle knife had a deep sword wound visible to the bone open on his chest, blood spraying everywhere. Thunder roared. A thick bolt of lightning swept towards Su Chen, enveloping him. Su Chen remained calm, striking the sword high in the air. With a few hisses, the lightning was disintegrated by the sword light. Bang! The sword light flew out, striking the gilded bronze hammer. Amid the clang of metal, the gilded bronze hammer was sent flying, and the person wielding it screamed as he was thrown back several dozen meters. Alone with a sword, Su Chen, under the attack of 8, not only remained unscathed but also continuously sent several people flying, almost no one being able to withstand a single strike from him. With each swing of his sword, one person would bleed and fly back, losing their combat ability. Moreover, Su Chen was ruthless, neither taking his opponent's life nor letting them off easily. With their injuries, they would need at least a year and a half to recuperate. This was his revenge against the Luyun sect for their aggressiveness. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. That young man wielding the long sword, appearing so at ease, was really just at the Qi condensation stage and not in the true Qi realm. A true Qi realm warrior at the first level probably wouldn't possess such combat power, right? Good. Chao Man suddenly stood up, waving his hand vigorously and shouting excitedly. The second elder smiled, pleased. Su Chen did not disappoint him. He provocatively looked toward the direction of the Luyun sect and saw their elder, who had been so confident before, now with an ashen face. Noticing the mocking gaze from the second elder, the elder of the Luyun sect let out a cold snort. He looked to the first disciple of the inner sect beside him, Liao Fei. Liao Fei understood. He could not let Su Chen continue to be so arrogant. With a push of his foot, he leaped into the air. Swish! Su Chen swung his sword, and a disciple of the Luyun sect exploded in a mist of blood. Another person lost their fighting ability. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the top 10 inner disciples of the Luyun sect had been taken down. Finally can't sit still? Noticing Liao Fei moving, Su Chen sneered, then looked at the remaining 2. You 2 should take a break as well. After saying that, he flicked his wrist, and 2 beams of sword light shot out. With 2 sounds of impact, the 2 had no defense and were heavily injured, flying back. Strong. Truly too strong. This is a real genius. Su Chen of Qingling's sect lives up to his name. The crowd marveled as they watched Su Chen defeat the 9 inner disciples of the Luyun sect in an instant. Liao Fei of the Luyun sect could no longer sit still. He was finally going to make a move against Su Chen. Liao Fei was said to be a rare earth spirit body, and it was unknown who was stronger in a battle against Su Chen. The earth spirit body naturally resonated with the spirit energy of the earth and could easily wield earth-based martial techniques. He likely had already comprehended the mysteries of the earth. Although Su Chen was strong, he may not be Liao Fei's opponent. It was said that Liao Fei had privately defeated a true disciple of the Luyun sect. If Su Chen were to lose to Liao Fei, it would not be unjust. Although Su Chen exhibited astonishing combat power, most people present still did not look favorably upon him. Not for any other reason, but because Liao Fei was a special physique, the earth spirit body. With your own strength to defeat 9 of Lin Yi's men, I must admit, your strength is formidable. Liao Fei stepped onto the fragmented and unrecognizable arena, standing 30 meters away from Su Chen, and said with a cold smile, "But in our battle, you will definitely lose." Chapter 69. 3 moves to defeat you, Su Chen said lightly. If I don't defeat you within 3 moves, I will admit defeat automatically. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The second elder seemed to recall the scene of Su Chen fighting Fan Bao. At that time, Su Chen declared he would defeat Fan Bao in 5 moves. and no one believed him, but the result left everyone astonished. Su Chen not only won, but did so decisively. This time, he still chose to believe in Su Chen. Although Liao Fei was a genius with a soil spirit body and extremely strong combat power, he was ultimately at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, and he probably wasn't even a match for Fan Bao. In the Taishang kingdom, no one at the Qi condensation realm would be Su Chen's opponent. He was so certain. Except for those from the Qingling sect, everyone else present shook their heads, thinking Su Chen was too arrogant. Arrogant! Liao Fei shouted angrily. In the next moment, a yellow light burst forth from his body, dazzling and heavy, with an indestructible aura radiating from him. Earthly Immortal Body, 7th layer. The Earthly Immortal Body was a low-level body refinement technique of the Luyun sect. Once it reached the 7th layer, it was impervious to blades and bullets, immune to water and fire. And its defense was so strong that even a full-force strike from a true Qi realm practitioner couldn't break through it, basically placing him in an undefeated position. This was also his greatest reliance on being invincible at the Qi condensation realm. With the Earthly Immortal Body, Su Chen had almost no hope. Forget about 3 moves. Even 30 or 300 moves couldn't break through Liao Fei's Earthly Immortal Body. Su Chen glanced at Liao Fei's body and said lightly, "The soil spirit body is indeed the strongest defensive physique among the 5 elemental spirit bodies. Your current defense probably requires considerable effort for even a 2nd-level true Qi realm warrior to break through." "Good to know," Liao Fei replied with a proud smile. Su Chen slowly sheathed his sword, saying, "You're tough and have incredible defense, but my sword is sharper. There is nothing I can't break through." As he spoke, he had already begun to silently gather strength. "How shameless!" Liao Fei growled, his feet shattering the stones beneath him as his figure shot up to the maximum, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Although Liao Fei was not known for speed, he had already surpassed those of the same level who excelled in speed. In an instant, Liao Fei appeared 3 meters away from Su Chen, with yellow lights swirling around his right fist as he punched out. This punch was simple and direct, yet contained a fierce and domineering momentum. At the moment he punched, the air in front exploded, sending a sharp sonic boom outward. Su Chen's pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging fist. He moved his left foot back 3 inches and slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. Clang! A flash of snow-white sword light flickered and disappeared. Puff! The yellow light dimmed. The force of the punch exploded, and Liao Fei was sent flying by the sword strike. After landing, a drop of blood fell with a plop, shattering like 8 petals on the ring. Liao Fei raised his right hand, his expression stunned. A sword mark had appeared on the back of his right hand, and blood was slowly flowing from the wound. Su Chen had only used one sword to not only break his attack, but also pierce through his physical defense. Although his injury was not severe, he was indeed hurt. Since he had trained the Earthly Immortal Body to the 7th layer, he had never thought that he would be able to have his physical defense broken by a practitioner of the same level. Liao Fei is injured? The crowd was stunned. Wasn't it said that Liao Fei's physical body was hard to break through for practitioners of the same level? How could Su Chen break through with just one sword? Was Liao Fei too weak, or was Su Chen too strong? The first sword, Su Chen said lightly. After this, under Liao Fei's wary gaze, he unleashed the second sword. Swift wind sword technique, 7th sword, wind and lightning. Swish! No one could describe how fast this sword was because before they could react, a thick sword energy had already shot out, swift as lightning and forceful as thunder, elusive like a gale. Facing this sword, Liao Fei's pupils contracted into needles. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In the face of this crisis, he held nothing back and unleashed his ultimate move. His battle body erupted with golden light, his aura rapidly soaring as he clenched his fists tightly, a continuous stream of earthy yellow spiritual power flowing into his fists. His arms shot out straight like twin dragons emerging from the sea. Boom! The earth shook violently. The golden light erupted, enveloping hundreds of meters. In the eyes of the crowd, they vaguely caught sight of 2 earthen dragons, fierce in aura, pouncing towards Su Chen from left and right. Everyone held their breath, staring unblinkingly at the impending clash. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the thick sword energy collided with the dragon formed by Liao Fei's fist strength. The explosion that everyone expected did not occur. At the moment the sword energy met the earthen dragon, the dragon formed by the punch was silently obliterated without a trace. Like fresh snow melting under the blazing sun. Puff! A crack appeared on Liao Fei's chest, and blood sprayed out. So strong. How could a sword be so fast and so sharp? It was truly unprecedented. The arena fell silent for a moment before someone finally exclaimed in awe. Sword intent. That sword was incredibly fast, leaving no room for reaction. But what was truly terrifying was the sword intent. The sword energy containing sword intent was indestructible, easily breaking through Liao Fei's attack and piercing through his body. The elder leading the Tianjin Mountain Villa said solemnly, "Complete sword intent? Not half-step sword intent?" A disciple asked. "Complete sword intent," the leading elder affirmed. Hiss! All the disciples of Tianjin Mountain Villa gasped in shock. They were sword cultivators and understood the difficulty of comprehending sword intent best. In Tianjin Mountain Villa, among tens of thousands of sword cultivators, only a few understood half-step sword intent, and only the first disciple, Shi Guangling, had comprehended complete sword intent. Moreover, Shi Guangling had only grasped sword intent not long ago. The key point was that when Shi Guangling comprehended sword intent, he was already at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. Su Chen was only at the 9th level of Qi condensation realm now, yet he comprehended sword intent earlier than Shi Guangling. Did this not imply that Su Chen's swordsmanship talent was even higher than Shi Guangling's? Shi Guangling frowned. In the Taishan kingdom, he had been the only one among the younger generation to comprehend complete sword intent, but now suddenly, Su Chen had emerged, showing swordsmanship talent that vaguely surpassed his own, which made him somewhat displeased. "Su Chen is getting stronger," Chao Man exclaimed. The second elder murmured. After his breakthrough, Su Chen's combat power is increasing. The same sword technique is about 30% stronger than when he fought Fan Bao. Who among the Qi condensation realm can match him now? This is impossible. Liao Fei, ignoring the injury on his chest, stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen's sword was actually this strong. In front of Su Chen, his proud physical body seemed to have lost its effect. The second sword. Next is the third sword. Su Chen, holding his long sword, stepped forward. "Are you ready?" Liao Fei's expression changed. A sudden tremor ran through his heart. Su Chen's sword was getting stronger with each strike. The first sword barely broke through his body, and the second sword had already left a deep sword mark on his chest. If he weren't a soil spirit body with incredible self-healing abilities, he might have already lost the ability to fight. So, how powerful would Su Chen's third sword be? Could he really withstand it? At that moment, everyone began to worry for Liao Fei. Chapter 70. Defeating Liao Fei at this moment. Liao Fei's mood was similar to that of Fan Bao back then. He wasn't seeking to defeat Su Chen outright, but rather to endure 3 moves without being defeated. Otherwise, his reputation and fame would vanish, and he would become a stepping stone for Su Chen's rise to fame. From the moment he was born, he was regarded as a genius by people, unmatched among his peers. To be reduced to someone else's stepping stone was worse than killing him outright. However, his confidence and pride had been nearly destroyed by his Su Chen's second sword. Su Chen's third sword would undoubtedly be much stronger than the second. How could he defend against it? Liao Fei's expression was calm, but his heart was burning with anxiety. He slowly exhaled. It seemed he had no choice but to take action. With this thought, he coldly looked at Su Chen, and the next moment his mind shifted, and the spiritual energy within him surged, beginning to break through to the true Qi realm. Boom! 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 Time and again, the impact finally caused the dam of his cultivation to collapse under the surge of spiritual energy. At the same time, Liao Fei's aura suddenly changed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him wildly. People were astonished, staring in disbelief at Liao Fei's transformation. Had he broken through? They displayed expressions of confusion. Liao Fei had not broken through earlier or later, but at this critical moment. People couldn't help but think more deeply. Was Liao Fei forced to break through because he realized he couldn't defeat Su Chen? Someone spoke their thoughts aloud without restraint, their voice not small. Disciples of the Luyun sect glared at the speaker. Just after breaking through, Liao Fei's mouth twitched involuntarily, while others broke through with joy. He was forced to break through and felt no joy at all, with Liao Fei breaking through to the true Qi realm. The balance of the battle tilted in his favor once again, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Su Chen. Had the breakthrough ended? Su Chen said calmly. Has the breakthrough ended? Liao Fei's expression stiffened. He had thought that after breaking through to the true Qi realm, he would see panic on Su Chen's face. But he was disappointed. Not only did he not see panic on Su Chen's face, but instead he saw a hint of impatience. As if it didn't matter to Su Chen whether he broke through or not, and he was just wasting his time. What an arrogant guy. Liao Fei's eyes darkened in an instant. At this moment, he desperately wanted to defeat Su Chen. It wasn't to win favor with Qin Qingru, but out his own heart. Boom! Liao Fei chose to take the initiative, stomping the ground into pieces as his body shot towards Su Chen like lightning. After the breakthrough, his strength, speed, and perception had undoubtedly increased significantly. The sky collapsed and the earth sank. Midway through, Liao Fei radiated a rich earth attribute spiritual energy. His hands clenched into fists, and he swung them repeatedly with such speed that his arms seemed to merge with the air, leaving behind massive yellow fist prints that wreaked havoc on the broken arena. Countless fist prints came crashing down, engulfing the entire arena, sealing off every escape route for Su Chen, forcing him to confront it head-on. Liao Fei, after his breakthrough, was incredibly powerful. Just after breaking through, his momentum was already not inferior to those at the second level of the true Qi realm. The Earth Spirit body was truly an enviable special physique. Comparing one to another, the differences were staggering. It was hard to believe Su Chen could cope with this. It was likely Su Chen would face a disastrous defeat. If he lost to Liao Fei, it could still be considered an honorable defeat for him. Indeed, Liao Fei was one realm higher than Su Chen. At this moment, most people present had little hope for Su Chen to defeat Liao Fei. They had no idea that Su Chen had previously defeated a warrior at the second level of the true Qi realm. As the sky was filled with fist prints, Su Chen drew his sword. Whoosh! He remained calm and composed, exceptionally steady. The long sword sliced through the void, and the sword energy soared into the sky. Countless people were left speechless, witnessing the scene before them. In the sword energy, they saw the ethereal palaces and towers. An elder from the Tianjin mountain manor suddenly stood up, staring at the arena in disbelief, his beard shaking. Anomalies, sword path anomalies. What is a sword path anomaly? A disciple from Tianjin mountain manor asked in confusion. Another elder from Tianjin mountain manor explained. Only by mastering the sword technique to its pinnacle can one produce a sword path anomaly. Those who can produce a sword path anomaly are all sword path geniuses. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, the sword energy collided with the countless fist prints. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The already battered arena was completely reduced to dust and a shockwave, the ground cracking inch by inch, and the whirlwind swept up the dust, spreading in all directions. At the center of the collision, the countless fist prints shattered into pieces. In contrast, while the power of the sword energy diminished, it still retained its momentum, the ethereal palaces and towers flickering into view. The sword energy descended. Boom! Another loud sound echoed. Debris flew everywhere, and the ground cracked like a spider's web. Countless people stared wide-eyed at the nearly apocalyptic scene before them. What happened? Was Liao Fei dead or alive? The crowd held their breath, staring intently at the battlefield shrouded in dust. As the wind blew, the dust slowly dissipated, revealing a massive pit. At the edge of the pit, Su Chen stood with his sword spotless. At the bottom of the pit, Liao Fei lay bloodied among the rubble, in a state of uncertain life or death. Is he dead? Seeing Liao Fei's miserable state, the crowd gasped in shock. The elder of the Luyun sect's expression also changed. Although Liao Fei had just entered the true Qi realm, his talent was definitely among the top 3 in the Luyun sect with immense potential. If he were killed during the exchange, it would be a significant loss for the Luyun sect. An elder rushed into the rubble, approached Liao Fei, squatted down, and after sensing carefully, breathed a sigh of relief. Liao Fei still had a pulse. His life was not in danger. But then his expression suddenly changed. Although Liao Fei's life was saved, his meridians had been shattered by the sword intent. In other words, Liao Fei had become a cripple. Unless he had an extraordinary spiritual herb, Liao Fei would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. You little brat, at such a young age. Your actions are so vicious. The elder of the Luyun sect suddenly turned, glaring at Su Chen with resentment. With that, he struck out with a palm, intending to kill Su Chen on the spot. A massive handprint of spiritual energy covered the sky and pressed down towards Su Chen. This scene shocked everyone. No one had expected that the elder of the Luyun sect would act so impulsively, and it seemed he intended to kill Su Chen. Old bastard, you dare! The second elder, seeing the elder of the Luyun sect about to strike Su Chen, was furious. He stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging, raised his hand, and punched, shattering the massive handprint that blocked the sky. You want to kill a disciple of my sect? You're seeking death. The second elder was incredibly domineering, and his surging spiritual energy erupted, crushing towards the elder of the Luyun sect. Wherever it passed, the air exploded and collapsed in pieces. Bang! The elder of the Luyun sect was no match for the second elder and was directly knocked away by a palm, coughing up blood in midair. The Luyun sect and the Qingling sect had begun to clash. The Luyun sect was truly tyrannical. They had seriously injured a disciple of the Qingling sect first. And now that Su Chen had retaliated, an elder personally intervened to kill Su Chen, clearly not taking the Qingling sect seriously. Indeed, the Luyun sect had long been accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. Although they had fallen from 7th grade power to an 8th grade power, their domineering style of action had never changed. In my opinion, the Luyun sect sees Su Chen's monstrous talent and knows that Su Chen has limitless potential. If left to develop, the Qingling sect will have another unparalleled expert in the future. Therefore, they are willing to sacrifice their reputation to eliminate him in the cradle. If the Luyun sect wants to kill Su Chen, how can the Qingling sect stand by and do nothing? If things go wrong, the two sects might break out into a full-scale war. The crowd murmured when they realized that a sect war might erupt between the two sects. Some were happy while others were worried. Once the Luyun sect and Qingling sect engage in a sect war, the Taishan kingdom will surely fall into chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, some forces will be destroyed while others will rise to power. Is the Luyun sect determined to be irreconcilable with my Qingling sect? The second elder asked coldly. The grand elder of the Luyun sect furrowed his brow. It was not the time for an all-out war with the Qingling sect. He reined in his murderous intent and said, "Where does this come from?" The second elder questioned loudly. If the Luyun sect does not wish to be irreconcilable with my Qingling sect, why did their elders attempt to kill our disciple? The grand elder of the Luyun sect responded, "Perhaps one of our elders, in a moment of anger and concern for his disciple, acted irrationally. Su Chen was not seriously harmed, and he was also injured, so let this matter be put to rest." The grand elder of the Luyun sect casually tried to brush off the incident. The second elder's gaze grew colder. Anger surged within him. In the end, he slowly relaxed his fists. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. If today were not in the Luyun sect, he would have demanded an explanation. The sparring continues. The grand elder of the Luyun sect said, "Junior Sister Qin, does Su Chen have a grudge against you?" A true disciple of the Luyun sect suddenly looked at Qin Xingru and asked gently. Qin Xingru's eyes flickered, and she nodded, saying, "Su Chen has a vendetta against me for killing my father and relatives. I'll go help you kill him." Pang Xian stared at Qin Xingru's stunning face and said eagerly. Chapter 71. Life and Death Contract. Qin Xingru did not stop him, but said, at the exchange meeting, "Killing is not allowed." Pang Xian smiled and replied, "Although killing is not allowed at the exchange meeting, what if we sign a life and death contract?" Qin Xingru showed a hint of temptation, but then sighed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Pang. But you are at the 3rd level of True Qi realm. If you challenge Su Chen, it may negatively impact your reputation. Moreover, Su Chen is not a fool. He won't recklessly accept your challenge. For the sake of my junior sister, what does a little bad reputation matter? Besides, Su Chen has just defeated Liao Fei, and his confidence must be soaring, looking down on everything. At this moment, if I challenge him, he will definitely not refuse. Junior sister, just observe the situation. After saying this, he slowly stood up, leaped up, and gracefully landed 50 meters away from Chen. The true disciples of Luyuan's sect could no longer sit still. What was he going to do? Challenge Chen? A true disciple of Luyuan's sect challenging Chen? That seemed unlikely. He should be challenging a true disciple of Qingling's sect. Everyone was stunned to see Pang Xin appear on the battlefield, and then began to discuss among themselves. Chen was about to return to his seat, but Pang Xin's appearance made him abandon that thought. Chen, I want to challenge you. Are you willing to fight me? Pang Xin's words stunned the entire crowd. Pang Xin was indeed going to challenge Chen. What about his face? Did he still care about it? A true Qi realm martial artist challenging someone in the Qi condensation realm. Did he not care about his reputation? Even if he won, it would be an unworthy victory. Perhaps worried that Chen would refuse outright, Pang Xin lowered his voice and said, Chen, junior sister Qin Qingru is already my woman now. You might as well give up. Pang Xin had noticed the stunningly beautiful and talented Qin Qingru a long time ago. After some inquiries, he learned quite a bit about her past. He knew that Chen and Qin Qingru had an engagement and that the two had enmity. But he was sure that Chen still had feelings for Qin Qingru and regarded her as a taboo. As a man himself, he understood that while he could discard his own woman like a piece of trash, if someone else wanted to touch her, he would instantly explode with rage, wishing to tear the other person apart. This was a man's possessiveness. Once someone touched his taboo, even the most rational person would go mad and lose their sanity. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, he saw the killing intent flickering in Chen's eyes. Chen was furious. Pang Xin was overjoyed in his heart. He guessed correctly. Chen still had unresolved feelings for Qin Qingru. Hearing that Qin Qingru was now his woman made Chen angry. Angry? Furious? Your fiancée, is now my woman. Do you want to kill me? Haha. Then accept my challenge. Pang Xin lowered his voice and continued to provoke him. Chen seemed to be getting angry. What had Pang Xin said to him? This was bad. Chen wouldn't he really accept Pang Xin's challenge? Would he? Chao Man and the others' expressions changed slightly, worried that Chen might get heated and agree to Pang Xin's challenge. Fine, I accept your challenge, Chen said coldly, his killing intent unabashed. Yes, he wished he could kill Pang Xin immediately. It was not just a matter of a man's possessiveness. It was that his killing intent toward Qin Qingru had reached its peak. Anyone connected to her, he wished to kill. Not to mention, Pang Xin claimed to be Qin Qingru's man, so he definitely could not be spared. What? Chen accepted Pang Xin's challenge. How foolish. Chao Man and the others were shocked. Others shook their heads in disbelief. Chen was too arrogant. Fresh out of the gate, he was not afraid of tigers. He had defeated Liao Fei and thought he was invincible in the world. I admit Chen's talent is extraordinary, but his mindset seems lacking. After winning 2 battles, he looked down on everything and even dared to accept Pang Xin's challenge. He truly did not know how to write the word death. Hearing Chen agree to his challenge, Pang Xin was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. He suppressed his excitement and took the opportunity to say, fighting with hands tied is too boring. Why not sign a life and death contract? Then, he lowered his voice again and said, I slept with your fiancée. Don't you hate me to the bone? Want to kill me immediately? Haha, then what are you waiting for? Sign the life and death contract, kill me, and you can justify it. Enough nonsense. Bring out the life and death contract. Chen interrupted Pang Xin's incessant chatter, extending his hand to urge him. Pang Xin was doomed. Killing Pang Xin had 2 reasons. One was that the elder of Luyuan's sect had acted against him, which made him very unhappy. The second was that Pang Xin was connected to Qin Qingru. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, killing him would never be wrong. These 2 reasons made him agree without hesitation to Pang Xin's request to sign the life and death contract. What? Sign a life and death contract? Chen agreed. Had he gone mad? Chen did not seem like an impulsive person. Why would he agree to sign a life and death contract with Pang Xin? Without signing a life and death contract, Chen would not be in danger. Signing it meant he would undoubtedly die. At this moment, the crowd shook their heads. thinking Su Chen was too impulsive. Even the second elder believed Su Chen was a bit reckless, but did not stop him. While the crowd was discussing, Su Chen and Pang Xin had already signed their names on the life and death contract. Seeing Su Chen sign the life and death contract, Pang Xin laughed recklessly. At this moment, he looked at Su Chen as if looking at a dying wild dog. Su Chen, you really have the guts to sign the life and death contract. Ha! I don't know whether to commend your courage or say you are arrogant. Su Chen said indifferently. Are you done? Pang Xin retracted his smile and coldly asked, Are you in such a hurry to die? If you're done, then I can send you on your way. Su Chen took a step forward. Send me on my way? Pang Xin was slightly taken aback, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face as if he had heard the biggest joke. What will you use to send me on my way? With the sword in my hand. As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, sword intent permeating the air. The spiritual power within him surged like a tidal wave into the long sword. Holding the sword with one hand, he switched to two hands. At the moment his aura reached its peak, he forcefully swung down. The first move of the Taichu sword technique, moving mountains. With his sword, Su Chen had drawn out most of his spiritual power. At the same time, a massive sword energy surged, transforming into a sword chi over 100 meters long, sweeping forward with the momentum of moving mountains, crushing towards Pang Xin. The smile on Pang Xion's face vanished completely. He looked up at the massive sword energy descending rapidly, horrified beyond belief. Chapter 22, Crushing Blowbomb. The massive sword energy had yet to descend, but it had already caused the ground to collapse, revealing a gigantic fissure hundreds of meters long. Pan Xin Sheskan Dinga, and he screamed in terror, exerting all his strength to desperately resist the overwhelming sword energy that was pressing down. However, his attacks against the sword energy were as futile as trying to break a stone with an egg. They shattered and disintegrated without leaving a mark. Under the horrified gaze of countless onlookers, the enormous sword energy slashed down, and with a loud bang, a crack 1,000 meters long appeared and began to spread outward. Pang Xion's body was crushed under the sword energy, turning into a mist of blood, leaving only a mournful wail behind. No, everything happened too suddenly. Everyone stared at Pang Xin, who had turned into blood mist under the sword energy, utterly dumbfounded, shocked, terrified, in disbelief. They were unable to regain their senses for a long time. The venue fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, a collective gasp could be heard throughout the crowd. So powerful. A single strike obliterated Pang Xin, who was at the third level of the true Qi realm. He really is just a condensed Qi realm martial artist? This is what a genius looks like. If someone said he is the reincarnation of Sword Emperor, I would believe it. The Qingling sect has truly produced an unparalleled talent. The crowd erupted in exclamations. The elder from the Lu Yun sect was both astonished and furious. This child is too terrifying. He must be eliminated quickly, or he will become a great threat to our sect in the future. What other methods does he have yet to display? Where are his limits? To be able to kill Pang Xin, who is at the third level of the true Qi realm, with just the condensed Qi realm, that sword strike was truly frightening. But the consumption of energy must also be tremendous. Indeed, look at that kid's pale face. It's obvious he has exhausted his spiritual energy. As long as we avoid that sword, killing him should be easy. The elder from the Lu Yun sect communicated secretly. They were furious about Su Chen killing Pang Xin and wanted to vent their anger, but they had signed a life and death contract before the duel, and it was witnessed by countless people. Taking action now would not be justified and would only make them the laughingstock of all factions. For now, they could only endure. They would seek an opportunity afterward to eliminate Su Chen. As Su Chen walked back to his seat, he sneered inwardly. The spiritual energy consumed by the mountain shifting technique was indeed terrifying. One sword had drained most of his energy. Logically speaking, after using the mountain shifting technique, he should have exhausted more than half of his spiritual energy, almost to the brink. But let us not forget, he still has the Devouring Emperor technique, which allows him to recover enough energy to fight at full strength in just a few breaths. He was only pretending to be weak to make it less shocking to the secular world. Su Chen, are you all right? Chow Man saw Su Chan's pale face and weak aura, thinking he was injured, and asked with concern. Su Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Just exhausted my spiritual energy. I'll recover in a bit. Chow Man said, you made a big splash today, bringing glory to our Qingling sect. But at the same time, you've offended the Lu Yun sect. They are brazen and overbearing. After suffering such a loss today, they will definitely not let it go. You need to be careful in the future. I know. He performed too extraordinarily today. Those wanting to put him to death likely aren't just the Lu Yun sect. He vaguely sensed multiple cold gazes scrutinizing him from the shadows. Chow Man comforted him. You don't need to worry too much. After all, you are a disciple of our Qingling sect. Even if those people want to kill you, they wouldn't dare to act openly. After Su Chen stepped down, disciples from various sects began to take the stage to spar. But the excitement was lacking and the reactions were tepid. Even the sparring among true Qi realm martial artists couldn't draw the attention and cheers of the entire audience. In this exchange event, the Qingling sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner, and Su Chan's name spread throughout the entire Taishan kingdom, making him known to all. The sun slowly slanted to the west. The sparring matches were coming to an end. The Lu Yun sect held a banquet, and all forces participated. The next day, early in the morning, Su Chen and his group finished washing up and arrived at the square in front of the sect. As a whistle sounded, 3 large skywing birds flew over from a nearby mountain peak. Everyone boarded the birds, and with the powerful flapping of their wings, the 3 skywing birds soared into the clouds, speeding away like the wind. Meanwhile, at the Lu Yun sect, the Grand Elder said, the people from the Qingling sect have already left. Good. Has the news been spread? It has been spread. A peerless genius has emerged from the Qingling sect. I doubt those remnants hiding in the shadows will sit idly by. The Grand Elder's methods were impressive, and I admire them. Using their hands to eliminate Su Chen is seamless. The Qingling sect won't direct their anger at us. Around noon, the skywing birds raced along, having already traveled about 4,000 miles away from the Lu Yun sect. While practicing, Su Chan's spirit and energy peaked. Suddenly, he caught a strange aura. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze landing on Chow Man. At the hem of Chow Man's upper garment, a small black bug caught his attention. The bug was tiny, making no sound, difficult to detect. He scrutinized the bug, and after a moment, his expression changed slightly. With a swift motion, he grabbed the black bug into his hand and, after careful identification, said solemnly, "A goo bug?" Chow Man hadn't reacted yet and instinctively asked, "What bug?" Su Chen didn't explain to him, but hurried to the second elder, urgently saying, "Second elder, look." After just a glance, the second elder's expression changed. "Goo bug? Where did you get this?" "I found it on Chow Man," Su Chen truthfully replied. The second elder exclaimed, "Not good. We're likely being watched." "Who? Is it the people from the Lu Yun sect? What do they intend? An ambush? They're so bold. Don't they fear provoking a war between the two sects?" After hearing the Grand Elder's warning, everyone was shocked and then cried out in anger. "Silence. The enemy is not the Lu Yun sect. We have already been targeted. Prepare for battle." The second elder's expression was serious as he commanded. Just as the second elder's words fell, sounds of breaking air came from a distance. 3 figures were rushing towards them, flying in the air. Masters of the Qi control realm. The second elder's expression changed. The visitors were not friendly. Su Chen concentrated his spiritual energy in his eyes, enhancing his vision. Upon seeing the faces of the 3 rushing figures, his expression suddenly changed. He recognized one of them among the 3 coming at high speed. It was the Blood Guardian. Compared to before, the Blood Guardian's aura was now much stronger. Second Elder, the incoming people are the Blood Guardian, the Blood God sect as Blood Guardian, and the other 2 are likely the Goo Guardian. Su Chen transmitted the information to the second elder. The second elder looked at Su Chen in surprise. He didn't expect a disciple like Su Chen to know so much. But soon his heart sank. The Blood God sect's guardians. Each one of their strengths is not beneath his own. Now 3 of them appeared at once. With his strength, he could only deal with 1 at most. Desperately holding off 2, and the other would have to be left to the 9th elder and the 17th elder. "Jia, we finally caught up to you." The 3 were dressed in blood robes, and the one speaking was the Blood Guardian. "Who are you?" The second elder feigned ignorance, knowing full well. Dead people don't need to know too much. The blood guardian opened his right hand and reached forward. A sea of blood, carrying a nauseating odor, surged towards Su Chen and the skywing bird he was on, drowning them in its wake. You were so bold. The second elder was furious, his hair standing on end. The younger generation of Qingling's sect was all present. If they were captured, the sect would suffer severe losses, becoming weakened and unable to recover for a long time. Thus, even if he had to die today, he would not let the enemy succeed. The spiritual energy surged throughout his body as he threw a punch through the air. Boom! The spiritual energy fist imprint slammed into the sea of blood, shattering it. Insect swarms filled the sky. Seeing that the blood guardian had made a move, a white-haired goo guardian could no longer hold back. He clapped his waist pouch, and swarms of black goo insects poured out, blocking out the sun. Kill! He raised his hand and pointed forward. The black cloud formed by the goo insects surged towards Su Chen and the other disciples, preparing to attack. Chapter 73. Midway Ambush, Burning Heaven Palm. The ninth elder, who was ready to strike, would naturally not allow the goo protector to harm the sect disciples. He charged to the front, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike. A fiery red spiritual power hand rapidly expanded in the wind and heavily struck into the sea of insects, igniting a flame in the sky, turning countless goo insects to ashes that fell to the ground. Despite this, some goo insects managed to evade the ninth elder's attack and continued to pounce towards Su Chen and the others. Seeing this, the 17th elder wanted to raise his hand to eliminate these remaining goo insects, but the last blood-robed man coldly snorted, drew his blood knife, and slashed at the 17th elder. Swish! The clouds were split open. A massive blood-colored blade, aura, hundreds of meters long, instantly appeared before the 17th elder. The 17th elder's expression changed, and the spear in his hand burst forth with dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, 100 zhong spear light shot out, colliding with the blood-colored blade, aura. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The 100 zhong spear light actually disintegrated inch by inch. The remaining blood-colored blade, aura, continued to fall down. Puffed. The 17th elder was sent flying. What? The second elder was greatly shocked. The 17th elder was actually injured by the blood-robed man, without even lasting a single round. The second elder suddenly thought of something and fixed his gaze on the blood-robed man wielding the blood knife, saying, "You are the knife protector of the blood god cult? Hee, I didn't expect that in such a small country as Taishang, there would still be someone who recognizes me." The blood protector showed a look of surprise, followed by a cruel laugh. Upon hearing the knife protector acknowledge his identity, the second elder's heart sank once again. The knife protector is one of the stronger protectors in the blood god cult and a seasoned master of the Qi manipulation realm. Knife protector, blood protector, goo protector. Meanwhile, the surviving goo insect from the ninth elder's attack had already rushed to Su Chen and the others. The true disciples led by Mu Tai began to attack, killing one goo insect after another. Su Chen drew his sword and swung it. 3 goo insects were slain with one swing of his sword. Swish, swish, swish. He continued to strike, unleashing dozens of sword strikes in one breath. And the number of goo insects killed by him had already exceeded 100, but this was just a drop in the bucket compared to the goo insect army. The goo protector was controlling the goo insects, attacking the ninth elder, while also distracting himself to attack Su Chen and the others. The Tiani birds were also attacked by the goo insects, causing Su Chen and the others to feel unsteady under their feet, with some nearly falling off. A streak of blood-colored knife light flew by, leaving a long knife mark on the Tiani bird, blood splattering and staining the sky red. Puffed, puffed. 2 more dull sounds of blades slicing through flesh came, and 2 other Tiani birds were also struck by the blade, aura. Cry. The Tiani bird suffered heavy damage, letting out a mournful cry as it plummeted straight down. Watching the 3 Tiani birds fall rapidly, the second elder's expression suddenly turned pale. It's over. Falling from a height of several thousand meters, it was almost certain death. The younger generation of Qingling's sect is about to be toppled in his hands. The second elder's eyes were about to burst. He moved, chasing after the falling Tiani birds, but a figure blocked his path. Get lost. The second elder attacked without defending, throwing a punch. Boom! The spiritual power fist imprint slammed into the sea of blood, causing the blood protector to stagger back a few steps. Hee, such great strength. But today you will have to watch helplessly as the younger generation of Qingling sect is completely wiped out. The blood protector cackled, but just as his words fell, the three falling Tiani birds, just as they were about to crash into the ground, suddenly flapped their massive wings simultaneously, and their severely injured bodies actually glided for a distance before crashing heavily into the forest. The moment the Tiani birds crashed into the forest, Su Chen rolled over and landed steadily. His feet touched the ground, and a long-lost feeling of stability surged back. That was truly perilous. If it weren't for the Tiani birds' final effort to flap their wings and glide for a distance to slow their descent, there probably wouldn't have been many survivors among the younger generation of Qingling sect. However, even so, a few people fell to the ground and sustained serious injuries. In the sky, 6 figures were engaged in a frantic battle. The side led by the second elder had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, especially the 17th elder, who was in a precarious situation under the knife protector's attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air suddenly came. Su Chen looked over. His expression changed again. At the end of his line of sight, a group of blood-robed people was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Not good. There are enemies below as well. Someone shouted in panic. The blood god cult was too well prepared. They had set up a trap both above and below. They intended to catch them all in one net. Don't panic, Mutai shouted loudly. As the first true disciple of Qingling's sect, Mutai had a relatively high reputation. And as soon as he spoke, the previously panicked crowd quieted down. The enemy came prepared. Panicking now would only confuse our ranks. Kill. Follow me and carve out a bloody path. As he spoke, the first blood-robed person was already within 10 zhang, with a shocking fluctuation of spiritual power around him. This was actually a true Qi realm warrior. Hey, D. The blood-robed man cackled and charged directly at Mutai. Mutai's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand to unleash a palm strike. The spiritual power palm print slammed into the blood-robed man's protective spiritual power, and with a crack, the protective spiritual power shattered, causing the blood-robed man's chest to cave in as he coughed up blood and flew backward. But more blood-robed people had already reached them. There were simply too many blood-robed people, numbering at least 200 to 300. Moreover, each one was at least at the late stage of the Qi condensation realm. Mountain-splitting palm, spiritual power surged around Mutai as he quickly formed hand seals, gathering waves of spiritual power in the air, transforming into a giant spiritual power handprint that slammed down fiercely. This palm covered an area of 100 meters. Before the spiritual power handprint even landed, the trees below were already cracking inch by inch, turning to debris, and the ground was sinking continuously. Su Chen Watet in Shop. Mutai was indeed the first true disciple of Qingling's sect, with an 8th level true Qi realm cultivation. His combat power was truly terrifying. In his hands, he probably wouldn't even last a single move. The spiritual power handprint rapidly descended, and just as it was about to crush a dozen black-robed people in a blood mist, a burly figure suddenly appeared and met it with a punch. Bang! The spiritual power handprint exploded. The force swept through. Mutai's pupils shrank, and upon seeing the newcomer, his expression changed as he exclaimed, Meng Chong, it's you. Meng Chong? Su Jian Thou Wen. This name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall at the moment. Chao Man exclaimed. The third on the wanted list, Meng Chong, is actually a remnant of the blood god cult. Su Jian Zembet? He had heard the name Meng Chong from others when he took on a mission. The third on the wanted list, Meng Chong, a 9th level true Qi realm warrior. Meng Chong's information flashed through Su Chen's mind. His expression turned serious. Meng Chong laughed heartily, not just me, but also them. As his words fell, several more figures emerged from the crowd of blood-robed people. The 6th on the wanted list, Yin Tong. The 9th on the wanted list, Xiao Min. The 11th on the wanted list, Bai Hao. The 12th on the wanted list, Shi Ting. Mutai's expression grew grave. With each name mentioned, everyone's faces turned increasingly ugly. A sense of despair enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Had they poked the hornet's nest to the wanted list? Chapter 74 escaped Chow Man, and the others looked desperate. Nearly half of the top 30 experts on the wanted list had arrived, especially Meng Chong, who was third on the list, with a 9th level cultivation in the true Qi realm. Even Mu Tai did not dare to claim he could match him. How could they fight, kill, break through the encirclement, and scatter to escape? Mu Tai let out a low roar, stomped his foot, and his figure shot away into the distance. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Meng Chong clearly had his eyes on Mu Tai, and as soon as the latter moved, he immediately chased after him. Scatter and escape. Chow Man shouted to Su Chun and quickly chose a direction to flee. Su Chun was also quick to act. However, before fleeing, he flashed and stored the 3 severely injured Tiani birds into his beast tamer bag, then brandished his long sword and charged toward the weakest point in the encirclement. In that moment, Su Chun held nothing back. With the Qing Qi sword in hand, he unleashed the Gale sword technique in conjunction with his sword intent, and the thick sword energy surged wildly. Wherever it went, the blood-robed men would be split in two by a single sword strike, their intestines and organs spilling all over, creating a scene of extreme bloodshed. Keat-D. 2 blood-robed men with 2nd level true Qi cultivation teamed up to attack Su Chun. Faced with their blockade, Su Chun said nothing, mobilized all his spiritual power, and directly unleashed the 9th move of the Gale sword technique. Violent wind turns to rain. Puff, puff. The bodies of the two were sliced in half by the sword energy, their cross-sections neat and smooth, showcasing the sharpness of the sword. More and more people began to encircle Su Chun to kill him. Kill! Su Chen's gaze was icy. He stepped forward, causing the ground to crack with several fissures, and raised his right hand high with the Qing Qi sword. After gathering momentum for a moment, he suddenly slashed down. Puff, 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 puff. The thick sword energy descended, and the 6 rushing men didn't even have time to scream before their bodies disintegrated into blood mist under the sword's cut, leaving no complete corpses. Clang! A blood-robed man raised his battle knife and struck Su Chen's protective spiritual energy, which shook and dimmed. Su Chen did not look back. He swung his sword behind him, and with a puff, a head flew into the air. He was indeed Su Chun, and the 3 guardians had specifically instructed that whoever killed Su Chun would be heavily rewarded. That's right, whoever killed Su Chun would definitely receive great praise from the guardians, and their future would be limitless. As soon as this was said, dozens of blood-robed men charged towards Su Chun. Seeing the situation was dire, Su Chun glanced at the others who were scattering to escape. Some broke through the encirclement, some got entangled and couldn't escape. Some were severely injured and on the brink of death, while others had already fallen into pools of blood. After this battle, the younger generation of the Qingling sect was doomed to suffer heavy casualties. Whoosh! Su Chun activated the secrets of wind, using the wind shadow step. His figure darted away like the wind toward the distance. After a few flashes, he appeared at the edge of the crowd and then locked onto a direction, dashing madly. The target is escaping. I'll go kill him. I'll go with you. 2 blood-robed men transformed into fleeting shadows, one to the left and one to the right, chasing after Su Chen's escape direction. The 2 pursuing Su Chun were not nameless. They were Bai Hao, ranked 11th on the wanted list, and Shurting 12th. Both were at the 5th level of the true Qi realm, and together they could even contend with 6th-level cultivators. Their combined pursuit of Su Chun made it seem to the other blood-robed men that Su Chun was undoubtedly doomed, with no chance of survival. In the forest, 3 figures were rapidly running. 1 was fleeing, 2 were pursuing. Kid, do you really think you can escape? As long as you obediently surrender and join the Blood God sect, I guarantee I won't kill you. What do you say? Bai Hao called out, his voice enhanced by spiritual power, reaching Su Chen's ears. The Blood God sect was destroyed thousands of years ago. You are nothing but a bunch of stray dogs, hiding in the gutters and living like rats. If you want me to join you and wallow in filth with you, you might as well give up that thought now. Su Chen replied coldly, without looking back. The distance between them was several hundred meters, but the voice clearly reached Bai Hao and Shurting's ears. Unappreciative, Bai Hao's eyes turned cold. Since he insists on seeking death, then we'll fulfill his wish, Shurting said coldly. After that, his spiritual power surged violently, and his speed increased rapidly, closing the distance to Su Chen. Su Chen felt the two behind him getting closer, and his heart sank slightly. They were truly relentless. His speed was not enough to shake them off, and the gap was slowly narrowing. It seemed he had to find a way to lose them. With this in mind, he opened his senses fully, running while using the wind shadow step, moving swiftly through the forest. Suddenly, roar! A massive dark shadow suddenly leaped out from behind a giant tree ahead, exuding a foul odor, and charged toward Su Chen like lightning. With his mental power covering the surroundings, Su Chen had already noticed the approaching shadow before it attacked. It was a third-tier low-level demon beast, the Shadow Leopard. Seeing the Shadow Leopard pouncing with its jaws wide open and claws ready to strike, Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. Instead of retreating, he moved closer, and the distance between them rapidly closed: 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The Shadow Leopard's powerful body leaped, pouncing towards Su Chen. Swoosh! The Shadow Leopard's sharp claws grazed Su Chen's body, and then Su Chen's figure slowly faded away. This was merely an afterimage. Su Chen's real body had somehow appeared 30 meters behind the Shadow Leopard, and he dashed forward without looking back. The Shadow Leopard's attack missed, and it let out a low growl, about to turn and chase when two piercing sounds of breaking air followed. It looked up to see two blood-colored figures rushing toward it. The Shadow Leopard immediately emitted a low growl, warning the two that were rapidly approaching. Realizing the warning was useless, the Shadow Leopard let out a loud roar, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and charged toward Bai Hao and Shirting, seeking death. With the Shadow Leopard blocking their path and seeing Su Chen's figure getting further away, a cold, killing intent surfaced on Bai Hao's face. He waved his hand, and his long sword sliced through the air, a brilliant sword light flashing by. With a puff, the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh rang out. Blood sprayed like raindrops. The Shadow Leopard's head flew high into the air. The third-tier low-level demon beast, the Shadow Leopard, whose strength was equivalent to the third level of the True Qi realm, could not withstand even one strike from Bai Hao. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The Shadow Leopard's head fell, rolling a distance away, while its headless body collapsed weakly, a torrent of blood gushing from its neck, instantly staining the ground red, the air thick with the stench of blood. Bai Hao and Shirting glanced at the Shadow Leopard's corpse, but did not stop, continuing to chase the figure ahead at full speed. Because of this delay, the distance between them and Su Chen widened slightly. While Bai Hao and Shirting's direct combat ability absolutely crushed Su Chen in terms of speed, even at full power, they were only slightly faster than him. Due to the delay with the Shadow Leopard, it would take them a few more minutes to catch up. 3 minutes later, Su Chen rushed into a low canyon, where several ground-tailed scorpions resided. The ground-tailed scorpions, third-tier, low-level demon beasts, immediately noticed Su Chen's intrusion, and 7 of them crawled out from their respective dens, their scarlet eyes filled with killing intent as they stared at this unwelcome guest. Chapter 75. Falling off a cliff roar. A smaller-sized earth-tail scorpion launched an attack on Su Chen first. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-tail scorpion was massive, and as it moved, it was like a giant armored vehicle, shaking the ground and stirring up dust wherever it went. Whoosh! Su Chen swung his sword, and with a flash of thick sword energy, a fierce sword mark was left on the earth-tail scorpion. Roar, 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 roar. The earth-tail scorpions nearby, witnessing their companion get injured, were immediately enraged. They all howled at the sky and then charged at Su Chen from all directions. Whoosh! Su Chen's spirit energy surged around him, and using the wind shadow step technique, his body merged into the wind, dashing away like lightning, leaving the earth-tail scorpions behind. Roar, 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 roar! Su Chen burst out of the canyon, with the unwilling roars of the earth-tail scorpions behind him, followed by the sounds of intense fighting. Damn it! That kid escaped again. Don't worry about these beasts. Get out of the canyon, chase that kid, and kill him. Bai Hao and his companion were exasperated. After shaking off the earth-tail scorpions, when they rushed out of the canyon, Su Chen's figure had already run far ahead. We want to rest until we kill this kid. Once I catch up to him, I will definitely skin him alive. Bai Hao and his companion's eyes were cold, and their spirit energy surged wildly without holding back, their speed suddenly increasing, closing the distance to Su Chen. Su Chen sensed the two auras behind him getting closer and realized that his hope of shaking them off today was slim. If he couldn't shake them off, then he made a decision. While running frantically, he took out spirit liquid from his storage ring. The spirit liquid was something he obtained from the water mansion and had never used before. Now, to break through and enhance his strength, he had no choice but to use it. Opening his mouth, he swallowed a large mouthful of spirit liquid, and immediately, the Devouring Emperor technique operated at full force. The second level of the Devouring Emperor technique, with its devouring and refining power, was undoubtedly much stronger than the first level. In just a few breaths, he refined and absorbed a large mouthful of spirit liquid. Then, he took another mouthful, and then a third, and a fourth one mouthful after another. Soon, the spirit liquid in the jade gourd was completely consumed, but it was still not enough. Following that, he took out spirit stones, a large number of spirit stones. As soon as they appeared, the spirit energy was devoured clean, turning into powder that slipped through his fingers. As more and more spirit stones turned to powder, Su Chen's aura surged rapidly. Crack! The last spirit stone turned to powder. Su Chen thought to himself, this is bad. The spirit energy required to break through to the true Qi realm far exceeded his expectations. The spirit liquid and spirit stones were all exhausted, and he still hadn't succeeded. In desperation, he had to operate the Devouring Emperor technique with all his might, absorbing the spirit energy from the heavens and earth. Wherever he went, the spirit energy in the world rushed towards him like returning swallows. At this moment, his speed of absorbing the spirit energy was terrifying, but he still couldn't break through in a short time. Boom! He suddenly stopped. In front of him, there was no way out. He had actually escaped to the edge of cliff. The cliff was bottomless. Below the Qi Master Realm, falling into the cliff would mean certain death. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Su Chen was about to change direction, Bai Hao and his companion, who were closely pursuing him, arrived. Kid, let us see where you can run now. Bai Hao laughed heartily. Sure, Ting sneered and said, Heaven ISNT helping you. Su Chen, you might as well offer your neck to be slaughtered. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Su Chen turned around, facing Bai Hao and his companion directly. Enough with the nonsense. If you want my life, you two won't have it easy either. Su Chen said coldly. Although he was not a match for Bai Hao and his companion, he would not just offer his neck to be slaughtered, nor would he let himself be butchered. If they wanted to kill him, they could come at him. Sure, just watch him aside, I'll kill him. Bai Hao, who had been holding back his anger during the chase, wanted to personally kill Su Chen to vent his frustration. Sure, Ting silently stepped back. Su Chen looked at Bai Hao, who was striding towards him, and his gaze sharpened. His spirit energy surged continuously into the green ghost sword in his hand. Mountain moving. When Bai Hao was less than 20 meters away from him, Su Chen decisively swung his sword. The sword intent activated the first form of the Tai Chu sword technique, moving mountains. And a sword energy about half a meter thick and nearly 100 meters long tore through the air, slashing down at Bai Hao. Bai Hao looked up at the massive sword energy descending rapidly, and a look of horror crossed his eyes. This was clearly a Qi gathering realm warrior, yet he could unleash such a terrifying sword strike. No wonder the three guardians emphasized the need to kill Su Chen. An ant shaking a tree. Bai Hao quickly recovered from his shock, snorted coldly, and with a fierce grip of his right hand, he punched out. A blood-red fist imprint shot out, shattering the air in waves, and finally crashed heavily against the sword energy. With a crack, the massive sword energy, capable of killing a true Qi realm threefold, exploded directly, turning into a rain of light. After unleashing the sword strike, Su Chen quickly swallowed a pill and then mobilized the remaining spirit energy in his body. Raising his sword high, Tai Chu sword technique, second form, breaking the river. With a low shout in his heart, he swung down the sword. The sword energy he unleashed this time was not larger than the first sword, but rather a bit smaller, at less than 80 meters. It was more refined and sharp, emanating an even more terrifying aura. The sword energy tore through the air, carrying the terrifying aura of cutting through rivers and seas. Descending downward. What? He still has a stronger sword move. Bai Hao was taken aback. Su Chen's first sword had already shocked him greatly, and now the second sword he unleashed was even more powerful than the first. leaving him unable to contain his astonishment. Beyond shock, fear also arose. Fear of Su Chen. Such a genius, if allowed to grow, would be a disaster for them. This kid cannot be left alive. He clenched his hand tightly, and a blood knife appeared in his grasp. Ting, who was watching the battle, raised his eyebrows. Su Chen had actually forced Bai Hao to use a weapon, which was truly surprising. The knife in Bai Hao's hand erupted with a scarlet knife energy, like a blood-colored flood dragon, charging up to meet the attack. Boom! The knife energy collided with the sword energy, producing a deafening explosion, and a violent force surged in all directions. After cutting out the second sword, Su Chen's spirit energy had been completely drained. Facing the remaining knife energy that shattered his sword energy, Su Chen had no way to avoid it and was struck in the chest, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back like a kite with a broken string. Su Chen was already not far from the cliff, and with this backward tumble, he fell directly off the cliff. His internal energy surged, and Su Chen's body uncontrollably plummeted towards the bottom of the cliff. Ting witnessed Su Chen fall off the cliff and rush to the edge, looking down to vaguely see a black dot falling rapidly. Falling off the cliff, Su Chen faced a life-and-death situation. However, the Guardians valued Su Chen greatly, and the Blood Guardians specifically instructed that they must see him alive or dead. So we should go down and take a look. Bai Hao, what do you say? Saying this, Ting turned to look at Bai Hao. Then, his expression froze. Chapter 76. Surviving a Great Calamity, Ting turned to Bai Hao, his expression slightly stunned. At this moment, Bai Hao had a sword scar on his face, and blood was slowly flowing from it. Although the scar was not large, it signified that Su Chen had injured Bai Hao, a condensing Qi realm expert, injuring a 5th level true Qi realm Bai Hao. This was simply too shocking for the secular world. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were killed. Not only that, Bai Hao's throat trembled, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Are you okay? Ting asked with concern. Bai Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, somewhat shaken, I'm fine. Su Chen is too monstrous. Fortunately, he is already dead. Otherwise, such an enemy would truly be unsettling. The Blood Guardian specifically instructed that Su Chen must be seen alive or dead. Su Chen had fallen to the bottom of the cliff, and he was definitely dead. However, there were demon beasts at the bottom of the cliff that might eat his corpse. If it didn't bring back Su Chen's body, the Blood Guardian would blame them, and neither of them could bear the consequences, Ting said. Bai Hao nodded and said, let's go. The two immediately set off toward the bottom of the cliff. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt his body plummeting rapidly. He looked down and showed a bitter smile, realizing he was about to meet his end here. He truly felt unwilling. He slowly closed his eyes, as if resigning to his fate. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears. But then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Qin Qingru was not dead. How could he die like this? He was unwilling. He roared in his heart, flames burning in his eyes. A strong desire to survive filled his entire chest. He struggled to adjust his falling body, sensing everything around him, seeking the last glimmer of hope for survival. Suddenly, he caught sight of a sprawling ancient pine tree on the rock wall directly below. There was hope. He was overjoyed. Fortunately, he had worn the Xianlei spirit armor while fleeing, which reduced the residual sword energy's power by 90%. Therefore, his injuries were not severe, and he still had the ability to act. He mobilized the little remaining spiritual energy in his body, gathering it in his hands. His body rubbed against the air, producing a whistling sound. The airflow made his facial muscles sink inward, distorting his entire face. His clothes fluttered, and he was getting closer to the ancient pine. At that moment, he roared in his heart and extended his hands, firmly grabbing a branch of the ancient pine. His rapidly falling body suddenly came to a halt. But then, that branch, as thick as his arm, couldn't bear his weight and snapped with a crack. Su Chen was startled, and his body immediately flipped in the air, landing steadily on the trunk of the ancient pine. He let out a sigh of relief. Safe. He glanced down at the bottom of the unfathomable cliff, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then sat cross-legged on the trunk of the ancient pine, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With each breath, a large amount of spiritual energy was drawn into his body and refined. In less than half a cup of tea's time, his internal spiritual power was fully restored. Bai Hao and Shi Ting should think I'm dead. They're probably long gone by now. I'm safe for now, but how I get back up? Su Chen looked up at the cliff top, shrouded in mist, his brows slightly furrowing. He couldn't fly, so it seemed he could only climb up by hand. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly caught sight of a cave entrance about 60 meters directly above him. A cave? He could rest inside. The wind outside was strong, and it was also unsafe. In the next moment, Su Chen exerted force with his feet, causing the ancient pine to bend slightly. With a whoosh, Su Chen shot out like an arrow, leaping towards the cave. Bang! Su Chen landed steadily. No surprises, no daños. He landed safely on the open ground in front of the cave entrance. Su Chen didn't have the chance to inspect the cave when a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly came. His body flashed, drifting to the right like the wind, avoiding the sneak attack. He saw a spider leg as thick as a thigh, covered in black bristles and shaped like a sickle, fiercely thrust into the spot where Su Chen had been standing just a moment ago. With a hiss, the blue stone was as fragile as tofu under the spider leg's attack, penetrating a meter deep and sending fragments flying. Su Chen formed his fingers into a sword shape, urging the sword intent, and slashed through the air. A sharp sword energy shot out, slicing through the spider leg that was yet to retract. With a puff, the spider leg was severed, dark green juices spraying everywhere. A shrill and furious roar echoed from within the cave. The sound waves were like waves, possessing considerable lethality, distorting the air and causing debris to fall. Su Chen looked up and saw a black spider about 10 feet tall slowly emerging from the dark cave. The spider had 8 legs. Having lost one, it now had 7 left. A demon wolf spider? Wait, that's not right. The demon wolf spider is a 2nd-tier high-level beast. But the one in front of him has clearly reached a 3rd-tier low-level. It has actually broken through the racial limit. The growth of demon beasts is restricted by their race and bloodline. The demon wolf spider, once grown, is a 2nd-tier high-level beast. Unless it consumes rare spiritual herbs, it would remain a 2nd-tier high-level until death. The demon wolf spider was indeed lucky to have broken through the racial limitations. Su Chen looked towards the cave behind the demon wolf spider. Vaguely, he sensed an indescribable fragrance. Demon beasts protect their food and are very territorial. Once someone or another demon beast enters their territory, a life-and-death battle will ensue. Moreover, it seemed there was something extraordinary in the cave. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, the demon wolf spider became even more cautious and ferocious. Its eyes turned crimson, and it let out a metallic screech. Before it could launch its attack, Su Chen raised his hand again, sword intent spreading from his fingertips. He waved his right hand forward, and a beam of sword light flashed like lightning, slicing towards the demon wolf spider. With a puff, the sword light tore through its body without obstruction. Bang! The demon wolf spider fell to the ground unwillingly. Its 7 remaining spider legs twitched violently and irregularly. Although the demon wolf spider had broken through to a 3rd-tier low level, its strength was only equivalent to that of a 1st-level true Qi realm warrior, making it easy for Su Chen to kill. Su Chen walked over, slashing out a blade of sword energy. With a puff, the demon wolf spider's head exploded, killing it completely. After killing the demon wolf spider, Su Chen opened his senses fully, his spiritual power like threads probing into the cave, sensing everything within. Nothing. There were no other demon beasts in the cave besides the demon wolf spider. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He stored away the corpse of the demon wolf spider, and with a thought, a fist-sized luminous pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl emitted a light akin to moonlight, gentle and soft, gradually illuminating the cave. Holding the luminous pearl, he walked into the cave. Upon entering, he first encountered a winding and twisting passage. The walls of the passage bore claw marks, clearly indicating that the originally small tunnel had been expanded by the demon wolf spider as it discovered this place, following the source of that special fragrance. Walking through the passage for about 50 meters, the fragrance in the air grew stronger. Su Chen took a deep breath, revealing a look of intoxication. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Finally, He reached the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was a naturally formed stone chamber. The stone chamber was about 100 square meters. In the center stood a stone platform, also naturally formed. The fragrance was emanating from that stone platform. Above the stone platform, a massive stalagmite grew from the ceiling. Su Chen walked over. In the center of the stone platform, there's a bowl-sized groove filled with a milky white liquid, containing an immense amount of energy. The rich fragrance it emits is refreshing and uplifting. Looking at the milk-like liquid, Su Chen's heart couldn't help but race. Chapter 77, Breaking Through the True Qi Realm, Stalactite. His throat quivered as he slowly let out a trembling sound. Stalactites, the essence of heaven and earth, are extremely rare. Only in spirit mountains rich in spiritual energy. Under special conditions, is there a very small probability of stalactites forming. There are also distinctions in the quality of stalactites, determined by their age. For example, stalactites that are 1 million years old, 100,000 years old, 10,000 years old, 1,000 years old. Observing the color, aroma, and viscosity of the liquid in the groove, it should only be 1,000-year-old stalactite. However, even so, it is extremely precious and has a price, but no market. A drop of 1,000-year stalactite is comparable to a Chen-level spiritual medicine. Su Chen's breathing became hurried. There were not too many stalactites in the groove, but there were still 200 or 300 drops, equivalent to 200 or 300 Chen-level spiritual medicines. Upon seeing the stalactites, Su Chen understood that the key for the demon wolf spider to break through its racial limitations must have been the consumption of 1,000-year stalactites. If left to grow, the demon wolf spider, aided by the medicinal power of the stalactites, would definitely reach a level beyond just the low-level 3rd stage, possibly breaking into the 4th stage. But now, all of this was for him to take advantage of. Licking his lips, Su Chen's mind moved, and a jade skin gourd appeared in his hand. The jade skin gourd was originally used to hold spiritual liquid, but having devoured it all, it was now used to store 1,000-year stalactites. Carefully collecting the stalactites, he took them all, leaving not a single drop behind. After collecting the stalactites, Su Chen did not rush to leave. He sat cross-legged in the stone chamber, then took out the jade skin gourd, opened the stopper, and inhaled deeply. A drop of milky white stalactite was swallowed into his mouth. The moment the stalactite entered his mouth, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled his oral cavity, transforming into pure energy that flowed throughout his body. The Devouring Heaven Emperor technique was activated, beginning to absorb and refine it. Soon, the medicinal power of 1 drop of stalactite was completely absorbed. Next came the 2nd drop, 3rd drop, 4th drop. Time slowly passed.